Family, who would have thought that the alarm clock would turn out to be an Azure unicorn beetle concert? Wang, who was originally an experimental subject, soaking in a formaldehyde jar, who escaped during the chaos at the base. Years later, he became Diesel, but his health continued to deteriorate. At this time, Wasp monsters were rampaging, and a passionate young man was being bullied. At the critical moment, Wang took action, and the plot was incredible. Let me tell you, the most explosive alarm clock I've ever heard in my life was the Azure unicorn beetle holding a concert in the base. The alarm sounded as if it were going to lift the ceiling, and a clone-faced researcher shouted while rolling. The Azure unicorn beetle has broken through the 8th level. I was soaking in a jar full of formaldehyde, ostensibly a corpse. Hearing this, I suddenly sat up in shock in the preservative. I could control my body again after a long time. Family, who understands that kind of excitement? It was simply exhilarating. Let's rewind a bit, and I'll explain how I ended up in this situation. My name is Wang. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary university student, and my death was quite hasty. I was online arguing with someone, and I said something bold. If you have the guts, come through the internet and chop me up. Well, I really didn't expect that in 2025, cyber insults could trigger a real-life street fight. The next day, that guy actually showed up with a knife. The moment I opened the door, I was met with a literal door kill. When I woke up, I became what I am now. As I opened my eyes, I found myself in a large glass jar, my body filled with tubes, becoming an experimental subject, numbered 39. All around me were identical lab-coated figures with side-swept bangs, looking like they were all made from the same mold. Later, I found out that this place was the EvolutionHouse from One Punch Man, and these people were all clones of DR. Genius. They opened up my head, and my IQ skyrocketed, theoretically putting me at the same level as those clones. At first, I was quite pleased, thinking I had a genius script. But what happened? I got the script wrong. It was a sacrificial script. Those clones saw me as the only successful product of their human intelligence enhancement plan and thought it was a waste not to use me. Although the project was halted, waste could still be reused. Thus, my life transitioned from a brain developer to a biological patchwork toy. Let me tell you, those days were unbearable. They conducted research with a focus on companionship, giving me a crab claw today and a scorpion tail tomorrow. My body was a chaotic mess, with various cells having daily parties, repelling each other, and fighting fiercely. I, on the other hand, was like a rag doll, unable to even move my fingers, only able to feel myself being taken apart piece by piece and put back together again. Finally, one day, the cellular coalition inside me completely rebelled. Crab-shaped left hand begins to fall off. Cell 56 and Cell 67 fusion failed. Subject 39's immunity collapsed. Listening to my death sentence, I felt utter despair. In the end, a clone spoke up. Since we can't save him, inject all the mutated cells into him and squeeze out the last bit of data value. Well, they really gave me a buffet before I died. As a bunch of random stuff was injected, the commotion in my body was greater than a world war. Finally, an electronic voice coldly announced, "Electric shock ineffective. Subject 39 deceased." Just like that, I died again. My corpse was thrown into a formaldehyde jar and sent to the specimen storage room. Then, the scene at the beginning happened. The Azure unicorn beetle went berserk, shaking the entire base, and a piece of the ceiling fell down, shattering my jar. Formaldehyde spilled everywhere, and I rolled out of the glass shards, gasping for the long-lost air. Freedom. Do you understand? It's the kind of freedom you feel when you just come out of ICU and want to go to KTV. Although parts of me were still falling off, my body was smeared with colorful rotten flesh, and the pain made me shudder. I had to run. The entire base was in chaos. The surveillance and defense systems were down. It was simply a godsend opportunity. But the problem was, I didn't know the way. I was someone who had been soaking in a jar. How would I know how to navigate this maze? Just when I was at a loss, a voice came from around the corner. Damn it, the communicator is broken. I realized that this was the Clone 71 who was responsible for researching me. An opportunity had arrived. The only thing on me that still worked reasonably well was the syringe tail they had forcibly attached. Without hesitation, I dashed over and, before he could react, plunged the tip of my tail directly into his heart. Sorry, buddy, but in this situation, it's either you die or I die. And I know that you clones are not worth much. There are plenty of backups. My tail has a hidden function when it penetrates their brains. It can absorb nutrients and also read memories. I held back my disgust and stirred the tail inside his head. Wow, I got the base map and a laboratory password. I immediately sneaked into a laboratory, opened a computer, downloaded all the research data, including mine, and then directly detached the hard drive to tuck it into my pocket. After planning the safest escape route, I bolted without looking back. In this way, through a series of coincidences, and with everyone's attention on the Azure unicorn beetle, I, Wang, declared dead failed experimental subject, successfully escaped from the Evolution House. Years passed in the blink of an eye. I now changed my name to Diesel. Using the advanced technology one stole from the Evolution House, I built a small business empire from scratch in F City. I dealt with special medicines, biotechnology, whatever was profitable I got into, but all of this was just for one purpose: survival. My health was getting worse. I was practically a mess glued together with glue. The rejection reactions of the cells in my body were becoming stronger, and the fourth-generation biological organ I developed myself couldn't last long without melting. Changing an arm today, installing a leg tomorrow, I felt like I was becoming cyber Huata. I estimated that at most in half a year, if I couldn't find a solution, I would collapse completely, dying in a way worse than last time. I had thought about getting a new body and transferring my consciousness, but that technology was too advanced. Even Dr. Genius couldn't handle it, so I wouldn't stand a chance. As for cloning, I didn't dare to. What if the clone that came out thought the original was a nuisance and killed me? So I could only sell all my businesses, turn it into massive funds, and invest it all into my private laboratory, racing against death. The only hope was the storyline of this world. The Hero Association had already been established, and that bald demon King Saitama shall be starting his hero journey driven by interest. As long as I could follow in his footsteps, waiting for him to finish off the monsters, I could collect some corpses for research materials, and maybe I would find a glimmer of hope. Ho ho! Suddenly, the alarm went off in the laboratory, startling me. Report. The blood collection robot has been attacked, crashing 2 kilometers north of the base. The images transmitted show that the attacker is a monster. My heart sank. That was the robot I sent out to collect the blood of fighting competition participants. This was precious research material. I quickly pulled up the footage, and on the screen, there was a wasp monster the size of a calf rampaging in the city sky. At the same time, F City's emergency evacuation alert echoed through the air. Disaster level. Tiger. Citizens, please evacuate quickly. The hornet monster was very arrogant, shooting its tail stingers while laughing wildly. Weak humans, submit to the great power of the hornet. The citizens were crying and panicking. At that moment, a reckless young man rushed out, striking what he thought was a cool pose, and shouted, "This ends here, hornet monster. Let me." Before he could finish his sentence, he was chased around by a series of tail stingers from the hornet monster, scrambling for cover. As a result, he failed to dodge properly and got hit right away. Let me tell you, the hornet monster had no sense of fair play. It launched a series of tricks, pretending to shoot stingers while actually charging forward. This hot-blooded fool, named KeEscapes, was caught off guard, and his arm was bitten off with a crunch by the monster's large mandibles. Goodness, that scene was bloody. The hornet monster even ate KeEscapes' severed arm right in front of him, chewing it like sugarcane, while taunting, TSK, your little bug meat is too tough, not tasty at all. No one understood the family's pain. This was not just harmful, but extremely insulting. KeEscapes was rolling on the ground in pain, his face pale and cold sweat pouring down, yet he stubbornly said, "You want to get away? I can still fight." "Buddy, you're practically a buffet and you still want to fight?" The hornet monster found him amusing and said if he knelt down and kowtowed, it would take him as a little brother. What was KeEscapes' response? Another weak, flying kick. What happened? He was slapped away a dozen meters. The hornet monster was completely fed up. "I hate you types who only talk big, just die." With that, it pressed KeEscapes to the ground and began a live demonstration of eating a living person. The sound of flesh tearing made my scalp tingle. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, let me tell you, a twist came. With 2 whoosh sounds, 2 syringes accurately stabbed into the hornet monster's back. Within seconds, the once mighty monster fell with a thud, paralyzed. Then, a figure dragging a long tail slowly swayed into view. This person was my protagonist, Wang. He approached, pulled out a small vial, and sprayed it on the monster's wings, which immediately corroded and rotted away, completely obliterating its desire to fly. The wasp monster was momentarily stunned. "Who are you? What have you done to me?" Wang casually squatted down to collect samples, saying, "Oh, just a passing researcher, gave you a bit of insecticide." He spoke so lightly, but in reality, he had been secretly observing the monster for quite a while through a camera. His own combat ability was quite low, and he couldn't confront it directly, so he had to resort to underhanded tactics. If it weren't for that foolish kid KeEscapes drawing all the monster's attention, he wouldn't have dared to take action. The wasp monster was also a tough character. Knowing it was done for today, it managed to force out a small stinger from its abdomen, aiming to strike Wang, even if it meant exploding its own belly. Wang was completely unprepared. With a thud, the stinger pierced his abdomen, and his face instantly turned pale. The monster laughed maniacally. Haha, let's die together. Before it could finish its words, the tip of Wang Ke's tail, that syringe, stabbed into the monster's body, draining it into a desiccated husk in just 1 second. Wang Ke spat. So much nonsense, you think this little poison can kill me? After dealing with the monster, Wang Ke turned around and found that the stinger, dripping with his blood and wasp venom, had landed squarely in the body of the bloodied KeEscapes, who had been chewed to pieces. Ridiculously, the guy still had a breath left. A normal person would have fled. But who was Wang Ke? An audacious idea popped into his head. A perfect, ready-made, living experimental subject had just been delivered to him. Without hesitation, he hoisted this bloodied person and returned to his secret laboratory. By the time the Hero Association and police arrived, only the drained corpse of the monster remained at the scene, becoming a mystery. Back at the base, Wang Ke quickly neutralized the poison in his own body. Then, he tossed KeEscapes onto the operating table and began his examination. To his astonishment, he discovered that a monumental change was happening within KeEscapes' body. The wasp venom, Wang Ke's own blood, combined with KeEscapes' genetic makeup, initiated an extraordinary synergy, beginning to synthesize a completely new protein. The DNA structure was even mutating towards Wang Ke's own specifications. Wang Ke's eyes lit up. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Wouldn't this be perfect for testing the 5th-generation organ prototypes he had struggled with? This could skyrocket his research progress. With that thought, he went completely insane. He cut off KeEscapes' mangled limbs and entrails, replacing them with various experimental materials he had developed. He even replaced the chewed-up little member with a brand new one. The entire surgery was designed so that apart from the brain, the rest of the body was no longer original. Once the operation was complete, KeEscapes fell into a deep coma accompanied by a high fever. Wang Ke injected him a few times and then tossed him into a large glass jar filled with green nutrient solution to soak before getting back to his own business. He sold off all the assets in City F and used the money to buy various black market equipment and materials. This soaking lasted for over half a year. During this time, KeEscapes nearly died several times, forcing Wang Ke to abandon his work and personally nurse him back to health. Finally, after 6 months, KeEscapes woke up from a long dream. His last memory was being chewed on by the wasp monster. Then, he felt as if he was soaking in warm water, and his first thought was, oh no, did I wet the bed? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, his consciousness instantly became alert. He tried to move his arms and legs, feeling like he was swimming. Suddenly, with a beep, the glass jar opened, the nutrient solution receded, and he plopped down on the floor, feeling weak all over. A towel? No, a mechanical arm reached over to wipe his face. The cyberpunk vibe left him a bit dazed. A person in a white coat, with a somewhat odd body proportion, walked over. This was Wang Ke, but he now referred to himself as Dr. Diesel. You finally woke up? Wang Ke asked immediately. You were in a coma for half a year, and we tried everything to wake you. What did you think of to regain consciousness? KeEscapes' mind was still a mess, and he blankly replied, because I thought I wet the bed. Mid-sentence, he suddenly became alert. Wait, who are you? Where's this? Why does my body feel strange? Wang Ke didn't explain, directly projecting a video onto the wall that showed KeEscapes being beaten by the wasp monster. Memory flooded back, and KeEscapes recalled his gruesome dismemberment. Only then did Wang Ke tell him that he had saved him and performed major surgery, so it was normal for his body to feel strange. KeEscapes felt somewhat relieved, but still worriedly asked, Dr. Diesel, can I still participate in the hero selection with my current body? He felt as weak as a noodle. Wang Ke pushed up his non-existent glasses and said, don't worry. Your physical condition is significantly better than before. It's just that your nervous system hasn't adapted yet. By the way, there's still over a month until the next hero selection. Just train hard and get used to your new body. KeEscapes sighed in relief, but the next moment he caught the key word. Wait, doctor, did you just say modified person? Does that mean I'm not human anymore? The syringe tail behind Wang Ke swayed, delivering the final verdict. Well, 73% of your organs have been replaced or modified, plus a few extra parts. By that standard, you can indeed be considered not a normal human. KeEscapes was instantly petrified. Several months later, KeEscapes finally accepted the fact that he had transformed into a high-tech being and was released by Wang Ke. Meanwhile, Wang Ke used the data obtained from KeEscapes to undergo another modification himself. This time, he finally managed to preserve his repeatedly growing and shedding little member. Although it was still short and small and not functional yet, Wang Ke was so excited that he cried tears of joy, looking up to the sky and howling. Indeed, a little flesh down there brings a man security. To reward himself, he decided to take a trip to City Z, hoping to find his idol, Saitama, who still had hair. He scanned City Z with a drone and soon discovered a monster. Strangely, the surrounding citizens were completely unfazed. He approached and realized, to his surprise, that it was the boxer who had turned into a monster after practicing against a light bulb. The same one that Saitama had effortlessly defeated on his 300th day of training in the comics. Wang thought to himself, what a lucky break. If he kept an eye on this guy, how could he not find Saitama? However, he noticed that this guy was currently quite weak, barely at wolf-level strength. He inferred that this guy was likely to evolve further. The DNA of the research fanatic was stirred. This was living monster, evolution material. So, Wang immediately began his reckless actions. He secretly placed 2 soda cans in the boxing gym, filled with colorless and odorless gas. This substance could induce extreme excitement. The boxer monster, already in a frenzy of exercise, inhaled the gas and, in less than 10 minutes, knocked himself out from overexertion. Wang quickly stepped forward, drew blood, took samples, and implanted a microlocator, performing the entire operation fluidly. In the following days, he returned daily, timing his visits to knock out the light bulb monster and collect data with microrobots. For convenience, he even built a new laboratory on the outskirts of City Z. But he never expected that frequenting the riverbank would inevitably get his shoes wet. One day, seeing on the monitor that the light bulb monster had fainted and hadn't gotten up for half a day, he thought something unusual had happened and rushed over to check. As a result, it turned out to be a trap. As soon as he entered the door, the electric lamp monster suddenly jumped up and sent him flying with a heavy punch. Did you think I didn't notice how abnormal it was to feel dizzy from exhaustion every day? It turns out this monster, with Wang's help, not only had a significant boost in strength, but also developed a resistance to gas. I tell you, this is called a devastating calamity. Wang was completely stunned at that moment. He had internal bleeding and several broken ribs. He wanted to buy time, pleading for mercy while frantically mobilizing his cells for self-repair. But that strange person wouldn't listen at all, grabbing him and beating him relentlessly, turning Wang into a broken punching bag, spitting blood everywhere. In the end, with a loud smack, another punch hit him right in the vital spot. What Wang just barely managed to grow back, the golden egg symbolizing manly dignity and his little buddy, was smashed again. At that moment, Wang completely went crazy. Bastard, I want you to die a miserable death. He pushed his body to the limit, his tail suddenly stabbing out, injecting all the most unstable and lethal collapsing cells from within him into the electric light monster's body. The strange person instantly suffered. His muscles rolled like boiling water, veins bulging, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Meanwhile, Wang had reached his limit, seizing the brief moment of regained mobility to desperately escape back to his shabby underground laboratory in Z City. This time it had gone wrong. His internal cells were completely out of balance, triggering a chain reaction of rejection. In the well-equipped main base, he could rely on amputation and medication to suppress it. But in this broken place, there was nothing. He could only wait to die. Watching his body lose sensation inch by inch, even starting to melt, Wang knew that if he didn't take a gamble now, it would truly be over. Gritting his teeth, he injected himself with the cells he had previously collected from the electric light monster. As a result, the situation worsened. He could only give the computer a final command, instructing the drones in F City to urgently send all his cell samples, Caseros, Wasp monsters, and various other random primitive cells, straight to Z City. Then, the small robots in the laboratory injected this hodgepodge along with various nutrient solutions into Wang's body. It was completely reckless, but it was his only chance of survival. In his sleep, he entrusted everything to fate. On the other side, the electric light rope monster, under Wang's poisonous influence, underwent super evolution. Its physique became more streamlined, its eyes sharp, and its strength surged close to ghost level. It charged onto the streets, tearing down buildings with its bare hands, arrogantly claiming to be a disaster-level god. Just as it was boasting about wanting to fight a human, a young man in sportswear, that's right, it's Saitama, ambushed it from behind. However, the monster reacted incredibly quickly, countering with a punch that sent Saitama flying, and with another shock punch, it blasted him into a river hundreds of meters away, leaving his fate unknown. After knocking Saitama away, the monster suddenly sensed something, abruptly turning around and punching a nearby building. As the dust settled, it saw a brand new figure. At that moment, Wang also awakened from his slumber. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw chaos in Z City on television. And the culprit was the super electric light monster he had created. He didn't have time to check his new body and rushed directly to the scene. The rope monster looked at him and laughed. "Oh, you changed your skin, huh? But I have to thank you. I'm invincible now. Now, Wang had completely transformed into a humanoid insect. Standing at just over 1.7 meters, his skin was covered with black spotted armor. A pair of wasp wings had grown on his back, and he had developed 2 pairs of compound eyes, with his fingers transforming into 3. The saddest part was that his little buddy had once again bid a regrettable farewell. Seeing Saitama being knocked away, Wang could doubted whether this time traveler had killed the future god, and coupled with his principle of cleaning up his own mess, he roared, "Bastard! Today I will definitely take you down. Try it if you have the guts." As soon as the words fell, the 2 monsters, no longer even resembling humans, crashed into each other. Their fists and feet collided, leaving afterimages as they fought fiercely, causing the ground to shake and suffer mutual damage. Wang was fast and could fly, but the monster's combat skills were clearly superior. The battle fell into a stalemate for a moment. At that moment, drones from the Hero Association were live-streaming this ghost-level battle from above. At the association's headquarters, an officer named Shichi watched the footage, feeling overwhelmed, urgently dispatching A-rank heroes while being grateful that these 2 monsters were fighting each other, giving them time to evacuate the civilians. But before he could finish, a subordinate reported, "Sir, the drone has been spotted. The footage is cut off. On the battlefield, the rope monster casually smashed a drone with a rock, then grinned at Wang Ku. All right, the flies are all cleared away. Let's continue." Rope shot punch. It lunged forward with a powerful straight punch. But Wang seized the opportunity, grabbing the monster's wrist with one hand while striking towards its face with the other. Little did he know, this was actually a trap. The rope monster's other ready fist suddenly changed direction, preparing to clash directly with Wang Ku's punch. I'll tell you, at the moment our fists connected, there was a loud bang, and we actually fought to a standstill. But that didn't make sense. Logically, his strength should be greater than mine. That guy chuckled, realizing he was waiting for me. "Little bug, you took the bait." He unleashed a move called the rope pull impact punch, aiming to finish me off. Sure enough, he was deliberately stalling, waiting for me to stabilize my position before launching his follow-up attack. A massive force pushed towards me, tried to shove me directly into the nearby ruins and flatten me. How naive you are. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. With a fierce flap of my wings, we both lost our balance and started dancing in midair. Just when he was confused, the hidden needle tail I had sprang out and shot straight for his neck. He reacted quickly, trying to dodge, but didn't completely avoid it. Instead of hitting his neck, it plunged into his left arm with a squelch. All right, plans can't keep up with changes. I was ready to explode today. I didn't care about the consequences and went straight for it, not worrying about anything else. I just wanted to drain his bodily fluids first. In just a few seconds, that guy's left hand shriveled up like dehydrated vegetables. He screamed in pain and retaliated with a punch that sent me flying. "Damn bug, I'll tear you to pieces." On the surface, I looked calm as a dog, but inside I was panicking. "Oh, my family." I shouted at him. "What the hell are you so arrogant about? You only have one hand now, and you still think you can beat me?" In fact, I was about to collapse. The stuff I inhaled couldn't be expelled and was swirling chaotically in my body, and the rejection reaction was coming back. The creature pulling the strings was also starting to panic. Having lost a hand, it was considering whether to run away. But then it suddenly realized something was off. Hey, why isn't this kid pressing the advantage? Its brain suddenly lit up. It probably remembered the last time I used my tail and ran away. Goodness, it figured it out. Haha, so you were just bluffing? Your tail is like your cyber appendix. Once you use it, something goes wrong, right? With one sentence, it stripped me bare, and I couldn't even pretend anymore. The next second, I was stomped to the ground by it, and with a crack. My left hand was literally torn off. But it wasn't over yet. While I was laughing maniacally and tearing at my right hand, it was shouting crazily, "I'm going to rip off your hands, feet, wings, and tail. That thing of yours was just blown to bits by me last time." How's that feel? Despairing, huh? Ha. I was really desperate at that moment. The carefully designed killing move ended up becoming my own death sentence. Just when I thought I was done for today, a movie suddenly started playing in my mind, but the protagonist wasn't me. It was that string-pulling monster. It was his memories. Damn, the rejection reaction actually stopped, and the cells began to fuse. My body seemed to be able to move. That bastard also keenly noticed it, immediately giving up on the torment, raising his fist and smashing it down on my head. Want to recover? No chance, die. Bang. Just when I thought the world had gone quiet, a lazy voice floated over. "How dare you knock me into the river?" It took me a while to come back. It feels so good not to have a toothache anymore. I opened my eyes and saw a face like a boiled egg, but the key point is, it had hair. Oh my god, it's Saitama-sensei. I immediately went from the despair of the ICU to the ecstasy of KTV, but his next sentence nearly sent me away on the spot. I thought you were human. Turns out you're just a weirdo too. Well, whatever. Let's deal with this together. Saying that, he raised his fist towards me. I was so scared that I couldn't speak properly. Wow, it's not my fault. Wait. That punch stopped less than a centimeter from my forehead. The wind from it dried the cold sweat on my face. He tilted his head and looked at me. Oh, are you a good bug monster? What the hell? I'm human. I regained some composure and quickly got up to explain. If I hadn't desperately stopped that one just now, he would have run off somewhere to kill people. He looked at the corpse with suspicion, and upon seeing it, oh no, his arm is deflated, and there are my claw marks on him, he believed me. Then he left a remark, no need to thank me. I'm just a hero driven by curiosity, and poof, he disappeared. I stood there dumbfounded. I was gonna ask where you live, man, so I could go pick up. Cough, cough, gather materials later. Forget it, as long as I'm alive, that's good. I carried the corpse of the rope monster, and quickly slipped away. Back at my lair, I immediately did a full body scan. Good news, I got stronger. Bad news, I'm getting further from being human. Now I'm basically a bug human. But the biggest gain this time? I found out that injecting my unstable cells into the rope monster's body not only didn't cause it to collapse, but evolved even more powerfully. Family, who understands? This is like showing me a clear path. Monster evolution can stabilize my BUG. What's even more incredible is that when I used my tail to absorb his brain, I actually downloaded his muscle memory for fighting. Isn't that much faster than enrolling in a class to learn fighting? I could directly transform into a boxing champion on the spot. I immediately set up a crazy transformation plan for myself. A few days later, I went out to find some small monsters to practice on. Instead of impact punches, made them cry out for their mothers. But this move was too taxing on my arm. My self-made left arm cracked after the fight, and the rejection reaction kicked in again, causing my arm to start melting. Looks like I need to upgrade my equipment. Just as I was pondering this, my phone rang. It was that passionate young man, Casero, whom I had transformed before. He said he got injured fighting monsters and needed checkup. The moment he walked in and saw me like this, without a word, he directly attacked. You monster, what happened to my doctor? I was speechless, easily pinning him to the ground and rubbing him down, revealing my signature tail and reciting the secret parameters of his full-body transformation again. And he still didn't believe me. He insisted that all this was public information. I'm on fire. Are you stupid? Let me ask you the treasure I gave you. Doesn't it have a number D795 engraved on it? He was taken aback, secretly pulled down his pants to take a look, his face turned red, and he stammered. It seems, it really is you, Dr. Diesel. After examining him, I found out he had become stronger. Upon questioning, I learned that this guy had fought a monster made of expired milk a few days ago, couldn't he defeat it, and ended up drinking the bottle monster. He drank it. Then he had a night of stomach issues, and his bones were strengthened. When I looked at him, it was like looking at a living legend. Didn't your mother teach you not to eat random things? In the end, he shyly said the Hero Association wanted to meet me and collaborate. I directly refused, saying I was busy trying to figure out how to turn back into a human. After sending off this oddball, I started my experiments again. I used the little monsters I caught for experiments, trying to replicate the miracle of the rope monster, but all failed. Injecting my cells was like injecting a deadly poison. They died super quickly. Just as I was preparing to catch some high-level specimens to study, the news came on TV. Z City has seen 170,000 cicada larvae. I immediately perked up. Isn't this a classic early dungeon from Saitama-sensei? The opportunity has come, whether it's to collect materials or find the teacher's address. I must go on this trip. I hurried to City Z, found a tall building, took out my binoculars, and watched the scene unfold. Below, there were 3 heroes, each worse than the last, especially the one called the Dark Flame Dragon Blade User, whose cringy lines made me want to dig my toes into the ground and create a 3-bedroom apartment. I'm not in a hurry, just waiting for Saitama-sensei to come for One Punch Man, and I can go down to pick up the scraps. Sure enough, it wasn't long before that familiar figure in a tracksuit appeared. I thought I couldn't just wait idly. So I took out my drone and flew it over to deliver a little note that said, "An old friend has a request. Please follow the drone's lead." He was indeed confused. I tell you, that bald guy was just standing there looking around, like a child who can't find his mother. I thought this wouldn't do. The efficiency was too low, so I had the drone spit out another note. "Dude, stop looking around. I'm talking about you. You're following these people to a shelter, not to fight monsters." Goodness, as soon as he saw the note, he instantly understood. He took 2 steps forward, casually grabbed a passerby, and asked, "Where are we going?" The passerby, out of breath, replied, "To the shelter, I guess." He said, "Oh," and then wandered back to the end of the line. I watched anxiously as I quickly maneuvered the drone to lead him through twists and turns, and finally, we met in a small alley. Just as I was about to greet him, "Hey, hello," before I could finish my sentence, someone from my family understood, and a punch came straight to my face. I was startled and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Big brother, don't hit. I'm one of you." I released the drone. Fortunately, that fist stopped just a few centimeters from the tip of my nose, and I could feel my eyebrows being blown up. Teacher Saitama looked at me expressionlessly. "Aren't you a weirdo? Then who are you?" I broke into a cold sweat and quickly explained, "My name is Diesel. I'm not a weird person. A few days ago, when you were fighting that boxer freak, you saved my life, don't you remember?" He crossed his arms and, after thinking for a long time with his bald head tilted, suddenly realized, "Oh, that bug freak. My heart is shattered. Let me tell you, I'm a cool cyborg. Not a bug, okay? I can only patiently say, this is a modification, not a mutation. I've been looking for you just to repay your life-saving grace." As soon as he heard repay, he immediately waved his hand. No need, just a hero out of interest. After saying that, he turned to leave, looking so carefree. I was anxious. Can this thigh let him run away? I blurted out the fateful spell. "I invite you to a high-end beef hot pot." As soon as the words left my mouth, let me tell you, his carefree back suddenly froze. He turned around, and on that boiled egg face, an unprecedented look of hesitation appeared. "Well, then I'll reluctantly agree to you. The big stone in my heart has finally been set down. But the important matter is urgent," so I quickly reminded him. "Hey, before we eat hot pot, shouldn't we deal with that destructive monster in Z City first?" He slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I almost forgot. Where is it? I'm going now. My drone is already keeping an eye on it. I'll lead the way. By the way, you can call me Diesel. I'm Saitama, a hero out of interest." The next part was simple. Under the precise navigation of my drone, Saitama went over and gave it a punch, and the world was peaceful again. Then I took him back to my secret laboratory in Z City, where the hot pot was bubbling away, and my collection robot quietly packaged and dragged away the monster's body outside. Let me tell you, this operation was incredibly smooth. By the time the Hero Association arrived, there were only a few remnants left. At the dinner table, I began to tell him my tragic backstory. Back in the day, I was also an ordinary person, captured by an evil organization for experiments, turning into this ghastly form, lonely and unable to integrate into society. So I have been researching the bodies of monsters, hoping to find a way to turn back into a human, because the cells in my body. I'm laying the groundwork for emotions when Saitama suddenly choked, pounded his chest twice, swallowed the meat in his mouth, and then stared at me expressionlessly. Compress it to within 20 words. "Well, there's really no way to chat today. I can only be concise. I collect monster corpses to study how to turn back into humans." He just said, "Oh," and reached for the hot pot again, totally not listening. As soon as I saw that it wouldn't work, I decided to sweeten the deal. I tentatively asked, "Mr. Saitama, you're so strong. Would you be interested in participating in my research?" There's compensation. He had his mouth stuffed full and mumbled indistinctly, "I'm not interested in being sliced." No, not sliced." I quickly waved my hands. "It's just a simple body data collection, like a pre-employment medical checkup. Very easy. Just a chest x-ray and a blood draw or something. I'll give you 100,000. 100,000? His chopsticks, which were holding meat, paused in midair. From his ravenous eating, I could tell that this guy was dirt poor. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I quickly added more incentives. Yes, just a heart electrocardiogram test, a few physical tests, and after drawing blood, I'll even prepare some nutritional supplements for you. You can have whatever you like." At this point, he was completely tempted. I immediately brought out the best equipment from my base in City Z, some of which were even urgently transported from City F. But guess what? The first step went wrong. None of the needles I prepared, whether they were titanium alloy or some other high-tech materials, could penetrate his skin. They all bent as if they had hit diamond. I was stunned at the time. Even though I wasn't bald yet, my defense was already maxed out. There was no choice. I could only take blood last. After completing the other tasks, I gritted my teeth and, risking it all, used my own hard and sharp needle tail. With all my strength, I barely managed to prick a small hole in his arm and finally obtained the precious blood sample. The cost was that my proud tail tip was completely deformed. When I sent Saitama-sensei away, my face turned pale. As soon as I returned to the lab, I was rolling in pain on the ground. I tell you, I really tried hard to control it. But there was still a tiny bit of Saitama's blood that uncontrollably seeped into my veins. That feeling was incredible. It felt like someone poured an entire pot of magma into my bloodstream, and all my cells were screaming and going berserk. It was 1,000 times more intense than any rejection reaction I had experienced before. I was in so much pain that I had no choice but to think of the larval cells of that 170,000 year cicada I had collected earlier, thinking that since it was highly stable, it might help suppress the reaction. As a result, dear friends, this was simply drinking poison to quench thirst. I injected a little into myself, and just when I felt a moment of relief, the tearing pain doubled back the next second. I went crazy at that moment and rushed to the corpse of that larval monster, using my tail to suck it in vigorously. Watching the larval corpse turn into a desiccated husk, my body began to swell like a balloon. The newly installed humanoid left arm exploded with a bang, and what flew out wasn't red blood, but yellow-green mucus. Now, the strange liquid in my body found an outlet and surged out madly from my severed arm, quickly engulfing me entirely. I hurriedly tried to get the mechanical arm to drag me out, but the lab's wiring had been destroyed by the earlier explosion, and there was no response at all. I watched helplessly as the yellow-green liquid flooded the entire laboratory, mixing with various potions, nutrient solutions, the strange samples I had previously extracted, and even that little bit of Saitama's blood. Then, a corroded wire fell into the liquid, and with a sizzling sound, high-voltage electricity instantly coursed through my body. I only felt the darkness before my eyes and completely lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it was already months later. I found myself wrapped in a huge cocoon. When I broke free and looked down, wow, I had turned back into a human. Although I still had a retractable tail and some insect-like patterns on my chest and belly, the most important thing was my little brother was back. My confidence as a man had returned. Just as I was feeling a wave of emotions, the doorbell rang. It was a B-level hero named KeEscapes, whom I had previously helped with biological modifications. He came looking for me after not hearing from me for a few months. We joked over the intercom before I let him in. As soon as he entered my empty underground laboratory, he was stunned. "Doctor, did you get robbed?" I can only smile bitterly. There was an accident, and the equipment was all scrapped. He came this time to ask me to come out of retirement and help the Hero Association treat a few heroes who were disabled in the line of duty. I originally didn't want to get involved with the association, but when I heard they were willing to provide me with a full set of new equipment and even build me a research facility, I immediately changed my mind. Okay, it's not impossible. When I arrived at the Hero Association's hospital, the first few patients were quite simple, just wanting to return to their original state with no challenges. But the last one, a B-class hero named George the Hammer Wrestler, piqued my interest a bit. This guy fought tooth and nail against a monstrous villain to protect kindergarten children and ended up completely paralyzed. But he didn't want to become a machine. Instead, he wanted me to enhance him biologically, as he wanted greater strength to protect others. Let me tell you, at that time his wife and kids were beside him. The kind of determined look in their eyes as a family, that glow of happiness nearly blinded this single dog of mine. I immediately came up with a plan. Replace the damaged spinal cord and nerves, strengthen the skeletal muscles, and then inject a special enhancer. Once the surgery was completed, strength, speed, and endurance would all double. I even promised him that he could stand up again today. The doctors and nurses from the hospital next to us were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out, looking at me as if I were a deity. After finishing with George, the association staff took me to see the last patient. Along the way, the staff repeatedly emphasized to me, "Dr. Diesel, the next one has a bit of a temper, so please be understanding." Even KeEscapes found an excuse to slip away, and before leaving, he looked at me with a pained expression and said, "Doctor, be careful." I thought to myself, how big of a deal could it be? It's just a C-level hero, right? But as soon as I walked into the hospital room, I saw a girl lying on the bed with a scarred face and one blind eye. The moment she saw me, her first words were, "Oh, a virgin has come. So, you, the virgin who will be a virgin for life, are my new doctor?" I exploded on the spot. Okay, I just grew it out. Why do you say I'll be a virgin for the rest of my life? I was just about to argue when the girl suddenly jumped off the bed, walked straight up to me, and said in a strange tone, "Doctor, let's go pick cherries today." I still hadn't reacted to what it meant to pick cherries when the association staff next to me shouted in horror, "Dr. Diesel, watch out." In the next moment, I understood why KeEscapes was in so much pain. Because right now, I was truly in agony. One hand, swift as lightning, accurately grabbed my recently recovered lifeline. At that moment, I felt a surge of electricity shoot from my tailbone straight to the top of my head, and my whole body froze. The scattered documents on the ground revealed that this C-level troublemaker had a grip strength of 300 kilograms. So, what I felt at that moment was, oh. I could only let out a series of desperate cries like a rooster crowing. That delinquent big sister had no sincerity at all as she apologized, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally crushed the cherry. It seems you really have to remain a virgin forever, haha. I tell you, when I was lying in the hospital bed, listening to those doctors chattering outside, I really felt like I was about to disappear. What were they saying? Oh, poor Dr. Diesel, they said. I heard that the female hero doesn't trust him and insists that he has to heal himself before she will let him treat her. Yeah, I also heard that the female hero was hurt by some strange doctor, so her reaction was so intense. Who understands, family? I was hit both physically and mentally. I just woke up and found out the whole hospital was spreading rumors that my eggs had shattered. My manhood was gone. Even when I was in a coma, they were taking pictures and watching. I was so pissed. I had actually already given myself a shot with memory cells, and I recovered in an hour, completely intact. But how do I prove that now? I can't just take it out in public and show everyone, can I? That would be perverted, right? Just when I was about to explode, that Casero came in, looking all concerned and asking how I was. I just blew up. I'm fine. Fully recovered. What kind of look is that? What? You? A pervert. Want to take a look too? He shuddered in fright and quickly changed the subject, starting to read from his script. The association is very sorry for your unfortunate experience, and we will definitely punish the villain severely for the sake of the law. I was annoyed as soon as I heard it. All right, stop reciting. I'll do the surgery I promised, but I want double compensation. All equipment and materials. Send me double. So are we now. I'll do surgery on George first, and then I'll deal with the other three easily. I smirked, staring at him. As for that female lunatic, I'll tell you, I'll heal her first, then destroy her. Heal her again, and turn her into a man. In the end, I'll crush her eggs myself. Casero's face turned pale instantly. He probably thought I was really crazy, wanting to advise me, but too scared to do so, looking really uncomfortable. Wow, from that day on, a legend began to circulate in the hospital. A poor doctor with his eggs crushed, enduring great pain, managed to complete several legendary surgeries. And that so-called picture of the crushed eggs was kept as legendary evidence. Until one dark night, it was stolen by a mysterious shadow. Of course, that shadow was me. You think that's the end? There's even crazier stuff ahead. That bad lady boss, after wearing down the people at the Hero Association, finally agreed to accept my surgery. What happened next? This lady was really a criminal. She pretended to be anesthetized, and as I was halfway through the surgery, she suddenly jumped up from the operating table and ran away. I was just about to give her the luxurious 23-centimeter Great Compassion Mantra package that I had carefully prepared, and she ran away. I was so angry that I chased after her, shouting, "Bastard, stop right there. Are you kidding me? We haven't even finished the transformation, and you're running away so fast." I was so tired that I was leaning against a tree, gasping for breath when Casero's call came in. "Dr. Diesel, what's going on? How did the bad big sister escape?" I shouted angrily. She ran away. Hurry up and bring her back. Her transformation isn't finished yet. What? Is she in danger? What stage is the surgery at? I just replaced her eyes and arms and gave her a strengthening injection. The rest couldn't be done in time. Oh, then she should be out of life-threatening danger, and her wounds can heal on their own. So we can relax, right? Don't you dare relax. Hurry up and find her for me. Other surgeries can be skipped, but I must attach that big thing to her. I have something to do, doctor. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Damn. That bastard actually hung up on me. There's nothing I can do. Since she ran away, I can only let it go for now. I returned to my new base in City F and started tinkering with the equipment sent by the Hero Association. Upon inspection, hey, sure enough, there's a back door. That old peeping Tom, Metal Knight, really is something else. But I don't care. I'm just here to take advantage. Planning to copy a bit and directly cut off all networks of physical disconnection. Just a one-time use and throw away. The artificial intelligence reminded me of phone calls and emails. What police station, Hero Association, university invitations. I ignored them all. That idiot Casero dared to hang up on me. Don't even think I'll answer. Now it's time for me to get down to business. I want to test my latest achievement, the 3rd generation nanoworms. Once this thing succeeds, I can undergo the ultimate transformation, selectively repairing and merging the cells in my body, and directly ascend on the spot. Output exceeding the historical highest level, energy overflow of 23. The stability of a nanoworm shell meets the standards. The experiment is a great success. Let me tell you, once this works, not only can I evolve myself, but I can also inject this thing into other people, inducing them to mutate and providing me with more research materials. Just thinking about it excites me. Once I've created enough nanoworms, I feel capable again, and I'm ready to go out and stretch my muscles. My first target is a martial artist named Balwin, who can emit electricity. It sounds pretty cool. Nicknamed Electric Fist. I hacked into the TV station's database, found his address, and went straight to his door. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking me? Baldwin looked completely confused. I wore a mask and spoke in a suppressed voice. I've watched your matches, and I'm very interested in you. Let's spar a bit. Without saying a word, he charged at me, crackling with electricity. I let him take 3 swings first to experience his electric punches. To be honest, it felt like being hit by an electric mosquito racket. Is that it? The power was much lower than I expected. Once he used up his special moves, I stopped pretending. I'll only give you 30 points. This is too boring. I brushed off the dust from my clothes and said, if it weren't for wanting to experience your special moves, you wouldn't even land a single punch on me. His eyes widened like copper bells. Impossible. Who are you? If you could take my punch, I'll tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed by, and he fell asleep. Next, I started my martial artist hunting side quest. Wearing a mask, I fought anyone I encountered and learned from them. Boxing, wrestling, leg techniques, anyone I fought I could imitate, and my power was several times greater than the original. I even extracted Baldwin cells for myself and equipped a discharging feature, which was over 10 times more powerful than his. However, things went awry. I accidentally attracted that Bongu from the Flowing Rock Fist. Goodness, an S-class hero. Too much to handle. I almost met my end and had to escape quickly. Looks like this hunting activity needs to come to a halt. With nothing to do at home, I figured the new season of the Super Fighting Championship was about to start. It's so boring to cultivate in seclusion. It's much more interesting to fight in matches. I got a fierce-looking human face mask, donned a martial arts outfit, and registered under the alias Old Kai of Eichung Fist. In my first match, my opponent was someone named Zach. Right from the start, he threatened me. If I win this first battle, I'm going to confess. As soon as I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh and shot back. You should think about how to avoid embarrassing yourself. The barking of a single dog is useless. And chances are you failed to get a partner today. He was immediately enraged. As soon as the match started, he charged at me like a mad bull. I played hide and seek the whole time, my feet slippery as if they were oiled. He couldn't even touch the edge of my clothes. The commentator outside kept shouting, "Oh, player Lao Kai is being completely suppressed. The situation is critical." I was really speechless. Is he blind? When his stamina was almost exhausted, I grabbed his wrist and lightly said, "Now I'm going to start my attack." Then I pushed him away with some force, followed by a series of punches. At first, he could block a few, but later I got faster and he couldn't keep up. With the last punch, I sent him flying out of the ring. The commentator started again. What a brilliant tactic. Player Lao Kai wins through his physical advantage. I really couldn't be bothered to comment. The most frustrating part was when the commentator said, although player Zakis lost, his indomitable spirit touched the girl he likes, and she has agreed to date him. What the heck? Wait, he can find a partner after this. I won the match, and he won at life? Is there any justice left in this world? It made me so angry I could grind my teeth. In the second match, there was a guy named Gatlin, who had infinite combos and was really fast. In under 100 seconds, he knocked out a wrestler. The commentator started again, talking about overwhelming strength. It was clearly good tactics. This guy specifically targeted the weaknesses of newcomers. But I could tell, compared to when I hunted him last time, he had only increased his speed. His strength hadn't kept up, just pure scraping, going the wrong way. Soon, it was my turn to face Gatlin. As soon as the match started, he unleashed a storm of combos on me. The commentator was there analyzing randomly. Player Lao Kai is consuming a lot of stamina, forced into a desperate situation, unable to find a chance to counterattack. But in reality, he was there huffing and puffing while I felt like I was just taking a walk. I could dodge his rain of punches with a single step. His footwork in front of me was like slow motion. As I watched him start to pant, I was getting a bit impatient. Just as he hesitated about whether to retreat, I suddenly spoke up. If your opponent's speed and skill are above yours, shouldn't you consider using other methods like relying on strength to suppress you, buddy? As soon as I finished speaking, this guy jumped at me like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, yelling something about "Who do you think you are? Don't preach to me," and so on. Family, who understands? I was clearly trying to give him some good advice, but he didn't appreciate it at all. That commentator was also a character. Let me tell you, he was fanning the flames, saying that I was using trash talk to disturb my opponent, and that it wasn't fair play. What era is this? Still pulling that moral high ground nonsense? Ridiculous. Fine, since you can't understand human speech, I'll make it clearer for you. I dodged his pathetic punches with a quick move, and then bam, the iconic moment came. I jumped right into his fist. 1 step, 2 steps. Stepping on the shadows of his punches, I walked up the air stairs. Gatling was completely stunned, his eyes wide like saucers, shouting, "How is this possible?" He desperately tried to knock me down with combos, but I was steady as a rock, just stepping higher and higher on his fists. It was over. When I reached the highest point, I lifted my leg, and then, bam, one kick, just one kick. It broke his shoulder, and he passed out on the spot. 1 minute, less than a minute for the whole thing. The audience was dumbfounded. In their eyes, I had been getting beaten down, and then suddenly jumped up and knocked him out in one blow. It wasn't until that idiot commentator was reminded by Master Bongpu to slow-mo my ladder-kicking move from every angle that the crowd went wild. The commentator immediately changed his tune, calling me the biggest dark horse, his face changing faster than flipping a page. Now, I had become the center of attention. The audience was going crazy, saying that this old Kai was too fierce, that even the last champion, Baoshan, might not be his match, and they were even shouting for others to stop fighting and just let me face Baoshan in the finals. My opponent in the next round was a real person too. Seeing the situation, he directly forfeited, haha, I got a free round. Then I faced that snakebite fist snake. This guy's a professional fighter and looks quite impressive. Before going on stage, we exchanged fist bumps as a greeting, and then the commentator started getting emotional, talking about the mutual respect between martial artists. Please, I just thought this guy was trying to show off, making us look like we were high-level fighters. As soon as the match started, I acted out of character and took the initiative to attack, throwing a set of combination punches to test him out. And guess what? His wrists were as flexible as if they had no bones, soft like a snake, and he easily neutralized all my punches in just a few moves. Then he countered and wrapped around my arm like a python, locking it in place. I lost my balance and bam, a heavy punch landed right on my chest. I flew out like a cannonball. The whole audience thought I was done for. They even brought out a stretcher. But I just brushed off the dust and stood up, completely unharmed. Just kidding, I wanted to personally experience the power of his punches and gather some data. Snake's expression was like he had seen a ghost. He was dumbfounded, mumbling that I was a monster. I told him, come again. Then I started to act as a human punching bag, letting him hit me as he pleased. I noted down all his strange moves like the snake-style claw and the entangling choke. Let me tell you, this guy has some skills, but unfortunately, he's trying to use a well-decorated house to crash into a tank. Our racial values are just not on the same level. Once I had gathered enough data, I said, all right, that's enough. I released my aura, and in 30 seconds, I returned all the moves he had just used on me, doubled. Finally, with one last tiger claw, I sent him flying out of the ring. The old referee, Mr. Bomb, had sharp eyes and noticed I was using what I had just learned. However, what he didn't see was that with that last move, I not only hit him, but also injected a bit of good stuff into his body, considering it tuition to help him strengthen and enhance his potential. Doing good deeds without leaving a name, that's just how it is. While I was in the bathroom, my semifinal opponent, the last champion Baoshan, quickly defeated his opponent. That guy was someone I had secretly strengthened, yet he didn't even make a splash. He really is a lost cause. Finally, it was the finals. I stood face to face with Baoshan. This guy was incredibly arrogant, coming right at me with harsh words. Kid, show me all your hidden moves, or you won't even know how you lost. I laughed at that moment. If I reveal everything, you won't even have a chance to perform. With the referee's command, the match began. Wang, in an instant, he was right in front of me. That speed, that power was on a completely different level. His kicks were like howling demons, and his punches were like those of a fierce ghost, coming at me with a ka sound. Let me tell you, my body, which was at a monstrous level, was instantly broken in several places by his strikes. Finally, he delivered a knife hand strike to my head, and everything went black. I was knocked down immediately. The referee rushed in to stop the match, but I used a blink and was already behind him. The audience cursed the referee for being blind. I was feeling distressed. Oh, family. I had overestimated myself, didn't activate my defense, and took a full set of hits. I needed to buy some time to let the nanobots in my body work overtime. But the explosive mountain didn't care about that and came at me with another series of ferocious blows. Just as he was about to strike with his knife hand again, I used the defensive technique I had just learned from Snake to block it. The warm-up is over, I said coldly. I was moving my body, and there was a series of cracking sounds from my bones as they snapped back into place. Just as I was about to launch a big counterattack, my legs went weak, and I knelt on one knee with a thud. Damn, my body failed me at a critical moment. I felt like the biological computer CPU inside me was burning out, and half of my body went offline. Seeing this, Baoshan roared and charged over. I had no choice but to support myself with one hand on the ground and force my body to twist and unleash a spinning kick. In that instant, there was a sizzling sound, and all the electronic devices, screens, and cameras in the venue erupted in static. When the picture cleared, I'd already flown out of the arena, and although Baoshan was still standing, he collapsed the next second. In the end, the referee declared him the winner. But the champion was unconscious on the spot, while I, the runner-up, limped away, leaving a mess behind. What kind of situation is this? It was just that I had been collecting data, getting beaten, and forcibly repairing myself, having too much fun, which resulted in an overload of my internal system and chaotic nerve signals. That last kick was a half-baked electromagnetic pulse kick. I couldn't control it well, and ended up EMPing both Baoshan and all the electrical devices in the venue. I didn't care about the championship prize at all. I just wanted to hurry back to the lab to recuperate. One interesting move, though. An old voice came from behind me. Wow, it startled me. I didn't even notice someone sneaking up behind me. Turning around, I saw the old referee, Bong Pu. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I am Bong Pu, the special judge of the event. This old man, leaving the closing ceremony aside, quietly followed me and even asked if I needed help. I joked with him. Is it really okay for you to leave like this? Rather than being a bother, you make me feel quite intrigued. What a curious old man. I felt a bit helpless. Not just curious. Let me tell you, this old man is practically a sly fox. He saw my speechless expression and secretly enjoyed himself. Then spoke, leaving me in silence with one sentence. He said, my brother, the one with the flowing shattered rock fist, Bongu, mentioned a masked man who hunts martial artists everywhere. That person, is it you? At that moment, I just felt a tactical retreat, and my heart skipped a beat. What masked man? I've never heard of him. Is he very powerful? I immediately switched to actor mode, pretending to be clueless. Come on. Attacking martial artists everywhere and taking people for experiments. How could I admit to that? If I did, I would definitely be done for on the spot. But the next second, I didn't even blink. I felt a cool breeze blow over my head, and my handsome face mask was directly ripped off by him. That old man had a ghostly speed that nearly scared the shit out of me. He held my mask, grinning as he asked, young people nowadays just don't like to tell the truth. But this thing of yours is quite real. I've never seen one like it. It can't be real human skin, can it? Who understands family? That tone, that gaze, I felt my neck go cold. The killing intent was almost palpable. I immediately backed down. Seconds later, I quickly explained. High-tech chemical materials. Pursuing realism. Definitely not human skin. If you don't believe me, take it for identification. In the face of absolute strength. Any tough talk is just a paper tiger. I spilled everything. All right, I'm the masked man you mentioned. The old man saw me back down, pleased, and started to lecture me about my lack of manners, saying he had introduced himself for so long, and I was still hiding. I didn't dare to use Old Kai's fake name to fool him anymore, so I had to reveal the name Diesel and pulled out the banner of the Hero Association, saying I had treated heroes before, which made the killing intent on him subside. Then, he actually invited me to his dojo for tea and a chat. Inside, I felt so frustrated. Dude, I just finished a fight with the Deep Sea King. My body was about to fall apart. And you want to drink tea? I quickly made an excuse, saying I was unwell, that it was a scientist's matter, and I needed to return to the lab to resolve it. Before leaving, that old man even gave me a parting shot, smiling coldly as he said, then I'll wait for you for a few days. Young people nowadays, if they keep disappointing the elderly, they'll have to be taught a lesson. I spit. Is this a lesson for me? This is an outright threat. I didn't dare to stay even a second longer, fearing he would pull some trick again, so I hurriedly sped back to my laboratory. Do you think this is the end of it? A few days later, I obediently went to his dojo. It wasn't that I wanted to go. It was because that old man had directly dismantled the defense robot at my lab's entrance in a Lego blocks the day before. This isn't an invitation. This is a declaration of war. When I arrived at his shabby dojo, without saying a word, we started practicing. I unleashed all my moves like the impact fist, electric fist, snakebite fist, and I was exhausted like a dog. And what was the result? That old man was as slippery as an eel. I couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Feeling that the timing was right, he told me to use my ultimate move. Fine. I was fired up and had to show this old man a thing or two. I charged up and unleashed a developing 8-burst fist towards him in midair. The result? Good heavens, he countered with a whirlwind iron fist. My shockwave was so powerful, but when it met his fist's wind, it vanished like fireworks. Poof. Then, he directly wrapped me up with that whirlwind. He even said, with your level, you shouldn't die from this, probably. Probably your head. At that moment, I felt countless blades scraping against my body. That old man really wanted to kill me. I was so scared my soul almost flew away. Desperately spinning against the direction of the whirlwind, channeling all the electricity and strength in my body to the max, and struck out with 8-burst fists simultaneously. With a loud bang, that damned whirlwind was finally shattered, and I, completely drained of all my strength, collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Then the more ridiculous thing happened. I threw up. A top-tier, bioengineered, human-modified with various high-tech, was actually made to vomit by him. This is simply my biggest disgrace of 2025. I lay on the ground, gagging, feeling like life had turned gray. That old man, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, poured 2 cups of tea by a big rock, and said casually, "Don't just lie there like a corpse. Come over and have a cup of tea. Once you drink it, you won't throw up." Oh, how did I end up throwing up? So, they say today's youth lack exercise. After I calmed down, I walked over, sat down, and picked up the teacup to drink. I have to say, the tea tastes really good. It makes me feel much better. While I was drinking, I secretly managed to get a little tea into my biological pouch to analyze its components. As a result, he caught me again. Young people should be polite. When drinking tea, don't be distracted. I was so angry at that moment that I blurted out, "But you old fool, just almost killed me. How can you expect me to be polite to you?" As soon as I finished speaking, he swung his hand down like a knife. This time I was prepared, blocking with both hands, while the needle in my back shot toward him. "You cunning little brat." He easily caught my tail, kicked me, and there I went flying again. Since my shirt was already torn, he probably saw my modifications and wasn't surprised at all that I had grown a tail. "All right, you little brat. If you're not dead, come over here and listen to me for a moment." I coughed for a long time and slowly approached. He started to give me a lesson, saying that my 8 strikes fist was interesting but had too many flaws, and then surprisingly wanted to teach me his whirlwind iron fist. I was stunned at that moment. What was this old man up to? Was he going to beat me up and then give me a sweet date? I said my main profession is a scientist, and I don't have time to practice martial arts every day. As a result, he said coming 2 or 3 days a week would be fine, and then he gave me an evaluation standard. After 20 months, I would have to spar with him or someone he designated, and if I could survive, I would pass. Survive to pass. Family, does this sound like something a normal person would say? But I agreed on the spot, and even stubbornly said it was too easy. Are you kidding me, 20 months? That's 1 year and 8 months. By then, the main storyline of One Punch Man will have started, and I'll be picking up materials behind the bald guy, ready to turn you into a god-level monster in no time. At that point, who takes care of whom is still uncertain. Seeing me taking advantage of the situation and acting coy, the old man was too lazy to waste words. After finishing his tea, he said, "Let's start practicing now. Work hard to survive." What? Wait, don't rush it, wow. That afternoon, my miserable screams became the background music for the entire whirlwind/iron fist dojo. The scene shifted back to my happy old home, the laboratory. I caught a wolf-level monster and injected it with my mutated cells, watching it melt, reorganize, and turn into a muscle lump. Then I injected it with all sorts of colorful potions. Yes, I am that kind of morally upright mad scientist. This time, I tried something new and implanted data about the snakebite fist into its brain. Then I put it in a huge empty room and changed into battle gear in front of it. When enemies meet, they glare at each other fiercely. It roared that it wanted to tear me apart and really took the stance of the snakebite fist to attack me. I smiled with satisfaction. In the next second, my veins bulged as I grabbed its wrist with both hands, twisting it into a pretzel with a forceful motion. After a scream, I swiftly sent it to meet its maker with a decisive chop. Let me tell you why I learned the whirlwind iron fist so quickly. I made some progress in just a week. It's because I wasn't practicing honestly at all. Every time I fought with the old man Bangpu, I secretly recorded his movement data and then had my supercomputer analyze it, ultimately downloading the optimized data straight into my brain. This is the right way to combine technology with skill. Of course, this method is a bit rigid. I know how to do it, but not why it works. I used this half-baked skill to challenge Bangpu, and every time, I was easily defeated. But that's okay. Martial arts are just my hobby. My main focus is scientific research. And that's my shortcut to becoming stronger and my way of self-rescue. Just like that wolf-level monster I dealt with earlier. Its corpse melted into a puddle of blood in less than 5 minutes after I finished it. My mutated cells are still a huge risk. Just as I was preparing to continue my experiments, something awkward happened. My experimental subjects, those 2 live wolf-level monsters, died. My lab was suddenly out of supplies. I quickly sent out a drone to look for new supplies. There are too many heroes in F City, making it difficult to take action. What about Z City? Wow, it's full of monster corpses everywhere, and the bald master is working too hard. It's just too intense. While I was pondering whether to use these corpses to create a few living monsters, the drone from E City sent back a feed. Endless seaweed. I instantly perked up. This monster seems quite interesting, so I've decided it's you. Meanwhile, the giant hammer wrestler George, whom I had modified, was in East City fighting against a tiger-level turtle monster. With the rocket hammer I gave him, he finally smashed that turtle's head. Then the Hero Association people showed up, insisting on taking him to a press conference. Just as they were about to leave, another new monster appeared, and George took off in a hurry to deal with the new disaster, leaving the publicity team furious. But none of this concerns me, because in another corner of the city, I have already cornered my target, endless seaweed. We faced off in a narrow alley, making sure no one was around. It looked at me, unarmed, and asked if I was too confident. I countered, asking if its disdain for a confident human meant it was also confident in its own strength. We were just exchanging compliments here. This kelp was quite cunning. While it talked, a strand of kelp whipped at me like a whip. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, or I would have been in deep trouble. Seeing its sneak attack fail, it unleashed a barrage of kelp tendrils that struck me like steel rods. I went all out, using my whirlwind iron fist. I blocked all its attacks with a series of hard hits. Pretty impressive, huh? A martial artist. It praised me verbally, but its hands didn't stop, continuing to launch a frenzied assault on me. But this thing was no joke. My arms were bruised and battered, looking like a domestic abuse scene. I knew I couldn't just take it head on. I quickly used the momentum from a clash to jump out of the encirclement. Looking down at my arms, wow. They were almost like stewed pork elbows, and I felt like one of my bones was cracked. Seeing that I was injured, the kelp attacked even more fiercely, with countless kelp tendrils extending to chase and hit me. But I was here die. I dodged desperately while quickly analyzing its attack patterns. Once I figured out its routine, hey, I decided to take the initiative. Why get close? Of course, to provoke it. Let me tell you, this kelp creature seemed a bit slow-witted. I directly mocked it to its face. Hey, big guy, your attacks are like scraping the back. Can you hit a bit harder? Is that all you've got? I find it very boring. Wow, that really overloaded its CPU. The kelp let out a roar, and the number of kelp strands on it doubled, with its speed and strength skyrocketing. Plus, it stopped standing still. It actually started moving. While using its kelp legs to weave around nimbly, it launched 360-degree attacks with its steel-like kelp tendrils. Now the pressure was on. I was dodging like crazy. After a few hits, I felt like I was in a washing machine, getting pounded by those kelp strands. Suddenly, I got hit, leading to a chain reaction where I was completely overwhelmed by more and more kelp tendrils. In the end, it grabbed me and used me like a human mop, rubbing me on the cement ground and against a tree, back and forth on that smooth surface. It even held me up in front of it, looking smug. Little bug. I'll break every bone in your body. I was covered in blood, but what I thought was, hey, the fish has taken a bait. I used my last bit of strength to reply. This is tougher than I imagined. Is this a type disadvantage? As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly pulled away with a loud crack, breaking free while still holding onto a broken piece of kelp. The kelp creature was stunned. What the hell? A desperate struggle? You can actually break my kelp? It didn't believe it and sent another wave of attacks my way. But soon, it realized something was off. Its kelp strands seemed to have become soft. Crack. 2 more were easily broken by me like crispy snacks. It panicked completely. What did you do? I tossed the broken kelp aside and exhaled, saying, this is what we call knowledge is power. Before, I couldn't touch you with a martial artistess approach. But now, I'm switching to a scientist mode. Only then did it realize that the kelp strands it was so proud of had somehow been coated with a sticky liquid by me. And it was that substance that made its kelp brittle and breakable. It quickly retreated in fear, shaking its body to try to shake off the liquid, still trying to act tough. Is this your trump card? I'll shake it off, and you'll be helpless. I didn't chase it. I just smiled. Your kelp can harden thanks to a special slime, right? That stuff has research value. I just made a slight modification, causing your own slime to corrode your kelp. Seeing it still with that confused expression, I sighed. It's really exhausting explaining scientific principles to a clueless monster. I charged up to it, casually smeared some of its secretion on myself, then rubbed my hands together and opened them. Hey, a liquid that could also corrode. It was freshly made in my hands. I had a built-in biosynthesizer using local materials to create on the spot, mainly using its own methods against it. Now it fully understood. The battle's dynamics had flipped in an instant. Its gaze towards me changed. From viewing a martial artist to seeing a sorcerer, it couldn't comprehend at all. Continuing this fight, it was just a walking material warehouse. Thinking of this, its will to survive surged. Countless kelp strands plunged into the ground, suddenly lifting up a face full of dirt and rocks at me. Then it turned and ran. This was no fun. I punched through the flying dirt and rocks, watching it run away, and directly chased after it. Are you kidding? I can't let such an interesting experimental subject get away. Next was the cat and mouse game. It threw stones and mud behind it to delay me while I followed closely behind, dodging and pulling kelp strands off it. An unmanned drone followed me. Collecting all the kelp strands, I pulled off like a diligent farmer gathering a harvest. Just as I was about to catch up, I positioned my hand like a blade, ready to deliver a finishing blow. The kelp creature was probably completely desperate, its eyes wide as saucers. But in the next second, the fear in its eyes suddenly turned into ecstasy. Why? Because I, the grim reaper in its eyes, was suddenly swatted away by a gigantic claw, flying through the air with a bang. What the hell? I skidded across the ground for over 10 meters, feeling like my organs had shifted. I barely managed to lift my head and saw a massive, muscular cat-like monster, its 6 eyes fixated on me, nearly drooling. At that moment, one thought filled my mind. A ghost-level Gillisnia? How could it be here? This big cat didn't even glance at the kelp beside it, as if it hadn't caught a scent. But when it turned to look at me, the drool flowed like a faucet. Oh no, this thing was a top-notch foodie, and it thought I smelled crunchy. Without hesitation, I turned and ran. Meow. That cat's meow sounded like a death knell. It sprang into action, launching itself at me like a cannonball. The kelp saw my misfortune and even dared to taunt me loudly from behind. Fool, you were just a snack for the cat. Next year on this day, I'll burn incense for you, ha ha ha. I don't have time to deal with it. That big cat is only a few meters away from me. There's no escaping now, damn it. I quickly grabbed a steel bar sticking out of the concrete next to me, performed a spinning kick to dodge its claws, and delivered a flying knee strike directly to its neck. The big cat yelped in pain, but it wasn't seriously hurt. It followed up with a high-speed charge. It was too fast. I couldn't fight back. I jumped several times to try to create some distance, but just as I landed on the 5th jump, its massive paw struck me, cutting a large gash in my side, blood spraying everywhere. Damn it. I was really furious at that moment, and I couldn't care less about anything else. My body was still in motion, and I forcibly twisted it to use that forbidden move that old Master Bongpu had warned me countless times not to use, the martial heel. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as a massive shockwave erupted. Both the big cat and I were sent flying back. Truly a case of injuring 1,000 enemies while self-damaging 800. I spat out a mouthful of blood. My insides felt like they had been electrocuted, burning with pain. The power of this move was too strong. I couldn't handle it myself. Looking at that big cat, its jaw was also injured by me, bleeding quite a bit, but it staggered back up, the ferocity in its eyes stronger than ever, at least 10 times more. This is bad. I didn't take it down. It didn't give me a moment to breathe and charged at me again. My body was already a bit unresponsive, and I could only barely use my whirlwind/iron fist to withstand it. Clang, clang, clang. I blocked 3 claws, but I ended up with more wounds on my body, and I couldn't take the 4th claw anymore. I simply went with its force, letting myself be knocked away, trying to create some distance. But it was useless. I hadn't even stabilized myself in the air when it caught up, slamming me down hard onto the ground with a paw, then opened its massive mouth and lunged for my head. In that instant, my mind went blank. Just then, a voice rang out like a heavenly sound. Rocket Hammer. The injured giant wrestler George suddenly appeared from nowhere, swinging a hammer that sent the big cat flying several meters away. Are you okay? Can you stand up? Run south quickly. I can't hold on for long. George, covered in wounds, with one clear bite mark, stood in front of me, fiercely staring at the big cat that was getting back up. He probably didn't recognize me, especially since I was wearing a mask. I crawled up from the ground, walked over to him, and asked in Dr. Diesel's voice, "Running won't help. How long until reinforcements arrive?" George was taken aback. That voice. "Who are you?" "Cut the nonsense, it's me." The big cat wasn't giving us time to catch up, charging at us again. I shouted at him, "George, flank it from both sides." "Got it." George, being the seasoned hero, rushed in from the other side without a second thought. Although the big cat had 6 eyes, its brain clearly wasn't enough, and it hesitated when we flanked it. Now's the chance. I executed a whirlwind slash, making a large gash in its belly. George successfully drew its attention and got bitten on the shoulder. I took the opportunity to spin away from its hind leg kick, and with my other hand, I plunged into the wound on its belly, stirring wildly. The big cat, in pain, let go of George, abandoning its plan to kill him. It turned and slashed my shoulder, trying to bite me. I endured the excruciating pain, used the hand inside its belly to deliver a snakebite punch, and yanked out a chunk of its intestines. The intense pain made its body stiffen, and in that precious fraction of a second, I dragged the seriously injured George away, barely creating some distance. The monstrous creature shook its head, wanting to continue the chase, but suddenly felt dizzy and weak. Hey, when I reached in, it wasn't just to pull out its intestines. I also delivered some tech and a lethal dose of poison. But I couldn't be happy. as the poison wouldn't kill it, and George was close to death. I quickly applied electrical treatment to him. George was still coughing up blood, urging me to run. "Doctor, you should go. You are the treasure of humanity." I interrupted him. "Don't jinx it. With a genius like me around, you won't die today." I wasn't just bragging because my reinforcements had arrived. 3 small missiles flew from the sky, directly hitting the big cat with a combination of sleep gas, strong adhesive, and a specially designed capture net, fully controlling it. Shortly after, a drone airdropped a first aid kit, which transformed into a small robot upon landing, starting to treat both of us. Seeing the second wave of drones with combat robots arriving, I finally relaxed and couldn't help but smile. In the end, I won. The one who laughs last is the main character. But suddenly, a sinister voice echoed. "Oh, if that's the case, then today's main character should be me." Before the words finished, several whip-like shadows flashed, and my airborne robots were instantly destroyed. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through my shoulder. It was the seaweed. The infinite seaweed that had previously escaped was back to attack when I was most relaxed. One of its tentacles drilled into the wound on my shoulder, heading straight for my heart. I quickly used my other hand to reach into the wound, desperately grabbing that tentacle. But it was useless. Its remaining tentacles instantly bound me tightly, and one even wrapped around my neck, tightening more and more. "You're seriously injured now, unable to move. How can you fight me?" It laughed maniacally in my ear. I struggled to speak, gasping for breath, and could only look up desperately. It noticed my gaze and became even more smug. "Relying on those broken planes? I've already shot them down. Now it's my turn to kill you." After saying that, countless seaweed tentacles completely engulfed me. But as soon as it wrapped around me, it felt something was off. Several tentacles went missing. It quickly pulled back to see that I had actually torn through the seaweed encirclement, gasping for air. The remaining seaweed on my neck was rapidly disintegrating due to a liquid secretion from my skin. It realized, "So you can secrete that stuff all over your body. But this is the end." It laughed maniacally as it fled, but I didn't chase it. Because before it ran, it did something fatal. It specifically threw me next to the big cat, used seaweed to lift the net off the big cat, and even deliberately provoked its wound to wake it up. Damn it, I was actually schemed against by a tiger-level monster today. This seaweed is really a crafty one. I hadn't finished cursing when the big cat roared and stood up. 4 of its 6 eyes were stuck, and the remaining 2 were blood-red and glaring at me. Then it went berserk and swatted me away with a paw. I was hanging in midair, blood spraying out like it was free, and several of my ribs were broken. This was it. I didn't even have the strength to escape. My final trump card couldn't be used due to my poor physical condition. After a series of claws, my bones were shattered like dumpling filling, and my whole body was a bloody mess. I passed out from the excruciating pain. My last memory was that massive bloody mouth getting closer and closer to me. I don't know how long it had been, but I seemed to hear the terrible scream of that big cat. Then, a voice as beautiful as a warbler emerging from the valley rang out, but its content sent chills down my spine. "You're lucky this time. After all, I'm a woman and I prefer kitties. Even if you look strange, I won't kill you. Just be a good little kitty from now on, and you'll be liked." Let me tell you, when the owner of that voice made her appearance, the visual impact was simply overwhelming, like a cigarette with dioxin levels off the charts paired with a battle-damaged baddie, shattering everyone's fantasies into pieces. Her clothes were stained with blood and dirt, and she had 2 big dark circles under her eyes, clearly someone who had just been out all night. Oh no, she had been out all night fighting monsters. Originally, she had a pretty face that was quite striking, but with this look, who would dare to approach her? She pulled out a phone, her tone lazy yet irritable, as if she were urging someone to hurry. "Hey, it's done. Quickly send someone to collect the bodies. Stop talking nonsense. That's not the one I'm looking for. Be smart about it. Send me the location of the next powerful monster. Fast." Goodness. The notorious big sister? She's back in action. The person on the other end of the line from the association seemed quite concerned about the situation. "Big sister, how's that giant hammer wrestler doing?" The heroes who were with him got seriously injured. She took a deep drag of her cigarette and impatiently replied, "I don't know any hammer." "Oh, you mean those lying on the ground? They're fine. A plane came and took them away, right?" "A plane? Did you see the insignia? Was it a rescue?" "Ugh, so annoying. Can't you check it yourselves? The insignia on that plane is from that damn doctor you hired." "Damn doctor? Is it Dr. Diesel? How could he?" The big sister probably thought the other side was too slow, so she abruptly hung up the phone. She glanced at the plane that was taking the injured away, took another drag of her cigarette, hoisted her bent steel pipe, and turned to leave, still muttering, "That damn doctor is such a hassle. I need to hurry and find my target. I must reclaim my territory." When When I woke up again, good grief, my whole body hurt like it was falling apart. And I found myself soaking in a specially made large glass jar at the Research Institute in City F. The AI of my base immediately reports the highest authorized person is awake with a body repair rate of 53. It is recommended to continue treatment. You have 13 unread emails and 8 missed calls, most of which are from the Hero Association. Do you need to check them? I closed my eyes for a while, and a nutrient solution in the jar automatically lowered to my neck. The first thing I asked wasn't about myself, but how's that guy George doing? The professional hero, hammer wrestler, is in Tank 17 with a body recovery rate of 72. He was given anesthesia and hasn't woken up yet. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The excruciating pain came back, but I didn't let the AI give me anesthesia. I'm telling you, it's this pain of surviving a disaster that makes me feel truly alive. I continue to ask, who drove away that big cat? The rescue helicopter arrived 2 minutes after you lost consciousness and didn't capture it from the front. However, based on the silhouette and the analysis of the data from the Invasion Hero Association, it should be the C-Class Hero Bad Big Sister who knocked out that ghost-level monster. Damn, it's that crazy woman? Fengqing Misha? This is just outrageous, absolutely ridiculous. I was still thinking about how to turn her into a big, cute girl, but she ended up saving me instead. I owe her big time now, but who understands family matters? Repaying kindness is one thing, but my transformation plan is another. Those are 2 separate issues, and I haven't forgotten my principles. Just when I was lost in my thoughts, the AI chimed in. The Hero Association headquarters is calling again. Should I answer? So annoying, it's only been a short while since I got dizzy. Forget it, I'll answer in voice mode. I don't want them to see how disheveled I look. As soon as I picked up, I impatiently said, "This is Dr. Diesel, get to the point." It turned out to be a young girl's voice on the other end. As soon as she heard, I picked up. She became so excited that she started reporting to someone next to her. Ah, it's connected. Minister Shichi. At that moment, I just wanted to hang up because it was a hassle. Suddenly, a rough middle-aged man's voice came through. It was that Shichi. "Dr. Diesel, I'm Shichi. Let's cut to the chase. Is it about George?" I interrupted him directly. He probably thought I was still angry about the reporter's rudeness and wanted to apologize. But I gave him a countdown. "My time is precious. You have 10 seconds. He became more serious and quickly said, "Thank you for saving our hero. How is the hammer wrestler doing?" "He won't die. I'll send him back in 10 minutes. You can take care of him for a few days. Thank you so much. We have a few seriously injured heroes here. Could we trouble you two?" I didn't want to deal with troublesome matters. I sneered, but I was quite interested in that freak who could beat George like that. "If you hand him over to me for research, I can help you treat those few for free." Upon hearing this, the old fox Shichi immediately wanted to bargain with me. That might be difficult. He's a ghost-level freak, and our association must keep a close watch on him. How about this? If you're interested, why not come to our association to research together? Huh? Still trying to recruit me? I shot back. "George is going back soon. I don't have time to waste with you." After saying that, I hung up the phone and had the AI block all calls from the Hero Association. Wanting to work for free? Dream on. Later, when George woke up, he promised me he wouldn't disclose any of my information. This guy was quite sensible. I initially wanted to help him upgrade his body for free, but he refused, saying he hadn't fully explored his body's limits, and that uncontrollable power was useless. Fine, having some backbone, I respect that. But just because he had backbone, I wouldn't hold back. I needed to quickly get some black technology to enhance myself. I took the tentacles and mucus of the infinite kelp I collected from the battle scene, along with a bit of blood sample from that big cat, and started to research. Guess what? I found that the secretion from the kelp was actually a super nutrient for the big cat. When mixed together, the cell activity skyrocketed. I figured that the big cat was so eager for me because it could smell the liquid from the kelp I was handling. It was probably trying to stock up on nutrients because it was about to give birth. It's normal for the pregnancy cycle to be a bit longer if the offspring are born with ghost-level strength. I drew inspiration from the characteristics of kelp cells and reinforced the surface of my body. Now my hands are several times harder. I experimented on a modified monster, and within 10 seconds, I used a whirlwind chopping punch to cleave him and his armor into several pieces. But that wasn't enough. Because kelp can be both hard and soft, just being hard is useless. It seems that for martial arts, I still need to seek guidance from the old man Bongpu. Putting martial arts aside, thanks to this research, a crazier plan began to form in my mind. Mass-producing biochemical soldiers. This way, I wouldn't have to get my hands dirty from many things. However, this idea is too evil and could easily attract trouble. I decided to move the project to the more secret underground base in City Z. Before I set off, I had the AI locate Saitama's position. Computer, where's Saitama? The target is jogging in City Z, having eliminated a monster along the way, and our drone is currently recovering the body secretly. Good guy. He's really reliable free labor. I nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll treat him to a high-end steak next Thursday at noon. Confirming that Saitama wouldn't cause any trouble, I immediately boarded my private jet straight to City Z. However, just as I arrived, trouble struck. AI report. A tiger-level monster has appeared in City Z, right near the entrance of my secret base, and the situation is getting more intense. What's worse, that Bug Saitama is also heading in that direction. I watched the footage sent back by the drone. A 2-story tall cartoon barefaced monster was rampaging, and citizens were fleeing in all directions, crying for help. I was at my wit's end. If I intervened, I would expose myself. If I didn't do anything, the building above the entrance of my base would be demolished. If Saitama came in with a serious punch afterward, my base would probably be flattened on the spot. Just when I was feeling overwhelmed, I saw a chosen one. Family. Who understands? In the crowd of people fleeing, I actually saw the future S-Class Rank 7, the strongest man on Earth, King. Although he's just a low-level fighter right now. Wearing a plaid shirt with 3 scars on his face that made him look twisted, the aura of a strong man that he exuded, all based on imagination, was simply a natural-born master of opportunism. This immense fortune must fall upon him today. I originally intended to gently poke him to make him make a passive appearance. As a result, well, maybe I used too much force, or maybe his lucky aura hasn't been renewed yet. When I bumped into him, he directly hit his head and fainted in a clothing store. At that moment, I was like an elderly person on the subway, looking at my phone. The plan hadn't even started before I had to activate Plan B+. Time was tight, so I quickly stripped off his checkered shirt, looked at his already soaked pants, shook my head in disgust, and found a similar pair in the store to change into. Then I put on his cap, drew 3 scars on my face, and wore a mask. Done. I walked out of the clothing store and shouted loudly, "Anyone who doesn't want to die, back off. The strongest man in humanity is about to start showing off." At that moment, there were already a few heroes fighting the bear monster, but they were no match at all. The B-class hero, a kid named Kong Tian, a cyborg, was directly stomped flat. The A-class hero, Peach Terry, was just about to give commands when another B-class hero, the Dark Flame Dragonblade user, was slapped away by the bear, his mouth all crooked. Of course, I had my little contribution behind the scenes. I was hiding in the shadows, using specially made honey-flavored liquid bombs to turn those heroes into precise takeout for the bear. The bear, initially foolish, immediately became smart when it caught the scent, grabbing the heroes one by one and directly knocking out Peach Terry and the blade user before swallowing them whole. The last C-class hero was so scared that his legs went weak and followed suit. The citizens at the scene were utterly despairing. At that moment, I let the AI start to act. Someone is coming to save us. A clear female voice rang out. So fast. Who is that figure? Another male voice echoed. Of course, these were all actors simulated by my AI. Under the guidance of public opinion, everyone saw a figure wearing a cap, which was me, rushing like lightning to the bear monster's belly. The next second, blood splattered everywhere as I executed a whirlwind slash with an iron fist, directly opening a large hole in its belly. Intestines spilled everywhere. Then I carried the 3 heroes who had been swallowed, stood there, and hid my achievements and fame. At the same time, I had the AI play a powerful heartbeat sound and surround sound throughout the venue, which later became known as the Emperor Engine. Boom, boom, boom. The sound got faster and faster, making everyone breathless. It's moving. The monster is still moving. My AI actor shouted at the right moment. I moved. I charged forward with my fist raised, and in the astonished gaze of everyone, I completely obliterated that massive bear-like creature with a single punch. Then, without saying a word, I turned and disappeared into the swirling dust, leaving behind a magnificent silhouette for the world. So powerful. Simply a king. He is king. 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 The final ignition of the AI drove the entire crowd of citizens wild, and they fervently shouted along, "King. King. King." I hurried back to change clothes with the real king while reminding the AI, "Make the exit effects cooler next time. Add some lighting effects. Also, clean up the sound equipment and psychedelic substances on site quickly, so no evidence is left behind." A few days later, I was watching the news about the mysterious hero king emerging while having hot pot with Saitama. The news had raised the disaster level of that stupid bear to a demon level, probably because the psychedelic substances I sprinkled at the time were too strong, causing the witnesses to have intense hallucinations. As for King, whom I had dressed in blood and left at the scene, He had a lucky aura around him, so he wouldn't die. The hot pot is ready. Diesel, if you don't pick up your chopstick soon, I'm going to eat it all by myself. Saitama interrupted my thoughts. I picked up the chopsticks and said with a mischievous smile, I brought that special seasoning from last time. Want to give it a try? If it's spicy. Forget it. My stomach hasn't been great lately. He said this, but his eyes were fixed intently. I saw through it at a glance. Don't worry. It definitely won't affect your hair loss. Besides, going bald is an irreversible phenomenon in the universe, so just eat freely. I don't want to go bald. I still have hair on my head. He became anxious. Yes, you're right, I said while laughing, but why is it getting less and less? He angrily stuffed meat into his bowl, chewing and saying, Hey, Diesel, aren't you a pretty amazing doctor? Can't you help me take a look at this hair loss problem? I already said, your hair loss is the most irreversible phenomenon in this universe. It's the price you pay for your immense power. Just accept it. Being bald has its own charm. It's easy for you to say, why don't you go shave your head? Seeing that he was really getting a bit anxious. I stopped teasing him and changed the topic. Didn't I mention I was training with a martial arts master? That old man is quite interesting. Do you want to come with me? Saitama shook his head like a rattle drum, focused on the hot pot. Too much trouble. I'm not going. Don't worry about the cost. The old man is pretty easy to talk to. Plus, you guys will definitely have common topics, because he's also half bald. That's enough. Always talking about baldness. Watch out, or I'll flatten you, bald guy. Saitama's forehead was bulging with veins. I quickly waved my hand to calm him down. Hey, don't get excited. If you don't want to, that's fine. Let's change the subject. I want to test my abilities. Can you spar with me? Saitama looked at me suspiciously. Isn't it better to just go find that old man you mentioned? Why do you need to ask me? Let me tell you, this matter really has to be you. That old man plays purely with skills, and he's already reached his limit. When I fight him now, it's just asking for punishment. But I've recently hit a bottleneck in my training as well. You know my style leans more towards strength, while you, on the other hand, are purely a strength-based fighter. I was thinking if I could have a match with you, it would definitely provide a different experience. Of course, I also have a little ulterior motive. Just think about it. What if? I'm just saying, what if? I rely on my flashy techniques to take down you, the future powerhouse who hasn't fully unlocked your limiter yet. Hey, I could brag about that for a lifetime. And the best part is, when I fight you, I don't have to hold back. After all, I can't kill you. You're just an ultimate durable human punching bag. Simply perfect. So guess what he said? It's really troublesome. I don't want to. At that moment, I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Fine, I'll hold it in. I switched tactics and tried to persuade him. Just think of it as going out for a trip, getting some fresh air, and warming up a bit. It's good for your health. I didn't mention the baldness, but my gaze was so meaningful, wildly hinting at his shiny bald head. Goodness, now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. He completely lost it, jumped up, and pointed his finger at me, shouting. I said no means no. I'm experiencing hair loss. I'm not bald. Are you annoying or what? You bald guy. I directly saw an elderly man on the subway, looking at his phone, thinking to myself, I didn't say anything. You're the one getting anxious. But when I saw an opportunity, I immediately raised the stakes. All right, since you're so concerned about this issue, how about this? You challenge me to a match, and I'll give you a bottle of special hair growth serum. The one from a market called Miracle Hair Growth Water. I know the president very well. I can get you the limited edition. As soon as he heard that, his eyes immediately lit up. And I must be lucky. Who understands this better than my family? Just then, the news on TV was interrupted by an advertisement for Miracle Hair Growth Water. Miracle Hair Growth Water, a millennium of heritage, returns you a dense forest in just 3 months. I was laughing my heart out at that moment. It was simply a blessing from heaven. In fact, that broken thing was something I created a few years ago to make some quick money. I sold it casually to a businessman, and that guy packaged it all up, claiming it was a 1,000-year-old secret formula, and it actually became a hit. People like Saitama, who are driven crazy by hair loss issues, can't resist such temptations. Sure enough, the price of the regular version in the TV ad made him gasp, not to mention that so-called collector's edition. He hesitated for a long time, turned to look at me, his eyes full of suspicion. Do you really know the president? I was fully charged with energy at that time. And as soon as I took out my phone, I said, What? Do you need me to call him right now? He touched the few remaining strands of hair on his head and finally couldn't hold back, gritting his teeth and agreeing. All right, I'll fight you tomorrow. So, the next day we arranged to meet in a small valley on the outskirts of Z City. I was dressed in my battle gear, excitedly rubbing my hands. Saitama, I've been waiting a long time for this day. Let me show you my true skills. However, the guy on the other side still looked half asleep, yawning and saying, Well, no need to be so excited. Let's finish it early and get back. I thought to myself that he better not be careless. I struck a pose, ready to make my move. Suddenly, a gust of eerie wind swept through the valley, and sand got all over my face. Opportunity. The teachings of old Master Bongpu flashed through my mind. Timing is everything. As he bent down to rub his eyes, I transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly cutting into his blind spot. My hands, like two sharp blades, crossed and struck. Boom! A loud noise echoed, and dust filled the air. I suddenly emerged from the smoke, stunned. I had clearly cut off all his escape routes, so why did I hit only an afterimage? I was still puzzled, as the radar of the battlesuit seemed to have frozen. Suddenly, Saitama's voice came from beside me. "You're quite impressive. I really can't tell you're a doctor." And it wasn't over yet. I mentally gave that broken radar a bad review. A jolt of electricity surged through me, forcibly altering my muscle structure, sacrificing some strength to maximize my speed. I was moving so fast that I left behind a blurred shadow as I charged at him again. When I was 5 meters away from him, I pushed off the ground with my legs, sending up a cloud of dust to obscure his view, and simultaneously changed direction to circle behind him. With veins bulging on my palm, I lunged for the back of his neck. And guess what happened? That lazy voice of his rang in my ear again. "Do you really enjoy kicking up dust like this? Washing clothes is such a hassle." And he was gone again. I relied on inertia for a spinning kick, and this time I finally hit his head, but something fell off. With a crash, he shattered like glass, scattering everywhere. It was just an afterimage. I panicked at that moment, disregarding my body's limits, and cranked the electricity to maximum. I felt every muscle in my body screaming in agony, already beginning to tear apart. Then, in the valley, there were two shadows that were impossible to see clearly, frantically chasing each other, with loud booms echoing as if the entire valley were being bombed. I don't know how long it lasted. I felt like my body was falling apart. Blood was starting to spurt from my limbs, but finally, I caught up to him. However, I barely had the strength to attack. He looked at me with a hint of concern. "Hey, are you okay? You're starting to bleed." In that split second of distraction, I used the last bit of my strength, flicked my fingers, and a gust of air slashed through. He didn't have time to dodge, and his clothes were cut open. "Got it." He paused for a moment, then reached out to support me as I swayed unsteadily. This sparring session was finally over. I could barely stand, coughing up blood while stubbornly asking him, "Even though I didn't hurt you, I should count as having hit you, right?" On Saitama's eternally expressionless boiled egg face, an extremely serious expression appeared as he nodded. "Ah, that's right. You did very well. Let me tell you, just for that expression of his, all my injuries are worth it." This is the recognition of a strong person. After fighting Saitama, I felt enlightened and happily ran back to Master Bongpu's dojo. In front of him, I swiftly performed a gust of air slash that cut off a corner of a large rock. I proudly asked him, "Old man, what do you think of my move?" But strangely, just a few days ago, I could easily perform it with a flick of my finger, and now I can't seem to find that feeling at all. Quickly tell me where the secret lies. In the past, the old man would have directly guided me. But this time, seeing me drenched in sweat still practicing, he instead kept quiet and let me ponder alone. There's no secret. Practice 200 more sets. And if you still can't figure out, it's a problem with your intelligence. I wasn't happy at that moment, and jokingly said, "Old man, you can't be jealous of my talent, afraid that I might surpass you, so you're holding back, right?" As a result, the old man raised his eyelids, and a terrifying aura came over. "Today, add 300 sets to the training. If you can't finish before sunset, you'll have to spar with me." I was so scared that I nearly peed my pants, not daring to let out a single fart, and just bury my head in intense training. Training aside, I couldn't neglect my main work. My recent research has really been going poorly. I wanted to capture a few higher-level monsters for study, but I couldn't find a single one. The Hero Association is getting more competitive, and as soon as a monster appears, those professional heroes rush in like dogs smelling a scent, leaving me no chance at all. As a result, several of my important research projects have stalled, especially that critical issue with the mutant cells. If I don't make progress soon, my life could be in danger. No, I can't be so passive. I slapped my thigh and decided to take the initiative. I remembered there was a potential candidate in the original story who should still be weak, just right for me to capture as a long-term observation subject. So, I used my connections from my previous business and my hacking skills to set up a sewer cleaning project in City Z. On the surface, it was a wealthy person's way of giving back to society, but in reality, I was personally out there fishing. You wouldn't believe it, but this tactic actually worked. The citizens above ground were grateful, saying the streets were cleaner, while down below, I was collecting data with one hand and catching monsters with the other. I managed to capture over a dozen wolf and tiger-level monsters. A huge haul. Finally, after dodging an attack, I saw a big creature rushing out of the sewage. A giant turtle with 3 heads. Turtle Cerberus. It's you. Although it only appears to have tiger-level strength right now. That's perfect. I can start observing its growth data from the beginning. That big turtle was quite fierce. Yelling at me, "Damn human, dare to trespass on my territory? Take your life." Saying that, it curled up into a ball and rolled towards me like a bowling ball. I easily dodged it, recording data while teasing it. "You're a pet turtle, right? Abandoned by your owner? Don't be mad, come hang out with me. I'll make you a bigger nest than this." "Shut up. I would rather die than be your slave." When it saw it couldn't win, it turned to dive into the sewage, ready to escape. Trying to run? No way. I kicked it out of the water, embedding it directly into the wall. "Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll just have to be tough." I gathered electricity in my hand and charged at it. A few seconds later, this stubborn guy completely lost consciousness. Task accomplished. I continued to explore the dark, smelly sewer with satisfaction. When I crawled out from a manhole cover, a passing little girl pointed at me and said to her mom, "Mommy, that uncle smells so bad." I was feeling emo at that moment. Then I looked up and felt even more foolish. Goodness, it was Christmas Eve. The streets were filled with couples, and the smell of love was making my head ache. Let me tell you, I had only one thought in my mind. Burn. Burn them all. How could a noble monk like me endure such spiritual pollution? I turned around and prepared to go back to my doghouse. Oh no, my warm base. Just then, I heard a scream from afar. "Ah, there's a strange person. They target couples. Run." At that moment, my eyes suddenly lit up. My God, my internet mouthpiece. Which brave warrior has stepped up? I immediately decided that this revolutionary hero, not only would I not capture, but I would also silently support them from behind. The alarm from the Hero Association also sounded. Z City Shelter Alert, Disaster Level Wolf. Wolf level? We definitely need to provide assistance. I immediately turned around, jumping wildly between the buildings, while drones in the air continuously delivered equipment to me. I picked up a missile launcher and aimed it at the busiest area in the city center, shooting off a missile with a whoosh. That was not an ordinary missile. It was my specially designed anti-couple missile. As soon as it exploded, a special nerve gas spread out instantly. Then you could hear it. I remembered my bitter first love. Let's break up. Suddenly, I felt that heterosexuality was so boring. Let's break up. We might be siblings still. Let's break up. Wow, the effect was outstanding. Couples were instantly disbanded, returning to the glorious ranks of single dogs. I stood on the rooftop, watching this spectacular scene, feeling incredibly pleased. Moreover, the commotion in the distance grew louder, and the Hero Association's broadcast raised the disaster level to tiger level. Awesome. Let it be chaotic. The bigger the better. Long live the world of single dogs. I was so excited that my muscles were writhing, feeling like I was about to become a monster. Meanwhile, at that moment, our hero Saitama, in Z City, was happily applying the hair growth lotion I gave him at home, with the instruction manual stating that he should not go out for 3 hours. Perfect. I charged into the city center with a missile launcher, and saw an abandoned signal tower had become the command center of this revolution. It was a weirdo in itself, growing stronger by absorbing the resentment of single people. Around it gathered a large crowd of fanatical humans, some of whom had even started to grow dog ears. "Leader, we've broken up 20 couples again," a muscular dog-eared man reported excitedly. The signal tower weirdo was about to issue new orders when I dropped down from the sky, slamming the missile onto the ground. "Are you the pioneer of this revolution? Count me in. Let's cause a ruckus together." My entrance, combined with this rebellious attitude, immediately provoked the group of revolutionaries beside me. One guy, gripping his weapon, wanted to come over and teach me a lesson. "You rude fellow. How dare you act so recklessly in front of the leader?" I hadn't spoken yet when the big boss of the signal tower stopped his subordinates and welcomed me. Let me tell you, when this guy opened his mouth, the overwhelming sense of youthful arrogance almost knocked me over. He said, "Comrade, I sensed it. The sacred power that turns the happy-go-lucky into ashes is coming from your direction. It's thanks to that thing behind you, right?" I thought to myself, wow, doesn't that just match the frequency? I immediately puffed out my chest. That's right. It's me. This is called the couple breakup cannon. One shot. And I guarantee they'll be crying and shouting that they no longer believe in love. But unfortunately, there's only one shot left, and making more will take some time. When the big boss of the signal tower heard this, he got so excited that his antenna was shaking. Great. With someone like you, who shares the same goal? No, I mean the same single mindset, joining us. Our mission to purify the world is just around the corner. Once we take Z City, we must go into mass production. Everyone should have one. We hit it off right away, and I generously handed my equipment to a little brother next to me. When I took a closer look, hey, this little brother even had a C-level badge from the Hero Association, looking all clean and tidy. Obviously someone who willingly abandoned the light for the dark. Just as this revolutionary friendship was burning brightly, a loud shout came from nearby, sounding as if a bandit had entered the village. What kind of pathetic meeting are a bunch of single dogs holding here? Hurry up and roll back to your nests. If you don't leave, do you believe that I'll use this steel pipe to give each of you a wake-up call? As soon as I heard that sound, my DNA seemed to react, and my nerves tightened instantly. A long-buried memory came rushing back to me. I suddenly realized, damn, I was just brainwashed by the signals from this tower. I quickly started secreting anesthetics in my brain to combat this thing. And what's up with that crazy woman? Look at her, acting like nothing's wrong, completely unaffected. The signal tower was also confused. Another hero coming to their doom? How could she be unaffected by my signals? Could she be a top-tier socialite? But she doesn't look like one. While it was still mumbling to itself, its hyped-up single dogs were already howling and charging forward. What happened next? Let me tell you, it was like the Flash entering a kindergarten. That crazy woman knocked a few times, and over a dozen transformed freaks fell to the ground like bowling pins. She was quite precise, breaking all their bones, but not killing any, and the weird aura around them faded significantly. The signal tower, seeing its underlings fail, got anxious. She's got some skills. But our revolutionary spirit is invincible. Comrades, for the dream, let us charge together. Suddenly, it turned into a human C tactic. That crazy woman initially wanted to capture the leader first and rush toward the signal tower, but those single dogs went wild, using their bodies as shields, not letting her pass. The signal tower and those few traitorous heroes coordinated surprisingly well, using all sorts of underhanded tactics, and for a moment, they really managed to entangle her. I'm crazily dodging at the edge of the battlefield, pretending to cheer and shout. But in reality, I've activated a God view and am watching the live broadcast on site. This more appetizing than those electronic pickles. I notice that this crazy woman isn't acting right. Her movements are a bit erratic, and her face is flushed. Goodness, did she come to work drunk? In contrast, that signal tower is getting stronger and stronger, almost reaching the threshold of a monstrous level, and its signal strength is also skyrocketing, making me feel a bit dizzy. This is troublesome. Should I slip away or find an opportunity to backstab? While I acted, my mind was racing, urging my body's biological factory to quickly synthesize some stimulants. At the same time, I secretly sent a command to my base computer. Hurry up and analyze this damn signal and also send over my package. Oh no, my reinforcement weapons. Just as I sent out this signal, the signal tower monster suddenly stopped. As expected of a sentient signal tower, its perception is max. It immediately sensed, a strange signal? Who used another app in my BGM? Its antenna swiveled and locked onto me directly. Hey, you there, the newcomer. What's your name? Did you do something? Come clean. I felt a jolt in my heart, realizing I had acted rashly. This thing evolves way too quickly. The resentment of single dogs on Christmas Eve is terrifying. Without a second thought, I distanced myself and turned to run, unable to stop myself from complaining. What's wrong with being a single dog? Do single dogs have no rights? I try to draw a line between us in this way. Sure enough, it's you. Still trying to run. The signal tower saw me running and got even more excited. Its antenna aimed at me and shot an electromagnetic wave my way, its huge legs moving with the speed of a giant bolt. Electromagnetic waves? Laughable, my friend. I'm fully equipped with radiation protection. My body is like a Faraday cage. Before that electromagnetic wave even reached me, it was deflected by the miniature shockwave my body emitted. I countered with 2 air slashes aimed at its massive body. With a loud bang, the signal tower took a hit for the first time, 2 large gashes appearing on its body. It was completely enraged. Bastard. You dare to harm this body that carries great ideals. You successfully angered me. Fury caused its power to surge, and it casually picked up several bricks and rubble, hurling them at me like cannonballs. I directly used my whirlwind-cut iron fist to grind the rubble into powder and charge towards it. It unleashed a double-fisted attack, its power even fiercer than that of the previous rope monster. But I was no longer the naive person I once was. I skillfully blocked its attacks with my snakebite fist, then my hands bulged with veins, my nails elongated and sharpened, resembling the claws of a demon reaching out from hell. I swiftly dodged to its side and thrust its elbow joints. Amid its screams, I spun around for a roundhouse kick, landing a heavy kick right on its human face. Bang! A concentrated shockwave spread out, and the signal tower monster fell straight down. I was about to go in for the kill when I suddenly felt something was off. My connection with the base computer was cut off. An incredibly strong signal of isolation enveloped the entire area. My heart sank. No way it can still evolve? What I feared came true. The fallen monster staggered back to its feet, its wounds visibly healing, muscles writhing wildly, and then it let out a roar towards the sky. Belief cannot be defeated. As soon as the words left its mouth, a thick, unbreakable energy of resentment, which had gathered in the sky at some unknown time, surged into its body as if it had found its home. Good grief, it broke through on the spot, evolving directly from a quasi-ghost level to a true ghost-level monster. I was dumbfounded at that moment. What is this? Is this a live-action pay-to-win upgrade? The upgraded signal tower smirked, suddenly plunging its feet into the ground, and the antenna on its head started emitting a signal like it had activated 5G, releasing a wave of single-dog energy multiplied by N times. Those single dogs were still struggling against the crazy woman immediately received the signal and went berserk. Even the injured lying on the ground got up. And I, unfortunately, was hit hard. Under the impact of this powerful signal, my brain turned into mush in an instant, and I uncontrollably began to murmur, eliminate all normies, purify the entire world. Meanwhile, the Hero Association of City Z finally reacted, and an emergency shelter alarm rang throughout the city. Warning, warning, a ghost-level disaster has occurred in City Z. Please all citizens immediately proceed to the shelters. The signal tower monster completely ignored me, who had already become one of its own, and turned to look at the still-fighting crazy woman, preparing to join the battle personally. Just then, the situation reversed again. The clock tower in the city center began to chime, announcing the official arrival of Christmas. In that instant, the resentment energy in the sky inexplicably dissipated by more than half. The signal tower hadn't reacted yet when several drones suddenly flew in from the sky, first launching a few missiles that exploded and released sweet-smelling gas that made people want to fall in love. Following that, countless flyers rained down. Cheerful music played, and an electronic voice echoed across the battlefield. This year's latest tips for finding love are out. Don't miss out. Here comes the Christmas gift for single dogs. That's right, this wave of operations was the support command I had issued earlier. I call this forced love therapy. The gas could stimulate positive emotions in people, filling them with the courage to pursue love, coupled with the music and the tips. Those single dogs, overflowing with negative emotions, had no room for resentment in their minds, instantly turning into love-struck fools, crazily scrambling for the flyers in the sky. The signal tower's most direct energy source was thus cut off from beneath it. It was like a router with its internet cable unplugged, and the signal strength plummeted instantly. All those who had been controlled suddenly snapped back to reality. Damn it, it's you. It must be you. The traitor who did this. I will kill you. The signal tower realized everything. Although its wave abilities were gone, its ghost-level physical form remained. In a fit of rage and humiliation, it charged towards me. Of course, I regained my sanity. Looking at it rushing towards me, I scoffed disdainfully. The one who's going to be taken down is you, without minions and mind control. Relying solely on barehanded combat, it was just a little brother in front of me. My increasingly skilled, whirlwind-slashing iron fist was like chopping vegetables, continuously disassembling the parts from its body. Spare me. I surrender. Perhaps the experience of being mind-controlled made me very unhappy. I completely ignored its pleas for mercy and focused on a physical exorcism. When it lost its legs and fell, I stomped on its head, and then stomped a few more times to vent my frustration. By the time I was covered in blood, the crazy woman came over, also looking worse for wear, appearing even more deranged. She handed me a cigarette and said, "Are you done venting? Actually, you should find a girlfriend. That's the only way to truly get rid of the identity of a single dog." I was anxious at that moment and said, "What are you talking about? How could a genius like me possibly be a loser?" Unfortunately, my words lacked any confidence. She scoffed and pointed at the lingering negative energy in the sky, saying, "You seem quite capable. Do you have a way to deal with that thing up there?" I looked up and saw that the energy mass did not dissipate with the death of the strange person. Instead, it became even more concentrated, which was quite unsettling. Ignoring it would definitely lead to trouble. I picked up the fallen signal tower antenna component from the ground, studied it for a moment, and said to her, "Give me some time. You keep an eye on these citizens first." I held the component and started injecting current, but there was no response. I thought to myself, this thing is driven by resentment. Does it mean I have to generate the resentment myself? I immediately started. I'm already in my 20s and still a cultivator. Why do those people who are living their lives? Damn, I messed up. I just started mumbling here, and that ball of negative energy in the sky suddenly zoomed down towards me. I was so scared that I quickly stopped the current and threw the antenna away. As a result, the antenna dutifully pointed the energy ball in a direction before it stopped working. EvolutionHouse. The energy ball just disappeared into the horizon following that direction. I comforted myself. Well, it should be fine, right? After all, it's not our Z City's KPI. Just then, the crazy lady came back and tossed me a bag of candy. She said she got it from the Christmas tree, and it was free. Just leave a name. This is yours. I took a cigarette. Just as I was about to say whether this counts as theft, she said the sign said free. When I asked her what name she left, she was evasive and disappeared after a few dodges. I sighed and went over to take a look. There was a register under the Christmas tree with the words, "Damn Doctor, Justice Beauty," written on it. A few days later, this matter was more or less over. Relying on my own strength, I truly took down a ghost-level monster for the first time, and it felt pretty good. I dragged the corpse of the signal tower back to the lab and extracted quite a few good things, upgrading my signal isolation technology to deal specifically with the Metal Knight and that mysterious organization. At the same time, I also began to use the monsters I had previously taken down as materials in the underground base in Z City to mass-produce biochemical soldiers. To test the combat effectiveness of the synthetic beasts I had newly created, I specifically went to trip up Saitama. When I arrived at his house, he was holding an empty bottle, rubbing his smooth head, looking at me with suspicion. "Diesel, is this miracle hair growth water fake? It's not useful at all." I secretly chuckled in my heart, but I asked seriously, "Are you sure you use it according to the instructions?" Of course. I didn't touch my head for several hours after applying it, and I the itching. As soon as I heard this, I realized the opportunity had come. "You said you didn't touch your scalp? That's it. You didn't read the instructions carefully, did you? It says on the back that after applying it, you need to gently massage your scalp with your fingertips." "What?" Saitama quickly picked up the instruction manual, flipped it to the back, and after reading it, let out a lament of regret. Damn it. Why did they put such important information on the back? I seized the opportunity. "Sai, I heard that this hair growth solution only works for first-time users, and you failed this time. It probably won't be useful in the future either." At this point, Saitama completely broke down, squatting in the corner with his head in his hands, drawing circles, and he couldn't even be bothered to watch TV. Of course, even if he wanted to watch, he could only see a bunch of snowflakes because I had already blocked the TV signal at his house before I came. While I pretended to comfort him, I was receiving reports from base. The synthetic beasts I dispatched had already taken down several heroes, including one A-level hero. Just as I was feeling pleased, the next message from the computer arrived. The target encountered the S-level hero, the Tornado of Terror, and was instantly killed. Meanwhile, not long ago, my werewolf-shaped synthetic beast was rampaging through City Z. It easily took down several B and C-level heroes and headed straight for the Hero Association branch. Suddenly, countless bullets rained down from the shadows. The A-level hero, Death Gatling, had made his move, but my werewolf was incredibly fast and instantly dodged. Just as Death Gatling was about to change positions, the werewolf had already ghosted its way in front of him, its claws aimed directly at his chest. Death Gatling remained calm under pressure, raising his Gatling gun and unleashing his ultimate move, Death Shower, firing all his bullets at the werewolf. He shouted, "Only a fool would charge at me head-on. Disappear?" He was very confident, as no monster had ever survived a full barrage from such close range. The werewolf indeed did not dodge. Its entire body was blasted away by the tremendous force, crashing through a wall. But as the dust settled, Death Gatling's eyes nearly popped out. The werewolf was completely unharmed. Its armor and fur had entirely immunized it against machine gun bullets. What a joke. The association actually rated such a monster as tiger level. Before he could finish his sentence, the werewolf let out a deafening roar. I tell you, the noise was so loud that the guys at the Hero Association felt the desk shaking in their office. The phone exploded on the spot. A female staff member's voice broke as she shouted, "Report. A-class hero Death Gatling just knelt down. That's the sixth one. That monster is charging straight at us." Her boss, a guy named Marco II, had a face as dark as a pot bottom, slammed the table, and started yelling. "What are those disaster assessment people doing? Didn't they say the detection response was low? How long has it been since it went from wolf level to tiger level? Now it's about to become ghost level. They want to feed the media some heads, huh?" A man next to him, scared like a quail, trembled as he explained, "Boss, our department's data hasn't changed at all. We checked with headquarters. It's still wolf level standards." Then the detector is malfunctioning. Marco 2 interrupted directly. Wow, what a great way to shift the blame. You be a waste not to be an official. Hurry and tell those useless folks at headquarters. This matter is not over. Now, is there anyone who can fight? I don't want my department to be pushed around by a solo monster. Yes. We've already contacted 11 heroes. And 2A class are on their way to lead. They'll arrive in 2 minutes. Bullshit. You said the same when Death's Gatling was leading last time. If something goes wrong again this time, you pack your bags and get out. Hurry up and get more people. The more the better. Just as he finished scolding, the female staff member's face turned even paler. Report. That monster. It seems to have detected our assault team in advance and has already bypassed us. And it's getting faster, charging straight at our department building. Marco 2's eyes nearly popped out, grabbing that male subordinate. Who in the department can still fight? Just now the heroes were sent out. Now, we can only go ourselves. Anyone will do. Just call back a hero to defend. On the other side, let me tell you that werewolf, codenamed JL78, is pure technology and ruthless work. It ran on all fours faster than a sports car, locking onto the huge black building ahead marked with a giant Z letter. The mission target was right in front of it. This guy is actually quite unfortunate. It has no idea who created it, having started its consciousness soaking a cultivation tank, its body filled with tubes. Its brain was stuffed with a pile of combat data, telling it that it was a fusion monster made of wolf, human, insect, and freak cells. It was also told that the armor on its chest was the hardest, that its sweat could make its fur as hard as steel, and that there was a switch next to its heart that, when pressed, would double its power and enter a berserk mode. The cost? Simple. Its total lifespan would only be a few years, and if it activated the berserk mode, it would turn into a puddle of blood after 6 minutes. But it didn't care. The information in its brain told it that fighting and collecting data was the meaning of its existence. Soaking to death in a cultivation tank or shining for 6 minutes on the battlefield, it chose the latter. As it approached the building, it suddenly stopped, shifting from running on all fours to standing upright, letting out a roar at the building, leaping into the air with claws glinting coldly, ready to crash into the outer wall of the building. What happened next? Just as it leaped into the air, preparing to look cool, the next second, bang! It felt as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed it, rendering it completely immobile, its muscles tense like stone, bones creaking, feeling like it was about to be crushed into dust. Can it endure this? JL78 let out another furious roar. Without thinking, it directly activated the internal limiter. Power was instantly unleashed, and it forcefully broke free. But the price was also paid. It felt all its cells screaming in agony, life beginning the countdown. 6 minutes. Oh, you were actually able to break free from my restraints. Although I was just holding you lightly, I must say that power is commendable. A lazy female voice floated down from above. JL78 looked up and saw a green-haired girl floating in midair, looking as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. But the database in JL78's brain instantly sounded the highest alarm. Extreme danger. If it didn't go all out, it would be killed instantly. Roar. It went all out, muscles in its legs bulging like they were crawling with worms, and it kicked off, using the walls of nearby buildings to make a series of rapid jumps, turning around and flashing behind the girl. But its claws didn't even touch a hair on her head. That invisible giant hand came again. This time, the force was many times stronger than before, directly pinning it in midair. The speed wasn't bad. The girl's voice carried a hint of playfulness. Can you break free this time? I still haven't used much strength. I'll give you 3 seconds. Let us see if you could try hard. Roar. JL78 knew there was no chance left. Its last thought was to detonate the special bomb inside. Even if it died, it would make sure to splatter the opponent with blood. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but reality was stark. Before it could even send the detonation command, its body was crushed into a flying pulp of meat under that immense force. In the last moment before consciousness faded, it didn't think of its tragic fate, but rather, the mission failed, and it felt truly unwilling. The green light girl in midair, known as Tornado, looked at the scattered meat below, feeling a bit annoyed. It seemed like it was only 2 seconds, not even 3. Didn't that break trust? What a pity. She got a little distracted. She casually waved her hand, pulling out the already deformed bomb from the meat pulp. And with a thought, the bomb was instantly reduced to powder. How could such a thing possibly hurt me? Isn't there anything more interesting? Vumke. In my underground base, stared at the battle footage on the screen that was even clearer than 4K, and I was completely stunned. I spent 3/5 of the department's resources to create this ace. There have been 2 successful kills recorded in the data simulation against me. Yet, in front of the tornado, it couldn't even last 2 seconds? It doesn't even deserve to tickle them? I immediately canceled the mass production plan for JL-78 on the spot. The cost effectiveness of this thing is too low. It's like throwing money into a bottomless pit without a sound. It seems we still need to develop biochemical soldiers. At least they can be equipped and modified, and they have strong versatility. I was just about to check the data when the computer alarm suddenly started screaming. Another hacker attack. It's that guy with the traces of the Hero Association again. Goodness. He just finished something in City Z, and now he's coming to check my lair in City J. With his skill and personality, it must be that metal knight called Bofi. After all, I was in City Z under the guise of Dr. Diesel, clearing the sewers and dismantling signal towers. Now JL-78 is going to storm the Hero Association branch, and I haven't made a peep here. It's strange if I'm not suspected. I immediately engaged in a battle of offense and defense with him. And what was the result? I was on high alert. But the other side was like a bulldozer tearing down walls. I couldn't stop them at all. They jumped into the pits I dug without batting an eye, and then filled them back up for me. In the end, there was no choice but to unplug the internet cable. Family, who understands? Physical disconnection. The most reliable firewall in 2025. I feel so frustrated. I was trapped at home and beaten, and in the end, I could only hide like a turtle. After witnessing the unreasonable superpowers of the tornado, I was also taught a lesson by Bofi's technical skills. I think I've figured it out. There are too many big shots in this world, and someone like me, without any halo, should just honestly stay low and develop steadily. I'll keep saving money and resources and focus on leveling up my tech tree. No need to show off or step out. So, I went to my master, the old man Bong Pu, who practices whirlwind/iron fist to train. When the old man saw my long face, he immediately knew I was feeling down. So, who schooled you again this week? I punched the giant rock, leaving only a shallow mark resembling a mosquito coil. Inside, I've been hit hard twice in my professional field, just coming to terms with reality. The old man asked me to come over for tea and pour me a cup of soul-soothing words, essentially telling me not to get stuck in my own thoughts. To focus on practicing martial arts first. Martial arts train the body and refine the mind. With the right mindset, breakthroughs in research might just happen. Although I felt he probably used the same lines on the other disciples at the dojo, I have to admit, it was quite effective. I calmed down and devoted all my energy to martial arts training. Guess what? Hey, it actually paid off. A few days later, I was able to produce a powerful airflow slash with just my fingertips. I even developed a technique called 10 blades rapid fire. The breakthrough in martial arts lifted my spirits, and my research work also went smoothly. I even performed a little surgery on my brain to adjust the secretion of dopamine, allowing myself to maintain a highly efficient and pleasant working state for an extended period. After that, my days became regular. I practiced boxing 2 days a week, spent 2 days collecting materials on unusual people, occasionally chatted with the now bald teacher Saitama, and dedicated the remaining time to research. One day, while I was pondering how to enhance my own cells, I suddenly remembered something. I picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, is this Casero? I heard your association recently got a newcomer, a hero named Bone. Are you familiar with him? I want to study him. What? You're fighting a wolf-level monster? Can you call me back in half an hour? Your efficiency is too low. You still dare to say it's my modification? What a shame. Forget it. The usual deal. Bring the corpse over to me. You handle your business. After hanging up, I dialed another number. Hello, George. This is Dr. Diesel. Yes. The arm of that tiger-level monster was nice. I want to ask you something. Do you know the newcomer named Bone? Oh, you're teaming up with him? Where? I'll head over right away. Don't worry about me. Generally, monsters can't hurt me. I'll just be nearby collecting some data. I hung up the phone, grabbed my weapon, and prepared to head out. Halfway there, I saw 2 deities fighting. Taking a closer look, I was stunned. Wasn't that the crazy woman from Fengsheng? The one she was fighting was a hideous monster covered in various faces, wielding 2 curved blades. A piece of information flashed in my mind. A ghost-level monster, face patch. It turned out that he was the one who scarred this crazy woman all those years ago. I decided at that moment to hide and watch the show while collecting data. After all, this crazy woman had saved me before. But I still have nightmares about her squeezing my balls. It would be best if these 2 took each other out. Let me tell you, this crazy woman fights with sheer brute force, swinging a steel pipe wildly. But if you look closely, her footwork and breathing are quite sophisticated. She definitely follows some profound school of thought. The moves are just 2 rough, pure amateurish punches, which completely waste her skills. The 2 are really going at it. blood and flesh flying. Feng Cheng is clearly at a disadvantage, almost completely drenched in blood. Although Face Patch has also taken some hits. He looks like he's handling it well. In the standoff, Face Patch is still mocking. Same old story, just speed and strength, no technique at all. Feng Cheng spits out the cigarette, but in his mouth, says nothing, and suddenly unleashes an even stronger force, smashing the steel pipe into Face Patch and sending him flying. Crashing into a building. I just understood the Face Patch is actually just putting on a show. His hand holding the knife is shaking, and his left leg is also unnatural, clearly at the end of his strength. And that crazy woman is quite ruthless. When she walked out of the rubble, one of her hands had already been severed, with only skin hanging on. She stubbornly used her mouth and the other hand to tear off her clothes to bandage herself. At that moment, I thought to myself, if she runs away, I'll capture this half-damaged monster for experimentation. But what happened? That crazy woman bandaged her wounds, picked up the already deformed steel pipe, her eyes fierce enough to eat someone, and charged forward again. Today, I have one thing to say. Her voice was as cold as ice, and she was going to turn you into meat paste. Another 10 minutes passed, and the battle ended. The double blades on her face were completely broken. Her body had no good flesh left, and in the end, her head was smashed by a steel pipe from Feng Cheng. And Feng Cheng herself was fierce too. She had a large gash in her stomach with her intestines spilling out, and after taking down the enemy, she fell straight down. I waited until both of them lay flat before coming out of my hiding place to pick them up. I dragged this crazy woman back to the lab, performed a series of godly operations, reattached her hands, shoved her intestines back in, stitched her up, and it was so perfect that not even a scar was visible. With these skills, opening a beauty salon would definitely make it a global sensation. But what I'm about to do next will probably scare away all the customers. I'm looking at the unconscious Feng Cheng, laughing wickedly. Crazy woman, you saved my life, and I'll save yours. We're even now. Now it's time to settle the score between us. Hee, the grudge from when you squeezed my balls must be avenged today. I rummaged through the cabinets and found the biggest penis prop, ready to give her the ultimate gender transformation surgery. When you wake up, I'll personally crush her 2 balls to relieve my hatred. Just as I was about to take action, I suddenly had an even more genius idea. Wait a minute. What if I make it even more evil? I said to myself, I'll give you a penis while keeping your female organs so you can have a self-sufficient sex life, and then find a way for you to get pregnant. Damn, wouldn't that make you a new kind of human? Wow, I really am a genius. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Just as I was about to make my move, the doorbell rang. Damn it, who could pick such a time? I opened the monitor and saw Casero and George, followed by a strangely dressed guy, who should be Bone. Dr. Diesel, we're here. TCH, what perfect timing. Come in. Since you're already here, I can't just send you away. I gave Feng Cheng another shot of anesthetic and went out to greet them. George introduced the newcomer, Bone, who was quite perceptive and proactively asked to undergo my research and modification. I put him into the examination device and turned back to Casero and George, saying his modification will take time, so you can go ahead and get busy. As a result, Casero hesitated for a moment and spoke up. Doctor, have you heard? The Hero Association is preparing to establish S-Class heroes. Of course, I knew that. I hope the doctor can help me with further enhancement, he said earnestly. I want to try hard to see if I can become an S-Class hero. I felt a pang of annoyance in my heart, finding it troublesome, but I certainly couldn't say that out loud. So I put on a mysterious air. The strength of a hero is the result of the unity of body and mind. Your heart, which is to say your combat experience and will, hasn't caught up yet. Forcing your body to strengthen now will only backfire. This foolish kid actually bought my nonsense, but he still wasn't satisfied. So, doctor, what conditions do you think I need to meet to undergo the transformation? Just to brush him off? I casually came up with a condition. I said the top 20 A-class heroes, go ahead and compete. If you really get in, I'll upgrade you. That guy, upon hearing this, got all pumped up like he was on steroids, shouting as he left, really thinking I set him some life challenge. But just as he left, another one came in. George, the giant hammer wrestler, immediately bowed to me at a 90-degree angle and said, Doctor, I beg you, promise me one thing first. I asked him what it was, but he insisted, no, you have to promise first, otherwise you definitely won't do it. Who understands this? Even I was starting to feel a bit tense. I said, all right, I promise you, but I want to see what it is. At worst, I can just backtrack. When he finally opened his mouth, I almost spit out the water I just drank. He wanted me to collaborate with the police. Let me tell you, these two organizations, the Hero Association and the police system, are like two rival milk tea shops, competing every day and not getting along at all. The Hero Association thinks the police are useless against monsters, while the police believe the Hero Association is a bunch of uncontrollable brutes who will cause trouble sooner or later. If I help the police, won't those people from the Hero Association come to my door every day to bring warmth? Isn't that just adding pressure on myself? I confronted George directly and told him that cooperation was impossible. I'm someone who values freedom above all else. But business can be done. You make sure the police have the money ready, or give me some rare materials that interest me, and I can build them a bioweapon cop. Just one, take it or leave it. I made it very clear. You get what you pay for. If the money is low, what I produce will just be an electronic pet. Don't blame me for that. Oh, by the way, help me find two people, a pair of brothers. The older one is named Fakgao, and the younger one is Marugali. If you find them, I'll give them a 20% discount on this job. After dealing with George, I hurried back to the operating room. I couldn't delay my big plan for a cute girl. And guess what? That crazy woman woke up by herself. She was sitting on the operating table, completely naked, throwing me flirtatious glances. Hey, doctor, you want to pick some cherries again? Let me tell you, I was so nervous, I felt like my balls shrank to the size of walnuts. The last time I experienced that excruciating pain was basically my cyber PTSD. We started an extreme tug-of-war, fiercely trading insults. She mocked me for being a virgin, and I stubbornly claimed to be experienced. She asked why she felt nothing, and I said my skills were so good it was seamless. She then asked why there was no trace left, and I replied that I was a neat freak and cleaned her up. Finally, she said, "Are you a quick shooter?" Which left me speechless. Later, I discovered that this woman was practically a human lie detector. As soon as I thought about doing something ridiculous like installing any parts in her, she would immediately sense it and get all riled up. If I emptied my mind, she was fine. Goodness, the first time I met her, I got beaten up because I had already planned her modification project out to 2025 in my head. What a talent! To study her superpower. I had no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy, admitting I was a virgin and asking her to let me do a full body check. Anyway, by studying her superpower and also dissecting the corpse of that patch-faced freak from before, I made a major technical breakthrough. I copied the freak's knife skills and implanted a combat data package in her brain. Within a week, that crazy woman was wielding a knife better than I could. And now she's sparring with old man Bongpu. I can barely keep up with her. The old man keeps secretly coaching her, saying things like if she tucked her left foot in 3 centimeters while breathing, she could go even faster while I'm stuck doubling my practice load. How biased can you get? Just when I was feeling down, George called, saying the 2 brothers I asked him to find how to lead. He rushed overexcitedly, and the police handed me an evidence bag that contained a piece of torn underwear. Folks, I was green with anger. After all that effort, this is what they found? Forget it. Relying on them is worse than relying on myself. I took out my exclusive bio-tracking bug and followed the scent up the mountain. Before long, I spotted 2 people, a tall, skinny scientist and a muscular guy. That muscle guy wasn't even wearing underwear. No wonder the police found only scraps. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at me, but I simply flicked him away with a finger. His brother was dumbfounded and quickly came over to befriend me, saying he was also into research and that their lab was just up in the mountains, not far from here. As soon as I heard that, I thought, fine, my mouth is dry anyway, so I'll just go have a cup of tea with him. After all, I'm not afraid of any tricks he might pull. He first went over to check on his big, silly brother, found out there was nothing serious, and then he sighed in relief. After that, he put on a warm and hospitable face and pulled me toward his lair. When we got to his research institute, let me tell you, we both started putting on a show. I pretended to be in awe, saying, "Oh, Dr. Fokker, you're truly a genius." On his side, his tail was almost wagging up to the sky, and while he modestly replied, "Dr. Diesel, you're the real big shot. Our research is simply a match made in heaven." We were going back and forth, each trying to sweet-talk the other, hoping to get something valuable out of the conversation. He talked about muscle transformation, and I mentioned energy conversion. Our discussion was quite speculative. Eventually, he couldn't hold back anymore and said he had a semi-finished product called Deltoid Pioneer, a super steroid, and asked if I was interested. The condition was to trade it for samples of the special protein and bone-strengthening agents I had. I thought to myself, isn't this just coming? I immediately agreed and had the drone deliver the samples and materials to him. He, in turn, gave me a prototype of his triangular muscle Pioneer. Goodness, just as I left, my tiny little bug transmitted the real-time footage back to me. His silly brother Marugali was not happy and asked why his brother was giving me the good stuff. Can you guess what his brother said? He said the thing he gave me was just a defective product, and his real goal was the materials I provided him. With my stuff, he could create his ultimate version of the king of biceps, and then his first order of business would be to come back and take me down. TSK. He even said that this world doesn't need two geniuses like him. At that moment, I watched the surveillance footage and laughed. Buddy, confidence is a good thing, but you need to have a bit of humility in that confidence. Back on my own turf, I took a look at his materials, and I have to say, this Fat Gao really has some skills. His research on muscle enhancement is indeed profound. If it weren't for my background at the EvolutionHouse and my broad research directions, I might not be able to compete with him in this single area. Unfortunately, he is completely focused on muscles, with a vigilance level regarding my technology of micro-spy robots that is practically zero. Now, his every move is basically under my watchful eyes. Just as I was researching, my phone rang. It was the hero I had previously supported, KeEscapes. He was incredibly excited, saying he had independently taken down a tiger-level monster and was now an A-class hero, ranking exactly 20th. I was surprised and thought, oh, this doesn't seem right. He didn't level up that quickly. He then explained that the Hero Association had created an S-class, promoting some of the original A-class big shots, and as a result, the hammer wrestler, that George, ended up at the bottom of the A-class ranking, allowing him to snag the spot. As soon as I heard it, I felt overwhelmed. Did something happen to George? Sure enough, KeEscapes said that George seemed to have angered the higher-ups in the association by introducing me to the police department. And now he was being targeted. There were even suggestions to expel him from the association. All right, I got it. These bastards are starting to pressure my people. I told KeEscapes to find a time next month to come over, and I would reinforce him, then hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the bureaucrats at the Hero Association headquarters were arguing like a bunch of market vendors. One big-toothed guy was ranting, saying that the hammer wrestler was eating from both sides. The association spent a lot of money to make him stronger, and he turned around and introduced me to the police, so he must be expelled. Another guy in sunglasses opposed it, saying that if we expelled him, our investment would go down the drain. Moreover, he had a good reputation, and if we pushed him too hard, what if he was recruited by another organization? We would be the ones at a disadvantage. After arguing for a long time, a guy named CC, who looked like he understood things, brought the topic back, saying that the focus now was not on how to deal with George, but on how to deal with me, Dr. Diesel. This caused an uproar. A female official said that my technology was so impressive, and the few heroes I transformed were all amazing. We should find a way to recruit me back. She also learned that my cooperation with the police seemed to only involve agreeing to create one biochemical cop, because the police had limited funding and I didn't pose a threat to them. Wow, these people are quite well informed. Immediately, someone came up with a bad idea, saying that we could use this opportunity to let me do some tricks while creating people for the police. They would provide the funding and offer monster materials. CC immediately opposed it, saying we are the Hero Association, not a mafia, and we can't use such despicable means. As a result, an official in a corner sarcastically said, "Speaking of which, Dr. Diesel's beauty technology is pretty good. The notorious female boss is quite popular now. Several of our major sponsors' wives and daughters want to find him, but he has been refusing, right? This puts us in a difficult position. Family, who understands? Just because I wouldn't do beauty treatments for their boss's wife and daughter. These people want to mess with me. It's purely a vendetta." Once this was said, the wind immediately changed direction, and the officials who had been hesitant began to agree. That's right, we should teach him a lesson. Let him know who the real boss is and come to us for protection. Seconded. All right, you guys are something. Just like that. They voted to prepare to turn up the heat on me. Sure enough, a few days later, the Hero Association's attitude towards me made a complete 180-degree turn. They stopped calling, stopped discussing cooperation, and even changed the rules that the bodies of monsters killed by heroes must be submitted to the association. Isn't this clearly cutting off my research materials? I don't really care. Anyway, I have plenty of projects on hand. It's just a matter of who can outlast whom. As a result, I was testing the new serum when the base alarm suddenly went off. Damn it, a hacker attack. The two-layer defense system I designed was instantly torn apart like paper, and all the defense machines went down. The base, disguised as an old house, suddenly revealed its sci-fi prototype, and those sunflowers in the garden all wilted, turning into writhing, strange vines. I checked the surveillance, and, to my surprise, there were over a dozen strange individuals, the weakest among them being at the tiger level, wreaking havoc in my third layer of defense like a demolition team. The leader was shouting that it was thanks to his hacker tentacles that they could break through my defense system. The other strange individuals were also shouting that they wanted to eat me, claiming that by eating me, they could evolve and gain immortality. I somewhat understand now. The Hero Association people have leaked my information, turning me into the Tang Sung meat in the eyes of the monsters. I stretched a bit and opened the reinforced door to step outside, standing in front of that group of weirdos. Before I could even ask a question, they all lunged at me like rabid dogs. I raised my hand and executed a whirlwind slash, instantly clearing the area. By the time I finished tidying up, the tough lady boss had just come back from her shower, seeing me shirtless with a bunch of robots fixing the house, which looked like it had been bombarded. She directly asked, "Is today Virgin Spring Day? Playing demolition?" I wiped the sweat off. My shirt was all covered in some strange person's blood, and it felt uncomfortable to wear. The wardrobe was also smashed, so I could only go without clothes for now. I explained it to her again and asked her not to call me a virgin. She, on the other hand, showed no intention of helping at all, and even asked me to make her room bigger and improve the lighting when I was renovating. I said, "Sister, you're living here for free. At least lend a hand." She took a drag from her cigarette, thought for a moment, then put it down and said, "I don't know how to do anything. What do you want me to help you with?" I sighed and said, "Forget it. A strange creature just ran away, called Hacker Tentacle. Can you help me catch it?" She responded with an "Oh. Are you talking about that thing that looks like a lump of poop? A boxy head with tentacles all over its hands and feet?" Yes, that's it." "Oh, it looked so disgusting that I smashed it with a stone. Its body should still be lying at the street corner." I got anxious as soon as I heard. "Why didn't you help me pick it up? Do you know how important that thing is to me? It has been run over by a car several times. It's so dirty. I just took a shower." Damn. I dropped the hammer and ran outside. If that thing gets pressed a few more times, its material value will be almost gone. After running a couple of steps, the boss lady shouted from behind, all right. I'll help you pick it up. You continue fixing your house." "What a big help. What do you want to eat for supper?" "I'll make it for you. And I'll heat up some water for a bath. I still need to wash when I get back." She waved her hand and walked away without looking back. I watched her back and suddenly remembered that her 18th birthday seems to be in a few days. What should I get her? In the following days, I found out from the captured live ones that it was indeed the work of the Hero Association. They deliberately spread rumors, saying how amazing I am, able to bring people back to life, and that eating my flesh can grant immortality. The rumors became increasingly exaggerated. However, their methods were quite crude. That group of weirdos still relied on that hacker tentacle to hack into the association's database to find me. I estimate that their plan is to gradually put pressure on me, waiting for me to reach my breaking point so that I will naturally seek their protection. Sure enough, just as the strange people quieted down, the gang showed up at my door. Waves of them, dressed in black suits, as if clocking in for work. And the result? Before they even got through the door, they were taken care of by my upgraded sunflower guard creatures. I'm telling you, these sunflowers are not to be underestimated. Their main body is a mutated vine underground. A batch was damaged by a monster before, so I upgraded them and gave them some autonomy. Now, they get excited at the sight of living beings, dragging those gangsters underground and drilling into them with their vines through every orifice. The scene was simply shocking. I almost couldn't bear to watch and could only comfort myself that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. The big sister was annoyed by the noise outside while having breakfast and yelled at them, and those vines actually shrank back like mice seeing a cat. More effective than listening to me. It left me a bit puzzled. Could she have a talent for taming beasts? By the end of the day, dozens of deranged, half-naked strong men appeared in the center of F City, each one injured and in disarray, becoming an urban legend. The folks at the Hero Association held a meeting again. The female officer reported that I showed no signs of backing down, and all their little schemes were easily resolved by me. Now, they were at a loss, not expecting me to withstand so much, especially since I'm a shut-in, staying in the base every day, making it impossible for them to kidnap me. Chi-Chi stood up again and said to stop using such underhanded tactics and to apologize quickly while there was still room for easing tensions. But then that buck-tooth guy jumped out to oppose, saying that it would be embarrassing to back down at this point. I had to lower my head first. They even started discussing whether to send a hero to infiltrate my base to steal technology, and they considered forcing the delinquent big sister to become an insider. Just as they were planning fervently, someone from the personnel department weakly said, just a report. C-level hero delinquent big sister has been automatically removed from the list for not executing tasks for a long time. These people were still not giving up, saying they would add her back and issue commands. The personnel department then became even more awkward. We've contacted her, and she said, she's no longer interested in being a hero. Just go ahead and remove her. Damn it, Dr. Diesel. Has he completely won that woman's heart so quickly? It seems we need to update our information on him. Dr. Diesel is likely a playboy who toys with women. At this moment, Wang, who was preparing food for the big sister, suddenly sneezed. To counter us with such poaching tactics, does he think we will bow to him? This is already a very hostile action. We don't need to be polite anymore and should increase our efforts against him. That's right. We can't make concessions at this time. Before, we didn't want to damage our relationship too much, but now we must let him know our strength. Everyone, please remain calm. maybe it's not what we think. The delinquent big sister has never been someone who listens to commands. Perhaps this time it's just her unilateral idea, and Dr. Diesel might not mean it that way. Judging a doctor's hostility based solely on one sea-level hero leaving the association is too hasty. I firmly oppose it. Seeing Shichi's insistence, the other officers of the Hero Association also calmed down a bit. In that case, we won't directly fall out with Diesel. However, we can't remain unresponsive. It's necessary to show our strength a little. But he's been hiding in his base. What should we do? We just need to lure him out. Recently, some prehistoric biological fossils have been found in the garbage mountain on the outskirts of M City, and they seem to be previously undiscovered organisms. The previous prophet, Shibabawa, also known as Wrinkle Granny, predicted that dangerous creatures would appear there for a while, so no researchers were summoned to investigate. Isn't Diesel interested in various organisms? Let's send him an invitation and commission him to conduct the investigation. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? The dangerous creatures predicted by Shibabawa are likely to be ghost-level and could reach dragon-level disasters. We're just scaring Diesel. We don't want him to eliminate the disaster. When danger arises, we'll just need to rescue him in time. Moreover, some S-level heroes have already been selected, and the association has a certain combat power to respond. We can give it a try. When Diesel gets scared out of his wits, he'll know to ask us for help. That's right, with S-level heroes involved. Rescuing a Diesel shouldn't be too hard. I think it will work. I second that. After the Hero Association made its decision, they sent an invitation to Dr. Diesel under the pretext of investigating prehistoric special organisms. When Wang received the message, he was preparing to work on a modification of the smooth muscle in his body. He looked at the invitation in his hand and couldn't quite understand the Hero Association's intentions. After monsters and criminals, the next thing is just an invitation letter. What does the Hero Association want to do this time? Thanks to the information provided by Fok Gao, Wang successfully strengthened his internal organs with the newly developed materials. These organs also further increased the total amount of electrical energy in his body and his control capabilities. Coupled with the research on hero bones, Wang's spinal cord was also enhanced, making the transmission of nerve signals more stable. With the combined effects of both, Wang shouldn't experience any more instances of his body not listening to him. After his strength was further enhanced, Wang piloted his self-developed aircraft to the garbage mountain in a city, which the Hero Association commissioned for investigation. After all, since these were never before seen prehistoric organisms, collecting some good materials might yield unexpected gains for Wang. A staff member guarding the area immediately took him to get familiar with the site upon seeing Wang's arrival. Mr. Dr. Diesel, this huge pit is the area that needs research and investigation. After some preliminary investigations, it seems that the fossils excavated here are from both the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, with many known plant and animal fossils, as well as some organisms never seen before. While Wang scanned the fossils with the equipment he brought, he asked the accompanying association staff if it's just a prehistoric biological investigation. Isn't it enough to leave it to paleontologists? Why is the Hero Association, which handles disaster events, getting involved in this matter? The response from the accompanying association staff, indeed, couldn't be separated from the Hero Association's primary responsibilities. Since this area was originally a garbage mountain, there had been reports of monsters and criminal organizations operating in the vicinity, and you have the delinquent big sister for protection. Plus, the environment is terrible, and there might be secondary disasters. So after considering it, the association believed that Dr. Diesel, who could replace a large team of various experts on his own, was quite suitable for conducting the investigation here. All right, I'm willing to accept this commission. You can go back. Although flattery doesn't have much effect on Wang, he still expressed his willingness to take on the job. While his instruments were scanning, they detected some strange energy bodies. After receiving Dr. Diesel's consent, the accompanying Hero Association staff hurriedly left the area. Take your time investigating. I'm going to the plane to smoke. The big sister seemed to dislike the disgusting smell of the place, so after greeting Wang, she returned to his vehicle. Wang, wearing a mask, didn't mind. He deployed all the automatic detection devices he brought and began examining some unearthed fossils to see what he could find. 10 minutes later, the automatic detection robot sent back information indicating that it had found the location with the strongest strange energy. It was a huge rock that looked very ordinary. Wang muttered to himself in confusion. The strange energy had come from this big rock before. What was going on? According to the detection of the rock's outer wall, it seemed to be some kind of egg fossil. But how could a fossil attract such strange energy? Was there something inside still alive? With this thought in mind, Wang began to use a special device to probe the inside of the rock. The information and patterns that came back made Wang Ke's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, there really is a strange creature inside. And when the strange energy entered the outer liquid of the egg, it would convert the energy into nutrients for this creature. As it absorbed the nutrients, the creature's slight rising and falling movements looked just like breathing. Finding this intriguing, Wang immediately took out his tools to collect the outer liquid of the fossil egg. However, just as he had collected a little, the creature inside the egg seemed to sense something and immediately began to fight back. The outer wall of the egg shell, which had still looked like a rock, suddenly shot out several rock spikes toward Wang Ke. He nimbly dodged, but the small hole that had just been created quickly began to close. Wang tried to get closer to collect a bit more, but the rock spikes continuously attacked to keep him away. Forget it, I'll just leave you alone for now. Although the sample collected wasn't much, it was enough for some preliminary research. After all, the creature inside the egg hadn't fully formed yet. Wang took the collected liquid and returned to the side of the spacecraft to conduct his research. How much longer do we have to stay here? I'm already bored. The leader, holding a nearly finished bottle of beer, walked into the tent that Wang had built with special resin materials. Leader, didn't I tell you? This simple laboratory built with a tent doesn't have such complete functions. You need to wear the work clothes I gave you before coming in. Wang didn't delve into the other person's reckless behavior. Instead, he looked at the syringe in his hand with excitement. You look so excited. Is there something interesting? The leader, not lecturing him as before, pointed to the tiny syringe in his hand and asked curiously. This is a new potion I formulated, mainly composed of the liquid collected from that fossil egg yesterday. As long as I inject this, I can directly extract the outer liquid from that fossil egg using the syringe's tail. Is it pleasant to absorb that, like how I smoke? Since Wang stopped lecturing, the leader took another sip of beer and said, it can enhance my strength while allowing me to sense that strange energy. As Wang spoke, he began to inject himself. I'm running low on cigarettes and alcohol. Give me some change. The nearest convenience store can't process card payments. The leader, clearly uninterested in Wang's thoughts, reached out her hand for money. There should be some cash in the second drawer beside the wardrobe of the spacecraft. You can go get it. After saying that, Wang ignored the leader's reaction and quickly ran towards yesterday's fossil egg. The leader then walked toward the spacecraft, and after finding the cash, hurried to the convenience store 2 kilometers away. When she slowly walked back, she saw Wang rushing toward her with a panicked expression. Quick, run. That thing behind us is cheating. It's so powerful despite its poor development. The slightly tipsy leader didn't react immediately, but the next moment, Wang picked her up by the waist and jumped with all his might as a purple energy ball came roaring toward them. After a loud explosion, the original garbage mountain disappeared without a trace. The leader, who was thrown over Wang's shoulder, immediately became alert upon sensing a strong malice. What the hell is that? A plasma energy ball? But its power is too incredible. Damn, bring it on. At that moment, the Hero Association, after a round of alarms, was informed by a disaster assessment officer. Dr. Diesel's location at the garbage mountain is showing a high energy response. The disaster level is dragon level. Immediately contact S-rank Hero Metal Knight and have him rescue Dr. Diesel. Meanwhile, on the other side of City M, the bald Saitama was participating in a supermarket sale. After another huge explosion, a figure that looked quite disheveled crawled out of the dirt. What the hell? How can it be such a strong monster? The main story of this world hasn't even started yet. At that moment, Wang, who was hit by another energy blast from the monster and was kneeling on one knee while spitting blood, was unable to move. The now sober leader began to engage in a fierce battle with the dragon-level monster using 2 large knives, preventing the monster from pursuing Wang. At that time, the leader was using 2 curved knives that Wang had made for her from special materials, which were significantly larger than usual. Moreover, at the end of their handles, there were protruding cross handles that allowed her to grip and rotate them. The leader exerted force with her feet, twisting her body to create several afterimages as she attacked the monster's left side. The monster extended its 4 clawed fingers, attempting to grab the fast-moving leader. However, when tried to crush its prey, it discovered it had only caught an afterimage. This was a trap set by the leader. As she was about to be caught in midair, she gripped the cross handles of the 2 curved knives, spun rapidly, and changed direction to circle behind monster. Take this, you bastard! After angrily cursing, the leader used her 2 knives to sever the monster's Achilles tendons. As the monster's body tilted, the leader continued to swing her dual knives, creating a cloud of green blood mist. However, a roar erupted from the blood mist, and giant bone spikes shot out from the monster's back. The leader quickly used her knives to block the bone spikes, but at that moment, small bone spikes began to grow from the block spikes, piercing through the leader's knees. Crap, I've been set up. Realizing the leader was in trouble, Wang halted his internal energy buildup and rushed forward. With one hand, he used a whirlwind slash to forcefully sever the monster's bone spikes, while using the other hand to protect the leader. However, the cunning monster had lured Wang closer for this moment, and it charged up a purple energy ball in its hand, launching it at Wang from close range. Martial arts kick. In a critical moment, Wang executed a long and used special move, causing the purple energy ball to slightly veer off course. Holding the leader, Wang quickly distanced himself from the monster using the shockwave. During this brief battle, both sides suffered heavy injuries and began to gather energy for a standoff. On Wang's side, the leader was covered in green and red blood, her legs incapacitated and falling unconscious. Wang himself, having forcefully severed the bone spikes with his hand, had one hand deformed and useless, and some fragments of the monster's bone spikes had penetrated his body. His right leg, having just executed the martial arts kick, was a bloody mess with the lower part of his knee completely gone. Compared to the tragic state of his opponent, Wang had used himself as bait to set a trap, but under the monster's bizarre regenerative ability, the blood and broken bone fragments scattered outside seemed to have a life of their own, crawling back to the monster's body and quickly merging together. Damn it, I was careless. I should have escaped at all costs earlier. At this moment, Wang had no time to observe the strange, self-healing phenomenon of the monster. Severely injured, he discovered that the monster's bone spurs that had invaded his body were slowly advancing towards his vital organs like the brain and heart. Ugh! With all his strength suppressing the foreign objects in his body, Wang quickly used his other hand, which was still intact, to pull out the bone spur that was still embedded in the wound on the big sister's head. However, the bone spur seemed to be remotely controlled by the monster, suddenly deforming and stabbing into Wang's palm, causing him to let out a mournful cry. Meanwhile, the monster, which had been healing, now seemed to have fully recovered. Its dark red body looked almost new, with hardly any scars, and it even felt like it had been strengthened from the battle. Only the 3 twisted faces on its head and the disproportionately deformed left hand still looked as if they had just hatched from an egg. These deformities were caused by Wang greedily absorbing the outer liquid of the fossil egg earlier, prompting the monster to mature prematurely due to malnutrition. The monster slowly approached Wang, its deformed left hand protruding a needle-like bone spur, seemingly ready to reclaim its nutrients from Wang's body. Suddenly, a laser shot down from the sky, and the monster quickly retreated to dodge it, then looked up at the sky. Dr. Diesel's biochemical modifications turn out to be only this level. How disappointing. A combat robot equipped with numerous weapons slowly descended from the air. Upon hearing the electronic voice of the robot, Wang's expression darkened, and he angrily cursed. Finally willing to make a move, now that you've seen enough, you bastard. In fact, Wang had long sensed that the Metal Knight was hiding nearby. When he and the big sister were locked in a bitter battle, he had also called for help. But no matter what conditions he proposed, even expressing his willingness to assist the Hero Association, the other party showed no reaction and simply hid away to watch the show. Although you are of no use to me, the association seems to value you quite a bit. I might as well save you and exchange you for some money. Through remote control, Bofi continued to humiliate Wang, as their conflicts had existed for a long time. After hearing about Diesel's reputation, he had tried to search for the other's information. However, the opponent's system was tightly secured, and Bofi didn't want to alert the enemy, so he didn't go too deep. When the Hero Association planned to confront Diesel later, Bofi observed for a while and then successfully hacked into Diesel's base system to look for information. However, the other party's system was nearly twice as strong as he had previously observed, directly blocking his hacking attempts and starting to counterattack, infiltrating Bofi's system to steal data. Thus, the two engaged in back-and-forth hacking attacks, making quite a commotion, even sparking a global cyber battle. Fortunately, both were more concerned about their own research and were unwilling to engage in prolonged, fruitless attrition, ultimately reaching a tacit ceasefire. Yet some residual anger lingered in their hearts. And now that Diesel was being beaten so badly by the monster, Bofi naturally wanted to relish the pleasure of it. At this moment, Wang was quite unhappy, but considering that he had no choice but to endure, he could only pretend he hadn't heard what the other party was saying. In fact, if it weren't for picking up that hacker tentacle monster's corpse earlier and transforming it into a biochemical computer, enhancing the response capability of his base system, he would have had to shrink back in the face of Bofi's large-scale hacking attack, with no means to counterattack. Not to mention taking advantage of the enemy's negligence to steal some technical information from them. The dragon-level monster did not pay attention to the exchanges between Wang Ku and the suddenly appearing robot. After observing for a while, its strange energy began to operate, and the monster's entire body actually flew up. Oh, it can actually fly using this power. What could be the principle? Let me check it out. The Metal Knight became interested upon seeing the monster take flight. Then, disregarding whether it would affect the injured behind, it unleashed all sorts of heavy weapons from the robot towards the dragon-level monster in front, facing the various attacks flying toward it. The monster controlled its body to fly faster, dodging while shooting out purple beams, creating countless explosions in the sky. However, the Metal Knight seized the opportunity, shooting out a massive mechanical hand that grabbed the monster, and then continuously fired at the monster with a Vulcan cannon mounted on its body. In an instant, the monster was shot to a bloody pulp. The monster tried to break free, even attempting to invade with its bone spurs. But for the fully mechanical Metal Knight, all of this seemed to have no effect. After the Metal Knight finished firing with its Vulcan cannon, it cut off the cable between its body and the mechanical hand, letting the now shredded monster fall to the ground along with the damaged mechanical arm. Bofi disdainfully said to Wang Ku, "The combination of machinery and firepower is the symbol of strength. Your biochemical modification technology is merely child's play." During this time, Wang Ku had managed to melt the invading bone spurs in his body with the help of the nanobots inside him and transfer the remnants into his biochemical pouch. Hearing Bofi's provocation, Wang Ku replied and then quickly retreated, pulling the big sister away to create distance. "Your scrap metal isn't that great either. Save such foolish words for when you've defeated the monster." At this moment, the dragon-level monster that had been reduced to a pulp outside the city began to gather its flesh again. Moreover, the discarded mechanical arm of the Metal Knight was also being pushed to merge with the monster's flesh. It didn't seem like it would integrate the metal into its body, but this bizarre self-healing ability was indeed disgusting. After saying this, the remaining mechanical arm on the Metal Knight opened up and a massive burning cannon began to activate. But before that, the Metal Knight activated other launchers in its body, firing all the remaining missiles. The dragon-level monster, still at the location where it was gathering its body, was immediately engulfed in explosive flames, followed by another round of massive burning cannon attacks, seemingly leaving nothing behind in the face of such power. Sure enough, after the attacks, the monster's flesh and the originally damaged mechanical arm completely disappeared, leaving only scorched earth and a collapsed ground, indicating that something had just happened here. Although it was a bit troublesome, there are indeed no energy reactions left. Today's harvest is good. It not only tested the weapons, but also obtained good data. Plus, I got to see Diesel being brutally beaten by the monster, looking utterly miserable. The fools of the Hero Association can occasionally provide some decent tasks. An energy reaction? The Metal Knight originally intended to pick up Diesel and take him back to the Hero Association's headquarters in such a disgraceful state. However, at that moment, the radar suddenly alarmed, and before the Metal Knight could react, it was attacked by an energy ball that emerged from underground, destroying a large part of its body. It came from underground. At this moment, the monster hiding underground stood up, its right arm completely restored. Even more surprisingly, the originally deformed left arm was actually merging with the previously damaged mechanical arm. The fallen Metal Knight robot prepared to counterattack with its remaining weapon, a laser cannon. But the monster simply stepped on it, and the robot ceased to respond. TSK, it seems I underestimated the dragon-level monster. I need to further develop more powerful equipment. However, Diesel seems to be beyond saving. Let's inform the Hero Association. Bofi, who is operating remotely from a safe base, has no intention of sending robots for rescue again. Originally, the Hero Association prioritized saving Dr. Diesel, but in the eyes of Metal Knight, testing the performance of his weapons is far more important. Diesel's life is merely a secondary concern to his main work. Wang Ku, heavily injured, is still holding onto the unconscious big sister, making movement very inconvenient. So he chooses to hide, betting that the monster won't find him and will go search elsewhere. He begins to unseal his long-sealed deformity cells, fully activating the fusion and division of the cells to speed up his recovery. Meanwhile, the dragon-level monster takes no action, but instead picks up the wreckage of the Metal Knight's robot, using bone spurs to extract some parts and repair its deformed left hand, which has been fusing. After completing its work, it raises its left hand and fires a purple beam cannon in the direction where Wang Ku is hiding. What the hell? What is this underdeveloped monster? It just rolled out of its shell not long ago and can actually DIY. And it's not just with an axe or hammer. It's a beam cannon. This is a bit excessive. After realizing the dragon-level monster's intentions, Wang Ku immediately begins to evade, narrowly dodging the monster's attack at the last moment. But at this moment, the dragon-level monster charges towards Wang Ku at super speed. It simultaneously gathers energy bullets with its right hand while shooting the beam cannon with its left, alternating attacks on Wang Ku. In a life-and-death situation, Wang Ku's previously deformed arm finally returns to a movable state, and below his right knee, a small leg filled with tumors grows under the influence of the cells. Then, carrying the big sister on his back, Wang Ku continuously intensifies his deformed cells, starting a life-and-death escape in a way that is akin to burning his life. However, this can only buy him some time. The distance between him and the monster is getting closer, and its energy attack techniques are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Whirlwind/Iron Fist. 10 Blades Barrage. Forced into a corner. After successfully dodging an energy bullet, Wang Ku uses the ultimate move he trained under Bong Pu's guidance against the monster behind him, hoping to destroy the monster's mechanical arm. However, the monster has become increasingly adept at controlling its power. It quickly forms a semi-finished energy ball and, through some deformation, unleashes a move similar to an energy shield. After blocking all of Wang Ku's attacks, the monster then knocks Wang Ku down to the ground with a mechanical fist and steps on him, immobilizing him. During this time, Wang Ku only has time to throw the big sister far away behind him. Let's talk it out. You have intelligence, right? I am a modification doctor and can help you modify your body. My technology is absolutely reliable, and the service quality is top-notch. If you have no demands for your body, how about I make you do you need a male, or don't get carried away? Helplessly pinned down, Wang Ku finds his limbs unable to move, and even that fifth limb, don't get the wrong idea, it's a tail, cannot rise at this moment. So he tries to pitch his special service to the monster, hoping this intelligent creature can understand the rarity of talent. But the dragon-level monster shows no interest. It puts down the left arm it previously DIY'd. Then, just like before Metal Knight arrived, it extends a syringe-like bone spur from its deformed left hand, preparing to stab it into Wang Ku's body. Did you destroy the vegetables I bought at the supermarket? After a boiled egg face appears, Wang Ku finally feels at ease. You actually have a girlfriend. Hearing this about himself, Wang Ku, who has been single for years, feels quite uncomfortable. Should he pretend to be a successful person in front of Saitama, or tell the truth? Wait a minute. What do you mean I actually have a girlfriend? I'm a real man. Isn't it normal to have a girlfriend? Although he doesn't actually have one. He can make one anytime. Why did I say make instead of find? Damn, the more I think about it, the more it hurts. I'm not his girlfriend because he hasn't confessed to me yet. The first half of the big sister sentence helps Wang Ku solve his worries, but the second half leaves him overloaded. It sounds like as long as I confess to you, you'll accept it. Huh, will you accept? Thinking of this, Wang Ku immediately asks the big sister, wait, if I confess to you, will you accept? Oh, I haven't planned to accept yet. Filled with hope for finding love, Wang Ku receives such a reply. The single dog Wang Ku suffers 8,000 points of damage and simultaneously gains a mood contradiction buff. Oh, the meat is all gone. Saitama looks at the hot pot in front of him. To thank Saitama for saving his life, after finishing the hot pot meal, Wang Ku begins to sort out his gains and losses from this activity. The dragon-level monster destroyed all the vegetables Saitama bought at the supermarket by carelessly throwing energy bullets and firing laser cannons. Under Baldy's immense anger, the dragon-level monster was KO'd with a single punch. Unlike the previous battles with Wang Ku, the big sister, and Metal Knight, the monster, with a huge hole blown in its chest, couldn't use its astonishing regeneration to come back to life. It was as if all the cells in the monster's body died under the attack from One Punch Man. The monster's corpse that Wang Ku picked up has thus fallen to 1/10 of its research value, even less than the remnants of the original monster bones in Wang Ku's biological pouch. Additionally, the wreckage of Metal Knight's robot, including the mechanical arm DIY'd by the monster, has greatly increased Wang Ku's technical reserves related to machinery. Although Wang Ku is somewhat reluctant to admit it, Bofiai's mechanical power boost is indeed higher than his current biochemical attribute. Other gains include the liquid extracted from that egg. This liquid modified Wang Ku's body, enhancing his internal organs while also undergoing unknown changes. Although the final outcome remains uncertain, Wang has not noticed any negative effects. Meanwhile, it seems that the electrical currents in his original body have disappeared. Why does it seem so? Because Wang Ku can feel an energy similar to electricity continuing to exist in his body in a way that exceeds his understanding. However, he cannot utilize it, meaning that the 8-punch technique, still under development, seems to need to be temporarily shelved. Overall, it seems that during this encounter with the dragon-level monster, Although Wang could gain quite a bit, it wasn't too much. And compared to the gains, the losses are simple, yet make Wang could feel quite uncomfortable. That is the reactivation of the deformity cells in his body. Initially, relying on the cells of the 170,000-year-old larvae, Wang could successfully stabilize his body's condition for a period. However, this time, in order to save his life, the deformity cells have begun to become active again. Although there is currently no large-scale rejection response occurring in Wang Ke's body, the activation of this ticking time bomb that could be fatal is definitely causing him to lose sleep. So this time when Wang Ke returned to his base, he did not amputate the sarcoma on his right knee and calf. Instead, he placed it in a nutrient tank to cultivate and observe data, preparing it as a prototype for the development of a new generation of organs. Just this point alone, the losses far outweighed the gains. After some thought, Wang Ke felt a bit restless, so he set up the computer to automatically collect various data from his body. Meanwhile, he cleared his mind and entered a brief state of relaxation. In fact, Wang Ke was avoiding a problem, which was the woman he felt very awkward about, the big sisterhead. The ridiculous events that occurred when they first met need not be mentioned. Later, when Wang Ke treated the big sisterhead again, it was mixed with a desire for revenge and the study of a rare specimen. Such complex thoughts. However, a charming face and an alluring figure of a young beauty living in his house for such a long time. No matter how Wang Ke controlled the dopamine levels in his brain, he would still subconsciously produce a bit of that unique hormone. Originally, this ambiguous cohabitation might have naturally decided the final outcome with the passage of time. But after encountering the dragon-level monster incident, the relationship between the troublesome big sisterhead and Diesel, or rather between Fengqing Maisa and Wang Ke, suddenly heated up to a critical point. After the appearance of an unknown factor in Saitama, whether intentional or unintentional, the paper window between Wang Ke and Fengqing Maisa was directly pierced. Wang Ke took the opportunity to take that step, but Fengqing Maisa only took half a step at the last moment, seemingly waiting for something. If the two maintained this awkward distance, they might end up turning back. Since Wang Ke crossed over, or tracing back to before his parents passed away, he had experienced too long a time of loneliness. He had even grown accustomed to this loneliness, making it difficult to notice the desires in his heart. Fengqing Maisa, a minor girl, had become an incredibly powerful professional hero. Her family had long passed away, and although she had a mentor before, he also died in a monster disaster. She had also experienced a long period of loneliness, which had a significant similarity to Wang Ke. When Wang Ke invited Fengqing Maisa in the name of research, the girl who was not yet 18 could clearly feel Wang Ke's occasional inappropriate thoughts, but did not refuse, ultimately choosing to stay. Perhaps she sensed that there were many similarities between herself and Wang Ke. In other words, the more perceptive Fengqing Maisa could detect that Wang Ke was also a lonely guy with desires in his heart that he was not aware of. Although Fengqing Maisa did not explicitly say it, she had already positioned herself as Wang Ke's girlfriend in many matters. It was also a casual remark made by Fengqing Maisa that led Wang Ke to express a not-quite confession. She did not take that last half-step, but was instead waiting for Wang Ke to realize that he still had another half-step to take. Such sentimental thinking is generally something women think of first. However, it is indeed quite peculiar that someone like Wang Ke, who had been single for over 20 years, had not noticed this. But considering Wang Ke's peculiar transformation, in order to maintain the operation of his high IQ brain, even controlling the secretion of dopamine in his own brain, he would indeed be lacking in emotional intelligence. It seemed that the two would have to waste some more time, but the paths of the world are not just one. Even if the circuits in the head of this science nerd are peculiar, it cannot change the reality that he still longs to escape singlehood. Wang Ke had always wanted to enter a false sleep, but with the entanglement buff in his heart not being washed away, how could he calm down? At that moment, a marvelous chemical reaction in his brain overwhelmed the balance Wang Ke had maintained in various ways for a long time. He pulled out the sarcoma leg that was still being recorded for data and undergoing morphological transformation in the nutrient tank and walked towards the big sisterhead's room. When Wang Ke pushed open the big sisterhead's door, the perceptive Fengqing Maisa was neither smoking nor drinking. Big sisterhead, I want no. That is not right. Wang Ke thought for a moment and did not say the next words, but Fengqing Maisa's eyes became more spirited. Let me reintroduce myself. My surname is Wang. My full name is Wang Ke, nicknamed Dr. Diesel. Miss Fengqing Maisa, I had originally planned to give you a brand new electronic cigarette designed by me on your 18th birthday. However, now I would like to add another gift for you, a lifelong boyfriend. So, Miss Fengqing Maisa, Would you like to have a relationship with me aimed at marriage? The big sisterhead, who liked to smoke and drink and was used to corpses and blood, revealed a smile of an 18-year-old girl at this moment. It seems that in terms of gains and losses, Wang Ke got much more. After more than 20 years of life in 2 lifetimes, Wang Ke finally completed the betrayal of all single dogs. After becoming a couple, Wang Ke's dopamine levels in his brain were severely imbalanced. If it were before, he would have anxiously injected himself with special medicine. But now, after seeing the dreams of a man, while feeling sweet inside, his IQ dropped significantly. The freshly awakened Fengchang Maisa, now Wang Ke's current girlfriend, was wearing her boyfriend's shirt and dealing with 2 strangely colored objects in front of her in the kitchen. When these 2 objects were placed on Wang Ke and Fengchang Maisa's plates, the housekeeper-type computer in the kitchen continuously warned its owner about the potential harm of consuming them. However, in response to the loyal advice from the housekeeper, Wang Ke cut off its power. Then, he put the food into his mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit, and managed to swallow it down. Fengchang Maisa also took a bite of her creation. She, having an IQ like a normal person, poured the poison from her plate into the trash. Let me reiterate, I can't cook, can't do laundry, and can't do any other chores. But I can smoke, drink, and occasionally gamble. I know. Wang Ke smiled foolishly again. And I have had plastic surgery, and I might have had breast augmentation. Moreover, I am a girl used to fighting, and that membrane below was torn a long time ago due to excessive movement. I did help you with the surgery, but I didn't help you with breast augmentation. As for that membrane below, didn't I fix it for you? Besides, last night I tore it again. Wang Ke said something that would attract the resentment and envy of all single dogs. Even so, if you sleep with me, you have to marry me. Otherwise, I will chop you up. You also have to remain loyal to me. Otherwise, I will still chop you up. I will quit smoking, drinking, and gambling for you. And I will also start learning laundry, cooking, and other chores. Wang Ke said nothing but continued to smile like a fool enviously admired by all single dogs. When you are confused, I will express my thoughts. When you are lonely, I will be by your side. And, I'm not smart, so I can only think of so much. If I think of more things in the future, I will tell you then. I will definitely listen patiently. This new silly couple was immersed in sweetness. So much so that when the outsider, George, finally contacted Wang Ke, who had slightly recovered his IQ. The police department ultimately terminated the planned raid on Wang Ke's residence, which was originally intended to rescue 3 visiting officers kidnapped by biochemical vines. Sorry, I was in a sweet moment with my girlfriend and didn't notice your call. The 3 police officers really shouldn't have casually entered my garden. Fortunately, the children in the garden already have a detailed understanding of human anatomy and only had a brief encounter with the new toys. However, they still experienced significant psychological trauma, which could affect their future. Dr. Diesel, could you provide some treatment for them? If they're willing, I could attempt to erase or modify their memories. With some medication, we should be able to handle this well. Well, let's go with modification. I think they would be more accepting of that. Erasing sounds too terrifying. In fact, the side effects of erasure will be less severe, but if you insist, I have no problem with that. Let's modify. Memory is proof of a person's existence. Erasing memories carries the suspicion of murder, which is unacceptable for us police officers. It was the insistence of this high-ranking police official that led to the 3 officers, whose memories were modified, secretly becoming addicted to some dirty dealings in the following months, even causing crises in their personal lives, ultimately returning to the status of single people. Now, let's get to the point. The gentleman at police headquarters should have reached a conclusion by now. Should your bioweapon police program continue? There's been a lot of debate within the police department regarding the bioweapon police plan, whether it should be implemented, how much funding to use, who should carry it out, and how it should be managed. After all, the police department is an institution established by the state, and the strong bureaucratic tendencies are a significant reason why they are continuously squeezed by the Hero Association. Indeed, a complete plan has been confirmed, and the amount of compensation is much more generous than expected. However, Dr. Diesel, you know our police department's procedures are quite cumbersome, so we hope to cooperate using a phased payment method. For each payment made, you would then provide upgrades for our warriors. Wang Ke looked at the proposal presented to him. The total amount was indeed more generous than the Hero Association. However, the phased payment method was something Wang Ke found difficult to accept. Although funding wasn't too important to him, after having a girlfriend, he became very focused on accumulating assets. I personally find it hard to accept the phased payment method, as my experiments are conducted with high efficiency, and I don't want to be hindered by other matters. This refers to Plan A. You should have other plans as well. The high-ranking police official smiled wryly. George had previously introduced Dr. Diesel's personality and suggested that the police department should ideally use a one-time payment plan, but the police department still wanted to give it a try. For Plan B, the funds we can use are significantly less. I wonder if you can complete warriors that meet our requirements within this funding limit. Wang saw that the funds had indeed been reduced to 1/10 of Plan A. Although the requirements for warrior abilities had decreased considerably, there was still a significant overlap with Plan A. However, Wang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the police department's concerns about quality. The police officer's perspective is still too narrow. I can create warriors that exceed the requirements of Plan A with this amount. At this moment, Wang was hesitating about whether to be so honest. It seemed he could extract more benefits from the police officers. Forget it. Let's just make a good connection this time. The people from the Hero Association are indeed too troublesome. It's also a good opportunity to hit them hard. The incident with the dragon-level monster was something Wang had agreed to himself, so he wasn't too angry. What frustrated him was that the association sent that guy Bofei for rescue. Even sending an A-level hero would have been better than the S-level Metal Knight. At least it wouldn't make Wang feel disgusted. You don't need to worry about my technical capabilities. I can guarantee that within this budget, I will create warriors that surpass Plan A, and I'll cover any cost overruns myself. However, I have one request that I hope you can agree to. Hearing that Dr. Diesel was willing to cover the budget for the plan, the high-ranking police official was both surprised and excited. However, after hearing the following request, he was worried it might be something too troublesome. You might as well say it first. In the future, for all the monsters defeated by your police department, whether by regular officers or bioweapon police, I want priority access to all the corpses or other related data for research. Once I make this request, you must not delay and should hand it over to me as quickly as possible. The high-ranking police official hesitated for a moment. This request wasn't too unreasonable. However, there are always unexpected situations, and if it involves something else, it could become quite troublesome. I personally agree with it, but I still need to consult with others. That is only reasonable. You can go back and think carefully about the ability requirement for the B-Plan heroes. I will do my best to meet your needs. Apart from the various bioweapons and modifications made in Wang's base, only 6 humans have truly been modified and enhanced by Wang after entering the One Punch Man world. Casero, George, Misha, Bone, Baodin, and Snake. The enhanced warrior Casero is significantly related to the mutation in his body and Wang himself, bringing unexpected progress to Wang, who was urgently developing a new generation of bioweapon organs at the time. Thus, his modification was initially experimental in nature, observed for later application to Wang himself. Even after receiving a second enhancement, Casero still has many experimental techniques that Wang intends to use on himself within his body. Therefore, while he is quite powerful overall, he was not entirely developed for combat. George, the hammer wrestler, was merely an injured individual entrusted to Wang by the Hero Association. This professional hero did not have strange experimental organs like Casero. Wang's modifications mainly focused on enhancing human physical recovery and potential. In other words, George's combat power was not deliberately heightened. He was given a higher limit on physical quality. But the actual combat power extraction relied on George's continuous training as a former athlete. The new hero Bone was merely an individual with an unusual physique, which piqued Wang's interest for research. After bringing some results to Wang, he enhanced some of Bone's abilities in return. Similar to him was Baodin, who had a supercharged electric body. The martial artist Snake, also a professional hero, did not have much research value. However, since Wang was very interested in martial arts, he expanded Wang's perspective with his unique boxing style. In admiration and gratitude, Wang casually enhanced his physical quality and increased some of his potential. This level of enhancement is the simplest and hardly qualifies as a modification. Now, as Wang's girlfriend, Fengqing Misha's modification process was somewhat more complicated. Initially, Wang only transformed her from a disfigured, disabled person into a person who had undergone cosmetic surgery. Other surgeries were not fully completed, and the only enhancement was a single enhancement agent. Overall, it required less effort than with George. However, she originally possessed strong abilities, and even with simpler surgeries, she was still significantly stronger than George and Casero. Later, after encountering the face patch incident, Wang gained quite a bit from the corpse of the face patch. Moreover, the former leader at the time sparked new interest in Wang. Under her will, Wang enhanced her physical qualities significantly. They even implanted a lot of combat data, making her strength surpass even Wang himself. However, even with the power to rival an S-class hero, Feng Misha is essentially just a physically strong female human. Now that her relationship with Wang Ku has been confirmed, Wang Ku naturally doesn't have the perverse idea of transforming his girlfriend into a combat weapon that is too far removed from humanity. The police department's request this time is to create a bio-cybernetic police officer to respond to the challenges from the Hero Association with strength, in order to suppress the chaotic mutants and vicious criminals. At the same time, a somewhat dissatisfied Wang Ku wanted to take this opportunity to give the Hero Association a lesson. Additionally, the formidable robots from a Metal Knight also sparked Wang Ku's competitive spirit. He wanted to create a powerful bio-cybernetic warrior based entirely on enhanced combat power, to compete with the technological prowess of the Metal Knight. I considered many surgical candidates, but I didn't expect you would bring in a brain-dead officer, Wang Ku said with some surprise after seeing the warrior sent by the police department's senior official. The police department has its own considerations, so we chose this officer, the senior official briefly mentioned in response to Wang Ku's surprise, unwilling to elaborate further. In fact, Wang Ku knew that there were factions within the police department, and everyone wanted to recommend their own people. Using a brain-dead officer meant they didn't have to worry about whose bio-cybernetic police officer it would be, and it fully represented the interests of the police department. What does family think? Wang Ku asked again. Unfortunately, before he became a police officer, he was an orphan. His girlfriend also tragically died at the scene of the explosion attack against him. It sounded heavy. Am I supposed to restore his personal consciousness? What's his name? Wang Ku probed the senior official of the police department. Dr. Diesel, legally, he has been declared dead. The bio-cybernetic police officer is his name and the beginning of his new life, the senior official replied sternly to Wang Ku's probing. The implication was clear, and Wang Ku nodded, unsure what he was thinking. In the upgraded laboratory, Wang Ku began the transformation work on the bio-cybernetic police officer. The officer placed in the nutrient tank was undergoing repairs and enhancements on his previously damaged body. The missing limbs were replaced with specially equipped ones. The brain that was already dead gradually regained reflex functions, and the brainwave pattern showed he could now undergo information implantation. However, Wang Ku did not rush to input all the combat data. Instead, he waited for the brain to be further enhanced before connecting to the F-City Police Department's crime database, transferring all the various criminal data collected by the police over the past 20 years into it. Once this input was completed, Wang Ku began to implant various data, including firearms usage, emergency treatment, combat techniques, and more into the bio-cybernetic police officer's brain. The data transfer for the brain took a considerable amount of time, and the police department had set behavior norms for the bio-cybernetic police officer. Wang Ku's intelligent computer was also using virtual reality simulation technology to test it. Meanwhile, Wang Ku, having some free time, checked the preliminary enhanced body and examined the strength of each part. As Wang Ku had calculated earlier, there were no strange issues. Just then, the computer's notification sound rang, indicating that the other project Wang Ku had been researching had results. After comparing the results with the body data of the bio-cybernetic police officer, he immediately manipulated the equipment to remove the bio-cybernetic police officer's brain. After connecting it to a life support device, Wang Ku ordered the destruction of the previously prepared body parts. He then instructed the computer to start reconstructing the bio-cybernetic police officer's brand new skeleton using the latest data. Next, Wang Ku contacted several miniature spy robots still at the Fotgao Research Institute, transferring the data they had stolen back to the base. After a quick look and combining it with his research, Wang Ku quickly created new artificial skeletal muscles and smooth muscles. At this time, the new skeleton of the bio-cybernetic police officer had rapidly completed reconstruction, and the corresponding new organs had also been fully adjusted. Wang Ku looked at the brain, still receiving data, and couldn't help but smile. On another weekend, F-City's bustling commercial district was crowded with citizens out shopping. The clean streets and modern buildings made everyone feel the prosperity of F-City upon their first visit. Bang! En explosion sounded, followed by the panicked screams of countless citizens as a group of masked gunmen suddenly appeared. The bank vault has exploded. It's the Rampage gang. Quick, call the police. They have an A-class wanted criminal. Calling the police is useless. Hurry and contact the Hero Association. Don't shoot, I just came out to buy soy sauce. The actions of the masked robbers were well planned. Some were firing guns to create chaos, while others were loading money from the bank vault into cars. Others were on lookout duty, immediately contacting their companions via radio at the first sign of trouble. At that moment, the panicked citizens suddenly began to cheer because two professional heroes had arrived on the scene. This ends here. I'll handle it, B-class hero. The muscular man in a tank top leading the charge was immediately shot down by a robber before he could finish his opening line. Damn robbers. He didn't even get to finish his lines. A masked hero angrily charged forward, quickly taking down a few robbers. However, when he prepared to attack another robber, this professional hero was punched away and instantly lost his combat ability. You were taken down by such trash. And you still dare to say, I'm part of the Rampage gang? Get up, or I'll shove the gun barrel into your PIIs. The A-class wanted criminal Iron Fist Beto shouted at his subordinates. Sorry, boss, we were too careless. A few of the downed robbers trembled as they stood up upon hearing their boss's command. All right, it's time to retreat. After the robbers filled the cars with money, Beto ordered an immediate retreat and threw a bomb at the bank before taking the driver's seat. The gang members cheered loudly while shooting around as the car began to move. The entire operation took less than 5 minutes, indicating the impressive quality of this criminal group. Beto skillfully drove through the streets. This time he had stolen a lot of money, ready for a good time with his subordinates. Plus, he could go to the black market for more supplies, making the Rampage gang even stronger. However, his bounty would also increase, and the number of people looking for trouble would rise significantly. But with his iron fist strength and the fact that most professional heroes were useless, he felt he didn't need to worry too much. All right, you little bunnies, we're back at the lair. Let's get hyped. Yes, boss. Looking at a group of armed robbers who willingly put down their weapons and excitedly walked into the prison, the chief of F City's police department felt a bit dumbfounded. After glancing at the neighboring cells, already filled with various criminals, he said to his subordinates, "Where is the biocybernetic police officer now? How did he manage this?" A report just came in about the appearance of a strange person, so the biohazard police headed to the location after dealing with robbers. These criminals, caught in hallucinations, had inhaled the hallucination gas shot out by the biohazard police, and it seems, they will take another 20 minutes to wake up. An officer holding something like a manual was seriously answering the chief's questions. At that moment, several more officers jogged over to report to the chief. Chief, the biohazard police have successfully eliminated the strange person that appeared in the park. However, he sensed what seems to be a monster's nest in the sewer and has already gone to deal with it. Chief, the press conference outside has already been updated for the 3rd time. Some reporters saw the newly arrived Rampage crew and are requesting to interview the biohazard police again. Chief, the biohazard police have transmitted evidence they collected, and there are 6 suspects that could be arrested. Should we dispatch officers now to prevent their escape? Chief, we are short-handed for securing the scene and need to dispatch more officers. Chief, there is a call from headquarters inquiring why the press conference hasn't started yet. The increasing number of issues left the chief of F City Police feeling overwhelmed, and he immediately ordered the biohazard police still on the scene to return quickly to ensure they make it to the press conference in 10 minutes. Senior officials from the Hero Association gathered again, their expressions somewhat grim, but no one spoke, continuing to stare at the news program on television. Now the F City Police Department has released the data on Today as Heroic Officer. My goodness, Today as Heroic Officer has arrested over 70 criminals in total and helped other officers collect key evidence in 6 cases, leading to the arrest of the suspects by other officers. Additionally, 15 strange beings were killed and 2 were captured alive. Furthermore, the Hero Association only issued 3 warnings about strange being incidents in F City today. This means that this super cop discovered 14 monster disaster events that the Hero Association hadn't identified. What is even more exciting is that today, no citizens in F City lost their lives, including the 2 professional heroes who were severely injured while intercepting the Rampage crew. They were also saved by the emergency spore shot by quickly arriving officers. Look, that is Today as Hero of F City. He is on the move again. Hello, officer. Could you introduce yourself? Where are you heading now? The reporter on television saw the super cop walking towards her and hurried over to ask. I am the Special Mobile Police of F City, ID number 2390076, and I'm going to execute justice. Excited sounds filled the television, and the super cop quickly vanished from the camera while piloting a flying vehicle. Did you see that? This officer, who holds himself to high standards, is our hero of F City today. With him around, do we still need the underperforming Hero Association? Please vote on our television station's website, I am. The television was turned off, and the officials of the Hero Association all had expressions like they had eaten something foul. This is the warrior modified by Dr. Diesel for the police department. According to our intelligence, today he eliminated a strange being in the sewer that was a ghost-level monster that had previously attacked F City and escaped. Therefore, We have reason to believe that this modified police officer possesses the strength of an S-level hero in our association. Shichi shared his conclusions from the report with the other silent officials. Seeing that the others still remained quiet, Shichi continued with his other assessments. Based on today's performance of this modified officer, the crime rate in F-City is expected to drop by at least 70 this month, and many hidden fugitives will likely choose to relocate. Considering his strength and efficiency in hunting strange beings, our Hero Association's influence in F-City may likely diminish to an insignificant level. Upon hearing this, the other hero officials could no longer hold back. Is Diesel trying to unite with the police department to oppose us, the Hero Association? Said a red-nosed official indignantly. This is too much. Does he really think we are easy to bully? Said another with prominent teeth. The other officials also had complaints, but a female official who seemed to have contacts within the police department spoke up again. We should think of ways to protect our reputation first. There's news that the modified officer seems to have uncovered evidence detrimental to our association. The head of the F-City branch seems to have suspicions of misappropriating public donations. Damn it. Is he trying to completely wipe out our Hero Association's influence in F-City? An official with sunglasses said angrily. We should quickly step in ourselves and dismiss that disgraceful figure from the F-City branch. Allowing this scandal to come to light would have a terribly negative impact, said a Mediterranean-haired official. We can't continue being passive like this. The police have gained significant attention. With public support, the police department will likely receive a substantial amount of special funding from the government. If they deploy such modified officers in every city, there will be no need for our Hero Association to exist. Shichi's words were not mere alarmism. The other officials present were not foolish, and someone immediately spoke up. We can't let this continue. We must stop Dr. Diesel from creating more biohazard police for the police department. But Dr. Diesel is ignoring us. After the last dragon-level monster incident, he hasn't replied to any of our messages. At this point, we can't keep up appearances. We should take the initiative to visit him. Who will go? None of us have a close relationship with him. Besides, Dr. Diesel seems quite angry, and we won't be able to visit without preparing something that interests him. At this moment, Shichi stood up and said again, "Let me go." With a modified warrior leading the way, Dr. Diesel should still meet with us. As for the gift, he probably doesn't want money. We should prepare something he's interested in, like the corpse of a ghost-level monster. Then we can lower our stance a bit, and Dr. Diesel should calm down. Then it can only be this way. The senior officials exchanged glances, and no one had a better solution. The dragon-level monster corpse that almost caused Wang's demise was, although all its cells were destroyed by Saitama's bug-like punch, was salvaged by Wang after extracting the bone spurs from its biological capsule. After repeated experiments, he finally managed to regenerate some soft tissue cells of the dragon-level monster's corpse. Although this alone could not revive the powerful dragon-level monster, studying the soft tissue cells and dissecting the monster's body would help Wang understand the conversion of chemical energy inside the dragon-level monster into that bizarre energy, which greatly intrigued him. Just like how fireflies can convert the chemical energy in their bodies into light energy with an astonishing efficiency of 100, while the efficiency of regular light bulbs is only about 6. A plasma energy ball the size of a football released by a dragon-level monster can instantly destroy a mountain of garbage, which is impressive from any perspective. However, the dragon-level monster's corpse is still too damaged, so Wang's research will not yield results quickly. Currently, Wang can only rely on the bionic research he has conducted to try and use mechanical equipment to create some simulations. All right, charging completed. Misha, take a shot at the target. Wang shouted to his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, the leader sat in a strange artillery platform and pressed a button aimed at several reinforced armor pieces in the distance. Then came the sound of mechanical high-speed operation. And a purple sphere with a diameter of over 50 centimeters was shot out from the cannon, instantly hitting the target and destroying everything. Although the color was also purple, it felt different from that strange person's energy ball. Feng Chung Misha climbed out of the artillery platform and walked to Wang Ku's side, saying, "I'm not sure what kind of energy that strange person has, but the cannon I designed actually fires something similar to ball lightning. It's just that the plasma energy body shot out is more powerful than ball lightning and lasts a bit longer." Wang Ku looked at the data collected by the computer and felt that some areas were still unsatisfactory, so he marked a few places to prepare for future improvements. The power of his cannon seems okay, but the preparation time takes too long, and the range is really too short, only about 200 meters. Moreover, it only performs straight-line attacks, unlike dragon-level monsters that can turn, making it of little practical value. What do you plan to use it? It was originally just for data collection, and once all the necessary information is gathered, I'll consider other things. It might be used to add a weapon for the bio-warriors, or it could just be sealed away. Such a pity, it looks quite interesting. If it really has no use, then we can use it for entertainment during our festivals, as a cannon to shoot into the sky. As Feng Chengmisha expressed her idea, she put the electronic cigarette that Wang gave her into her mouth. This electronic cigarette is not like those sold on the market, but a truly high-tech product that produces no harmful effects. As long as you're happy, everything is up to you. After Wang completed the data collection, he reached out to his partner and started to get a bit unruly. Feng Chengmisha didn't mind and instead cooperated very well. Just as the two were about to have an intense encounter, the base computer inopportunely reported to its master that there were guests arriving. Guests are here. Ignore them. Let's focus on our business first. Computer, inform the guests that I will be available in an hour. Dr. Diesel, I know there may have been some misunderstandings between us during this time. So this time I am here on behalf of the Hero Association to personally apologize to you. Please do not hold the rudeness of those in our association against us. After Shichi arrived at Wang Ku's residence with Kisuo, they were left waiting outside for an hour until Dr. Diesel finished his tasks. Just say what you need to say. I have a lot of research to do. Wang Ku looked at the strange monster corpse brought by the other party without showing any excited expression. After noticing this, Shichi glanced at Kisuo. After receiving the hint, the enhanced warrior spoke to Dr. Diesel. Dr. Diesel, this ghost-level monster is exceptional. Its acidic liquid is very powerful. Even the skeletal armor you enhanced for me was corroded by the monster's acid. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the other two A-class heroes, I might have been killed by this monster. The enhancement I gave you can definitely handle two such monsters on your own. Your current struggle only represents that you haven't fully mastered the powers I bestowed upon you. Regarding Kisuo's various implications, Wang Ku's response was somewhat simple, and his attitude appeared quite indifferent. Kisuo didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only show Shichi a helpless look. After a slight sigh, Shichi spoke again to Dr. Diesel. The reality is this. Our Hero Association has recently defeated quite a number of monsters and needs an experienced researcher to lead the studies. I wonder if Dr. Diesel might be interested? Shichi's words were practically a veiled recruitment of Wang Ku, so his expectations were bound to fail again. I am indeed interested in research, but I prefer to conduct it alone without being disturbed by others. If your Hero Association still has this intention, just send the monster corpses to me. Leading research work means there will be other researchers involved. Although Wang Ku sometimes thinks about wanting an assistant, if his research results could very likely be taken by others, he would still prefer to research alone. Dr. Diesel, please consider it carefully. Our association offers very generous conditions. Moreover, we will absolutely respect your wishes and will only promote the technical results to the outside world after obtaining your authorization. Shichi wisely avoided using beautiful phrases like for world peace and humanity's future, because through this period of understanding, he knew that Dr. Diesel was someone who lived according to his own interests, and such a person wanted complete freedom. Although Shichi showed more sincerity this time than before, Wang was clearly more demanding than ever. All right, Minister Shichi, my time is limited, so let's cut to the chase. I know your Hero Association is worried about the bio-warriors of the police department. I can make some guarantees, but what you're proposing now won't impress me. Getting straight to the point is indeed efficient, but seeing Dr. Diesel's unsatisfied expression made Shichi feel a bit of a headache. After pondering for a moment, Shichi finally asked, So, Dr. Diesel, where will your next cooperation with the police department begin? The police department previously promised me that their bio-warriors would continue to be stationed in City F. The work division between your Hero Association and the police in City F will be resolved through your negotiations, and I will not interfere any further. Upon receiving the reply, Shichi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dr. Diesel did not completely intend to fall out with the Hero Association, and there was still room for resolution. So, does this mean that Dr. Diesel will no longer help the police department create new bio-warriors? That depends on what kind of price you are willing to offer, and I will take corresponding measures accordingly. Then what does Dr. Diesel think we, the Hero Association, need to pay in order to secure your guarantee that you will no longer create more bio-warriors for the police? Very simple. The list of monster materials collected by the Hero Association every month must be sent to me on time. If there's something I'm interested in, I must have priority research rights. The results of my research do not need to be disclosed to you. However, you need not worry too much. I will provide you with some economically valuable things in return, but I also want to share. After hearing this answer, Shichi had thoughts of bargaining. But when he saw the flicker of displeasure in Dr. Diesel's eyes, he immediately changed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. As you wish. Thank you, Dr. Diesel, for your willingness to reach a consensus with our Hero Association. I appreciate efficient people and will respect the results derived from discussions with such individuals. Once Wang Ku reached a consensus with the Hero Association, he obtained a wealth of valuable information from the association's collection of monster materials, significantly advancing his various research projects. For example, through the study of some monster materials sent by the Hero Association, Wang Ku successfully supplemented the missing data in the research of dragon-level monsters, and subsequently developed a brand new biological chip. With this biological chip, the biological computer responsible for managing Wang Ku's base was enhanced by more than double in overall functionality. The most obvious effect was that Wang Ku's previous research topics were significantly accelerated with the help of the computer. Wang Ku himself also used this biological chip to further modify and enhance his brain. When the transformed Wang Ku opened his eyes, he found that his understanding of the world had reached a higher level. He could clearly perceive the changes in his body caused by the absorption of a significant amount of fossil egg liquid through his internal vision. Although he couldn't yet flexibly utilize the energy transformed within him, Wang Ku believed that as long as his research continued, he would eventually be able to wield this power. Not only did his understanding of the world improve, but Wang Ku also added a small component to his brain. This component was modeled after a strange organ in the head of his sister, allowing Wang Ku to possess a form of telepathy. With this, Wang Ku could communicate with his sister at a certain distance without relying on any devices. At a slightly farther distance, he could sense their approximate locations. Even without using it to perceive his sister, Wang Ku could rely on the electromagnetic waves emitted by this organ to sense changes in the surrounding environment with his eyes closed, and then produce a clear image in his mind. In simple terms, Wang Ku now had a bat-like ability, and the effect of this ability far surpassed that of a bat. The most obvious effect of all this was that Wang Ku's combat power had significantly improved. "Old man, I sense your movement. Take this." Wang Ku, who had previously been unable to catch Bomp's movements, unleashed a whirlwind/iron fist at a seemingly empty spot. His strength had indeed progressed, but his politeness had taken a bit of a hit. Bomp merely danced around with a few strange steps and avoided Wang Ku's attack. Then, with a simple kick, Wang Ku was sent flying dozens of meters away. Watching from aside, Feng Chengmisha immediately had a new realization upon seeing Bomp's footwork. "Wow, old man, your move is amazing. Teach me." Wang Ku, who had just crawled up from the dust, spat out the sand in his mouth and quickly approached Bomp to ask for guidance. "It's nothing much, just reference that girl's footwork and modify it a bit. If you want to learn, practice with her first, master her footwork before talking," Bomp said, not minding Wang Ku's shamelessness, and after stepping onto a large rock, he resumed sipping tea. "Hey, isn't my footwork pretty good?" Wang Ku followed closely behind Bomp and also picked up a cup of tea to drink. "Not even close. That girl has just been letting you in recently. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to touch her." After taking a sip of tea, Bomp turned a glance at Feng Chengmisha. Wang Ku also looked at his girlfriend and found that his sister was actually hiding in the distance, lighting up a real cigarette and starting to smoke. This time, his sister's smoking cessation record was updated, achieving a breakthrough of 153 hours without smoking. After pondering how to reward his girlfriend, Wang Ku sensed a flirtatious signal back from his sister in the distance. Unaware of what the couple was up to, Bomp said to his disciple, "Recently, there have been some issues in my brother's dojo. A troublesome disciple was expelled after causing a commotion. That guy is quite strong, but has a twisted personality, so be careful if you encounter him outside." Bomp's brother, of course, referred to the master of the flowing rock-breaking fist, Bongo, and the troublesome disciple Bongo mentioned was likely an important plot character from the One Punch Man world. The future wolf who would hunt heroes in human form. How strong is that guy? Is he stronger than me? Wang Ku didn't ask for additional details, but merely inquired about the other's strength. "In terms of martial arts talent, that kid is much stronger than you, lazy as you are. However, if you two were to fight now, it would be hard to say who is stronger. So my overall strength has improved significantly, huh?" Wang Ku smiled proudly, but Bomp quickly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "No, it's just that my brother hit a bit harder. That troublesome guy, called Evil Wolf, probably can't show his true strength right now." After receiving Bomp's response, Wang Ku recalled the story setting in the One Punch Man world. It seemed that after being expelled from Bongo's dojo, Evil Wolf had some limitations in his heart and sealed the flowing rock-breaking fist. After all, being one of the future powerful plot characters, Wang Ku felt it would be prudent to prepare a bit. So after finishing the tea in his cup, he said to Teacher Bomp, "Then to be prepared, I would like to learn for a while at Mr. Bongo's dojo and also understand the flowing rock-breaking fist." Would you allow me this? After refilling his teacup, Bomp said to his lazy disciple, "You must maintain at least 2 days of training time with me each week, and not less than that with my brother. If you can manage that, then you can go. I won't allow a too casual learning attitude." This meant that only 3 days a week would remain for experimental research. As a hobby, martial arts training would actually take precedence over his main job. Was that really okay? Wang pondered this and then asked Teacher Bomp, "How long do you think I need to maintain this time?" "The longer, the better." Bomp replied with a smile after taking a sip of tea. "All right, it's decided then. I'll just try to stick with it for a few weeks." Wang said after taking a sip of tea and, imitating Teacher Bomp, made a determined decision with a smile. After all, Evil Wolf was an exaggerated character. Wang felt he should put in more effort to better understand the techniques the other might employ. Moreover, being such a genius, he believed he could easily master the flowing rock-breaking fist in a few weeks with the help of advanced technology. That careless guy will suffer a bit. However, Bomp thought his disciple's attitude was problematic, so while scolding him verbally, he casually unleashed a whirlwind/iron fist. But the lazy disciple's subsequent performance surprised Bomp, the mentor. Wang simply raised his right hand and directly caught the fist wind that Bomp had sent his way. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Bomp's attack completely dissipated. "Not all, just watch carefully." Seeing the fleeting astonishment on Teacher Bomp's face, Wang replied proudly while thinking to himself, "As expected, the power within me is gradually becoming manageable. It seems the unsealing of the Eight-Chong fist is just around the corner." Bongo, another great martial arts master on par with Teacher Bomp, was renowned for the flowing rock-breaking fist and was also one of the professional heroes of the Hero Association. The title of Silver Fong as a hero does sound really cool. Although he was ranked 77th in B class by the Hero Association when he first debuted, it seems that he was somewhat undervalued by the association. This is mainly because the hero rankings in the association take into account the strength of each hero while also placing more emphasis on their actual achievements. Moreover, in the future, Bang will attain the position of 3rd in S class, a ranking that absolutely matches his strength. His strong abilities, combined with master-level experience, give Bang an unfathomable aura. However, the conversation between him and his brother, Bang P, at this moment creates a strong sense of dissonance. "Is this the disciple you mentioned? Oni-chan? He seems even weaker than what you described." After evading Wang Ku's continuous attacks, Silver Fong launched a punch forward, forcing Wang Ku to use the snakebite fist coiled position to absorb most of the impact, but Wang Ku was still sent flying due to the immense power. Although he is a bit of a slacker, he still has some talent. "You'd better not underestimate him, or you'll suffer a big loss," Bang P said, yawning as he watched the battle between the two. Originally, Wang Ku had accompanied Bang P to visit, but after briefly stating his purpose, Silver Fong immediately began a one-on-one battle with Wang Ku, just like Bang P did back then. Bang P did remind them, so they fought outside in the mountainous area to avoid damaging the dojo. Whirlwind/iron fist, 10 blades in rapid succession. Using various martial arts including impact fist and snakebite fist, Wang Ku launched a new offensive when Bang was a bit careless. Oh, this is indeed getting interesting. Facing Wang Ku's 10 slashing attacks aimed at restricting his movements, Silver Fong evaded while starting to observe Wang Ku's next moves. Wang Ku's next tactic made Bang P laugh and scold, "This little brat," because Wang Ku unexpectedly used the technique Bang P had taught him during his first visit to the dojo. By rapidly rotating his hands to control the airflow, he created a whirlwind of slashes surrounding Silver Fong. "Strike!" Then with a loud shout, Wang Ku propelled the whirlwind to launch an all-out attack on Silver Fong. "Oni-chan's disciple is quite impressive. I'm really envious as your brother." Facing the whirlwind/iron fist attacking him, Silver Fong showed no fear. Instead, he continued to chat casually with his brother while using flowing water-crushing rock fist to break Wang Ku's offensive, even pushing some of the slashes back at him. However, Wang Ku naturally avoided them safely. Then he created some distance and confronted Silver Fong again. "Kid, your skills are not bad, but is this all you have? It seems you still don't match up to Oni-chan's praise all this time." Silver Fong's wrinkled face showed no obvious expression, seemingly indifferent to his brother Bang P's disciple. "All right, you little brat. Use all those things you've been pondering about one by one. Don't think I don't know what you've been messing with these days. Show them to my brother for evaluation." Bang P seemed unwilling to let his brother underestimate him, so he called out to Wang Ku to use all his hidden techniques. "You said it, so don't blame me if something goes wrong." Wang Ku simply replied to his teacher's instruction. Then his steps and posture gradually became strange. Wang Ku began to circle around Silver Fong, looking slow, yet over a dozen afterimages appeared, surrounding Silver Fong. "Oh, This is indeed a very interesting footwork. Did Oni-chan teach him? I've never seen it before. Silver Fang looked at Wang Ke's afterimages with great interest and asked Bang P. This footwork should be something this little brat came up with. But it's probably inspired by his girlfriend's footwork in a modified version I demonstrated in front of him a few days ago. I told you this little brat is a scientist, always likes to use technology to find shortcuts. Well, while this is one of his strengths, you should teach him a good lesson. Indeed, it's a very interesting footwork, but it appears quite unnatural when he uses it. TCH annoying. Wang Ke normally wouldn't care much about the comments from the two old men. However, after using this knockoff version of the legs technique, used by Killua against Chairman Netero and Hunter x Hunter, he had to abandon its continued use. Because Silver Fang only showed some interest in observing the afterimages at first, then smiled while keeping his eyes fixed on Wang Ke's real position, completely undeceived by the over 10 afterimages. Since the legs technique was ineffective, Wang Ke had to change his tactics, delivering a heavy punch to the ground to create a massive cloud of dust. Then, at the moment when the sand and stones were falling, Wang Ke used another knockoff version of the dark step technique, also a stealth move from Killua, instantly arriving behind Silver Fang, launching a rapid dual-handed attack. Silver Fang quickly identified Wang Ke's position and engaged in a contest of strength with both wrists. Although the flowing water-crushing rock fist also had its variations, it was still caught by Wang Ke's hands gripping his wrists. Then, using the improved version of the snakebite fist, which also derived from Killua's signature move, Wang Ke began to exert force, preparing to break Silver Fang's wrists. Oh dear, even though it's Oni-chan's orders. Using such a powerful killing move on an old man of my age is a bit too much. Realizing the danger to his wrists, Silver Fang finally became more serious, executing the flowing water-crushing rock fist again. This time, the force was greater and more skillful, allowing him to finally break free from Wang Ke's grip on his wrists. Then came a loud crash as Wang Ke was sent flying. Well, not bad. If you improve these signature moves a bit more, they will indeed be powerful. Oni-chan, you've taken in a very interesting disciple. I've told you long ago not to be too careless. After sending Wang Ke flying, Silver Fang turned back to chat with his brother again. However, Bang P's sighing expression made him realize that the battle was far from over. But Silver Fang noticed this a bit late. Just as Bang P's words were not fully spoken, Silver Fang suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind. He didn't have time to turn around before being struck by a series of palm strikes, causing a numbing sensation in his body. It turned out that Wang Ke had already changed his appearance, with his hair standing up as if electrocuted. There were faint sparks of electricity surrounding him, and at this moment, he used his lightning palm, an improvement of the electric fist, to strike Silver Fang's joints and then his vital organs. Cough! Under this series of attacks, Silver Fang Bang only managed to cough once and could not launch any counterattack against Wang Ke's subsequent strikes. Moreover, Wang Ke himself was also an excellent doctor, so although his paralyzing attacks seemed to lack much power, after receiving several punches, Silver Fang was hit harder than usual. In a state of paralysis, Bangu had no choice but to quickly retreat and regroup, hurriedly using his still agile leg to take a step back. However, after completing his paralysis attack, Wang Ke chose not to let the old man go. As soon as he saw Silver Fang escaping towards the back, he immediately followed up with a pursuit. Fortunately, Bangu, having gained a moment to breathe, quickly created some distance. Wang Ke could only concentrate his strength and executed a knockoff version of a lightning strike, still a knockoff of Killua, completing the chase at the last moment. Then came a massive electric shock, and the future S-Class third-ranked hero of the Hero Association, Silver Fang, was sent flying at that moment. Looking at Silver Fang, who had been blasted away, Wang Ke, somewhat smug, said to Teacher Bong Pu, "This is what you instructed me to do, so don't blame me for being merciless. But my newly developed move is pretty good, right? Even a master of the flowing water-crushing rock fist was sent flying by me." With the enhancement of his technical skills, Wang Ke's understanding of the strange power within him had also led him to discover some applications. Thus, within just a few days, he was able to adjust the conversion of chemical energy within his body again, reaccumulating some electric energy. Moreover, due to the mutation of his body, Wang Ke's control over electric energy had become more effortless. After simulating with the base's biological computer, several new techniques were implanted into the biological chip connected to Wang Ke's brain. The techniques of limb curvature, shadow step, and serpent dance, although easily countered by Silver Fang, were absolutely capable of dealing with ghost-level monsters like Face Patch in the biological computer's simulated battles. The seemingly simplest techniques, Thunder Palm and Lightning Strike, also incorporated various knowledge applications such as human anatomy, biochemistry, and biomechanics. For instance, in the Thunder Palm move, Wang did not pursue destructive power but aimed for maximum speed. He then used precise strikes to paralyze opponents like Silver Fang. Before that, the speed that left Silver Fang unable to react was naturally due to another knockoff skill Wang had newly researched called Godspeed. The source explanation is a bit tedious. Check the previous chapter, which significantly improved his speed through the conscious flow of electrical currents in his body. Bangpu was somewhat surprised at this moment, not expecting his lazy disciple to make such progress in just a few days. He couldn't help but sigh internally that the advancement of science and technology was too rapid, allowing people to slack off even in martial arts. However, Bangpu didn't dwell on this for long. He reminded Wang, it's acceptable, but if you could have a bit more of a martial artist spirit, these techniques would become even more powerful. But don't get too complacent. My old brother is not so easy to deal with. What is the spirit of a martial artist? Old man, can't you be more specific? Such an abstract explanation is quite annoying. Although Wang had some complaints about teacher Bangpu's words, he did not underestimate Silver Fang, but remained fully alert against the opponent still at a distance. Just as Wang finished replying to teacher Bangpu, the master of the flowing water-crushing rock fist, Banggu, walked out of the dust while answering Wang's question. The spirit of a martial artist is to constantly challenge oneself. Try to see how strong the peak you pursue really is through your own efforts. Well, it's just a way of expressing a belief. But this is just my old man's perspective. You young people might not agree. Sure enough, relying solely on the previous attack was still not enough to handle Silver Fang. How should they fight next? While cautiously stepping towards Banggu, Wang pondered his battle strategy in his heart. However, his talkative nature did not allow him to miss the chance to complain. For us young people, that's indeed some irresponsible talk. It feels like your boring sayings are similar to those misleading athlete spirits. What use is this vague explanation? What I want to know is the specific answer, like 1 + 1 = 2. Oh, but as far as I know, you research-loving scientists can also be quite boring at times. It seems that to prove 1 + 1 = 2, many mathematicians have produced a bunch of obscure stuff. In your eyes as a scientist, would they be considered boring people? Banggu's words suddenly left Wang, a science enthusiast, at a loss for words. After thinking for a moment, he finally retorted again. All right, many difficult problems in this world are created by boring people. However, boring martial artists can also explain issues in a simple and understandable way. After Wang finished speaking, he focused his energy and unleashed electric flash. The source explanation is tedious. With further enhanced speed, he attacked Silver Fang again at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Cardiac shock. All right. The source is Trafalgar Law. Wang extended his thumbs to the side, retracting the other fingers to concentrate electrical currents, and struck Silver Fang's back with a powerful blow. However, Silver Fang was not slow either. After blocking Wang's attack with the flowing water-crushing rock fist, he instantly launched a continuous counterattack. Relying on the combination of his telepathic sensitivity and his own Godspeed state, Wang executed another knockoff skill he developed, Gale Thunder, still Killua, dodging and blocking Silver Fang's counterattacks while continuously attacking back. The two exchanged blows in just a few seconds, having already engaged in over 100 exchanges of offense and defense. After their final clash, both figures quickly distanced themselves. With your cultivation, young man, it's indeed quite rare. What frustrates us old folks even more is that you little brat achieved this through crafty, scientific techniques. After observing a spectacular battle, Bangpu said to his nonchalant disciple, "Oh, can I take this as a compliment?" Wang replied somewhat happily. Although it was somewhat irritating, it was indeed the case. Bangpu's response followed. After receiving a confirmed reply, Wang adjusted his breathing and assumed a stance with his left hand open and right hand in a fist. What interesting thing is this? You young people really have rich imaginations. After so many rounds of battle, Banggu, whose body was now relaxed, also began to feel a bit excited. You better take this more seriously. If you approach it with a playful attitude, you might end up dead. Perceiving Banggu's excitement, Wang politely reminded him. Then, he charged like a cannonball, unleashing the 8-impact fist that Wang had further perfected after integrating various martial arts. The essence of the 8-impact fist, Pyramid Dragon Spike. Unlike the martial arts foot he was used to using before, this time Wang delivered the 8-impact fist with his right fist against Silver Fang. Wang had not perfected the 8-impact fist to his envisioned state. The trick this time was that he supported his right shoulder with his left hand's Thunder Palm. adjusting the exertion of his right arm to make the 8-impact fist more practical. A huge crashing sound erupted, forcing Bangpu, who was watching from the side, to pull back to avoid the aftermath. The silver fangs targeted by Wang were blocked by a huge stone that was lifted by the force beneath his feet the moment he was struck. However, the giant stone could not withstand Wang's onslaught and quickly shattered. The shockwave of the 8-chong fist even carried countless fragments of rock, all rushing towards the silver fangs. At that instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, and the wrinkled old man appeared to be overwhelmed by the immense force. But then, in front of the old and weak, a wall woven from countless fist shadows suddenly emerged, blocking the shockwave and debris completely. Wang's view was obstructed by the rocks and dust, preventing him from seeing what was happening ahead. His own mental perception was also disrupted by the overwhelming power of the shockwave. However, he did not choose to hold back. Instead, he exerted all his strength and continued to charge forward. Flowing water shattered rock fist. A barely perceptible murmur made Wang aware that his opponent had begun to counterattack. Following that, a powerful momentum surged towards him, scattering the giant stone fragments and dust in front of Wang in an instant. Before losing consciousness, Wang's last impression was of flowing illusions. "Hey, newcomer, the dojo floor needs to be cleaned up quickly. No slacking off." The chief disciple of the flowing water-shattered rock fist, Master Kalanzi, was reprimanding his new junior disciple. "Yes, master brother, clean up the dojo in 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes." Wang, who had only become Kalanzi's junior disciple a few days ago, seriously followed his brother's instructions and quickly completed the daily essential tasks of the dojo. Watching his junior disciple's remarkable speed, Kalanzi swallowed hard, feeling grateful that the new disciple was someone who respected his elders. "Oh, you've already finished cleaning? Then let's start today's practice right away." After a while, Banggu walked into the dojo and saw the only 2 disciples waiting for him to begin today's instruction. So he started the lesson without further ado. "Please guide us." Master Brother Kalanzi and junior disciple Wang corresponded in unison. It was indeed surprising to see Wang, who usually acted carelessly, have such a transformation. Even his girlfriend, Feng Chengmisha, began to wonder if Wang had been knocked silly by Banggu. In fact, this interpretation wasn't entirely wrong. A few days ago, Wang had successfully enhanced his strength through technological advancements. After the battle with Banggu, he had indeed been overwhelmed by the opponent's powerful abilities, which overturned much of his prior knowledge. According to the results from a micro-robots that had been monitoring the battle, after Wang unleashed the essence of his 8-chong fist, Banggu surprisingly reversed all of Wang's shockwaves with a set of flowing water-shattered rock fist, and even managed to partially rebound them. It was this bug-like attack that caused Wang to be knocked unconscious by his own shockwaves, leading him to realize that his 8-chong fist was still not perfected, and he received several simulated crashes from computer battles as results. This bug-like attack suddenly filled Wang with an almost despairing sense of helplessness. Thanks to several injections of a special calming agent, Wang finally calmed down completely. "Since my mind can't understand, I'll rely on my body to find the answer." This was the thought expressed to him by his girlfriend, Feng Chengmisha, during Wang's confusion. The big sister indeed provided her boyfriend with a very simple answer, just as she had promised in the past. So during this time, Wang adjusted his mindset and planned to earnestly respond to Banggu's various trainings. That was not an illusion. It was indeed Dr. Diesel. Why would this troublesome figure, who made the entire hero association uneasy, appear in the dojo of Silver Fangs? Chiao Wu Tai Dao, one of the 3 disciples of the Atomic Warrior, sighed in confusion upon seeing an unexpected disciple in the dojo. Similarly, his fellow disciple, KeEscapes, speculated. Perhaps it's because of the master-level charisma of Silver Fangs that has influenced Mr. Diesel, this eccentric doctor, to train himself in his dojo. I think so too. But from Mr. Diesel's practice, it seems he has already developed a certain level of strength. It appears that Silver Fang's teaching ability is indeed extraordinary, said Warrior Drillbit, sharing his opinion. Originally visiting Silver Fangs for a matter, the Atomic Warrior did not pay attention to the renowned figure in the dojo. Instead, he glanced back and said, "Your strength is extraordinary. Why not take the initiative to show yourself?" After hearing the Atomic Master's words, KeEscapes, Chiao Wu Tai Dao, and Warrior Drill Bit all placed a hand on their swords, adopting a defensive stance. "Don't want to come out?" the Atomic Warrior asked again. The mysterious figure hiding somewhere remained silent. The Atomic Warrior looked in a certain direction. Originally prepared to take action, he reconsidered and said to his 3 disciples, KeEscapes, Chiao Wu Tai Dao, and warrior drill bit. This might be a good trial opportunity. Who want to challenge it? Receiving their master's hint, KeEscapes was the first to step forward, saying, "Please let me try this opportunity." Warrior drill bit, feeling regretful for not getting there first, said to KeEscapes, "You'll switch out in 1 minute." Xiao Wu Tai-Dao added, "Then I'll take the 3rd minute." "No problem." After speaking, KeEscapes followed the direction indicated by the Atomic Master and executed a halo/. But in the next moment, KeEscapes realized that the opponent was quite difficult to deal with, and he quickly entered high-speed movement. "Bangu, my girlfriend seems to have had some conflict with the visitors outside. Please give me a moment to stop their pointless fighting." Although Feng Chengmisha had been concealing her presence, preventing Wang Ke from noticing immediately once the fight broke out, Wang could quickly sense through his mental perception that his girlfriend was engaged in battle. Kalanzi was somewhat puzzled about how his junior disciple felt this. But before he could ask, Master Bangu, the master of the flowing water, shattered rock fist, also mentioned the aura he sensed. "It seems to be the atomic warrior in his group. Well, I'll go too. By the way, that girl's strength is indeed astonishing. Did she also reach such strength through your methods?" Sensing Feng Chengmisha's incredible speed, Bangu stood up and walked outside while asking his new disciple. That is part of the reason, but more so, she was already quite strong in the past. Upon learning that the visitors were the atomic warrior and his group, Wang Ke felt relieved while also worried. He was concerned that if the atomic warrior intervened, his big sister might encounter danger. He felt relieved because he didn't have to worry about those visitors being killed by his big sister. What a powerful opponent. Their sword techniques were organized very tightly, and none of his previous attacks could break through their defenses. Moreover, they possessed that strange speed and an accurate prediction that seemed to know how he would attack. Engaging in battle with such a powerful dual sword user was indeed, as the Atomic Master said, a great opportunity for training. KeEscapes thought as he struggled to deflect a counter slash from his opponent. The KeEscapes dojo is about to close in a minute, so you should be ready to retreat. The samurai drill saw KeEscapes dojo's disheveled appearance and looked seriously at the opponent, ready to cover KeEscapes dojo's retreat at any moment. But at that moment, the dojo's master intervened, interrupting his and Xiao Wu Tai-Dao's intention to continue fighting. "All right, that's enough. No fighting is allowed outside my dojo." The silver fangs flashed by, and under his powerful strength, even Feng Chengmisha, who was about to stab the dog-legged knife into KeEscapes dojo's neck, had to stop. The atomic samurai looked at Feng Chengmisha, who was still on guard, and said appreciatively, "Not bad. Your strength is impressive. You can suppress KeEscapes dojo to this extent. You should have S-class hero strength. However, there are still many areas to refine in your slashing technique. What's her name?" "Her name is Feng Chengmisha, formerly an original C-class hero and a notorious gang leader. She has now withdrawn from the Hero Association and lives as a free warrior." Seeing the gang leader in a defensive posture, she did not respond to the Atomic Samurai's question. Wang Ke, worried about causing trouble, spoke on behalf of the gang leader. "What style of swordsmanship is that? The attacking method is quite tricky, almost as if trying to carve someone's face off." The Atomic Samurai asked again, but he was still addressing the notorious gang leader, not Wang Ke, who was speaking for her. The Atomic Samurai only spoke to strong individuals he recognized, so it seemed Wang Ke was classified among those he did not recognize. However, Wang Ke did not mind the others' impolite behavior. After all, the other party had the strength to look down on him. After calming his somewhat dissatisfied girlfriend, Wang Ke answered again, "It's just some attack methods I learned from battling monsters, mixed with some other martial arts. It's not any well-known style." After receiving Wang Ke's reply, the Atomic Samurai realized that the notorious gang leader seemed to dislike talking, so he did not continue. At this moment, Silver Fang also approached, inquiring about the Atomic Samurai's visit to his dojo. The group then entered the dojo to talk, and Wang Ke asked his girlfriend, "Why did you sneak over? Didn't you say you were going to stay home and practice cooking?" "Just worried about you. Afraid something might happen to you here." Although the gang leader was not smoking at the moment, she still habitually moved her mouth. "Since you're here, let us go greet Teacher Bangu. Teacher Bangu is a martial arts grandmaster on par with Teacher Bangpu, and he should be able to give you some pointers. Greeting is fine, but as for pointers, let us skip that. After seeing some of the things you did in the dojo, it seems quite troublesome. Those are just some of my training practices, never mind. After greeting, you can go back. I'm fine, no need to worry too much." Feng Chengmisha looked at her boyfriend and finally nodded in agreement. "I originally heard that something happened at your dojo, so I came over to take a look out of concern. Just as I sensed a powerful guy hiding at the dojo entrance, I thought it was someone causing trouble, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding." The Atomic Samurai said to Silver Fang, who is one of the few martial arts masters he recognizes. I have already resolved the previous trouble myself, and it shouldn't cause any more disturbances. I feel a bit sorry for making you worry about my dojo. Upon learning that the other party had heard about the evil wolf incident and had some concerns, Silver Fang immediately explained, "That woman you encountered at the dojo entrance. Does she have any relation to your brother? Her slashing technique vaguely resembles the whirlwind/iron fist. She is only trained for a while, not officially a disciple of my brother. But as you can see, she indeed has talent in slashing techniques." I see. I was worried she might be Mr. Bongpu's disciple, which made me hesitate. Since she hasn't taken a master, I can guide her without worry. Silver Fang was about to respond when Wang Ku and Feng Chengmisha walked in and greeted him, the dojo master. Let me formally introduce her. This is my girlfriend Feng Chengmisha and also my fiancé, Yi. I apologize for the trouble caused by her sudden visit. Please forgive her actions. The gang leader is notorious for lacking proper manners. However, under Wang Ku's demonstration, Feng Chengmisha, though still silent, finally bowed to Silver Fang to show her apology. Silver Fang likely heard about the gang leader's temperament from his brother, so he did not mind her somewhat rude behavior, but instead introduced her to the Atomic Samurai. You don't need to worry about the previous matter. It's not a big deal. On the contrary, this Mr. Atomic Samurai greatly appreciates your strength and inquires whether you would be willing to accept his guidance in slashing techniques. Not interested. I have other things to do. The gang leader replied coldly, and Wang Ku, who wanted to say something, ultimately dismissed the thought. Oh, if it's convenient, could you tell me what you need to be busy with? The Atomic Samurai asked with some interest. Quitting smoking, quitting drinking, cooking, and things like that. The gang leader still appeared disinterested. Upon hearing her words, the Atomic Samurai was momentarily taken aback. His disciple, Samurai Drill, believed she was being too rude and angrily said to the gang leader, "You really don't know what's good for you. It's one thing to not accept the Atomic Master's goodwill, but to use such a dismissive excuse. Are you intentionally insulting us?" At this moment, Hiei Dojo and Chiu Wu Tai Dao, the two disciples of the Atomic Samurai, also looked angry. However, since Samurai Drill had already voiced their thoughts, the two did not say anything further. You all don't look that strong. It seems accepting this uncle-esque guidance would just be a waste of time. After saying such a contemptuous remark, the gang leader even yawned, with tears squeezing out of her eyes. Anyone could see it was highly provocative, but only Wang Kun knew that the gang leader was indeed just avoiding trouble and happened to be craving a smoke. That's too much. Master Atomic, please allow me to teach this girl a lesson. No, let me do it. I will not let her off easily. Let me do it. The previous battle is not over yet. Let me teach her a good lesson. The three disciples of the Atomic Samurai eagerly voiced their desire to teach the gang leader a lesson. Kalanzi felt at a loss about the current situation, while Silver Fang's Bongu sighed helplessly. She didn't mean to. It seems indeed no one has properly taught you. Then let me personally teach you what it means to have people beyond people. Wang Ku was about to speak up to defend the gang leader, but the Atomic Samurai, who did not regard him, interrupted Wang Ku's words after exuding a powerful aura. The gang leader, who had barely suppressed her craving for a smoke, showed a hint of seriousness on her face upon feeling the Atomic Samurai's astonishing aura. The battle between the Atomic Samurai and the Bad Sister leader was intense, with the excitement of their confrontation rivaling that of Wang Ku versus Bongu. After updating his combat data with numerous computer-simulated battle statistics, Wang Ku also helped the sister leader enhance her fighting data. However, just like Wang Ku's fight with Silver Fang, although the sister leader could use her newly developed special moves to suppress opponents of the level of the Iaido dojo, they were nearly useless against the Atomic Samurai. When the opponent unleashed his signature move, the Atomic Slash, the sister leader finally realized the concept of what top human combat power truly meant. Fortunately, after the battle, the Atomic Samurai, embodying the demeanor of a swordsmanship master, did not pursue any further actions against the sister leader. After shattering her overflowing arrogance, he imparted a few words of wisdom and left the dojo with a cold and hard demeanor. Wang Ku, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but admire the strength of the future S-class hero, the fourth one. Moreover, just from a few glances, Wang Ku could tell that the Atomic Samurai had already provided the sister leader with valuable guidance during the fight. Thus, the sister leader picked up her two dogleg knives and began training in the combat room of the base. Her serious attitude was on par with Wang Ku's when he was thoroughly crushed by Bongu. Days passed like this, and one day, as Wang Ku was preparing to head to the dojo, his spy robot sent news that a significant incident was about to occur at the Fakgao Research Institute. Creak, 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 creak. A master at Fat Gao held a test tube in his hand, laughing with a rather terrifying sound. Finally completed. The ultimate assimilation steroid. King of biceps. Hurry up and try it, little brother. Just drink this, and you'll have the power you've been pursuing. Brother, is this it? The muscle man Marugali, as the younger brother, looked eagerly at the dream key prepared by his brother. That's right. This is the final product developed after I received the information sent by that guy Diesel. This is definitely the most amazing potion in the world. Much stronger than the original plan I conceived a long time ago. Fat Gao confidently replied to Marugali's inquiry. And the product in his hand was indeed much stronger than what appeared later in the original story. At this moment, influenced by Wang, Fat Gao's technical capabilities were nearly twice as strong as in the original story. The key to the dream was right in front of him, and Marugali could no longer hold back. He quickly drank the potion his brother handed him. He then felt an immense power erupting from within his body, and unable to contain it, Marugali began to roar loudly as the energy surged inside him. Gah! Seeing his brother's body start to swell, with some strange light emanating from within, Fat Gao was also astonished by the power of his research results and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, the ceiling! What kind of effect is this? My genius is beyond my imagination. Haha, this is promising. Now we have hope to conquer the world. With my genius and your strength. Little brother, no one can stop us, not even that Diesel." When a giant over 200 meters tall appeared, Fat Gao's arrogant voice echoed through the mountains. "We will conquer everything on this land. We brothers will become the rulers of the world." Under Fat Gao's command, the giant took steps toward the nearest D city. Meanwhile, Wang, who was already prepared, remotely controlled several recovery robots to remove their bionic camouflage. He then began the salvage operation as instructed by Wang on the ruined Fat Gao Research Institute. Regardless of the various equipment from the Research Institute or Fat Gao's original technical documents, Wang intended to recover everything to further strengthen his technical reserves. As the only living specimen of the final product, Wang naturally had corresponding preparations in place. "Satama, I am Gizel. I need your help with a troublesome matter. It's a monster with immense power." "What? You're in a big one. The situation is urgent. Can you hurry up? The monster is attacking D City." "Okay, I'll buy some time until you arrive." "Damn it, I didn't expect such a situation to arise. Before Satama arrives, I need to hold out for a while. Hopefully, my enhancements haven't made the giant too overpowered." After all, the early appearance of the giant disaster was due to Wang's influence. Therefore, adhering to the principle of cleaning up one's own mess, Wang had no choice but to decide to engage in an unscheduled fight. "I just want to become the strongest man in the world. That's my dream." After the giant uttered this line, he swung a fist at the dozen missiles that were shot at him. Under the enormous force of his punch, all the missiles failed to hit their target and exploded prematurely. The strange gas produced by the missile explosions was completely blown away by the punch's wind. "Well done, little brother. Diesel's biochemical missiles have no effect on you. Keep attacking. Crush all the little bugs sent by Diesel and prove that I, your brother, am a genius far beyond Diesel." "Yes, brother." After Fat Gao voiced his demands, the giant swiftly launched a rapid series of punches at the bio-soldiers surrounding him. These bio-soldiers were wolf-level monsters captured by Wang and modified after being brainwashed and enhanced. Their inherent strength was definitely at the level of A-class heroes. However, at this moment, they had no power to resist. All the bio-soldiers could not escape the giant's attacks, ending up as mere puddles of blood. After seeing this situation, Wang, despite the pain in his heart, sent out 6 bio-soldiers modified from tiger-level monsters. However, as they barely approached the giant, they were all killed by a heavy punch from the giant that struck the ground. This enhancement is a bit excessive. There's no choice. I have to bring out what I originally prepared to restrain the Hero Association. Hiding in the distance, after witnessing the annihilation of his bio-soldiers, Wang finally decided to deploy several biohumans that were originally intended for base defense. As these biohumans approached the giant rapidly on single-person flying machines, Fat Gao, sitting on the giant's shoulder, immediately recognized them. What a surprise, it's the mass-produced version of the Bio-Police. It is said that the Bio-Police in City F possess the strength of S-class heroes. Do these guys have similar capabilities? Let's see for ourselves, brother. Fat Gao was not mistaken. The biohumans dispatched by Wang were indeed mass-produced versions of the Bio-Police, created through Wang's cloning technology. Initially, Wang was concerned that the Hero Association would continue to find trouble, so he had these biohumans prepared as the next collaborative product with the police department. Although these biohumans were simplified versions of the original Bio-Police, Wang equipped them with the same gear as the bio-police. As soon as Gao finished speaking, one biohuman had already controlled its flying machine and shot a small missile. The giant initially intended to use the same old trick, but the small missile did not disperse like the previous biodirector's attack. Instead, it generated a large net that wrapped around one of the giant's fists. After seeing the successful hit on the target, all the bioengineered humans launched similar missiles from their aircraft. The giant, under the alert signal from his brother, took a defensive stance to prepare for possible attacks. Seeing the incoming small missiles, which turned out to be just some ineffective nets, Gao scoffed, saying, "Humph. It's nothing to worry about. Brother, let them see your power." The giant, over 200 meters tall, roared and assumed a posture ready to continue attacking. However, a strange smell of something burnt wafted in, and the giant suddenly felt immense pain in all his joints. It turned out that the large nets shot at the monster had melted upon contact with the giant's body heat. These sticky liquids seemed to have powerful acidity, continuously corroding the joints of the giant's body. The standard acid sticky missiles in the bioengineered police's aircraft, although the original version from City F hadn't been used yet, were being tested on the giant today. This sticky strong acid was specially formulated by me and could even burn through several meters of armor. Diesel's voice came from somewhere, and Gao turned his head to look around, but didn't spot the target. Meanwhile, several bioengineered humans flying around raised special rifles to shoot at him. To dodge the 50 caliber bullets, Gao had to stop his search for Diesel. Marugali, sensing that his brother was in danger, quickly grew a mass of bony armor on his shoulder to completely protect his brother. The bioengineered human's precise shooting could not break through the defense of the armor. After doing this, the giant roared, and his body suddenly emitted a large amount of steam. The strong acid that had been corroding the giant's joints was blown away and evaporated completely. "Good job, brother. Continue the attack and take down these annoying guys." The bony armor surrounding Gao unexpectedly changed again. A small bulge resembling a fleshy fortress appeared on the giant's shoulder, and Gao was behind a bulletproof glass that resembled the giant's fingernail, observing the various battles outside. Such a change occurred. Did that potion enhance Marugali's strength while slightly boosting his intelligence? After observing the changes in the distance, Wang made some deductions in his mind. He also called the phone he had given to Saitama, but it remained unanswered. Although Saitama couldn't arrive as quickly as planned, Wang's interception plan had not stopped. Several bioengineered humans still piloting their aircraft to evade the giant's attacks launched several small missiles again. These small missiles, like ground-penetrating missiles, penetrated the giant's body, followed by a loud explosion, creating several large holes in the giant's body. The bioengineered humans' attacks didn't end there. They shot out the remaining missiles in the aircraft while also switching from firing live rounds to firing spore rounds with their rifles. Various toxic spores, hypnotic spores, and paralysis spores were all fired precisely by the bioengineered humans, targeting the giant's bleeding wounds. Ag! With Marugali's loud roar, his enormous eyes emitted two powerful beams of red light. Under his aiming gaze, 3 bioengineered humans along with their aircraft were vaporized by the beams. The last remaining bioengineered human jumped from the soon-to-be-destroyed aircraft in a moment of life and death. Then, using his special combat suit, he managed to agilely climb on the giant's cliff-like body, successfully approaching Gao's small fortress. At the same time, the bioengineered human's hands transformed into 2 iron picks, and using his tremendous strength capable of lifting 9 tons, he continuously damaged the small fortress where Gao was located. Marugali would not let the bioengineered human have his way. He reached out to grab him. Although he failed to catch the target, he at least protected his brother. Then, using his other hand, he clapped his hands, intending to squash the bugs running all over his body. The bioengineered human initially dodged a few times, but the giant's movements became faster and more agile. With avoidance becoming increasingly difficult, the bioengineered human immediately changed tactics, burrowing into the giant's bleeding wounds, preparing to destroy the internal body tissues. However, after allowing the bioengineered human to enter his body, Marugali suddenly tightened all his muscles. He then shouted loudly, and red light emanated from his body. The wounds that were still bleeding began to twitch as flesh lumps moved, and in no time, they fully healed. As the red light spread within Marugali's body, Wang's telepathy and the instrument in his hand had already noted that the bioengineered human that had burrowed into the giant's body had been eliminated. That's right. Just like that. Powerful strength, super endurance, astonishing recovery, and various other abilities are all your weapons. Relying on just one of them, you are the strongest in the world. Mastering all of this, you are the strongest in the universe. Haha. After witnessing the previous battle, Wang Ke's heart sank as he continued to block the giant. 4 fully armed, bioengineered humans attacked together. In computer simulations, Wang Ke could never last more than half an hour. Yet the giant before him had wiped out 4 bioengineered humans with S-class hero strength in less than 5 minutes. Even the deformed dragon-level monster that had previously pushed Wang Ke into a corner didn't evoke such a significant sense of power disparity. Now Wang Ke felt fear. He gathered all his various auras. At the same time, he prayed that the bionic camouflage draped over him would be strong enough to conceal him from the giant's search. Haha, Diesel, come out. Is your technical skill this weak? Did I overestimate you too much, Diesel? Or am I just too much of a genius, Fa Gao? Hey. Seeing his brother's incredible strength and Diesel, who was blocking him, cowardly refusing to act, Fa Gao laughed triumphantly. Brother, City-D is just ahead. Since Diesel is hiding like a rat, let's go to City-D and see if we can find some professional heroes to play with. Fa Gao provocatively shouted again, but the target still did not appear. So, somewhat disappointed, he truly set his brother on the path to City-D. Watching the giant step by step emerge from the mountains and continuously advance towards City-D, Wang Ke repeatedly dialed Saitama's number, urging the other party to appear quickly. Although, according to the original plot, City-D would inevitably be destroyed by the giant, and many citizens would be killed. Wang Ke's understanding was different now compared to when he read in the comics. Moreover, even if those citizens were destined to die, they should at least have a few more months of life. Now, due to Wang Ke's influence on the plot, the giant's disaster had appeared ahead of schedule. This meant that Wang Ke had indirectly deprived countless citizens of their lives for the next few months. Under the lingering influence of moral concepts in Wang Ke's mind, he felt a deep sense of guilt. However, at this moment, Wang Ke also dared not step out from his hiding spot to stop the giant advancing towards City-D. It was not just fear. Something else made it impossible for Wang Ke to make such a heroic choice. That was his concern for Fengxing Misha. He couldn't bear to recklessly throw away his own life. When Wang Ke thought of the figure of the big sister, he picked up the device and contacted the base's computer, searching for Misha's whereabouts. After confirming that the big sister was at home and had not approached D-City, Wang Ke breathed a sigh of relief. The giant's figure was gradually fading from view, and Wang Ke's fear was also gradually dissipating. At that moment, he finally understood why he had always been unwilling to join the Hero Association, not entirely due to the hassle, but because deep down he knew he had no determination to sacrifice his life for unrelated people. After all, the monster would eventually be taken down by Saitama, so why should he take risks to fight for strangers? That's right. It's better to hide honestly and wait for everything to end before coming out to clean up the mess. Wang Ke comforted himself and dialed Saitama's number again, but the result was still that he couldn't reach him. At that moment, Wang Ke's computer transmitted an image showing that there were still many citizens in D-City who had not had time to seek refuge. Countless people on the street were screaming in terror, making the already chaotic scene even more disordered. A child, pushed down by the crowd, was crying loudly with blood streaming down his cheek as he searched for his parents. This struck a heavy blow to Wang Ke's conscience. He struggled to hit himself and then pulled open the bionic camouflage, shouting at the giant, who was about to disappear from view in the distance. Hey, you pervert. Where are you going? I'm right here. Although Wang Ke ultimately chose to expose himself, he still had no intention of fighting the giant. He just hoped to lure the giant back and then use his enhanced speed to escape before the giant arrived. Brother, that coward Diesel seems to have come out from behind. Should I go kill him? Marigori, with his overly enhanced body, naturally heard what Wang Ke was shouting from behind. However, he knew he was only responsible for fighting and thinking should be left to his brother, so he asked Fa Ke. After all, Fa Ke still had an ordinary human physique and couldn't see where Wang Ke had run out. However, he quickly gave up searching and replied to his brother. He probably just plans to lure you over to buy some time for the citizens of D-City. Ignore him. Anyway, your power is already invincible. Diesel has nothing to worry about now. Let the world know our terror. That's what we should be doing. Realizing that the giant in the distance had no intention of coming back to trouble him, Wang Ke, who was always ready to flee, suddenly felt something was off. He continued to muster up some courage and ran towards the giant, getting closer to provoke again. Hey, you pervert. Are you deaf? I'm right here. Turn around and catch me. Fa Ke, you trash. Is this deaf idiot and moron the result of your enhancement? Not impressive at all. The other party still showed no reaction and even quickened its pace towards D-City. Wang Ke closed the distance a little more while fearfully remaining on guard. continuing to provoke the giant. Maragori, you muscle-brained pervert, going to D-City like this in the nude. Are you trying to vent the years of pent-up frustrations from your loser identity? Useless. With your physique, you 1T find a suitable target. You might as well dig a hole in these mountains to vent. Brother, I feel like I want to smash him. Under Wang, Ke's constant provocation, veins popped up on Maragori's head. You should think of it this way. He is saying these things just to stop us from going to D-City. If you show off in D-City, how will Diesel react? Isn't that worth looking forward to? Faka remained indifferent to Wang Ke's provocations and instead looked forward to heading to D-City even more. After receiving his brother's hint, Maragori also felt that sounded good. So he just turned his head to look provocatively at Wang Ke, then bent his knees to gather strength. Was I the one who said something unnecessary? Then come over and have a fight with me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll even make a matching self-defense weapon for your midget brother. Wang Ke saw that Maragori finally stopped, and although he didn't know what the other party intended to do, he continued to provoke with somewhat trembling words. You incompetent fool. If you have the guts, come to D-City to find us. We won't wait too long. Faka finally spotted Wang Ke hiding in the distance, too afraid to get too close, and disdainfully shouted at him. After I clear D-City, I'm heading to B-City. Let us see if you short-legged guy can catch up with me. Ha ha ha. While laughing, Maragori leaped into action. His body, over 200 meters tall, disappeared from Wang Ke's view in no time. What a joke, don't run away. Wang Ke ignored the dust kicked up by Maragori's leap and shouted at the giant's disappearing figure. But he could only do that in his ongoing fear. He still couldn't muster the courage to chase after and stop the other party. The mountains echoed with loud noises from Maragori's continuous jumps. When the last loud noise accompanied by the giant's roar came, Wang Ke understood that the other party had reached D-City. Damn it, why can't I even muster the courage to attack once? Even a few seconds of delay would help. Hearing the continuous loud noises coming from afar, Wang Ke felt increasingly guilty about what he had done, not knowing how many broken families would be caused by his inaction. The red beam shot from Maragori in D-City penetrated several mountains and flew over Wang Ke's head. Wang Ke was not in the mood to think about anything else. He just stood up and planned to leave. He secreted some anesthetic in his brain, hoping to free himself from the torment of guilt. But at that moment, a message came through the headphones he had been wearing, causing Wang Ke to stop. It has been confirmed that the monster approaching D-City was eliminated before entering the city. The monster was taken down by King of the Hero Association, the strongest man on Earth. What? Before entering the city? And it was King who did it? Could it be? Upon hearing that D-City had not suffered damage, Wang Ke immediately felt a sense of redemption. Then, after hearing it was King from the Hero Association, he quickly reacted. Wang Ke hurriedly picked up his phone to make a call, but just as he looked down, Saitama's voice rang out in front of him. Making long-distance calls costs money. You might as well stop trying. Hearing this, Wang Ke looked up in shock at the bald man with a boiled egg face. The phone I gave you doesn't incur any charges at all. Wang Ke repeatedly explained to Saitama that the phone he gifted him was special and didn't require payment. It turned out that the bald guy came to D-City shortly after finishing in the restroom. He had been refusing to take Wang Ke's calls due to worries over non-existent charges. After hesitating for a moment, Saitama asked, so, by your logic, are you using technology to evade charges? Do I care about that little money? This phone uses a special signal. Forget it. Just think of it as I open a company and gave you a permanent free number. Wang Ke suddenly felt very powerless and casually found a simple explanation to deal with Saitama. At the same time, feeling very conflicted in his heart. He thought to himself that he had been so self-blaming before, and it turned out he had completely overthought it. Wasn't that a bit ridiculous? Saitama didn't notice the struggle on Wang Ke's face. Instead, upon hearing the phrase free forever, the bald Saitama's eyes immediately flickered. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. But speaking of which, after dealing with that monster, is there really nothing else to do? Seeing Saitama's poor demeanor, Wang Ke sighed and replied, I still need to keep an eye on a monster's body to see. By the way, there was an evil scientist on that monster's shoulder. What happened to that guy? Fakao was an ordinary human, but his technical skills were definitely not to be underestimated. In the original work, Maragori mistakenly killed his own brother due to a blunder. Now his IQ seems to have improved, and Saitama shouldn't directly kill a human. So Wang Ke was somewhat worried about the problems that could arise if Fakao survived. Is he a guy who wears glasses and is really annoying? With Wang Ke's hint, Saitama seemed to remember something. That's right, it should be him. That guy is very dangerous. He was killed by the monster himself. All right, I'll check if there will be any secondary disasters from the monster's body, and then I'll treat you to steak. After hearing Saitama's reply, Wang was taken aback for a moment. Finally, he waved goodbye to Saitama and walked towards the spot where Marigori had fallen. As the plot returned to its original outcome, Wang could only complain to himself. What the hell? Does the existence of the protagonist always activate the boss's idiot aura? Clearly, under his influence, Marigori's IQ had already increased, but Gao still ended up getting killed like in the original work. After the monster disaster alert in City D was lifted, some curious and daring citizens secretly sneaked out, preparing to take a closer look at the fallen giant. However, this time, the Hero Association and the police reacted quickly. They quickly set up isolation nets and completely sealed off the entire scene. King truly deserves to be called the strongest man on Earth. Such a huge giant was taken down with just one punch. A staff member from the Hero Association, looking at the gigantic monster's corpse, couldn't help but exclaim. Moreover, after hitting the monster, he immediately left the scene. If it weren't for the citizens witnessing him at the scene, we wouldn't even know who defeated this giant. Compared to some flies that swarm in at the scent, King is the real model of humanity. This was another blind person from the association echoing the sentiment, and everyone nearby knew who he was referring to as flies. All right, keep it down. Don't let Dr. Diesel hear this. If you provoke this guy, the police will have a good time. Of course, not everyone in the Hero Association is an idiot. There are always some who know to consider the bigger picture, even though they probably don't think much of Diesel. Whether it's the various devices Wang left at the scene, or his enhanced hearing, and even his superpower like telepathy, the thoughts of those minor characters in the Hero Association naturally couldn't escape his data collection. However, as they were on a different level, Wang genuinely couldn't be bothered to interact with these idiots. At this moment, the various data collected from Marigori's corpse gave Wang a sense of enlightenment. Although the Hero Association ignorantly classified the giant as a demon-level disaster, he, having personally intercepted the giant, knew very well that Marigori was already among the stronger types of dragon-level monsters. Although the giant showed signs of cell death, like the previous deformed dragon-level monster after being defeated by Saitama, not every part of its body was like that. The relatively intact corpse of Marigori, with its multiple muscle and skeletal structures, even its eyes and that organ inside, generating red energy, were preserved in a state that could be repaired. However, Wang had no intention of resurrecting Marigori's body. He only planned to extract usable technology through further in-depth research. As for some things that could quickly be recovered for value, Wang intended to start utilizing them right away. Hey, is this Zenio? This is Diesel. How's it going? The companies I sold you are doing well, right? This time, I'm going to take care of you again. Are you interested in acting as an agent for a new energy supplement? What? You want to take them all at once? Well, I actually hope. Oh, are you sure about this price? All right, get your money ready, and I'll deliver the refined product to you tomorrow. Just as Wang provocatively mentioned to Marigori earlier, this guy whose brain is filled with muscles has indeed accumulated quite a bit of XX. After Wang finished collecting the data, he found that there wasn't much technological value to be developed from these things. However, with a little processing, they could become extremely popular male enhancement products on the market. From this perspective, Wang could make a considerable profit and secure development funds. After calling Zenier, Wang called a few other wealthy individuals who were also generous. In a short period, he managed to recover the losses incurred while intercepting the giant, multiplying the amounts several times. This is the giant that threatened City D? It looks like nothing more than a big guy. It's nothing special. Hearing this synthesized electronic voice, Wang, who had just finished the call, immediately felt displeased. Bofi, get lost. Stop getting in my way here. The unwelcome presence was, of course, the robot remotely controlled by Metal Knight Bofi. After receiving the information about the giant disaster, he came to see what he could harvest, completely unafraid of a conflict with Wang. Diesel? Compared to the messy appearance I saw last time, it seems you've gotten a bit stronger. My detection radar can sense a high energy response in your body. Have you made some boring body modifications again? What business is it of yours? Get lost, or I'll dismantle your broken machine with my bare hands. You're really fired up. I heard the bioweapon you modified for the police has posed quite a threat to the Hero Association. But from my perspective, that kind of bioweapon is nothing to worry about. How about I share some technology to help you from the association? What is that? Metal Knight originally intended to provoke Wang, claiming he would uproot Wang's influence within the Hero Association. However, before he could finish speaking, the robot he controlled noticed the red, energy-generating organ extracted from the giant's body by Wang's large collection device. But before Bofi could conduct further investigation, the robot he controlled lost contact. Meanwhile, the scene where Wang was located now had a pile of high-tech components. So I warned you, idiot. Wang contemptuously glanced at the robot left by Metal Knight and, disregarding the astonished onlookers around him, as if to assert his dominance, he crushed the Metal Knight's robot's head with one kick. God, what did I just see? It looked like Dr. Diesel dismantled Metal Knight's robot with his bare hands in an instant. Dr. Diesel is surprisingly strong. He clearly has the strength of an S-class hero. Did he also modify himself? This is going to be a big deal. The two super geniuses in human society are actually in conflict now. Maybe it's not entirely a bad thing. Diesel and Metal Knight are both unruly characters, and our association might benefit from their conflict. That's right. Let's quickly contact the headquarters and report what just happened. The surprised expressions of the association staff did not make Wang feel anything amiss. He had already felt disgust towards Bofei, and now that he had come to his door, he was ignoring Wang Ke's warning and intending to investigate what Wang Ke was preparing to research, coupled with Wang Ke's slight dissatisfaction from previous events. Metal Knight was essentially looking for a fight this time. As for whether this would lead to a bigger conflict between the two, Wang Ke did not care. Although he had no concept of how many hidden cards Bofei had, his own technical skills and combat power were not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the giant's corpse and the materials recovered from the Fakgao Research Institute, Wang Ke was confident that he could enhance his overall strength by at least 30% in a short period. By that time, he could easily mass-produce some biochemical soldiers and engage in a moderately sized war with Bofei. After all, Bofei still held the identity of a hero. He would definitely be unwilling to engage in a war with Wang Ke that had no bottom line. Furthermore, Wang Ke had powerful friends like Saitama, Bomp, and Bangu, who had close ties with him. As long as Wang Ke called out, they would most likely come to help him fight against Metal Knight. However, Wang Ke did not plan to rely on other strength at this time. After facing the enhanced version of the giant and the overwhelming power, Wang Ke intended to strengthen his own abilities. Finding a blind spot, Wang Ke extended a retractable sponge-like body and began to probe continuously into a previously examined area of the Marugali corpse. Although the staff of the Hero Association could not see exactly what Wang Ke was doing, rumors soon spread after today about Dr. Diesel having strange hobbies related to XX mutant corpses. Bofei, whose robot had been destroyed by Wang Ke, did not immediately send reconnaissance equipment back. Instead, after inputting a few commands into his computer, several robots walked out from his base. When news of the conflict between Wang Ke and Metal Knight reached the Hero Association headquarters, Shichi was estimating the strength of the association's S-class hero, King. Dr. Diesel actually clashed with Metal Knight? Is the information accurate? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Shichi immediately showed a look of astonishment. Yes, it's absolutely true. Right at the site of the failed attack on D-City. At that time, the suddenly arrived Metal Knight seemed very interested in the organs that Diesel had extracted from the giant's corpse. Dr. Diesel was very unwelcoming towards Metal Knight. And then, in an instant, Metal Knight's robots were disassembled by Dr. Diesel himself. Hearing that Diesel had disassembled Metal Knight's robot in an instant, Shichi felt extremely surprised. Although Casero had vaguely mentioned that Dr. Diesel had undergone some modifications himself, Shichi did not know that Dr. Diesel possessed such astonishing power. Now, two human geniuses with incredible technical skills and remarkable combat power were openly at odds. Shichi began to worry that in the future, there might be threats to human society's peace beyond just monster disasters. Thinking of these additional tasks, Shichi couldn't help but feel a headache. So he planned to convene senior officials for discussion again. However, before he could finish speaking, a panicked subordinate rushed in to report bad news. Closely monitor their movements and immediately report to other senior officials. Minister Shichi, there are over 10 missiles flying towards Dr. Diesel's residence in the outskirts of F-City. Is it Metal Knight's doing? It's unclear. We can't reach Metal Knight at this time. And Dr. Diesel has been indifferent to our alerts before. Shichi sighed, lamenting that an unpredictable war had erupted within humanity. The missiles aimed at Wang Ke's base were intercepted by the air defense missiles hidden within the base before they could penetrate the defense perimeter. However, these were merely probing actions before the major battle. Several high-energy reaction robots were advancing towards Dr. Diesel's residence from various directions on the ground. The defense system within Dr. Diesel's base was nearly ineffective against these robots' rapid attacks. Explosions and loud noises erupted everywhere, causing nearby residents of F-City to feel panic and unease. After receiving the alarm, the police force in F-City urgently mobilized, but they only managed to intercept one of the robots. The other robots had already arrived at Dr. Diesel's doorstep. This was the target's residence. The main base should mostly be hidden underground. The garden outside should be some kind of transformed organism mimicking it, which would be destroyed along with the upper structures of the target residence. The leading robot, marked with a 4 on its forehead, spoke to several other differently designed robots. Number 4, get out of the way and I'll wipe this out with my energy cannon. High energy reaction. Evasive maneuvers. When a robot marked with a 7 extended a large cannon from its back, the radar of the number 4 robot immediately reacted, hurriedly alerting the other robots around. The 6 robots that had just adjusted their formation at the doorstep of the residence were caught off guard when a purple energy ball exploded on the body of the number 7 robot. The plasma energy bullet was fired from the kitchen of the target residence. It would take 5 minutes to recharge, so let's attack now and destroy it directly. After the number 7 robot was taken out by the purple energy ball, the remaining 5 differently styled robots launched an assault on Dr. Diesel's house. Missiles, Vulcan cannons, lasers, and various weapons all flew towards the house that looked like it had just been renovated. However, none of these attacks concentrated on the target. The garden around the house counterattacked at this moment. Various vines seemed to emerge from the ground in an instant. Some used their bodies to block, while others grew large mouths to swallow incoming ammunition. Some gathered together to form several different shaped creatures, charging towards the invading robots. Others lingered around, spewing out green gas into the air, gradually filling the area with some strange particles. Several intelligent robots immediately sensed that something was wrong. They not only could not transmit messages to the outside world, but even their various electronic devices gradually lost function. Originally, several robots planned to rush out of this area while the particle concentration was still low. However, the advancing mass of vine creatures intercepted them without hesitation. With the sound of metal tearing, the battle in this area came to an end. What happened to home? The garden became a mess, and there was a lot of scrap metal. Feng Chengmisha returned after taking a bath outside and saw the male owner sadly collecting parts of the guard dogs' corpses. The gang leader said to the somewhat disheveled Wang, "For some reason, I just had a war with Metal Knight Bofiai. Damn, that guy Bofiai is so cruel. These kids were clearly so cute. How much effort did I put into them? Number 3, number 16, number 27, number 51, I will definitely remember your sacrifices." Wang said with some sadness as he looked at the assembled vine corpses, while the other vines and robot remains on the ground were being played with as toys by the surviving vines. After such a long period of cultivation, Wang's modified organisms, which he created out of his interest in gardening, had already gained considerable strength. However, their intelligence remained a significant flaw. They had no clear understanding of life and death, which was why they rushed in waves to dismantle several attacking robots with sheer numbers. Is it necessary to show such an expression? You can easily create a lot of these watchdogs again in just a few days. The big sister, who had just finished bathing, stroked her smooth hair. She had changed her hairstyle before showering, intending to get a good evaluation from her boyfriend. However, Wonka had not noticed this at all, focusing instead on those foolish watchdogs, which made the big sister feel somewhat dissatisfied, even if they were created the same way. They couldn't compare to those I had invested my emotions in nurturing. Back then, I watered them every day and greeted them before going out. They would also act cute towards me. All right, you could just mourn with your stupid dogs. You don't need to come to my room today. Seeing her boyfriend looking foolish, the big sister angrily walked into the house. Upon hearing his girlfriend's threat, Wonka reluctantly put down the remains of the children and quickly chased after the fragrance left by the big sister into the house. Damn Diesel, what does he have as base? Why did my 6 intelligent robots, capable of battling ghost-level monsters, lose contact with me in an instant without even a chance to send back information? Even dragon-level monsters wouldn't be able to do that. At this moment, Bofiai was in his base, trying hard to gather information, feeling very uneasy about what had happened in front of Diesel's residence. After deciding to wage war on Diesel, he thought that the batch of robots he sent out would be defeated by Diesel, and he only intended to gather more intelligence. However, when the actual battle began, the robots' initial assault went very smoothly. Even when the Super War Police of City F came out to block them, they only managed to stop one robot, which was within Bofiai's expectations. He thought that although his robots couldn't completely destroy Diesel's stronghold, they would at least be able to penetrate several layers of the base. Yet, the final result was that they didn't even make it through the front gate of Diesel's house, failing in the garden outside, and all the robots lost contact simultaneously. This outcome was even worse than what Bofiai knew, when a group of tiger-level monsters had previously attacked Diesel's base. Could it be that Diesel specifically developed something to counter my robots, and because of this, he dared to declare war on me without hesitation? Thinking of these possibilities, Bofiai felt a bit guilty for underestimating Diesel too much. Moreover, his counterattack had been too reckless. He should have gathered more intelligence before launching an attack. The Metal Knight, realizing this, changed his strategy and began to hack into Diesel's base's defense system. Although he had been caught off guard by Diesel last time, Bofiai had upgraded the configurations of various devices and was confident in completely defeating his opponent in this hacking war. However, the hacking attack, personally led by Bofiai, encountered a situation similar to the previous robot intrusion. The initial infiltration went smoothly, but behind a seemingly simple firewall, Diesel suddenly extended his claws, causing the Metal Knight's proud technology to suffer another setback. Oh no, the big sister is really angry. Am I going to have to sleep alone again tonight? It's so hard to shake off this single dog identity, and the left and right concubines are no longer satisfying enough for me. Wang worriedly searched online, hoping to find interesting products to buy to cheer up his girlfriend. But at that moment, Bofiai's hacking attack suddenly came. The collection of short films Wang treasured from a boxing world was at risk of exposure under Bofiai's assault. What the hell is Bofiai doing? I have so much precious data in my base, and instead of trying to break through that data's defenses, he's focusing on digging into my kinks. What does that mean? After narrowly saving his ex-girlfriend, the XX Heart Sutra was in danger again. With no other choice, Wang had to painfully give up some films that had accompanied him through countless lonely nights, finally gaining a breather. Damn it, those athletic girls have turned over a new leaf. They're extremely valuable and rare. Since your taste is so heavy, I'll let you take whatever you want. After completing the preparations for the counterattack, Bofiai's assault had been directed into a pit Wang had dug. There were all sorts of content, from heavy BDSM to brotherly love and human-animal themes. Then came the opportunity to strike back, with everything from Trojan viruses from small yellow websites to super bombs from industry elites, all aimed at Bofiai, making it look like Wang was determined to reclaim the stolen data. Bofiai continued to launch attacks, sinking deeper into this worthless pit. Almost all the small yellow websites in the world were affected by the battle between the two, attracting massive resentment from single dogs. However, while competing with Bofiai, Wang also set up numerous other traps for his opponent. For example, many companies lacking orders received strong support from the professional hero of the Hero Association, the Metal Knight. Additionally, citizens suffering significant property losses due to monster disasters received generous donations from Dr. Bofiai. Besides these small matters, Wang naturally did not miss the chance to sneak a peek at Bofiai's secret weapon. However, the Metal Knight was indeed a technical genius. Even though he had temporarily lost his intelligence due to targeting the wrong attack, his defense system was still very effective. Despite Wang's efforts, he only obtained partial technical data on a new energy reactor. The rest was just junk, and all the effort he expended was for nothing. The enemy base exploded, and the second squad that broke in, along with the first mobile team, was completely annihilated. The fifth squad suffered heavy losses, and only one biochemical soldier from the seventh squad remained with a life signal. The probability of this assault being a trap designed by the enemy was 91-32. The big sister held a cookbook, glanced at her boyfriend, and had to modify the menu she had originally planned. At this moment, her boyfriend was in a bad mood, so it was better to prepare dishes like lotus root that could calm the heart and mind. Bofiai, you bastard. Don't get too smug. I will definitely get my revenge. Just wait and see. Wang was indeed very angry at this moment. If the Metal Knight Bofiai appeared in front of him, he would surely bite him to death. The war between Wang and Bofiai had already lasted 10 days, during which both sides had experienced numerous conflicts. Overall, the Metal Knight had suffered greater losses. However, after the heavy losses of Wang's biochemical troops today, Bofiai had regained the upper hand in this war. This was because these biochemical soldiers were the majority of the combat power Wang had accumulated in his other secret base, City Z. These dozens of biochemical soldiers, both in strength and teamwork, had taken Wang a long time to adjust and cultivate. The combat power is 2 to 3 times stronger than the loss sustained at the hands of the giant Marugali, which is a trump card Wang prepared for emergencies. However, this time he unexpectedly fell into Bofiai's trap, losing 2/3 of his forces due to a fake base's self-detonation. From any perspective, Wang suffered significant losses in this round against the Metal Knight. The vegetable supply at home has run out. Let's go to the street to buy some things. The boss lady has already decided what dishes to make, but she remembered there aren't any fresh vegetables left in the fridge. She feels quite bored with the synthetic food cultivated in Wang's base. So she drags her still angry boyfriend out to shop on the street. I still want to get back at them. I can't let Bofiai be so arrogant. There's no need to rush at this moment. Perhaps the Metal Knight will send a couple of robots your way when he sees you leave the base and appear on the street to vent your frustrations. The boss lady is right. Ever since the last raid on Wang Ke's base failed, BoFi has been wary of launching blind attacks against Wang Ke's heavily fortified home ground. Instead, he has been ambushing Wang Ke every time he goes out, such as on the way to the training grounds of Bongpu and Bongu. These attacks are mostly robots firing a couple of shots from a distance before quickly flying away. If Wang Ke doesn't detect them early, there's not much he could do about their high-speed escape. However, for a genius, countermeasures can be prepared quickly, since staying in the base sulking is of no use. Wang Ke decides to go shopping with his girlfriend, using his prepared countermeasures to take down a couple of robots to vent his frustrations. The target has separated from its companions and is sitting alone on a park bench reading a magazine. Robot 3 is heading to capture the target. Robot 4 is providing long-range fire support. Robot 2 is preparing electronic interference to cut off the target's communication with the outside world and is ready to provide support at any time. While Robots 5 and 6 will attack with me. Robot 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 understands. After some communication, 6 intelligent robots capable of battling ghost-level monsters began their respective actions. First, Robot 4 fired several shots from its sniper cannon at the target, along with a few small missiles. Following this, Robots 1, 5, and 6 quickly charged toward the target, while Robot 2 began to emit interference signals from the high ground. Robot 3 circled around to capture the departing former professional hero, the troublesome boss lady. When Wang Ke sensed the enemy's attack, he was both surprised and secretly pleased. He was surprised that BoFi would send 6 robots to attack, which was quite a big deal. He was secretly pleased that BoFi's intelligence was still lacking, allowing him to vent his frustrations while also acquiring some high-tech components. So after dodging a few remote attacks in a panic, Wang Ke finally attracted 3 robots that approached him. You probably know why we are attacking you. We won't say much more. Prepare to die. A robot that appeared to be the leader declared to Wang Ke while launching various close combat attacks with its 2 accompanying robots. Wang Ke did not respond to the robot's words. Instead, he continued to delay time with his acting while trying to establish contact with the boss lady through telepathy. Unfortunately, Wang Ke's telepathic waves were blocked by the electronic interference from above, while the genuine boss lady could communicate within Wang Ke's mind. It seems my research still needs to go deeper. After briefly briefing the boss lady, Wang Ke refocused on dealing with the attacking robots. Indeed, these well-coordinated robots were quite strong. One speed-enhanced robot specialized in entangling him, slowing down his movements. Another defense-enhanced robot served as a shield for the other 2, while the third attack-enhanced robot seized the opportunity to strike him hard, coupled with the precise long-range support from another robot. Wang Ke had already sustained 3 injuries in less than a minute. With a clang, the entangling robot slashed Wang Ke with its blade, drawing blood. Wang Ke quickly created an afterimage to dodge the laser attack from the enhanced robot. He then swiftly increased the distance, seemingly trying to escape from the encirclement of the 3 robots. You can't escape. Diesel, Robot 6 has already analyzed your movements and speed. Even if you were twice as fast, you wouldn't be able to escape from its entanglement. Plus, with my flawless defense and Robot 5's powerful attacks, if you don't want to die a miserable death in the next 2 minutes, you should hurry up and surrender. The leader robot's words did not elicit any reaction from Wang Ke. He just kept moving, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, Robot 6 kept entangling him, and with the distant attacks, Wang Ke's efforts were futile. I told you it was useless. The only hope you have, the super police of City F, is currently busy dealing with monsters in the distance. No matter how hard he tries, it will be at least 8 minutes before he notices anything unusual here. You can't. Wang Ke did not let Robot 1 continue speaking. After forcing back the attacking Robot 5 with a shock punch, he suddenly flashed in front of Robot 1 using a feint. This robot is still rambling. Let me dismantle you into scrap parts. As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful electric current flashed out. It wasn't Wang Ke attacking with his internal current. It was an electric whip shooting out from Robot 1. Before Wang Ke's fist could hit Robot 1, he was firmly entangled by the electric whip and was soon subjected to a high-voltage shock. A burning smell filled the air, and Robot 1, seeing that its prey had become charred before it could even scream, began to mock the charred remains. Foolish creature, did you really think I was just a meat shield responsible for defense? Given the right opportunity, I will counterattack. Don't get careless, one. Let me add a few more shots with my laser. Robot 5 approached and raised its palm, gathering energy aimed at Wang Ke's corpse. Be careful. The most perceptive, Robot 6, seemed to sense something, but before it could alert anyone, the situation changed in an instant. The target, which had already turned to char, suddenly broke free from its restraints. Then, using just one hand, it surprisingly twisted the already locked mechanical wrist of Robot 5. Consequently, the laser attack that was supposed to hit him ended up striking Robot 1 instead. Oh, this spear can't penetrate your shield. Did Bofei design it this way on purpose? Wang Ke's left hand still held half of the electric whip's wreckage, while his right hand had already removed Robot 5's laser wrist. Meanwhile, the jetpack on Robot 5's back was also destroyed. The charred skin on Wang Ke's surface was rapidly peeling away, revealing new skin that had fully healed, as if he had never been injured. However, Wang Ke did incur some losses, as his clothes had become tattered. After all, they were just ordinary clothes. How is that possible? Why did my electric whip work? The design of the number 1 robot is quite intelligent. Even if it doesn't understand the situation, it quickly reassembles with the other 2 robots. It's just high-voltage electrotherapy, after all. I was also obsessed with it for a long time back at my base. So it's nothing serious. That said, Bofei's technology is still decent. To achieve such a level of electric shock with just a small whip is impressive. However, the material is a bit too brittle. I just gave it a gentle tug, and it broke. Wang Ke briefly inspected the remains of the electric whip in his hand before raising the robot's wrist he held in his right hand to comment on it. The laser's energy replenishment speed and destructive power are acceptable. It should be suppressed in overall output to prevent accidental harm to the meat shield. Hey, the one responsible for the attack, can your laser device on the left hand deliver a maximum power attack? Let me see what you've got. The 3 robots remained on guard against Wang Ke, and when they sensed their connection to the outside world was cut off, they immediately felt something was wrong. Run. The number 1 robot didn't have time to think about anything else and directly issued a retreat order. Its directive was to prioritize providing combat data to its designer. Since the current data couldn't be transmitted remotely, they were obligated to bring the combat data back themselves. Given the strength displayed by the current target, they could conclude, using their onboard computers, that they could not defeat the opponent. I was just getting ready to move. How can you run away? And you even split up to escape, which is quite clever. Forget it. I'll just take down the one that's left with only one hand. Wang Ke's earlier words were directed at the 3 robots. But after they split up to escape in 3 directions, his subsequent words became a monologue. After the fate of the number 5 robot was decided, it hadn't run far before Wang Ke caught up with it and dismantled it into parts in the blink of an eye with a flowing rock-smashing fist. Next was the fastest number 6 robot, which had just flown less than 5 meters high when Wang Ke disabled its flight device with a spinning kick. After no. 6 fell to the ground, Wang Ke glanced at the number 1 robot in the distance, which was entangled by bio-vines and lost its movement. Then turned to the vigilant number 6 robot and said, "That guy said you had analyzed my movements pretty well. This time I'll use the same speed as before. Let's have some fun. Don't worry, this time I'll give you a few helpers." Just as Wang Ke finished speaking, a damaged jetpack robot suddenly fell from the sky. It was a number 2 robot that had been engaging in electronic warfare at high altitude. This guy, being alone in the sky, lacked support and was surrounded by Wang Ke's 3 flying bio-beasts. The radar was ineffective against these 3 bio-beasts, and thus number 2 was quickly ambushed by them. In terms of individual combat power, aside from being fast, these 3 bio-beasts were only as strong as tiger-level monsters. However, they were specifically modified to target machines, making them capable of handling even ghost-level enemies. Didn't I say to try to keep one intact? Wang Ke wasn't talking to the 3 bio-beasts circling in the air, but to the big sister who had dragged 2 robots over without him noticing. They have hands and feet, so they are already quite intact. The big sister had successfully dealt with number 3 and number 4, both of which had serious knife scars and could only emit broken electronic sounds, although their hands and feet were still attached to their bodies. It looked like these 2 severely damaged robots could barely stand. I originally wanted to have some fun, but this is just boring. If that's not enough, how about I play with you? The uninterested big sister shot a sidelong glance at her boyfriend, causing Wang Ke to refrain from making further complaints. At the same time, Wang Ke created an afterimage and removed a part from number 6's body. Not being honest, trying to self-destruct, how rude. The number 6 robot, which initially planned to end everything with self-detonation, suddenly found that its self-detonation device couldn't be activated, and it couldn't even speak. Meanwhile, number 3 and number 4, which could still emit broken electronic sounds, were chirping at number 2 to self-destruct as soon as possible. However, despite looking quite intact, number 2 did not respond at all. When Wang Ke walked over, removed a part from it, and extracted 3 spores attached to it, number 2 seemed to reboot and wake up. Curious about what this is, If you can give me some surprises next, I don't mind leaving this specialized device for dealing with robots to you. This spore is actually quite similar to the vines that spread special isolation particles back at Wang's base. The reason Wang Ku dared to fight the mysterious Metal Knight is that he discovered this incredibly overpowered item. Although this technology still has many flaws and shortcomings, such as the isolation particles not being able to last long in the air and needing constant dispersal, as long as it's used flexibly, Wang Ku was almost in an invincible position against the Metal Knight robots. The robots, whose mission was to collect data, suddenly had their electronic eyes light up after hearing Wang Ku's words and simultaneously launched an attack against him. However, the significant disparity in combat power made it difficult for these robots to create miracles. In less than 20 seconds, they were directly dismantled into a pile of parts by Wang Ku. When the super police from F-City arrived a few minutes later in their aircraft, there was nothing left at the scene. Although the particles developed by Wang Ku that could isolate most electronic reactions were incredibly overpowered for confidentiality, he only equipped his two bases in F-City and Z-City with defensive capabilities. Other biohumans ordered by Wang Ku to attack Bofei had to directly confront the enemy's robots without any supporting equipment. Therefore, in the war between Wang Ku and Bofei, both sides still fought fiercely back and forth, and it was difficult to determine a clear outcome. After the war between Dr. Diesel and Dr. Bofei began, the Hero Association discovered daily that the order in parts of the world was severely disrupted by two malicious individuals. The sudden collapse of the Little Yellow Network was just a minor issue. The large number of fabricated orders led to a slight false prosperity in the world economy. After this dream shattered, countless people reacted with extreme measures out of anger and disappointment. As negative emotions surged, many disillusioned individuals experienced mutations at that moment, becoming monsters that directly threatened the social order of humanity. All of the above were merely results of indirect influences. The direct impact was the various battles between biosoldiers and robots, as well as the mutual firing of numerous missiles, which caused certain damage to some human cities. Therefore, as the entity responsible for maintaining peace in human society, the Hero Association had no choice but to apologize everywhere for the troubles caused by the two individuals while also compensating financially. The senior members of the association, who believe that such days cannot continue, have gathered again to discuss how to deal with the defiant duo of Diesel and Bofei. I think this time we should not show leniency towards the two, since they have already caused quite a public outrage. We might as well seize this opportunity to rally other powerful heroes to punish them. The remarks from the senior member with the red nose are somewhat extreme. If we follow his suggestion, human society will face a three-way war. There's no need for monster attacks. Humans might just end up destroying themselves. This is practically impossible, according to our association's estimates of their combat power. If Diesel or the Metal Knight were to unleash their full power, and if they were to break free from their restraints, human society would face devastation equivalent to being attacked by over 10 dragon-level monsters. They represent the pinnacle of human technological power, and we cannot simply judge their combat strength lightly. Although the female senior member still detests Dr. Diesel, she has been relatively accurate and objective in assessing the destructive potential. It would be better to take one down at a time. Otherwise, we might as well support the Metal Knight. Although he doesn't really follow our commands, he is still a professional hero of our association. That guy Diesel, while he has increased cooperation with the association recently, is still essentially a hidden opportunist. The senior member in sunglasses proposed a more feasible idea, but whether this reflects his preference for the Metal Knight remains unclear. Doing so would only push Diesel back towards the police department. Don't think this time will be like the previous ones. We recently received news that Diesel has strengthened ties with several wealthy individuals. The combination of the police department with vast funds and super technology could lead to what kind of consequences I need not elaborate. The senior member from the Mediterranean expressed his opposition, as the consequences he mentioned are indeed concerning, causing the other senior members to fall silent again. Are we really going to condone them? If we let them continue like this, who knows what these two will do next? The senior member with buck teeth could not hold back any longer. The aftershocks of the conflict between Diesel and the Metal Knight have inflicted considerable damage on his family business, making him deeply resentful of these two. It would be better if our association sent personnel to have a talk with Diesel and the Metal Knight. At this moment, Shichi broke the silence, advocating for the association to act as mediators to resolve the dispute between the two. But haven't we tried this before? Not only did we fail to convince them, but our personnel have also been caught up in the war between the two more than once. Among our staff, various versions of rumors have already emerged, and everyone is afraid to receive such orders. This statement is accurate, whether it's Diesel or Bofei, while they are on guard against visiting personnel. They are also considering treating the association as emissaries as some sort of special gift to send to each other's bases. Meanwhile, several visiting personnel, who were originally innocent, have already been wrapped up like mummies and sent to specialized hospitals for isolation. This time, we won't send out our staff, but will instead entrust professional heroes to mediate. In response to a colleague's doubts, Shichi expressed his thoughts. Who? Bone. The enhanced human warrior, Casero, and the hammer wrestler, George, are pro-Diesel, and the Metal Knight will definitely greet them with missiles. However, there seem to be no heroes closely related to the Metal Knight in the association. In fact, there are. Child Emperor seems to have previously served as the assistant to the Metal Knight. Although Child Emperor's relationship with the Metal Knight isn't particularly close, he has expressed his willingness to make an effort in this mediation. Shichi mentioned a candidate that piqued the interest of the other senior members. Will Diesel accept Child Emperor's mediation? Will he use strange weapons against that kid? Probably not. Child Emperor possesses extraordinary strength and is also a capable scientist. And Dr. Diesel is a research fanatic. He would not pass up the opportunity to communicate with another genius. After Shichi stated his reasoning, no one else among the senior members raised objections. The steroid test results showed no abnormalities. Should we conduct a comprehensive test again? The synthesized voice of the base computer sounded. After taking a glance at the changes in his body, Wang began the next phase of his transformation work. He started injecting the 4th-generation nanobots, followed by scanning his body every minute. The injection work commenced. After the computer began its operation, Wang closed his eyes to sense the unknown energy within his body. Previously, Wang had been unable to fully control it and could only apply it to lower-level electrical uses. After absorbing some cells from the giant's corpse, he repaired and studied the organ that generated the red energy. After obtaining a wealth of valuable data, Wang began further modifications to his body. In fact, after initially providing Fok Gao with some data, Wang continued to share numerous new research results with him. Among them was Wang's conceptual product based on the application of the unknown energy within his body after certain modifications. During this period of research, Wang could judge that the fossil egg liquid he had absorbed was likely a semi-finished product that could not be utilized due to insufficient quantity or because it did not fully match his body. Therefore, while Wang intended to remodel his body, he also aimed to guide and transform the energy itself to achieve a higher level of integration between the two. Wang initially thought he would complete the research ahead of Fok Gao again. But Marugali's astonishing power made Wang realize his own arrogance and accelerated the progress of related research. Although he had not yet calculated more complete data, Wang had already decided to apply part of the research results to his own body. The preliminary transformation work was completed, improving the overall functionality of various parts of the body by 31. The 3rd-generation nanobots were cleared out and the 4th-generation nanobots had fully integrated, with no abnormalities detected. Based on the computer's report results, Wang extended his right hand and activated the 4th-generation nanobots within his body to start working. As various reactions began, a red plasma energy ball started to coalesce in his palm. Initially, the energy ball was quite unstable. However, after further adjustments, the energy ball began to slowly rotate around his body under Wang's will. Although it still lacked combat capability, overall, this surgery was quite successful. The control over the plasma energy ball had achieved a breakthrough, and the subsequent work needed to be accelerated. However, given the current situation, never mind, let us see how the research progresses. After personally attempting it, Wang immediately made relevant evaluations. He wanted to conduct further research on this. But the war with Bofei was still ongoing, occupying a significant amount of his current energy, causing Wang to feel somewhat troubled. Should he continue to resist the Metal Knight, seizing the advanced robot components from the opponent to enhance his own technological accumulation? Or should he return to his primary focus on biochemical research and continue to strengthen his own abilities? Is the work finished? Come quickly to the kitchen. My dish is ready. Oh, and someone is here to visit. It's the S-Class hero, Child Emperor. The big sister was cooking in the kitchen while also serving as the guard for Wang's surgery. When she sensed that her boyfriend's work was finished, she promptly informed Wang that a guest had arrived. Upon hearing the report from the big sister, Wang, quick-witted as he was, immediately made a judgment and decided in his heart. It seemed that the Hero Association was becoming intolerant of the war situation, and it would be better for him to withdraw early. Tong-di observed the sunflowers in the garden, which looked quite normal. Although he had heard that the organisms modified by Dr. Diesel were very special, it was still hard for Tong-di to imagine that these things could cause Dr. Bofei to suffer a big loss. Tong-di, cough. Tong-di, what brings you to visit me this time? This seems to be our first real meeting. As another genius relied upon by the Hero Association, Tong-di was much better than that problematic character, Dr. Bofei. The Hero Association often entrusted many matters to him, so even though Tong-di's own strength wasn't particularly strong, his numerous outstanding performances placed him quite high in the S-class hero rankings of the association. Wang had also had several video conversations with Tong-di due to some previous collaborations with the Hero Association. Indeed, I couldn't tell from our previous video conversations. It turns out that Dr. Diesel, you've undergone body modifications. It seems like you have a tail. Tong-di took out a lollipop from his backpack to replenish his brain's sugar so that his mind could work a bit faster. At this moment, Wang was wearing a white lab coat, hiding non-human organs like syringe tails. Tong-di could tell that Dr. Diesel's body was different just from a few awkward movements, showing that high intelligence does make a difference. Did you really notice? Tong-di, your observation skills are quite sharp. It seems you aren't even 10 years old yet. I really look forward to seeing what kind of genius you will become when you grow up. These flaws were intentionally left by Wang, so he didn't adjust his walking posture. In fact, Bang Pu had once told Wang that observing human movements could reveal many things. Relying on just a few seconds of observation, Tong-di could achieve what Bang Pu would need decades of martial arts experience to discern. Tong-di's potential was indeed remarkable. Let's skip the pleasantries. I believe you prefer efficient communication. Your war with Dr. Bofei should come to an end. This time, the Hero Association has sent me to mediate. If either of you wants to continue fighting, the Hero Association will classify that person as a threat to human society and mobilize all combat power to eliminate them. After licking his candy, Tong-di directly entered the main topic of the meeting. Speaking in this innocent manner, he issued a warning that carried a unique deterrent force. However, Wang would not be easily intimidated. Even if he was willing to cease hostilities at this moment, he still hoped to gain some benefits. That sounds quite frightening, but I have relatively good relationships with many influential figures in both political and economic circles. Can a civilian organization like the Hero Association really define me, Dr. Diesel, as a public enemy? Tong-di licked his candy again and took out a small device from his backpack. Then he turned on the device and placed it on the table in front of him, continuing to lick his candy without saying a word. This holographic imaging technology is quite good. Let me see. Wow, it seems you have had deeper exchanges with the police department. However, the so-called evidence you presented cannot convict me. What? Investigating my base. Someone in the police department actually agreed to that. Is it those idiots fighting among themselves again? Wang first looked at the police's opinions on him from the materials Tong-di displayed. Overall, it didn't exceed his expectations. But the proposal to investigate his residence almost passed. This made Wang doubt whether the police department wanted to take this opportunity to imply something to him. Tong-di remained silent, concentrating on his candy. Zenier, it seems I may have been too nice to him. He actually reached a backdoor deal with you. Other old friends in the business community are also not being considerate. It seems it's time to give them a taste of their own medicine. However, even so, I still don't believe the Hero Association can firmly decide to go to war with me. Is the association really willing to bear that cost? Wang maintained a nonchalant demeanor and spoke to Tong-di playfully. But Tong-di revealed something, threatening Dr. Diesel. It's up to you. Doctor, Bofei is also somewhat tired of the meaningless drain of resources with you these days. Moreover, he is very concerned about the trump card you have been hiding. If the association's combat power is willing to help him, I believe he would be willing to provide more advanced technology to the association for free. This means that if they could deal with me, Dr. Bofei would be willing to play my role and engage in deeper cooperation with the police, businessmen, and the Hero Association. You can indeed interpret it that way. Then can I also understand that if I, Diesel, am willing to play Dr. Bofei's role, you can help me deal with Dr. Bofei? I'm sorry, but I've already contacted Dr. Bofei. Although I'm still young, I can still be considered a hero. I can't do something as dishonorable as tearing up an agreement. Oh dear, a little kid who eats candy. Can you really handle negotiations like this step by step? Although Wang felt a bit emotional about this in his heart, he still insisted on his position and spoke. Then you can cooperate. I'm actually quite interested in what the results of an expanded war would be. I just hope you won't shamelessly say you want a ceasefire after a few battles because the damage becomes too great. Bluffing won't be of any use. You haven't fully witnessed the Hero Association's combat power yet. According to my calculations, a single tornado of terror could turn your base into ruins. Oh, I'm truly scared. That little girl with the superpower is indeed a bit too strong. And as for my helpers, they seem unwilling to attack a little girl. But doesn't the association worry that I might become an evil mad scientist, spreading bioweapons capable of destroying humanity? The helper Wang Ku referred to was, of course, Saitama, but Tong Di would likely think of Silver Fong or Bang Pu. He had been visiting the dojos of the two martial arts masters these days, and the association should have noticed by now. Sure enough, Tong Di's next response confirmed this. As for the virus threat Wang Ku mentioned, Tong Di spoke with confidence. Although Silver Fong and his brother have a good relationship with you, they are most likely not Tornado's opponents and would not be willing to fight for you. A threat to humanity. As for the bioengineered beings or powerful viruses you modified, I believe that with the technological prowess of me and Dr. Bofi, we can certainly find a way to deal with them. Hearing this, Wang Ku was indeed very interested in seeing such a future. Although it would be quite troublesome to restore things after the world was destroyed, at least he wouldn't feel bored during such days. In fact, Wang Ku was quite curious to see Saitama take on a whole bunch of S-class heroes, using their private friendship and other means to lure them into action. Although Saitama won't go all out, there is still a great chance of him taking down most S-class heroes. As for Boros and the Child Emperor's technical skills, the two of them combined are indeed quite challenging. However, Wang Ku is still very confident in his research in biochemistry. Apart from the EvolutionHouse, there should be no one in the world who can compare to him, Dr. Diesel. If unfavorable situations really arise, Wang Ku can also choose to team up with Dr. Kinoshita to overturn humanity's highest technological power. Just thinking about what that scene would look like is exciting. Yes, I have grown to this extent. I can indeed have a conversation with the EvolutionHouse. Why didn't I think of it before? It's truly a case of not seeing the forest for the trees. The more Dr. Diesel imagines the war with the Hero Association, the more excited he becomes. And he doesn't hide his excitement. This makes the Child Emperor feel a bit uneasy, worried that he has turned the mediation task into a declaration of war. So after weighing things in his mind, being still a child, he changes his approach and interrupts Dr. Diesel's imagination with something that piques his interest. Dr. Diesel, I'm not here to declare war on you. I'm just reminding you of the dangers of continuing the fight. You must be tired of war games too, right? As a top scientific researcher, you should actually be more interested in various experimental studies, shouldn't you? That's true, but the future you described earlier excites me. I now think that perhaps having a larger scale war with you would also be a pretty interesting option. In a world of conflict, think of how much valuable data could be collected. The Child Emperor has finished the candy in his hand, and hearing Dr. Diesel's idea of actively expanding the war makes him feel a bit worried. Although he and the association prepared a lot before coming, the association did not truly decide to completely fall out with Dr. Diesel. The people in the political and economic circles of human society actually have the same thoughts. After all, Dr. Diesel is very valuable for collaboration, but he can also be a terrifying enemy. If his threats truly turn Dr. Diesel into a mad scientist threatening all of humanity, then as a hero, it would be too derelict of duty. Let us not waste time, Dr. Diesel. You must want to end the war in your heart. Why don't you tell me what you want? Although he is indeed very intelligent, after leaving the candy behind, this S-class hero is still just a child. Wang Ku naturally notices the Child Emperor's change, so while he sighs in his heart, he also thinks about whether he should really stop here. I believe that this conflict with Boros is not solely my fault. If the Hero Association really plans to mediate, Boros should also make some indication. Ultimately, Wang Ku still feels that it would be better to stop the war here. However, to let him stop, he must first confirm Boros's attitude. Hearing that Dr. Diesel still has the intention to stop, the Child Emperor finally breathes a sigh of relief and expresses the association's meaning. Metal Knight has guaranteed that he will not interfere casually in the work the association assigns to you in the future. But you also cannot take any obstructive actions regarding his work in the association. If you two have any disputes in the future, just leave it to the association to arbitrate. This sounds like the association is treating me and Boros as two wolves that bite each other, and they want to act as mediators to reap benefits every time we have a dispute. It's hard to guarantee fairness. I don't think Boros would accept this either. The Hero Association is thinking too optimistically. If such an agreement is reached, they can occasionally take advantage of the disputes between me and Boros to benefit themselves. They really see themselves as animal tamers. While Wang Ku scoffs at this in his heart, the Child Emperor sighs inwardly. These adults are really troublesome. Why are they more willful than me, a child? The professional heroes of our Hero Association are the ones who take down monsters, and the subsequent cleanup work should naturally be assigned to the Hero Association. That means if I organize a group specifically to hunt down monsters and eliminate those that harm society, the Hero Association has no right to interfere with my matters, right? Do those people in the association really want that? This kind of thing is not impossible for me. Wang will not be easily placated by the Child Emperor's words. The reality is indeed as such. The association clearly promised him that he could handle the corpses of the monsters, but when Metal Knight intervened, they didn't organize anything. Now they instead want to come out as arbiters to reap benefits. They are thinking too highly of themselves. Hearing Wang Ke's declaration, the Child Emperor feels a bit displeased. However, he can't erupt because Dr. Diesel can indeed do these things, and the police department might be his first cooperation target. Before he came, Seiki repeatedly emphasized avoiding this outcome. So, Dr. Diesel, what do you think should be done? Metal Knight is also quite willful. Wang Ke ignores the Child Emperor's subtle hint about his willfulness and directly presents his thoughts. The handling of monster corpses was originally assigned to me by the association. Boros didn't heed my warnings, and getting beaten is his own fault. All I need is for him to be more obedient in the future and not interfere with my work. The association cannot guarantee Metal Knight's actions, and the monsters he takes down are mostly unwilling to let you handle them. If that can't be guaranteed, then I will dismantle the robots he sends to interfere with me again. After this time, he won't dare to casually meddle in my affairs anymore. As for the monsters he takes down, I'm not interested. If I am interested, I will definitely clean them up even earlier than he does. Hearing Dr. Diesel's statement, the Child Emperor thinks it sounds good. During this time, Dr. Diesel has shown strength that is absolutely qualified to be an S-class hero. If Dr. Diesel is willing to actively hunt down monsters, the association will likely be willing to directly grant him S-class hero status. Does this mean you are willing to become a professional hero in the association? I don't want to. I only fight according to my own will. The association shouldn't think about recruiting me. I want to accept the title of hero. Wang Ke continues to refuse as always, becoming a hero. Even a hero who doesn't listen to the association's orders is inevitably going to attract trouble, like the wolves hunting heroes in the future and the Monster Association. Wang Ke naturally does not want to deal with such troublesome matters. Even if Wang Ke actively battles these people in the future, it would mean that Wang Ke is targeting them. The Child Emperor is curious about why Dr. Diesel doesn't want to become a professional hero. But he doesn't ask further and summarizes, "All right, at least both of you are indeed tired of war. This conflict can stop here, right? I do have the intention to stop this war. However, if Boros interferes with my work again, the war will reignite, and it may very well escalate. As long as this war can end first, we have finally reached some consensus. That is, Dr. Diesel, you can continue to study the corpses of the monsters. And Metal Knight must not interfere casually anymore. But if it's a monster taken down by Metal Knight, then Dr. Diesel, you're also not allowed to intervene, right?" The Child Emperor briefly summarized the dialogue between both parties, which indeed reflected the consensus reached in a series of prior discussions. However, there was one point overlooked. So Wang Ke spoke up to add his input. If both he and the other party were interested in a certain monster disaster, it would depend on who defeated the monster first. Thank you for the addition. I believe the Hero Association would also welcome such healthy competition. The Child Emperor finally completed his mediation work, and he let out a sigh of relief. Wang Ke, however, internally scoffed at the idea of healthy competition, though he ultimately kept his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, Wang Ke intentionally relaxed and used hacking techniques to secretly observe the conversation with Bofi. He just clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, but decided to adhere to the results of this mediation in practice. A ceasefire with the Metal Knight was indeed a good thing for Wang Ke. After this period of excessive consumption, he finally gained a stretch of stable time to start replenishing the various materials needed for his base, as well as conducting more research and development work. At the same time, Wang Ke also obtained a large batch of robot parts from the Metal Knight, which he planned to study and map out. He aimed to digest the technologies within and improve them into the equipment at his base, all of which required a period of peace. Additionally, there was a serious problem. The mutated cells within Wang Ke's body had flared up again. This time, the outbreak was quite severe, as if all the long-standing issues had erupted at once. Apart from his brain and tail, various organs in Wang Ke's body began to melt and decompose to varying degrees. Most dramatically, Wang Ke's arms melted into a puddle of blood in less than 10 minutes. Thankfully, the big sister was not home at the time. Otherwise, it would have likely scared her to death. Despite the dire situation, Wang Ke's life support system proved to be quite effective. It promptly threw the highest authority figure into the nutrient tank, buying Wang Ke enough time for the upcoming emergency treatment. Wang Ke then underwent a comprehensive and systematic organ enhancement and transplantation. Using samples from the Marigori giant's corpse and data compiled by the Fakgao Research Institute, Wang Ke developed a new generation of organs that withstood the fierce counterattack of the mutated cells. Additionally, Wang Ke made an unexpected discovery: the meat tumor that had forced itself to grow on his right calf to escape the pursuit of the mutated dragon-level monster. Although it had gradually transformed into a calf that looked no different from a normal one after cosmetic surgery, it had repeatedly undergone mutations during this time, continuously producing new tumors, forcing Wang Ke to keep adjusting it. However, during this outbreak of mutated cells, this calf surprisingly turned out to be the most resilient part among all the organs that had dissolved. The uncontrollable unknown energy within Wang Ke's body concentrated on the right calf and began to change, rather than in Wang Ke's more stable brain and tail. Therefore, to experiment, Wang Ke did not replace his right calf. Instead, he endured the pain and continually observed the mutations occurring in his right calf. As the right calf grew tumors and grotesquely expanded to several people's size, the peculiar energy within it began to react, transforming Wang Ke's now gigantic tumor-like right calf into something resembling a cocoon. Moreover, another organ that Wang Ke had just assembled, simulated from the Marigori giant's body, which produced red energy, also began to react. As Wang Ke replenished the nutrients, this red organ continuously generated red energy. Then, this energy flowed through the body's connections into the now cocoon-like right calf, ultimately transforming into that unknown energy. To observe this special reaction, Wang Ke had to remain in his base for an extended period for research. Not to mention that the training of Banggu and Bangpu was put on hold, even on his first Valentine's Day since becoming single. Wang Ke could only stay in the lab and couldn't show off in front of the single dogs outside with the big sister. Annoyed, Feng Chengmisha even considered picking up her dog-leg knife to directly chop off Wang Ke's right leg. Fortunately, after repeated persuasion from Wang Ke, his girlfriend ultimately held back. On the 20th day after the cocoon formed, Wang Ke finally sensed a change. The cocoon on his right calf suddenly emitted light and then rapidly cracked open. The once gigantic tumor appeared lifeless like shed skin, while Wang Ke's smooth and new right calf filled him with a sense of power. The red energy ball, which was still in development and lacked more combat capability, gathered between Wang Ke's hands. Then, a soccer-sized red energy ball moved to the front of Wang Ke's right calf and was kicked out by him. The previously slow-moving red energy ball, after being kicked, flew with astonishing speed, hitting a rock hundreds of meters away in an instant. Then came a loud explosion, and the distant cliff immediately collapsed. You always come up with some messy, yet interesting things. What's this move called again? Bangpu, the master of the Whirlwind Iron Fist, asked curiously upon seeing his disciple's new technique. Crack Kick Red Ball, a character from Yu Yu Hakusho. This is a bit of an age-revealing anime character. Seeing the barely perceptible shock on Bangpu's face, Wang Ke immediately replied proudly, "That's a strange name, but it's quite vivid. Don't you feel a sense of Chinibu shame?" Bangpu's remark made the big sister, who was watching beside them, nod as well. However, Wang Ke ignored it, and after brushing his hair with both hands, struck a pose of pride in his Chinibu. "Well, whatever. The power and range are quite good. Now, what was that technique I first saw you use? What kind of effect can it produce now? And can you use it freely?" Although Bangpu did not like Wang Ke's foolish demeanor, he ultimately chose to ignore it and switch the topic. "I've said it several times. That move is called Wu Jiao Jian. Right now, there's a strange energy enveloping below my right knee, which has produced some peculiar effects. Unfortunately, its influence is limited to these areas and cannot be transferred to other parts of my body. The power of Wu Jiao Jian has increased significantly compared to before, but I dare not use my full strength for fear of hurting myself." The strange energy concentrated below Wang Ke's right knee greatly enhanced the strength of his right knee downwards while also providing a protective effect. If he were to kick out Wu Jiao Jian with full force again, its power would increase several times compared to before. Wang Ke's right knee should be fine, but other parts of his body, which lack the protection of the strange energy, might suffer serious injuries from the massive shockwave. Therefore, although this move had matured significantly compared to before, it remained an unfinished product in Wang Ke's eyes if he could not use it with full force. "Then let's have a match. I want to see how much you've progressed during this time." Feeling a bit itchy for a fight, Bangpu stretched his body, ready to spar with his disciple. However, his lazy disciple, at this moment, fell back into old habits and began haggling with his teacher. "Yeah, but I'm already tired. I've gone through so much training today. How about this? After I spar with you today, can you reduce the training volume for tomorrow? Due to spending the previous 20 days at the base conducting research, Wang had missed quite a few days of guidance from Master Bong Pu. To make up for the previous practice, Wang Ku's training volume had indeed increased significantly. However, the strict Master Bong Pu would not allow his careless disciple to slack off. After a quick dodge, Bong Pu threw his foolish disciple directly into a storm organized by the iron fist of the whirlwind. In that day's battle, exhausted from all his efforts, Wonka finally managed to survive strongly once more. What was the principle behind it? Why couldn't he the energy enveloping his right calf move? Wonka fell back into a deep thought for research, as the current state of his right calf was quite impressive. Thus, he began a new generation of organ research focusing on the cells in that part, even going so far as to experiment on his own body. After repeated transplants and replacements, Wang had transformed his entire right leg into a cellular form close to that below the right knee. However, the strange energy wrapped around his calf showed no signs of expanding to the entire right leg. Therefore, Wang shifted the focus of his research to the physical properties of the energy in his right leg. Perhaps due to the recent mutation of his right knee, the mass and quantity of the strange energy had changed and increased significantly, finally allowing Wang to conduct a certain degree of observational research. This strange energy had completely taken on a plasma state, or in other words, a form of plasma. The area below his right knee, wrapped in this energy, surprisingly achieved some sort of magnetic confinement movement. Most importantly, this did not have any negative effects on Wang Ku's body. Magnetic confinement is generally associated with controllable nuclear fusion. However, the power below Wang Ku's right knee was certainly not at the level of nuclear weapons. Nevertheless, the magnetic confinement movement had considerable research value. Because even the red energy within Wang Ku's body would cause overload if used beyond a certain limit. Like generating 6 soccer-sized energy balls in one day, he had to expend considerable effort to protect his body while using these powers as much as possible. On the other hand, the magnetic confinement generated by the strange energy below his right knee perfectly protected the tissue it enveloped. Wang could even use the peculiar ionosphere created by the strange energy to directly touch the dangerous red energy bombs, leading to the development of a knockoff ultimate move, crack kick red ball wave. If he could research and master these characteristics of strange energy to develop a mature technology with a certain degree of controllability, Wang Ku's strength would undergo a qualitative change. If described in terms of disaster level, it would be a leap from the long-term hovering at the high-level ghost grade to breaking through to the lower dragon grade, or even the mid-level dragon grade monster. If he further improved his physical quality and used various methods to enhance his strength, he might even be able to challenge the future leader of the cosmic dark matter pirate group, Boros, even while the latter is clad in armor. However, plasma physics was not Wang Ku's strong suit, or rather, this level of research was beyond what he could handle at the moment. If that guy Metal Knight Borfei were to help, it would be another story. If Wang Ku were to rely solely on himself, it would take him 3 to 5 years at best to achieve some results, and if things didn't go smoothly, it might take him 40 to 50 years without yielding any valuable applied technology. Meanwhile, the official plot of the One Punch Man world should formally begin in about 8 to 9 months. In such a tight time frame, normal research methods were absolutely unfeasible. Therefore, Wang could decide to transform into a mad scientist and take some unconventional paths to speed up his research. What? A hacker attack? Quickly cut off all external network connections. Otherwise, the nuclear power plant could very likely experience a major accident. A nuclear power plant manager shouted in shock after hearing the report from his engineer. There was no other option. All the programs were malfunctioning. The data from a nuclear reactor. It's impossible. It should have overloaded by now. Why hasn't it exploded yet? Another engineer, still observing the various data, was increasingly astonished by the bizarre information coming from the nuclear power plant. If the equipment wouldn't respond, they had to resort to more barbaric means. They picked up an axe to cut the network cables leading outside to terminate the hacker attack. But even if they did cut it, it wouldn't help. All the programs were in chaos, and control of a nuclear power plant had been completely taken over by the intruder. What we need to do now is evacuate this nuclear power plant that could explode at any moment and quickly seek external support. The staff at the nuclear power plant continued to argue, but misfortune struck again. At that moment, another dreadful report came in. The cooling system of Reactor No. 3 had stopped working, and a massive accident seemed unavoidable. Inject the coolant. What are you standing around for? Quickly inject the coolant. Damn it. The equipment won't listen to us. How are we supposed to inject the coolant? Are we supposed to fill buckets with it and run into the reactor? I'm not ready to die yet. Quickly call for external support. Call for support. Bang! Bang! Shortly after a dull explosion sound, another reactor followed suit with an explosion. Although the seemingly sturdy reactor shell had not been completely destroyed, the staff at the nuclear power plant knew what kind of scene would unfold next. Evacuate quickly. The radiation levels here have exceeded the limit. A nuclear leak has already occurred. If we don't leave now, no one will be able to get out. We should just wait for the government to send in some fearless old men to handle the aftermath. Damn, I already feel unwell. I'm going to vomit. Hurry and escape from here. While this nuclear power plant was experiencing an accident, strong hacker attacks swept across the globe. Some just caused websites to crash for a while others resulted in massive data leaks. Among those affected were ordinary citizens and high-tech research institutions. As everyone speculated about who was behind this wave of large-scale hacker attacks, a person claiming to be the hacker Octopus launched a second wave of total attacks. The Hero Association quickly responded, sending various forces to explore the location of the monster. When they found nothing, Metal Knight Borfei and the hidden Dr. Diesel almost simultaneously located the monster. After a tense competition, Dr. Diesel successfully defeated this monster. Metal Knight, however, indignantly claimed that Diesel's actions during this series of hacker attacks were quite suspicious and that he might actually be the true mastermind behind it. In response to Metal Knight's accusations, Dr. Diesel dismissed him as a barking loser. He sternly warned that Borfei should exhibit the demeanor expected of an S-class hero. If he continued to slander him, Diesel would take various measures to retaliate. What followed was a war of words between Diesel and Borfei. To prevent the situation from escalating further, the Hero Association quickly intervened to soothe the two human geniuses. However, the Child Emperor, who had a better relationship with the Hero Association, seemed to have sensed some clues. But when he prepared to investigate further, he encountered a sudden monster disaster. By the time he handled everything, the clues he had found had completely vanished. Dr. Diesel, driven by humanitarianism, surprisingly made a substantial donation for post-disaster reconstruction and persuaded many wealthy individuals to generously contribute alongside him. At the same time, Dr. Diesel expressed his intention to use his exceptional medical skills to heal all the workers affected by the nuclear leak within 2 to 3 months. He also offered to purchase the troubled nuclear power plant and pledged to do everything possible to restore the ecological disaster caused here to normal levels. Despite all this, Dr. Diesel was unwilling to accept any interviews, presenting himself as someone completely indifferent to fame and fortune. His image shone brightly, earning him praise from government agencies, hero associations, and ordinary citizens alike. The sample collection for test subject 14 was completed, and the experimental system assessed it as still having certain value. Should subject 4 be transferred to rehabilitation treatment? Upon hearing the electronic prompt, Wang hesitated for a moment. However, when he noticed his girlfriend's furrowed brow nearby, he honestly chose to press the confirmation button. This is the quota for today. I will definitely finish collecting the rest tomorrow, so don't worry. Seeing her boyfriend dutifully transfer the victims to rehabilitation, Feng Chengmisha finally calmed down a bit, and after a cold snort, she walked out of the laboratory. Wang felt a bit regretful. He had clearly promised to compensate these people in the future. Yet, as the girlfriend of a former professional hero, she still couldn't accept him using them as test subjects. This series of events was not a whim for Wang Ku. Rather, the energy quotas for the F-City base and the Z-City base had been clearly delineated, and the remaining energy could not meet Wang Ku's upcoming grand plans. Using some minor tactics, purchasing a related piece of equipment, although somewhat outdated, relative to Wang Ku's technological prowess, would provide a well-established nuclear power plant with comprehensive infrastructure. This would not only secure a large supply of energy, but also save a lot of construction time, making it a highly efficient approach. Moreover, he could quickly acquire hundreds of test subjects. Why not take advantage of that? Although the entire plan did appear somewhat evil, and the innocent victims seemed a bit pitiful, none of them had perished, and they would fully recover in 2 to 3 months. He even guaranteed them a more lucrative job in the future. There was no need for the big sister's sense of justice to flare up at this moment. Besides, it was so serious. Thank goodness there was no washboard at home. Wang thought to himself. But in reality, he still dared not play any tricks in front of the big sister, who could easily discern when her boyfriend was lying. Given her current psychic abilities, well, at least he had collected quite a bit of data and materials to conduct some basic research. Wang then went to a large workshop in the nuclear power plant that had already undergone preliminary modifications, where there was surprisingly a new type of large tokamak nuclear fusion device. The plan was to use such a large apparatus to start from basic simulations and continuously improve and miniaturize it, eventually applying the relevant technology within a human body. If he were to adopt his previous cautious experimental attitude, it would take an unknown amount of time. However, now that he had an extraordinary right calf, combined with the abilities of the aberrant cells, he might see results within a few months. Next, Wang inserted his right knee and below into a specially adjusted machine. Not far away, a massive nutrient tank connected to a giant tumor that mimicked the red energy-generating organ within a giant's body was also linked to the tokamak nuclear fusion device. Once everything was ready, the mad scientist Diesel ordered the computer to start the equipment and began observing the changes in data. The energy reaction was normal, and transformations began occurring within the test subject. Following the electronic prompt, Wang could gradually notice that the giant tumor in the nutrient tank started to move as if it were breathing, increase energy output, and add more nutrient solution. S1, S2, S3, inject assimilation steroids. Once the reaction value reaches the critical point, throw all the experimental organs into the nutrient tank. While commanding the computer to perform the relevant operations, Wang experimented with his wild ideas in a haphazard manner. As the reaction value reached the critical point, the various experimental organs were. After the electronic voice sounded again, the imitated giant energy organ tumor reacted violently, with new tumors continuously growing from it. The organs delivered by the robotic arm were soon engulfed by the tumor. However, that was all. The enormous tumor only kept growing larger without any further reaction. Was I thinking too simply? All right, toss in the new generation of enhanced external skeletal system. Anyway, the police department had annoyed me recently, so I couldn't be bothered to enhance their super soldier this time. After the robotic arm threw in the new generation of external skeleton developed for the police department's S-Class combat super soldier, the enormous tumor consumed it as well. The various readings within the workshop indicated that the current values had exceeded the original plan by double. The computer's warnings kept coming in, but the impatient Wang paid them no mind. Instead, he doubled the output value of the machine connected to his right leg. With the strong magnetic confinement effect within Wang's right calf, a cycle of energy transfer was formed between the tokamak nuclear fusion device and the giant tumor. The enormous tumor continuously emitted red light, while the tokamak device transmitted energy. Wang noticed that the strange energy below his right knee began to grow stronger, gradually spreading over his knee and causing his entire right thigh to respond in a marvelous way. Sure enough, I am a genius. Even though the various artificial organs thrown into the giant tumor did not react, at least in this simulated experiment, my entire right leg could achieve complete transformation. If I continue this process bit by bit, gradually transforming other parts of my body, I will achieve complete evolution. This time, Wang's experiment was a simulation of the previous transformation limited to his right calf. The three special devices reacted with each other while conducting research on three topics simultaneously. The tokamak device generated energy conversion and transmitted various test data back to the computer, accelerating Wang's accumulation of research in advanced physics, such as plasma. The giant tumor, mimicking the giant's red energy generation, both generated red energy output and received energy from the other two devices. Meanwhile, various experimental organs injected with Wang's aberrant cells, if the experiment proceeded smoothly, might even cocoon within the tumor, becoming spare parts for Wang's body. The device connected to Wang's right leg, leveraging the high-level magnetic confinement reaction below his knee, maintained the stable and efficient operation of the three devices. While collecting data, he attempted to continue amplifying the strange energy within his right leg and simply transformed the upper part of his already adjusted right leg into a state completely enveloped by the strange energy. The energy concentration in the experiment exceeded 5 times the critical point, and the high-energy reaction posed uncontrollable dangers, requiring caution. Enough with the nonsense. Open the third and fourth energy valves completely. It doesn't matter if the central energy converter explodes. Let's go all the way. The computer responsible for monitoring the entire process, after a series of safety calculations, once again warned its owner with an electronic voice. However, Wang appeared completely determined to push through, interrupting the safety alert with a somewhat crazed expression. The third and fourth valves opened, and the energy concentration exceeded 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. If limited by inherent prejudices, science would not progress. Achieving such results in the first experiment. How could I not go a little crazier to live up to my reputation as Dr. Diesel? Seeing the tumor growing on the upper part of his right leg, and completing the cocooning and transformation at more than 10 times the previous speed, with blue veins bulging like worms all over his body. Wang could decided to inject himself with nutrient solution while also beginning to liberate the deformed cells within his body. With a loud bang, a massive explosion occurred at the nuclear power plant. As the huge mushroom cloud rose, it also destroyed everything around it. And the time traveler Wang Ku paid the price of his life for his madness. Sorry, such a pitiful outcome actually did not occur. There was indeed an explosion at the experimental site afterward, but it only partially destroyed the modified workshop, and a red glowing figure quickly rushed out of the dust. The instigator of this event, Wang Ku, was now shouting in a bloodied state. Computer, summon all the biochemical soldiers from base F and base N. Regardless of life or death, bring that thing back to me. The nuclear power plant previously purchased by Dr. Diesel had another explosion incident. However, investigations by several research institutions showed that there was no radiation exceeding the standard at the site. Moreover, the area around the nuclear power plant had returned to normal values prior to the hacker incident. According to Dr. Diesel's explanation, the previous explosion was just a small internal accident, and there was no danger. Wang Ku, bound like a mummy, turned off the television in front of him. After tasting a piece of fruit cut by his girlfriend, he seriously said to the senior official of the Hero Association, Shichi, "I guarantee I haven't done anything bad. I was just seriously conducting some research. Those workers who were previously affected by nuclear radiation have already had several recoveries and been discharged, and those are part of my research results. Please be honest. There are several witnesses who saw a strange red light object flying out of the nuclear power plant. Our sensors at the Hero Association also detected a huge energy response flashing by. If this energy body is some kind of organism, it at least possesses ghost-level strength. For the benefit of humanity, please do not attempt to conceal it." Shichi was not fooled by Dr. Diesel's casual words. The doctor, possessing incredible medical technology, was now in such a miserable state. The red shadow seen by some witnesses was likely the main reason for Dr. Diesel's current condition. "But I really didn't do anything. Ouch, Misha, what are you doing?" Wang Ku initially intended to continue denying it, but his girlfriend twisted his right leg hard. "Be honest, after all. I was once a hero. Ghost-level strength is too exaggerated. I don't want my boyfriend to keep making mistakes." The former C-class, professional hero delinquent leader, now Wang Ku's girlfriend, Feng Chung Misha, after hearing Shichi mention at least a ghost-level threat, no longer covered for Wang Ku. Because after the previous accident, Wang Ku had only vaguely mentioned some trouble to her, without specifying how serious it was. After worrying about Wang Ku's injuries, the leader no longer considered anything else. Now that her boyfriend's condition had stabilized, she felt it was time to clean up the mess for him. All right, I'll talk. I was indeed conducting an experiment, but there was an accident during the experiment. What was originally just a mass of flesh in the experiment unexpectedly gave birth to a powerful humanoid organism after becoming a large tumor cocoon. After confirming this, Shichi continued to ask Dr. Diesel, "Did that life form cause you harm? How strong is it? And how aggressive is it towards humans?" Glancing at his girlfriend, Wang Ku ultimately continued, "My injuries were mainly caused by the experimental accident, but that life form was very wary of me and threw an energy ball at me. That life form possesses quite astonishing potential, but because it has just been born, its intelligence is low. What it will become, like a blank slate, depends on the kinds of people it encounters next." "Dr. Diesel, did you just say that life form threw an energy ball at you?" Shichi thought he misheard and asked again for confirmation. "This thing, a red energy ball about the size of a baseball. However, that life form was just newly born and not familiar with its own power, which is why it didn't kill me. If it matures, it could potentially cause a disaster of dragon-level monsters." Wang Ku, with his hands still wrapped in bandages, formed a red energy ball with one hand. His technique looked much more proficient than before, and the energy ball was also much more stable than it used to be. After hearing Wang Ku's response, Feng Chung Misha finally understood the magnitude of trouble her boyfriend had caused. So she shot Wang Ku a fierce glare before taking her dog-legged knife and walking out. Shichi did not pay attention to the leader's departure, but looked at the energy ball in Wang Ku's hand with a bit of astonishment, saying foolishly, "That life form seems to be able to fly? To be precise, it should be jumping high enough. Okay. Perhaps it indeed realized flying by itself. That thing has a strong learning ability. If we don't resolve it soon, it may really cause big trouble." Wang Ku initially wanted to say that the life form jumped beautifully, but he suddenly received a report from the base computer in his mind. Several high-altitude biochemical beasts discovered that thing in the air, and after a round of battle, they were all annihilated by it. With such a result, Wang could only admit that the thing had learned to fly. So do you have a way to find the fleeing life form? Shichi asked a key question, but after his girlfriend had already left, Wang had no intention of answering honestly. How could a wrapped-up person like me, looking like a mummy, find something flying in the air? Dr. Diesel, you are a brilliant genius among humans, but please be careful not to take any actions that may threaten human society. Next, just continue to rest quietly. We at the Hero Association will handle this incident well. Shichi had recognized the seriousness of the situation, so he did not intend to waste any more time and prepared to return to summon heroes to encircle and suppress the sudden threat. However, since Dr. Diesel had caused such a troublesome incident, Shichi felt it necessary to warn him. If this incident develops into a disaster, it is certain that the Hero Association will use it to control the unmanageable Dr. Diesel. Take care, and remember to bring fruit as a gift if you visit again. After Shichi left, Wang had the computer explore the surroundings of his residence and found that he was indeed being monitored by the association staff. Although it wasn't very difficult to shake off these guys. However, Wang still decided not to actively pursue the escaped life form for the time being, and used telepathy to call back the leader who was about to board the spacecraft in the base. Don't worry, we don't need to actively search outside. That guy should come knocking on our door soon. After receiving Wang's telepathic signal, the leader disagreed and replied with a message saying, "You have to clean up the mess you made yourself. Are you hoping to let it cause a lot of trouble first and then come out to clean up the mess later? I can't wait. If that guy causes mass casualties, be careful that I might break up with you." Receiving this threat, Wang finally became a bit uneasy. For the sake of his lower body happiness, and firmly not wanting to return to being single, Wang got up and headed towards the spacecraft where the leader was. After Wang and his girlfriend flew out of the base, he received another report from the computer. The squad of bio-soldiers responsible for capturing the life form had been completely annihilated. It seemed this would be a troublesome battle. In the gaps of the clouds above City-D, a humanoid creature approximately 178 centimeters tall was floating in the sky, looking down at a gigantic footprint on the outskirts of City-D. This flying monster had an outer layer resembling half armor made of exposed bone. It wore a white, bony helmet that covered the area above its nose. Its physique was quite robust. Coupled with its blood-red eyes, it emanated a unique sense of pressure. Originally, its skin was like that of an infant, but now it was shedding like a cocoon due to the power surging within it. What was now exposed was its dark red body and powerful purple-tinged arms. It resembled the Ant King Meruem from Hunter x Hunter. Without a tail, its body changed to dark red, and its head like that of the giant Marugali, although it had just been born into this world and couldn't even speak the common language. The fragments of memory flashing through its mind made it somewhat familiar with the giant footprint. Therefore, even though it had just been born into this world for a few days, it couldn't help but hesitate at the scene before its eyes, pondering the meaning of its existence and who it really was. Although these matters were very vague, it knew it was much nobler than the crawling creatures beneath the clouds, and it also knew who its enemies were. It extended both of its palms, and two red energy spheres quickly coalesced. Then, it simply threw them into the clouds, resulting in a massive explosion high above City-D. A shower of green blood rained down, instantly taking out dozens of flying bio-beasts. Crimson ball wave. At the same time as this crisp sound came, an energy sphere that felt like it shared the same source of power rushed toward it. It simply squeezed with its palm, and its right hand, gathering strength, dissipated the red energy sphere that was attacking it. After determining the enemy's location, it quickly pursued toward the valley outside City-D. What on earth did you install in that monster? Its sensing ability is too precise. We were almost shattered by it earlier. The leader complained to her boyfriend in the spacecraft as she saw the life form following closely behind. That's why I said we should wait for it to come to us. The battle in the air is too unfavorable for us. My flying bio-beasts are only at the wolf and tiger levels. They're basically just going up to deliver food. Wang was somewhat speechless in terms of sensing range. That monster seemed to exceed his original version. Originally, it was just a being born with the purpose of using parts of its own body. Yet it directly combined to create life. He clearly hadn't thrown in any brain parts. Could those strange reactions come with a free brain? Despite his internal complaints, Wang relied on his superb piloting skills to skillfully evade the energy spheres continuously shot at him by the monster behind. Upon reaching the destination, the bio-humans were deployed. After leading the monster into a surrounding circle, the 4 bio-humans that had long been ambushed took off in their single-person spacecraft. These 4 biohumans were created by Wang in the secret base of City Z and were slightly stronger than the biohumans that had previously combined with Maruguli. Furthermore, Wang had recently absorbed a lot of technology from the remnants of the Metal Knight robot, which had further enhanced the aerial maneuverability of these biohuman single-person spacecraft. The humanoid monster showed no mercy toward the biohumans charging at it. It continuously threw energy spheres while also attacking with its fists and feet, quickly destroying all the flying machines of the 4 biohumans. However, in the face of the biohumans' fearless assault, 2 of them had their heads blown off, and one suffered severe injuries with half of its body blown off. Finally, they managed to bring down this flying enemy, crashing it like a meteor onto the ground. After a flash of red light, Wang sensed that the 4 biohumans, who had expended a lot of his mental energy, had met the same fate as their predecessors, dying in the mountains near City D. This time, the biohumans were completely wiped out again. Should he continue to produce such mass-produced products in the future? For lower-tier, ghost-level monsters, these biohumans could still manage, but against stronger enemies, they clearly couldn't cope. Wang was indeed a bit hesitant. These simplified, mass-produced biopolice were currently the highest-level troops he could produce. Their strength was somewhat mediocre, and they consumed a lot of resources. Not only their body adjustments, but even the equipment they were outfitted with remained quite expensive for a genius like Wang. They're also your subordinates. At least show a sad expression. The leader, seeing her boyfriend lamenting this, immediately gave Wang a headbutt in anger. Ouch, that hurts. I really am sad. Fine, I was wrong, okay? Hurry up and get off the plane to deal with that monster. Otherwise, it might recover significantly in a short time. Now is the time to strike. Wang covered his forehead, nearly tearing up from the pain. The leader could be too rough sometimes. She needed to change these habits soon, otherwise, he might face endless domestic violence in the future. The humanoid monster completely crushed the biohuman that was still clinging to it as a corpse. The weapons fired by the previous 4 enemies were of little use against it. However, while they were entangled with it before dying, they had wrapped it in a strange net. These corrosive items, after damaging its skin, injected some strange substance into its body. Now it felt a bit odd. It seemed it couldn't fly back into the sky for a while. The red liquid flowing from its body seemed to be precious. As this substance flowed out, it felt itself growing weaker. It seemed that this red liquid was very valuable to it, so it decided not to let it flow out. Thinking this, the humanoid monster focused its mind and utilized its innate red energy. In just a few seconds, the wounds that had been bleeding profusely had all successfully scabbed over. Its recovery ability was extraordinary, almost catching up to the time it used to form cells to grow its right leg. Aim for the heart. That area should be its weak point. The humanoid monster couldn't understand what these voices meant, but it knew that the unarmed enemy approaching it was the creator of these sounds, and definitely the enemy it should kill. It seems I still know this guy's name. How is it pronounced? D-Sida. It seems like it's saying something, trying to communicate with us. The enemy holding 2 knives feels very powerful. But it doesn't matter if she kills afterward. I must kill the other guy first. It seems to be chanting, D-Sire. It seems to be calling me. The guy I want to kill pronounced it correctly. That's definitely the way to say it. I must kill him. Diesel. Wow, it really is calling me. By the way, this guy seemed to be observing Maruguli's footprints. Could it be because I cloned the giant's energy-generating organ, and some fragmented memories were infused into its brain? While Wang fought against the monster charging at him, he also pondered why this spare part cared so much about him. This indecisive fighting attitude would definitely lead to Wang receiving some lethal combat lessons from teachers Bongpu or Bongu if they saw him. However, fortunately, the monster had no memory of Wang's fighting skills, so relying solely on its physical prowess, it could not defeat Wang, who had become a master of combat techniques. It's just my spare part, yet its strength and speed are even above mine. Has this monster's evolution surpassed me, the original? Surprised by the monster's abilities, Wang, though somewhat indecisive, did not hold back. After countering a new attack from the monster with a flowing rock-smashing fist, Wang executed a whirlwind-cut iron fist, severing the monster's left leg. The monster instinctively felt threatened and quickly retreated. But how could Wang let go of the chance to beat a drowning dog? After a shadowy movement, Wang appeared behind the monster. Then, using a snakebite fist, he swiftly grabbed the monster's arms, stepping 1 foot on its body. In the sky, I'm not your opponent, but on the ground, I will tear every part of your body apart, piece by piece. The monster let out uncontrollable screams while desperately twisting its body, hoping to break free. But no matter how it struggled, it could only eat dirt beneath Wang's feet. It didn't take long for Wang Ku to exert force and tear off the monster's arms. With only one leg left, the monster's blood-red eyes shed tears of blood, and anger swelled in its heart. Big sister, get ready. I'm going to rip off its other leg now. This monster feels a bit too weak. Maybe it just doesn't understand fighting techniques. Big sister felt a bit strange. With a snap, the monster's other leg was also severed by Wang Ku. Hearing his girlfriend's question, Wang Ku replied with a grin. During this time, I wasn't idle. While eating what you fed me, I also developed some things. Those 4 bioengineered humans injected a certain serum into this monster's body, which suppressed a lot of its strength. If it fought me in full condition, just its ability to fly would be enough to give me trouble. After saying this, Wang Ku's bulging right hand turned into a claw and stabbed into the monster's body. Then, after grabbing something, Wang Ku yanked it out, pulling out a certain organ from within the monster. Big sister, catch this. This organ is what generates red energy for it. After removing this, the monster should have little strength to resist, even if it doesn't die. Big sister held the bioengineering box handed to her by Wang Ku, containing a unique liquid that could preserve the vitality of the organs torn from the monster. You should give it a quick end. Seeing it scream continuously makes me feel not good. Be careful. Wang Ku, closest to the monster, naturally noticed the anomaly. However, he did not choose to retreat, but instead thrust his claw into the monster's body again, pulling out the still beating heart. It actually wants to self-destruct. Does it think I'm? Boom! A sudden explosion interrupted Wang Ku's words and created a huge cloud of dust in the valley. Big sister quickly retreated while holding the collected organ. The explosion was quite powerful this time, but she didn't need to worry about her boyfriend. Thanks to his keen perception, he conveyed a message to her not to worry. The monster, which had its heart torn out, surprisingly was still alive after the explosion. Now its body was in tatters, but it fixed its blood-red eyes on Wang Ku. After a loud roar, several wounds on its body began to wriggle frantically. Wang Ku swiftly moved to his girlfriend's side, storing the still-beating heart in his hand. He also glanced at the other organs in the bioengineering box, which seemed to have some special connection with the monster. Sensitive Wang Ku immediately pressed a button on the box, injecting a blue liquid into it. After being contaminated by this blue liquid, the formerly restless organs seemed to have become intoxicated and calmed down. Big sister, you stand a little further away with the box. This monster seems to have some shadow of the previous deformed dragon-level monsters, so it's better to be cautious. Just chop it to death. Why bother with so much thought? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. Since the heart has been pulled out, it seems not so simple to kill it. I'll try to crush its whole body and see if it has the same formidable recovery ability as the previous deformed dragon-level monster. After saying this, without waiting for Big Sister's reply, Wang Ku dashed forward. However, the monster's recovery ability was also astonishing. Before Wang Ku charged in, new limbs sprouted all over its body, and a single claw left several scratches on Wang Ku's chest. This has already surpassed the time I used deformed cells to grow my right leg. This monster's potential is truly astonishing. I'm starting to not want to kill it. It would be great to keep it for research on deformed cells. Wang KeEscapes. But his movements showed no sign of underestimating the monster. He used a shadow step again, planning to circle behind the monster. However, this time the monster's speed surprisingly matched Wang Ku's, and it turned around to grab its opponent head-on. It actually used the snakebite fist. This learning ability is too outrageous. Or could it be that it also has my cells inside, so it might have fragments of my technique memories? The opponent attacked with a snakebite fist. Wang Ku quickly changed his move in a very short time, using the advanced skill developed from the snakebite fist, Snake Live. Roar. After the monster let out a loud roar, Wang Ku, with veins bulging on both arms, once again tore off the monster's arms. However, Wang Ku also received a kick from the monster, sending him crashing into the nearby woods. The monster then glowed red all over, and its arms grew back again. Just as it was about to chase Wang Ku, dozens of slashes from the 2 dogleg knives instantly cut the monster into pieces. Clang! Big Sister blocked with her 2 dogleg knives, and the immense force made her slide back over 10 meters. Previously, Big Sister had indeed only struck at the shadow. In such a short time, the monster had even used Wang Ku's footwork. TCH, it's really troublesome to have a science nerd as a boyfriend. Big Sister muttered, then accelerated her movements, launching a dazzling array of slashes at the monster. The monster, on the other hand, grew 2 bone knives from its hands and, using a technique similar to the whirlwind cut iron fist, engaged in a fierce battle with Big Sister, matching her blow for blow. As the monster and the leader were about to clash again, a red energy projectile suddenly shot out from the leader's body. Caught off guard, the monster met it with its bone knife. After a loud explosion, Wang Ku and the leader stood side by side. Their combined attack had yielded good results. Next time, maybe we should try it on Teacher Bong Pu. It turned out that this was a combination attack completed through telepathy between Wang Ku and the leader. The leader used an afterimage to deceive the opponent and quickly dodged, while Wang could directly attack the enemy with an energy projectile, preventing the enemy from reacting in time to pursue the leader. Let's deal with this monster first. I feel like its physical abilities are constantly improving, and its combat methods are becoming increasingly sophisticated. The leader warily watched the approaching enemy through the dust, reminding herself that it wasn't the time to relax yet. This is ridiculous. Its recovery ability is way better than mine. I still have to worry about rejection reactions. Has this guy's mutated cells been corrected? Seeing the monster recovering again, Wang couldn't help but sigh about how things had changed. Even the counterfeit seemed to outperform the original. The monster didn't give Wang Ku more time to lament. The red energy sphere gathered in its palm once more. Just as Wang Ku and the leader twisted their ankles, two energy spheres quickly flew toward them. After the two phantoms separated, the monster caught up to Wang Ku with even greater speed than before. You bastard. You learn pretty fast. Can you handle this? After dodging the energy sphere attack, Wang Ku also noticed the monster's astonishing speed. His hair stood on end, and the electric currents radiating from his body indicated that he had entered a state of extreme speed. Since you know so many of my moves, how will you deal with this one? At the same time as he spoke, countless afterimages of lightning palms continuously attacked the monster rushing toward him. This time, the monster didn't use Wang Ku's moves to counterattack. Instead, it quickly transformed its already shattered left bone knife into a large shield to block all of Wang Ku's attacks. Then, the right bone knife swiftly transformed into a chain covered in bone spikes, wrapping around Wang Ku's figure entirely. In a flash, at that moment, Wang Ku adjusted his muscles with electricity, further enhancing his speed to escape the attack, then quickly distanced himself from the monster. However, the monster's speed also increased, and with its mouth slightly open, it suddenly shot a red plasma cannon at Wang Ku. Seeing the monster open its mouth, Wang Ku twisted his body to evade. But at that moment, the monster successfully closed in, using its 10 bone whips to sweep wildly around Wang Ku. Like a gust of wind, another application of extreme speed was unleashed. While sensing the enemy's actions, Wang Ku quickly and skillfully changed his position through reflexive movements, ultimately successfully evading the monster's pursuit. Die for me. Two curved blade shadows slashed through the air, launching a pincer attack on the monster. Following Wang Ku, the leader had trained under Bong Pu for so long that the essence of the whirlwind slash had partially seeped into her swordsmanship, thanks to their telepathic ability. When Wang Ku cleverly dodged the monster's attacks, he had also led the monster into a difficult-to-evade position. The leader's two powerful yet swift slashes successfully struck the monster, and in an instant, the monster was cut into several pieces. At this point, the combination attack between Wang Ku and the leader was not over. Wang Ku unleashed the enhanced whirlwind slash, 10 blades in rapid succession, against the monster's body. Meanwhile, the leader used something she learned from the Atomic Warrior, working together with Wang Ku to slice the monster's already severed body into countless fragments. Their moves were incredibly swift. A slight mistake could injure their partner. The reason they could execute such a series of beautiful combination attacks was the tacit understanding developed from living together all this time. Having chopped it up this much, we should have killed this monster, right? After this battle, the leader, who was considerably weaker in stamina than Wang Ku, had started to breathe heavily. Wang Ku wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes fixed on a monster's remains, and replied to his girlfriend. With it shattered like this, if the monster can still reorganize, then it's not just related to my mutated cells, but rather to the previous mutated dragon-level monster. Initially, the leader wanted to say something upon hearing Wang Ku's words, but upon seeing the blood and flesh fragments on the ground beginning to coalesce, she instantly felt that her boyfriend had quite the ominous mouth. The mutated dragon-level monster's cells didn't gather any materials that could have such astonishing recovery abilities. Could it be that the mutated cells filled in the gaps of the dragon-level monster's damaged cells because they fused too much? You should think about these things later. Right now, we need to consider how to deal with this unkillable thing. It's really too troublesome. The leader complained to her boyfriend while adjusting her breathing. However, her dual knives didn't stop, as if she had suddenly grown a few more arms. After a flurry of blade shadows, the monster's partially reformed body turned into a pile of flesh once again. There's a small burning cannon on the aircraft that can incinerate these into ashes. No matter how powerful this monster is, it shouldn't be able to be reborn from ashes. It certainly doesn't have the abilities of a fire phoenix. Then hurry up and get it. My arms are getting a bit sore from chopping. I've already given the order. The aircraft is flying over by itself. But I've developed a move of my own, planning to test it on this monster's flesh. After saying this, Wang rolled up his sleeves and walked forward, while the leader, a bit tired, took a few steps back to sit down and observe what her boyfriend was planning. As the monster's body gradually formed some larger chunks of flesh, Wang gathered electricity in his palm. At the same time, he observed the meat chunks ahead, determining that while the monster's recovery ability was decent, it couldn't compare to the original mutated dragon-level monster in terms of speed, and its energy in both quality and quantity was also inferior to that of the dragon-level monster. After being continuously chopped up, the monster's recovery speed had gradually slowed down, as if it were running low on energy. High-frequency scalpel, inspired by Trafalgar Law from One Piece. After Wang's unique electropalm attack, the movement speed of the monster's flesh chunks slowed down. Several chunks that were supposed to coalesce together kept trying to stitch but failed to connect. At that moment, the summoned aircraft flew overhead, and 2 large handheld boxes were launched. Using the boxes, Wang opened one and fitted a layer of mechanical arms over his own. It still retains vitality. It seems I can only use a further upgraded technique. However, this technique requires equipment, which is quite troublesome. Wang sighed inwardly while unleashing another improvised move, the Gamma Blade, still inspired by Trafalgar Law. After this attack, the monster's flesh chunks finally stopped moving and completely lost their vitality. After collecting some specimens, Wang searched the vicinity again, confirming that nothing was left behind. He opened the other handheld box and retrieved a burning cannon, thoroughly cleaning up the monster's remains. On the way back, the big sister boss sat tiredly in the co-pilot's seat of the plane. She leaned over, sizing up the man in the driver's seat, and couldn't help but lecture him. This time you should really learn a lesson. Don't mess around carelessly anymore. If it weren't for our combined attack being strong enough, that monster might have continued to hold its own in a one-on-one fight and possibly defeat one of us. The successful target slayer, Wang seemed not so easily taught a lesson. Moreover, he wasn't very perceptive at the moment, directly saying out loud what he was thinking, though it was somewhat unexpected. That monster had only just been born a few days ago. Lacking battle experience, I still had a considerable chance of eliminating it in a one-on-one fight. So you mean to say you're stronger than me now? Actually, I was indeed stronger than you before, but you surpassed me for a while. Oh, come on, don't bite. I'm still flying the plane here. Respect the experienced driver. Then I won't bite. I'll just twist off that thing below you. All right, I was wrong. Ouch, it hurts. The plane might really crash. When the plane shakily returned to base, the Hero Association lifted the alert for the monster disaster they were about to release. Shichi had originally planned to confirm the situation in person, but Dr. Diesel seemed to have been seriously injured and canceled the association's plans to recuperate. Even the former professional hero, the big sister boss, surprisingly shut herself off from any visitors. It seemed she had gone through a fierce battle. After tidying up the mess he had made, Wang did not blindly dive into further research. Instead, he accompanied the big sister boss on shopping and sightseeing trips. After all, the recent antics had indeed left the big sister boss with quite a bit of resentment. As a representative of the new generation of good men, Wang wouldn't be foolish enough to let his girlfriend give silently while he recklessly messed around, ultimately breaking her heart. However, the constant shopping in various cities did satisfy Wang's vanity as a man. After all, the big sister boss was a girl in her early 20s, youthful and beautiful. With her perfect looks and charming figure, plus the gold card support behind Wang, she changed into various designer outfits every day, dressed to the nines. She attracted the attention of everyone on the street, far surpassing any big celebrity. Although there were some clueless guys who would make annoying moves, as long as Wang raised his hand slightly, he could toss them up to the top of a building dozens of meters high. Every time he did a few hand-raising exercises, the world of two would immediately become much quieter. One day, it was again time for Wang to accompany his girlfriend on shopping excursions. Annoying flies were still plentiful, but this time an unexpected situation arose. When Wang used his hand-raising exercise to drive away the flies for the 6th time, someone surprisingly dodged it skillfully. This lady is really cute. Why not ditch your boyfriend and go out with me? Dressed in long jeans, a casual shirt with the hem outside, and a fitted jacket, along with her long hair simply tied in a ponytail, it was clear she was a flamboyant handsome guy. Even though comic characters and people in this world differ in appearance, Wang Ku, who had carefully watched the recordings of previous fighting tournaments, recognized this guy who dared to flirt with his girlfriend. It was the 4-time champion of the Underworld Fist, Water Dragon. Get that annoying bug away from me. Or I'll chop off your XX and stuff it in your X. The big sister boss, who had been in a good mood, immediately lost her demeanor when her mood was spoiled. The words she said, combined with her tone, instantly shattered any fantasies. Wow, such a personality immediately makes me lose interest. Clearly so cute. Why is the temper so bad? What a pity. After hearing the big sister boss's words, Water Dragon immediately lost the intention to continue flirting with someone else's girlfriend. However, when he turned around, a sudden claw attack caught him off guard, and he was thrown out. Harassing someone else's girlfriend is quite rude. Didn't your mother teach you social morals? Wangka was initially surprised that he could run into an under-the-radar expert like Water Dragon while shopping with his girlfriend. However, coming to his senses, Wangka felt he should uphold a man's dignity. Water Dragon, who was thrown out, was no small character. He twisted his body in the air, then simply stepped on a few buildings and instantly returned in front of Wang Ku. Though I was caught by you due to carelessness, your technique is quite good. I didn't expect to run into such an expert while casually flirting with a girl on the street. Your strength is impressive. Let's have a match. Wang Ku actually had the idea of moving his muscles, but seeing his girlfriend's impatient expression, he hesitated and prioritized her needs. I still need to accompany my girlfriend shopping. If you insist on having a match, we can do it another time. Seeing Wang Ku's expression, Water Dragon understood that they had much in common. While pursuing strength, they also hoped to live a comfortable life, which made him quite happy. However, powerful individuals like Wang Ku were rarely encountered, living a carefree life. Water Dragon naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity to have fun just because he and Wang Ku had similar personalities. How about this? After I defeat you, I'll take your girlfriend away. That way, you won't have to bother accompanying her shopping, and you can also fight me. One annoying guy. But before you say that, don't you understand how to respect women? Wang Ku felt a bit displeased, but didn't rush to teach Water Dragon a lesson. 1. Because such provocation was a bit too low for him. 2. Wang Ku sensed that the big sister boss was getting angry, which was quite a terrifying thing. Huh? What the heck? Boom. After hearing Wang Ku's words, Water Dragon initially didn't react. However, when the big sister boss used a hand chop to unleash an air slash up close, he immediately became somewhat dazed. Seeing Water Dragon being slashed away, Wang Ku was very supportive of Teacher Bongpu, saying, in the practice of the whirlwind slash iron fist, the big sister boss's comprehension was much higher than his. After finally managing to act like a lady for a day, she was spoiled by this idiot. Let's hurry to the next mall. Today you have to satisfy my double shopping desire. Okay, big sister boss. Clearly, she used to be a delinquent who liked smoking and drinking, but now she had developed a shopping addiction in pursuit of enhancing her femininity. Whether this was good or bad, Wang Ku, as the big sister boss's boyfriend, couldn't make an accurate judgment for a while. After the big sister boss took her boyfriend away, a somewhat disheveled Water Dragon reappeared. He looked at the huge slash mark made by the big sister boss's palm on the building, feeling somewhat incredulous. At that moment, a small drone flew over and delivered a message to Water Dragon. Wangka had challenged him to a one-on-one fight in a parking lot near a shopping center. If Water Dragon was interested, he shouldn't miss this time. Water Dragon looked at the slash mark made by the big sister boss again, feeling quite excited as he rushed toward the location Wang Ku mentioned. Having such a powerful girlfriend, that guy must not be an ordinary person. After the Water Dragon left, the police and members of the Hero Association arrived one after another. When they finally found a few witnesses and some usable surveillance footage, a sum of money for the aftermath was immediately wired in. The police and Hero Association members sighed when they saw Dr. Diesel's signature, then returned to their original posts. At this time, Wang Ku was obediently following behind his girlfriend, using the gold card that only the world's top billionaires possess to satisfy all of Miss Feng Chung Meisha's needs. I'm Festi. I've heard the juice here is good. Do you need me to buy the whole store? I'm hungry. The restaurant over there is the most upscale in the city. The steak is definitely top-notch. Do you need me to buy the chef too? I'm bored. I bought out the cinema. You can watch any movie you want. How about passing the time? Sorry to keep you waiting. My time is limited. Let's get started right away. After finally getting the boss lady immersed in the world of movies, Wang Ku quickly ran out of the cinema and headed alone to the agreed-upon duel location with the Water Dragon. Let's let you catch your breath, to avoid you saying you were tired after losing. The Water Dragon had grown a bit impatient waiting, but upon seeing his opponent arrive, he yawned, wanting Wang Ku to adjust his breathing. It's fine. You may not have the ability to make me use all my strength. Wang could move his joints, casually displaying ample confidence. However, this kind of attitude was a bit too dismissive of his opponent, causing the water dragon to start smiling in a rather eerie way, emanating a strange, killing intent. Then I really want to see what you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, the water dragon launched a sudden attack. A flying knee aimed at Wang Ku's face. Don't waste time. This level of skill won't hurt me at all. Wang Ku simply blocked with his left arm, then unleashed a powerful punch with his right fist, sending the still unprepared water dragon flying. The water dragon curled up in the air, spinning a few times, and managed to dissipate the force Wang Ku had unleashed upon landing. Indeed, it seems I need to take this more seriously. After saying that, the water dragon threw off his jacket, assuming the stance of his Ming Ti Quan, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of over 10 meters to penetrate Wang Ku's defense. Seeing a fist the size of a sandbag suddenly appear before him, Wang Ku was somewhat surprised by the water dragon's speed. However, he didn't dodge, but instead used one hand to deflect the opponent's attack while throwing an elbow strike towards the water dragon's chest. No, this is a trap. The guidance from the two grandmasters, Bang Gu and Bang Pu, made Wang Ku realize this. He quickly stepped back, but the ground in the parking lot had already changed. It turned out that the water dragon stomped hard with his left leg, causing the surrounding cement ground to twist irregularly in a way that defied the laws of physics. After stepping into thin air, Wang Ku lost slight balance. Although he adjusted quickly, the momentary gap was seized by his opponent. With a powerful whip kick, the water dragon sent Wang Ku flying at an angle into the air, feeling a bit numb in his arms. Wang Ku planned to unleash a few air slashes at the water dragon while airborne. However, the water dragon's speed was astonishingly fast, and he quickly reached a height higher than Wang Ku's. Then, the water dragon launched another powerful kick, and Wang Ku was blasted towards the ground like a cannonball. The parking lot's surface cracked open, and after crashing into the ground, Wang Ku got up just in time for the water dragon's follow-up attack. Just like the attack the water dragon made against the bald man in the comic, he grabbed Wang Ku's hands to break through his defense, then delivered a fierce knee strike directly to his opponent's face. With a loud bang, dust filled the air in the already shattered parking lot. That's an interesting move. Does it have a name? After tossing away Wang Ku's leather jacket, the water dragon stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, and stared at his already fleeing opponent. You can call it the residual image fist, just a little trick. At this moment, Wang Ku had suffered no significant damage. The earlier scene of the water dragon striking his face had only hit Wang Ku's residual image. Is that all you can create? Residual image? The water dragon seemed quite interested in Wang Ku's technique and curiously asked him. Wang Ku was not polite at all, directly stepping into an unpredictable footwork, using his limbs to instantly create a large number of residual images surrounding the water dragon. How many exactly? You can count for yourself. What an interesting opponent. The water dragon chose to remain in place, while Wang Ku took the initiative in this round. Over a dozen residual images charged towards the water dragon simultaneously, successfully tricking his attention. Wang Ku then executed a snake-like move, intending to break the water dragon's arms. But at the moment of contact with the water dragon's figure, it shattered, and Wang Ku's image also vanished alongside it. In the parking lot, only the sounds of the two masters engaged in fierce combat could be heard, with only fleeting blurry images appearing during their moments of standoff. In another intense clash, Wang Ku and the water dragon each used kicks for a cross-counter, hitting each other's sides. Both were sent flying, crashing into a car, and in this round of combat, the two fighters were evenly matched. Wang Ku crawled up from the wreckage of the car. A series of designer clothes chosen by the boss lady had suffered considerable damage. However, he paid no mind to it, spitting out the blood in his mouth and somewhat lamenting, "It's really surprising that I can fight to this extent." Hey, you're the surprising one. Maybe you don't know, but I've won several fighting championships. Someone as skilled as you, I've never heard of you before. Haven't you ever participated in any competitions? The water dragon, who had just received a kick from Wang Ku, stood up and appeared to be unhurt. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to respond, actually feeling puzzled about Wang Ku's skills. Because in the intense battle over these few short minutes, the water dragon could sense a lot of martial arts techniques reflected in Wang Ku's movements. Such a guy should not be an unknown talent. The water dragon couldn't possibly have no impression of him. Super fight tournament, right? Actually, I've participated too, just unfortunately didn't win the championship. Wang Ku's thoughts of fair competition among martial artists returned, as he did not activate his recovery abilities or the nanobots in his body for healing. Instead, he took a few steps forward, once again assuming a fighting stance. So you participated too, but a strong fighter like you didn't win the championship. That's really strange. Can you tell me which edition of the competition you took part in? I want to go back and watch the tapes. The water dragon also seemed unsatisfied, radiating a fierce aura, indicating that he would unleash his ultimate moves in the upcoming battle. I can tell you, but isn't it more interesting to unravel the mystery yourself? I participated in the competition under a hidden identity, so you might not recognize me. Wang was talking, but he didn't stop his rapid offensive. Oh, with your impressive strength, why hide your identity? Are you a criminal or something? Water Dragon, while countering, also voiced his doubts. The truth is, I just find it bothersome. Although receiving the audience's cheers feels pretty good, the subsequent interviews are just too annoying. That makes some sense, but your reasoning isn't entirely like that, right? A champion, like me, doesn't find it troublesome at all. Wang, launching another attack, adjusted his stance to prepare to unleash some real skills, while dodging Water Dragon's punches and responding to his question. That's because martial arts is merely a hobby that satisfies my occasional need to show off. My main profession isn't that of a martial artist. The powerful and swift air flow / surrounded Water Dragon according to a unique attack route. This was Wang's whirlwind / iron fist, 10 blades rapid fire. Water Dragon, who had been able to stabilize his offense and defense before, became somewhat flustered when faced with Wang's ultimate move. He desperately twisted his body and changed his steps, but he couldn't escape Wang's relentless offensive. Finally, just as Wang's airflow / was about to close in, Water Dragon decided to take a gamble, charging into the center of the airflow / and breaking through the encirclement with his superior technique. Although the airflow / didn't directly hit Water Dragon, it still left several bloody marks on him. However, Water Dragon also seized an opportunity during a brief moment of Wang's vulnerability. After forcefully breaking through the whirlwind / iron fist, Water Dragon unleashed a series of over a dozen strikes against Wang, who, based on his understanding of Wang's abilities, knew that his opponent couldn't evade and could only choose to defend. Wang indeed went on the defensive, but simultaneously began to counterattack. He should have been hit by Water Dragon's offensive, but with the rapidly transitioning flowing rock fist, he blocked Water Dragon's attack and pushed the battle back into Water Dragon's defensive circle. Caught off guard, Water Dragon took a heavy blow to the abdomen and was directly slammed into a wall next to the parking lot by Wang. Finally gaining the upper hand, Wang let out a light breath. The whirlwind / iron fist and flowing rock fist are both quite advanced martial arts. Using them individually is no small feat, and quickly transitioning between them is even more challenging. To achieve a simultaneous attack like the future Evil Wolf, Wang's current martial arts proficiency wasn't enough. Cough cough. The whirlwind / iron fist and flowing rock fist can actually reach this level. And you say martial arts is just a hobby? That's quite the facade you're putting on. Water Dragon seemed to have taken significant damage from the previous strike. After spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, he coughed several times. But I really didn't lie. Bangu and Bang Poo always say, I'm lazy. Wang felt quite impressive for boasting by telling the truth. However, he didn't give Water Dragon more time to rest and rushed in with a flowing rock fist 3 seconds later. It seems Bangu was right. Your flowing rock fist has a significant flaw. Water Dragon quickly adjusted his state and noticed that Wang maintained a specific distance between his two fists. He then unleashed a powerful right hook, breaking through Wang's defense while sending him flying. Dark Body, shocking Tiger Fist. The damage from the Dark Body Fist was indeed extraordinary. Wang took this heavy punch to the face and immediately felt dizzy, nearly passing out. But Water Dragon, taking advantage of the situation, pursued Wang with a series of continuous strikes. Wang desperately focuset on defense. But the flaw in the flowing rock fist was being increasingly exploited by Water Dragon. In just a few breaths, Water Dragon managed to land over a dozen punches on Wang, and his momentum showed no signs of stopping, rather speeding up. Dark Body, Empty Dragon Fist. Wang watched as Water Dragon began to spin. He endured the pain and entered a state of extreme speed, first striking twice to create an opportunity, then delivering a powerful kick to Water Dragon's waist. Water Dragon merely blocked this seemingly ordinary strike, but the sudden shockwave made him feel as if his entire body was violently shaken. It seems this strike had quite a bit of power. Your body must not feel good. Wang kicked out a shockwave from his 8-rush fist, although it wasn't a full-powered move. The force was enough to disrupt Water Dragon's continuous strikes. Water Dragon indeed suffered significant injuries. Wang's attacks had damaged his internal organs. After spitting out a lot of blood again, he quickly distanced himself from Wang. Strangely, his opponent didn't take the opportunity to pursue him. Do you look down on me? Why don't you pursue? I'm not weak enough to be taken down by just that hit. Let's continue our battle. Wang Ke's response to Water Dragon's question was somewhat flat. The reason he didn't continue the pursuit was that he knew he needed at least 2 more minutes to completely take down his opponent, unless he attacked recklessly with all his strength. And the time given to him by the sister head was limited, considering he had already seen Water Dragon's capabilities. Wang Ke lost interest in continuing the fight. The 10 minutes are almost up. My girlfriend only gave me this little time. I promised her I'd spend the whole day with her today. So let's just call a draw. Don't underestimate me. I can still continue fighting. I haven't shown all my strength yet. Water Dragon saw Wang Ke trying to escape, ignoring his serious injuries. He quickly gathered his strength and prepared to intercept this formidable opponent with all his might. But the opponent's movements were simply too fast. Water Dragon couldn't catch up to Wang Ke in his weakened state. He could only shout at the back of this mysterious opponent. What was that move you just used? 8 Rush Fist. Wang Ke's figure vanished in an instant, and Water Dragon, due to his heavy injuries, went down on one knee and began to gasp for breath. 8 Rush Fist, huh? Seems like the style of the runner-up from the 20th Super Fight Conference. I should go back and study it carefully. In this match, although you had a slight upper hand, I haven't lost yet. Water Dragon had indeed watched the previous conference's TV broadcast, and he recalled the past with the fierce battle between Baoshan and Old Kai for the 20th championship. That fight was somewhat anticlimactic, and in the final moments, the broadcast had issues due to the signal, resulting in a glitch. Although Water Dragon couldn't see clearly what had happened on the battlefield at that time, he at least remembered Old Kai's 8 Rush Fist. Now, upon careful reflection, Old Kai's figure resembled that of the opponent he had just fought. Moreover, the opponent had also admitted to participating in the conference under a hidden identity, so it was very likely that Old Kai and this opponent were the same person. Water Dragon wanted to think back on the previous battle, but with his severe internal injuries, he had to abandon that idea. He gritted his teeth, propped himself up, and began to stagger toward the hospital. What a formidable opponent. You've managed to injure me this badly. Just wait. After I close myself off for some serious training, I will definitely come back to settle the score with you. In the comic, Water Dragon relied on his outstanding martial arts talent and hadn't practiced much before facing Saitama. However, after encountering Wang Ke today, his carefree attitude underwent a partial change. At that moment, Wang Ke, whose clothes were torn in several places, arrived beside his girlfriend and said with a smile, I said I'd be back in 10 minutes, and it's now 9 minutes and 47 seconds. That's just about the time it takes to go to the bathroom, so don't get angry, okay? The girl took a look at her boyfriend, who had returned looking like a beggar after going out. He had promised to stay by her side all day, and this appearance was clearly meant to annoy her. What happened to the clothes I picked for you? And look at you all covered in dust. What does this even mean? Wang Ke sensed that his girlfriend was about to explode in anger, so he quickly used his trump card. I bought a hot spring hotel nearby. Let us go enjoy ourselves. After hearing her boyfriend's words, the girl finally calmed down a bit. Wang Ke couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The world of the rich really is convenient. After spending a few days accompanying his girlfriend, Wang Ke put on his white lab coat again and began a new round of research at the nuclear power station laboratory. The unfortunate souls who had been exposed to radiation at the power station were now fully treated, based on some experimental data collected from them. Along with the remains obtained from that flying monster, Wang Ke underwent another round of modifications to his body and connected several large optical cables to himself. In the newly modified laboratory, massive amounts of energy were continuously fed into his body for conversion and then extracted for storage. The computer reported data to him. Energy charging at 65, energy conversion at 21, no other energy reactions detected. Still no reactions? Forget it. To avoid any troublesome accidents, it's better to stop here. After making up his mind, Wang Ke pressed several buttons, and all the precision instruments that were still in operation came to a halt. Wang Ke walked to 3 transparent large jars made of special materials. The one in the middle, filled with blood-red energy, was named B energy by Wang Ke. The jar on the left, containing a lighter red energy, was named A energy. The other empty jar was originally intended to hold the strange energy from Wang Ke's right leg. However, this experiment ended in failure, as that strange energy could not be converted. Just like last time, the girl had strictly forbidden such reckless experiments, and Wang Ke himself had no intention of acting recklessly again. The A and B energies successfully extracted and converted in this experiment were actually the plasma that both Wang Ke and the previous monster could emit. A and B were essentially the same source of energy. The monster's conversion efficiency was just higher than Wang Ke's, which is why its color was deeper. To achieve this level of conversion, Wang Ke, in his current physical state, could only rely on instruments to assist him. In fact, whether it was Wang Ke or the monster, when they condensed energy balls externally, the process could be simply described as somewhat similar to the physical process of lightning generation. In different areas of the cloud, two types of charges with different polarities accumulate. A strong electric field forms between the cloud and the ground, reaching several thousand volts or even tens of thousands of volts per centimeter. Such a strong electric field is enough to cause the atmosphere inside and outside the cloud to break down and ionize, forming a narrow discharge channel. The current within the channel can reach tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of amperes, with temperatures exceeding 20,000 degrees. The air is ionized to form plasma, emitting a dazzling light, which is lightning. The most common form of lightning is linear lightning, resembling branches hanging upside down in the sky. Another unusual form of lightning is ball lightning. If we were to exchange Wang Ke or the monster with the cloud, it would mean that the charges accumulated within Wang Ke began to react with the atmosphere on the ground. Then, in this specially created stable electric field in his hand, a special spherical plasma would form, which could then be shot out in various ways for combat. Although the process is quite simple, the reasons behind various reactions are quite complex. Wang Ke initially studied Baldin's hypercharged physique, and after modifying his own body based on the research data, he enabled his body to generate a certain amount of electric current, but that was just the limit. Later, after absorbing the liquid from that fossil egg, and based on a series of research data, he reached his current state. Although Wang Ke's research efforts are undeniable, without the liquid from the fossil egg to modify his body and help transform the energy within him, no matter how hard he worked, he would not have achieved today as accomplishments. However, the embarrassing part is that even now he cannot fully understand that liquid from back then, nor the mysterious energy that has now enveloped his right leg. If he wants to become stronger, relying on his own research rather than the uncertain mutation is something Wang Ke, who now considers himself a genius scientist, cannot accept. Only losers rely on mutations. After experiencing the journey of crossing over for so long, I have definitely become a high, handsome, and rich person. There is no reason to continue putting hope on the halo of a loser. After motivating himself with self-talk, Wang Ke began to activate the machines, preparing to start the next simulation experiment. After connecting to the B energy, a 100-kilogram machine successfully levitated. Seeing the experiment succeed, Wang Ke quickly observed various data. Yes, Wang Ke was currently trying to simulate the flying ability of the monster. Although A energy, Wang Ke's, was less efficient than B energy, the monster's. Since both types of energy were of the same origin, after analyzing the flying principles, if he moderately enhanced his own modifications or used certain machines to amplify his abilities, then theoretically, Wang Ke could also fly into the blue sky. Oh, so the electromagnetic interactions between energy particles can operate in this way. My thinking was still a bit narrow before. However, this level of electromagnetic force is really not easy for the energy in my body to simulate. After observing the data, Wang Ke regretfully discovered that he could not use the energy in his body to fly directly. Currently, there are two simple paths. One is to enhance and modify himself again, transforming himself into a form closer to the monster. However, after considering the monster's appearance, Wang Ke directly passed on this option. Although Wang Ke has a tail growing from his back and his abdomen resembles that of an insect, he is still 90 human in essence. If it were just to pursue flying ability, Wang Ke could have long figured out a way to attach wings to himself without waiting until now. The same goes for strength. Wang Ke has already thoroughly understood Fat Gao's research. Without much effort, he could produce a bottle of the king of biceps potion. As long as he drinks that, Wang Ke could immediately gain extraordinary strength. However, Wang Ke has always been dismissive of methods that completely detach him from his human identity. The other path to achieve flight is to rely on Wang Ke's technical skills to create an external device that could detach from the biological organs. Through this device, he could enhance the energy in his body, allowing him to fly into the sky. Although this path is merely a compromise in reality, even just to indulge in the thrill of flying autonomously, Wang Ke is willing to give it a try. Moreover, this thing is just a transitional tool. In the future, as Wang Ke continues his various research, his technological capabilities will further improve, and it is very likely that he will find ways to make himself more human-like while significantly increasing his strength. It has always been Wang Ke's good habit to immediately execute any plans he makes. Therefore, after deciding on the path to take, He immediately began preparing to develop a special device for flying. A fully mechanical body would only result in a cumbersome metal box, given Wang's technical prowess. Such a low-level design is not something Wang would adopt. Additionally, fully external bioorganic components are less efficient than machines and would require troublesome maintenance. Thus, to develop a product that is stable, efficient, and safe, Wang quickly selected several storage technologies on his computer and defined his concept as a combination of mechanical and bioorganic components. My name is KeEscapes, and I am currently a professional hero with the title of Enhanced Warrior. My current hero ranking is A-Class, ranked 10th, with the person ahead of me being the Vestarian vegan from the Vestarian Legion. Honestly, this ranking is already quite impressive. Even my parents, who have always opposed my decision to become a hero, are now proud of my current status. So KeEscapes, the bounty hunter you captured recently actually brought in 700,000 in income, which is quite surprising. You should work a little harder and capture a dozen or so more. Then we wouldn't have to worry about our mortgage and car loan. Mom, I became a hero to uphold justice, not to become a bounty hunter for profit. Don't change the subject. Recently, an advertiser approached me, hoping you could endorse their product. I've already agreed, and this time to open doors. I didn't set the price too high. You should also put yourself out there more. It won't take long for your value to double. Mom, can you please stop being so materialistic? I became a hero for. Listen to me. The profession of a hero is no longer seen as an unorthodox, idle occupation like it was when it first emerged. Your choice of this path is much better than the athlete you chose before. I'm glad for your wisdom. Now, many of my friends are asking if you have a girlfriend. I see. Let's rephrase that. I am ranked 10th in A-Class heroes. This ranking is impressive, and my mom is proud of my income. However, in reality, I am not satisfied with this. My body has been meticulously enhanced by the righteous super doctor, Dr. Diesel. Dr. Diesel has also commented that my physical abilities are extraordinary. As long as I train properly and apply my abilities flexibly, I could even independently confront disaster-level monsters and enter the ranks of S-Class heroes. However, I still cannot maturely apply my own powers, which is due to multiple issues, such as, KeEscapes, it's time. We need to meet with our relatives and friends in city. You should make your father proud. Huh, Dad, I just accompany you to visit relatives and friends in city Q? Why do we have to visit relatives and friends in city, so soon after returning home? It's not easy to make contact. Let your dad. Everyone just happens to be free at this time, and they are all elders. You need to understand that. This is one of the reasons I still cannot maturely apply my powers. I'm always being dragged around by my family, visiting this relative or that old friend. While my parents' vanity has been somewhat satisfied, my training time has been significantly compressed. Beep, 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 beep. Hello, this is Enhanced Warrior. Is there a problem? A monster has appeared in the city, classified as a tiger-level disaster. You are one of the closest A-Class heroes. Please hurry over and fight the monster with the other heroes. Okay, Enhanced Warrior will launch immediately. KeEscapes, maybe you shouldn't go. Tiger-level monsters are quite dangerous. I'm worried you might be in danger. KeEscapes, don't rush over. Wait for the other heroes to arrive before you go. More people means more strength. Your father's experience is not wrong. If heroes hide away, then who will fight? Without saying more to my parents, I jumped out of the second-floor window. Just this height is a piece of cake for me. Back to the point. Another reason I cannot maturely apply my powers is that I haven't had enough practical combat training. It's not that I'm being negligent, but the competition for rankings among professional heroes is actually very fierce. If I don't arrive in time, this troublesome monster might be eliminated by another hero. Entraîne combat mode. Strengthening my leg muscles to increase my speed. The biological pouch begins to synthesize a recovery agent in preparation for the upcoming battle. My right hand is in a defensive state with a bone blade, and my left hand, equipped with a pile driver, is ready for combat. I'm getting more skilled. I feel good today. Roar. That's it ahead. I hear the monsters roar and some sounds of battle. Have heroes already started to confront the monster? Then I'll rush in to provide support. KeEscapes spin. Using the strength in my legs, I release it in an instant, successfully leaping over 10 meters. Bone wings extend from my shoulders, and as I spin, I glide through the air for a distance, directly bypassing a large building blocking my way. Then, using the bone spikes extending from my left hand and left foot, I embed them into the nearest building, hanging on the wall like a spider to observe carefully. Dr. Diesel said that no matter what kind of enemy you face, you must first observe to find their weaknesses. I then saw a scorpion-shaped monster entangling A-Class 5th-ranked Mr. Heavy Tank in its tail, while many ordinary citizens lay scattered on the ground around him. Casero Boomerang. I immediately pulled out the bone wings from my shoulders, reformed them into a boomerang, and threw it. This is a technique I learned from A-Class Hero Air, and I've mastered it quite well. Ouch. How dare you use such a strange thing to sever my proud tail? I will definitely kill you. Humph. Now you can't use the poison stinger on your tail. Accept the judgment of justice, Casero Bone Blade Slash. After an intense battle, I successfully defeated the scorpion-shaped monster. There is still a lingering trace of my deadly attack embedded in the scorpion's head from the bone pile driver. Looking at the ashen-faced Mr. Heavy Tank, who was kneeling weakly on one knee, I realized he, like the other citizens on the ground, seemed to have been poisoned by a powerful scorpion venom and needed urgent treatment. Knowing the situation was critical, I directly picked up the severed poison stinger from the monster and took a sip of the dripping venom. Ah, Enhanced Warrior, are you crazy? That poison is very potent. Most people only need to be stung once to foam at the mouth and collapse. Even Mr. Heavy Tank can't withstand much. You just took a big gulp. Are you trying to commit suicide? Some unharmed citizens, seeing my reaction, quickly urged me to spit out the poison. But at this moment, I couldn't speak and could only smile back at them to indicate that I was fine. Then I began to concentrate, using all my effort to synthesize an antidote serum from my biological pouch. The super serum that Dr. Diesel set up for me is powerful. After only a short exposure to scorpion venom, it automatically adjusted to produce a suitable antidote serum. I quickly walked over to Mr. Heavy Tank's side and injected him with the antidote serum using the needle-like bone spikes extending from my fingers. Then I injected the same serum into each of the fallen citizens. Seeing the citizens gradually waking up and the astonished expressions of the other citizens gathering around, I seriously explained to them, "Don't worry, there's not much of a problem anymore. I just injected everyone with the antidote serum, and the scorpion monster's poison will gradually be neutralized into harmless substances. After resting well, everyone should be able to regain their spirits by tomorrow." Really? Thank you so much. Brother, are you okay now? It was the Enhanced Warrior who saved you. The Enhanced Warrior, please give me an autograph. I feel that the old ailments in my body have improved a lot. Was it the Enhanced Warrior who helped me solve this? Enhanced Warrior. Enhanced Warrior. Enhanced Warrior. The gratitude and cheers from the citizens around me made me a hero who has just entered a rank not long ago. Feel a bit elated. After responding a few times, I turned to check on the injuries of Heavy Tank Do Dangbu. As an A-rank hero, he was the most severely injured among everyone. Heavy Tank Do Dangbu, how are you feeling now? Heavy Tank Do Dangbu's complexion had improved significantly, and he was able to speak. However, a few broken bones were still present, so it shouldn't be that easy for him. Thank you so much, Enhanced Warrior. Just like the Hammer Wrestler said, you are a warrior who truly embodies the belief in justice. If you hadn't appeared in time, I can't imagine how many citizens would have suffered. I feel so useless. The Hammer Wrestler's name is George, and like me, he underwent enhancement treatment from Dr. Diesel. Although he is currently ranked at the bottom of the A-rank heroes, his strength and conviction are admirable. Mr. George, who wields a giant hammer to execute justice, is a hero senior I respect greatly. However, I feel that the management personnel within the Hero Association seem to be deliberately making things difficult for Mr. George, and the specific reason seems to be related to the police. Although I don't quite understand why, Mr. George seems to take it lightly. Moreover, he has told me that Heavy Tank Do Dangbu is also a hero worthy of respect, so I can't be too disrespectful. It is precisely because of Mr. Heavy Tank Do Dangbu's hard work that there were no irreparable situations here. Furthermore, this monster was very strong. I was only able to resolve the battle so easily because my compatibility happened to counter it. In reality, Mr. Heavy Tank, you are very strong. No, the strength you displayed in battle has clearly surpassed mine. However, I am not unhappy about this. Instead, I am quite pleased that another outstanding hero has emerged in the association. Seeing Mr. Heavy Tank endure the pain, even sweating coldly while expressing his gratitude to me, I decided not to say anything more and instead helped him to the nearest hospital immediately. Dr. Diesel had mentioned that while I could produce anesthetics, I shouldn't inject others casually unless the situation was very urgent. After all, Mr. Heavy Tank is an A-rank hero, so he should be able to endure for a while. To avoid causing him any adverse effects, I decided against giving him an injection. Once everything was handled, the staff of the Hero Association informed me that with the new medicine provided by Dr. Diesel, Mr. Heavy Tank would recover quickly. So, after letting out a sigh of relief, I reported my work to the staff and then accepted an interview with the media under their guidance. Although the main job of a hero is to fight for justice, battles do not occur all the time. To maintain the association's good image, I must take the media interview seriously. This way, the many citizens who donated funds can see that their contributions to the Hero Association have indeed played a role in justice. The association can therefore continue to receive substantial funding from society, enabling it to make greater contributions to the protection of human society. After completing a series of tasks, Minister Shichi of the Hero Association revealed to me that I might rise several ranks in the next A-rank hero rankings. This news made me very happy. If I continue to work hard, I might successfully step into the ranks of S-rank heroes. I looked up at the sunset in the sky. What a beautiful world it is, and I must protect it all. What bird is that flying in the sky? Wang is currently wearing his new equipment, floating high in the air. Although the wind at this height is strong, Wang seems to be standing in the sky, his figure almost motionless as he looks down at the earth. That silly kid Sai Luo, although he's progressing slower than expected, he is indeed working hard. I wonder what level this guy will ultimately reach and what surprises he will bring me. Oh no, he actually spotted me. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I should leave his line of sight as soon as possible. Wang slightly adjusted the energy within him, and the special device on his back began to react. Then, 2 gliding wings made of special materials extended, and Wang started to glide. According to the design of this device by Wang, it is actually capable of flying without the gliding wings. However, to save energy consumption, he designed it to be able to perform short-distance gliding flights. This device is a backpack system, with nearly 70% of its materials synthesized from biochemical substances. Although it is much lighter than similar metal materials, its toughness exceeds them significantly. The most valuable component inside is an organ that beats like a cardiac tumor. This thing is an improved product that Wang extracted by hand from a monster's body, which he studied and produced afterward. By transmitting his energy into this organ, it amplifies energy, converting A energy into B energy. Subsequently, the other small devices in the backpack come into play, spreading special particles according to Wang's will, allowing him to fly relatively freely in the sky with the help of these things. Overall, while this backpack allows Wang to fly very agilely, he is still not entirely satisfied with its maneuverability. Pursuing speed and excitement, Wang feels that this backpack is still a bit slow. If he needs to hurry somewhere, he would prefer to use the aircraft he developed himself. It seems like something is targeting me about 200 meters behind me, likely in that cloud layer. This feeling doesn't seem human. Could it be a flying-type monster? After sensing that he was being targeted through mental perception, Wang did not look back. Instead, he continued to act as if he was unguarded, flying towards the base at his original speed. In fact, the remaining bio-soldiers capable of aerial combat in Wang's base now only consist of 3 relatively damaged squads, totaling only 7 wolf-level bio-beasts that can fight. Since the last time the monsters wiped out all the pilots, Wang has not manufactured any more bio-humans capable of piloting flying vehicles. Therefore, Wang's aerial combat capability is quite empty, and he shouldn't expose himself to unknown dangers. Fortunately, the unknown creature that Wang sensed did not seem very strong. Considering this, Wang thought that if he could take this opportunity to accumulate some aerial combat experience, then this unexpected battle wouldn't be a bad idea. After flying for a while, the pursuer behind seemed to have had enough. Its breath was no longer hidden, and it dove down at the still lower Wang at high speed. A sound of flesh being torn echoed, and the monster attacking Wang had one of its arms ripped off by him. "Were you? How dare you attack me with such weak power?" At the last moment of the monster's attack, even though he wasn't very satisfied with his flying backpack, Wang still executed a remarkably fast turn to launch a counterattack. However, after causing his opponent to suffer a huge loss, Wang began to feel a bit confused when he found himself facing a birdman dressed in clothing. A flying creature. Although Wang hadn't studied them much, he had seen quite a few. Even those that were close to humanoid form had their own characteristics. But the one in front of him, dressed in somewhat archaic clothing, revealed a certain level of civilization. Unlike those flying humanoids that had mutated into insect-like forms for some reason. "Bastard, how dare you break my hand? I will definitely bring my brothers over to kill you." Although the birdman was furious, it realized that it was no match for the human in front of it. After throwing out a harsh remark, it desperately flapped its wings and retreated at high speed. "How could I let you escape? Stay right there." Although Wang couldn't quite understand the situation with the birdman, he was very clear about the principle of eliminating the root of the problem. He immediately maxed out his energy and set his flying backpack to its highest speed. In a breath's time, Wang charged swiftly to the back of the birdman and instantly performed a snake strike in midair. One of the birdman's wings was torn off by Wang, and unable to continue flying, it could only let its body fall continuously. Wang decided to capture this guy alive, trying to extract some information, so he followed the falling location of a birdman and dove down. The speed was actually quite good, presumably at the level of a tiger-class monster. However, being a birdman, its lightweight body was designed for flight. Aside from flying, there wasn't much to command. Overall, it was a monster that barely reached the middle level of the tiger class. After being severely injured by Wang, the birdman had long since fainted. At this moment, it was brought back to the base by Wang, where it was carefully studied as a living specimen. This thing you brought back is a bit different from ordinary monsters. Where did you find it? After seeing her boyfriend return, the leader girl immediately immersed herself in intense research. Out of curiosity, she walked into Wang's laboratory and began to examine the captive he had brought back. I was just practicing flying outside, and this freak actually dared to tail me. As soon as it reached out its evil claws, I made it taste the justice of punishment. Wang replied to his girlfriend's question in a joking tone, then changed into surgical attire, preparing to perform a vivisection on the captive. Having been by Wang's side for so long, the leader girl could naturally guess what her boyfriend was about to do next. Although the target was a monster, the visual impact of vivisection was still too great. Even for someone like her, who was used to the blood and flesh of monsters, she didn't want to stay and watch any longer. However, just as she was about to leave, her senses, sharper than Wang's, picked up something. It seemed the monster was saying, "Falcon, Igor, Hawk," and it seems to be calling for Dad. What's going on? Could it have a whole family? Wang had just changed into his surgical gear, but upon hearing his girlfriend's question, he immediately pulled down his mask and said, "Falco, Eagle, and Hawk. Could the remaining one be named Kite? Is it the right sound? Is it in English? What does it mean?" After hearing Wang pronounce a few words in English fairly accurately, the leader girl became curious. After all, she used to be a delinquent, so she wasn't familiar with these relatively obscure words. It means falcon, vulture, and eagle. If this guy really is a kite, then I might have provoked a fool who calls himself the king of the sky. Wang found it interesting. He hadn't expected to run into a minor character after flying around in the sky. Did that mean trouble was coming his way? The leader girl had just completed a vacation with Wang, and feeling a bit restless, she was quite welcoming of this trouble. Maybe, but this trouble shouldn't be too big. At most, just a flying ghost-level monster. After thinking about the tragic ending of the King of the Sky in the One Punch world, Wang felt that this trouble wasn't much. So he put his mask back on and began the planned vivisection. Aside, there are some translation errors in the 178 manga, mistaking kite for heron. The names of the 4 minor characters under the King of the Sky in this text were derived from the pronunciation in the animation. In fact, in Chinese translations, eagle and hawk are usually both translated as eagle. In Japanese, hawk is pronounced taka, while eagle is pronounced washi. Kite is pronounced tobi, and falco is hayabusa. That said, this setting is indeed a bit kitsch. Clearly wearing traditional neon clothing, yet having English names gives off a strong sense of being over the top. Why hasn't Kate come back yet? Wasn't it supposed to finish its reconnaissance of human society last night? The King of the Sky, in its lair, began to worry about Kate, one of its 4 trusted subordinates, who had not returned after such a long time. It suspected that something might have happened to Kate during the reconnaissance mission. "Dad, please be patient. Hawk and Falco have already gone out to look for its whereabouts. They promise they won't act impulsively, and regardless of whether they find any information, they will definitely return on time." Igor knew that the King of the Sky would be worried, but since Hawk was the calmest of the 4 subordinates, and with Falco assisting, Igor didn't stop them further. Which area are they searching? The King of the Sky was still uneasy and planned to go out personally to assist its subordinates. Yesterday, Kate was conducting reconnaissance in the vicinity of human cities I, F, and E. Hawk and Falco went to search for news about Kate near these cities. "Dad, you should wait a little longer. With their speed, they should be back soon." Igor continued to persuade the King of the Sky to remain calm. And as it turned out, just after Igor finished speaking, the 2 birdmen of similar build indeed returned. "Dad, we thoroughly searched the area where Kate was conducting reconnaissance yesterday. We found traces of Kate, which last appeared near human city F. Hawk, also one of the King of the Sky's trusted subordinates, flew back to report the situation and handed over a feather. This feather from Kate's wing still has some of its blood on it, which Hawk and I happened to discover. Kate has most likely encountered some kind of accident. Dad, we can't wait any longer." Falco knew that the King of the Sky wanted to conquer the human world, but due to a lack of understanding of the power in human society, it had been waiting for others to take the lead to gather intelligence. However, with Kate likely in grave danger. If humans obtained information from Kate, it could have a very negative impact on the King of the Sky's conquest plans. The King of the Sky suppressed its anger and calmly asked Hawk, "Are you sure it was humans? Is it possible that other monsters ambushed Kate?" Falco wanted to say something more, but Hawk stopped its companion and took out an object from human society, saying, "This seems to be called a smartphone in human society. I'll learn a little and grasp some simple operations." There's a video of a powerful human from F-City on it, apparently describing the news of an interview with a human police officer yesterday. After Hawk pressed a few buttons on the smartphone, a short news video began to play, lasting only a few minutes. The gist of it was that the super police of F-City captured several bounty criminals and eliminated a few monsters yesterday. However, one of the monsters mentioned was briefly said to have flying abilities. After the video ended, the calmest Hawk said to the Sky King, "From this news, it seems very likely that Kate was killed by this police officer from F-City. However, it appears to have been a kill on the spot, not a capture alive. So it's possible our intelligence hasn't been leaked to humans, but I can't be sure. Dad, the decision on how to proceed is up to you." Falcon and Igor understood Hawk's meaning, since their intelligence likely hasn't been leaked. The Sky King could continue to observe according to the original plan and wait patiently for the right moment to act. Moreover, Kate's death indicates that human society does have a certain level of combat strength, which requires closer observation. However, this could also be a human strategy to deliberately spread false information to confuse the Sky King and gain more time to respond. And since Kate has indeed been killed, if Dad remains patient and does not retaliate, it might be too disheartening for them. Although Hawk, Falcon, and Igor would still follow Dad's orders, they hoped to launch a retaliation immediately. The Sky King simply closed its eyes and remained silent for a moment. A few seconds later, it shouted to its remaining 3 subordinates, Hawk, Falcon, Igor, "Let us kill our way into human society. First, let the blood of that police officer from F-City make all humans feel the terror of the Sky King." "Yes, Dad." The 3 voices responded loudly in unison. "Arsonist Amber, you are under arrest." The biochemical police suddenly jumped down from the sky, intercepting a suspect, in a tone that seemed devoid of emotion. The police officer said to the astonished suspect, "Humph, you zombie cops can't catch me." After a brief moment of surprise, Amber immediately reacted. He pulled a flamethrower out from his wide sleeve and began attacking the biochemical police while fleeing backward. The suspect chose to resist violently, and the current situation allowed for gunfire. The microbiome computer in the biochemical police's brain assessed the situation in less than a second. After receiving authorization to use firearms, a specially designed handgun instantly appeared in the officer's hand. Then came a gunshot, and the fleeing suspect was immediately incapacitated by a stun gun. The flames emitted by the suspect did not cause any damage under the special armor of the biochemical police. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with an attorney. If you cannot afford one, the government will provide one for you at no cost. The Miranda warning, spoken in the cool and handsome tone of the biochemical police, made anyone feel an almost palpable sense of legal authority. Although the biochemical police usually did not show much humanity, their immense strength and authoritative demeanor had garnered a large following in F-City. It's the super police, our symbol of peace in F-City. They caught another criminal. That's amazing. Look here, super police, please look this way. So cool. Way cooler than those ridiculous heroes. Dad, buy me a super police action figure. I don't want any lame heroes. Now the security in F-City is getting better and better. Many people from the outer district have moved here because of the super police. From the appearance of the biochemical police to the arrest of the suspect, it took less than 30 seconds. But in that brief time, the surrounding citizens had already grasped the situation. So they immediately began to cheer, and many rushed forward, hoping to get a signature, handshake, or photo with the super police. The super police merely glanced at the citizens, nodded in response, and then grabbed the suspect and jumped onto a flying vehicle that was already hovering a few meters above the ground. The biochemical police initially planned to take the suspect directly to the police station, but its anti-aircraft radar showed that a high-energy response was rapidly approaching. Z-16 type evasive maneuver. The biocomputer made a quick assessment, and the biochemical police almost immediately reacted, holding the incapacitated suspect in one hand and drawing a specially designed automatic rifle with the other. The 2 feet fixed to the flying vehicle maintained a tight connection. After a quick spin, the biochemical police avoided a fireball while simultaneously firing several precise shots at a target over 300 meters away. The Sky King merely adjusted its body slightly, and evaded the biochemical police's automatic rifle fire. Then it spat out several fireballs toward the front. And as the successive explosions caused panic among the humans below, it shouted loudly to the terrified citizens, "I am the Sky King, ruler of the skies. No matter how vast the sea and land, they pale in comparison to the sky. Therefore, such a great being as I should rule the entire world. Ignoranumans. Come out and welcome your new master." However, in response to this declaration, what welcomed it was a few small missiles flying toward it and its subordinates. Foolish creatures. How could flying projectiles ever hit me, the ruler of the skies? Just a little cleverness. The Sky King initially intended to evade again, but the mini-missiles, after reaching a certain distance, exploded automatically. Some strange nets suddenly spread out and enveloped the Sky King. However, these attacks still did not inflict any damage on the Sky King, which simply shot out a few more fireballs, incinerating the strange nets. Following the Sky King were Hawk, Falcon, and Igor, who were also unharmed. Falcon was the first to step forward, saying, "Dad, the human police officer doesn't seem to be much of a threat. Just some strange weapons. Let me, Falcon, go and take his head." "No, let the fastest one go. I want to see what other strange hidden methods he has," Hawk said, appearing very composed, wanting to use his proud speed to probe for any tricks the opponent might have left. "No, it should be me, Igor. To go and attack. It's time for me to shine." Igor had been staying in the lair and believed that Hawk and Falcon had already acted, so it was now its turn. The Sky King looked at its excited subordinates and just laughed heartily before giving them a satisfactory answer. "Stop arguing. All of you go and kill together. There's no need to leave any survivors." "Yes, Dad." After receiving the Sky King's order, Hawk, Falcon, and Igor immediately formed a triangular formation and dove towards the biochemical police in the distance. At this moment, the biochemical police had handed over the suspect it had previously arrested to an arriving officer and, upon seeing 3 flying creatures approaching at high speed, felt a sense of urgency. He immediately piloted his single-person aircraft into the sky, switching to more powerful bullets, and continuously fired at the 3 approaching monsters with his automatic rifle. "Ouch! Damn it, I was a bit careless and got shot in the shoulder." "Hey, Igor, go around and surround him, then we'll strike together." Falcon rushed in too quickly and was accidentally shot. However, the .50 caliber bullet only made a small hole in his shoulder, seemingly causing little damage. This guy has decent flying skills. Almost every shot is aimed at my head. Let us keep draining his bullets. Once he runs out of the magazine, we'll charge in. Igor approached the target several times. Try to pull the bio-warrior off his aircraft in one go. But the opponent's flying skills were excellent, and his shooting skills were very strong, resulting in Igor's attacks ending in failure. Be careful, he still has a handgun. Don't be fooled by his deliberate shooting style. This guy is likely pretending that he can only shoot with both hands, then he draw his handgun with one hand to attack us when we get close. The observant Hawk quickly saw through the bio-warrior's intentions after several entanglements. So Hawk began to warn his companions while flapping his wings, preparing to increase speed. Realizing that his trap was useless, the bio-warrior immediately drew his handgun. He adopted a stance with one hand holding the rifle and the other holding the handgun, driving his aircraft towards the already injured Falcon. The 4 high-speed moving objects in the sky drew closer after several quick maneuvers. Finally, in the next few seconds, the 4 figures almost collided in an instant. Don't underestimate me, Die. When the bio-warrior finally ran out of bullets, the injured Falcon was the first to extend his claws and attack the enemy's neck. But unexpectedly, the bio-warrior's combat skills and strength were astonishing. He simply extended one palm and caught Falcon's claw. Then, with great force, he swung Falcon like a weapon towards the charging Igor. Following the massive impact, both Igor and Falcon seemed to suffer a significant blow and helplessly fell towards the ground. Hawk, on the other hand, fought desperately, grabbing the unprepared bio-warrior and pulling him off the aircraft. After getting off this wreck, you won't be able to fly anymore. After successfully executing his tactic, Hawk rationally realized that his strength was no match for the bio-warrior. So he quickly let go, preparing to destroy the unmanned aircraft, allowing the bio-warrior to fall to his death from high altitude. However, halfway through, he felt something seem to be entangling his feet. Then came a powerful electric shock, and Hawk was immediately left dizzy and disoriented. Meanwhile, the bio-warrior returned to his aircraft and took the opportunity to grab Hawk. He then prepared to use the blade protruding from his right arm to chop off Hawk's head. It turned out that all these actions were quickly calculated by the bio-warrior. After dealing with Igor and Falcon, he allowed Hawk to drag him off the aircraft, then took advantage of the moment to eliminate the fastest Hawk, the bio-warrior's aircraft. as agile as his body, had naturally been set up to respond to its master at any time. "This is the end, you bastard. What do you want to do to my lovely subordinate?" Hawk, still in a daze, watched as the sharp blade drew closer, thinking his life was about to end. But shortly after the voice of the Sky King sounded, he found himself having escaped from the enemy's slaughter knife. The bio-warrior was kicked away by the incredibly fast Sky King, and his aircraft was completely destroyed by a fireball shot that followed. Falling continuously from the sky, the bio-warrior could only draw weapons from his armor and continuously fire at the Sky King. However, under normal circumstances, he couldn't hit the agile Sky King. In such a situation, his series of shots were even more ineffective. A pathetic guy relying on external objects to fly. Taste what true power of the ruler of the sky feels like. The Sky King could have attacked the opponent directly with fireballs, but as if to showcase his strength, he sped toward the still falling bio-warrior, as if playing. The bio-warrior was then struck around like a volleyball in the air. After dozens of consecutive hits, the bio-warrior's outer armor became tattered, and his limbs had twisted into a rather terrifying shape. The Sky King grabbed the bio-warrior, who had lost the ability to resist, with one hand, and crushed the bio-warrior's rifle and handgun with the other. After glancing at the terrified humans on the ground, he threw the bio-warrior towards his recovering subordinates. "You all play a game of sky volleyball above City F. Let humanity see how weak their proud warriors are in front of the ruling race of the sky. All right, old man, let's start with the 100-ball training." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the Sky King's words, the most heavily injured falcon immediately burst into loud laughter. He was about to catch the volleyball flying towards him, but the next moment he found his vision suddenly uncontrollably turning toward his back. Falcon, seeing his companion being ambushed by a suddenly appearing figure, Igor immediately fell into a rage. He flapped his wings powerfully, extending his claws to rip off the opponent's wings. But when he saw the face of the opponent turn towards him, Igor couldn't believe his eyes. "Kate, how could it be you? Why are you attacking Falcon? And how did you become like this?" The attacking figure was also a winged avian, and it was none other than Kate, one of the former Sky King's trusted aides. However, Kate's body was now slightly larger, and his muscles had become significantly sturdier than before. His claws were extremely sharp, and many bulging veins were visible all over his body. At a glance, it was clear that Kate was much stronger than before. But at this moment, his eyes were dull, showing no emotional fluctuations as he looked at his former companions, as if he were a zombie. Kate did not respond, but allowed Falcon's body to fall towards the ground. Then, his figure seemed to vanish in an instant, reappearing as he extended one claw toward Igor. "Damn it, you don't even know how to greet me when you see me." Although Igor didn't have time to defend, the Sky King's support arrived very quickly. With just one punch, he knocked the abnormal Kate away, saving the desperate Igor. "Old man, Igor, Kate has gone mad. He killed Falcon." Hawk's voice was filled with deep anger, as Falcon's neck in his arms was already twisted like a twisty straw. "What?" Igor looked in shock at Falcon's corpse, then uncomprehendingly at Kate, who was staring at the old man from a distance. The events that had unfolded in such a short time left him feeling somewhat dazed. Although Igor was in a state of stupor, the Sky King immediately made a judgment. No matter what had happened to Kate, the current Kate was an enemy of the Sky King. "I will tear you apart." After the Sky King let out a roar, it and Kate entered into a high-speed battle. The two figures collided continuously in the sky, each confrontation tearing away a bunch of feathers and flesh. Hawk, holding the corpse of Falcon, watched the fight between his father and Kate, rapidly thinking in his mind. Although Kate had become much stronger, even surpassing my speed, it still seemed that his father had the upper hand in the current battle. However, I cannot let my guard down. Kate's transformation into this state must be due to someone else's influence. Since Kate suddenly appeared here, it is certain that this place is being monitored by unknown enemies. After realizing this, Hawk flew towards Igor in the distance and shouted loudly, "Igor, be on alert. There may be other enemies around. Let's gather quickly." After receiving the warning, Igor immediately reacted. However, the look in Igor's eyes became extremely terrified at that moment as it opened its mouth, seemingly preparing to warn something. Hawk's mind was quicker than Igor's mouth. When he sensed something was wrong with his partner's expression, he instinctively performed a maneuver. Soon his view spun rapidly, but he realized he was still slow to react. In his line of sight, he saw his headless corpse, now helplessly hanging in the hands of a suddenly appearing masked man. "Hawk!" Igor looked on in horror as Hawk's head flew off, only to be caught by the claw of a strange flying creature. It noticed that there were several of these monsters in other directions, all eyeing it covetously. Terrified, Igor trembled as it looked at the two men holding the corpses of Falcon and Hawk. An unprecedented terror swept over Igor's entire body, rendering it unable to utter a single word. Got two more specimens. Too bad I couldn't capture them alive. You're Igor, right? Can you cooperate a little? I want to see how your living specimen differs from that, Kate. Aye, aye. Hearing the mysterious man's calm words, Igor trembled all over, unable to form a complete sentence. At that moment, it saw the man raise his hand, causing Falcon's head to tilt to one side, and Igor's mental state finally collapsed. Wow, how troublesome. You should just sleep for a while. Seeing the target suddenly turn to flee, the mysterious man chased after it, and two cables shot out from the device on his back, instantly capturing the fleeing Igor. After a surge of powerful electricity, the mysterious man simply sighed and shifted his gaze back to the Sky King, who was still battling Kate. Another close encounter. The Sky King only suffered a scratch on its cheek. However, Kate looked quite miserable at this moment, having just been struck by the Sky King, sending its chin flying. Yet even so, Kate showed no sign of fear. After a sharp turn, it disregarded its injuries and flapped its tattered wings to charge forward again. What a joke. Are you a zombie? The Sky King noticed that 3 of its subordinates had already been taken down. And now, there was not only a terrifying figure in the sky, but also 7 strange, flying creatures circling around, finding itself surrounded. It needed to deal with the persistent Kate quickly, or it risked being taken down as well. After making the decision, the Sky King stopped holding back. It opened its mouth and fired several fireballs at its once loyal subordinate. Yet Kate, whose expression resembled that of a zombie, did not foolishly charge into the fireballs. Instead, using aerial maneuvers that were inconsistent with its tattered wings, it dodged the Sky King's attacks and continued to pounce towards its target. The Sky King, who initially intended to break through, had not flown far when it saw Kate chasing after it again. The Sky King decided to change direction and charged at Kate. At the same time, it gathered light in its mouth, preparing to launch a fireball attack at close range. As the two figures drew closer, the Sky King prepared to shoot a fireball attack that the opponent could not dodge. However, a red energy ball came crashing in at that moment. With no other choice, the Sky King prioritized its safety and swiftly evaded the energy blast with agile aerial movements. But Kate seized this opportunity and slashed heavily at the Sky King's wing. Sigh, if I can't fly flexibly, I won't be able to effectively use my preferred attack methods. Prolonging this won't do. I was hoping to end you with this move. The powerful masked man was clearly a formidable opponent. Even in his seemingly casual demeanor, he still put considerable pressure on the Sky King. The Sky King glanced at the red energy ball flying into the distance, and then at the mysterious person standing far away, feeling both furious and wary. Who are you to dare ambush me? The Sky King. You are the one responsible for Kate's current state. What exactly is your purpose? Upon hearing the Sky King's furious questioning, the mysterious man adjusted his collar slightly. Then, in a polite tone, he said something quite impolite. My apologies. I'm a part-time doctor and a scientific researcher. You can call me Dr. Diesel. As for my purpose, it's to take you, this interesting special specimen, back for slicing research. Indeed, after hearing such a response, the extremely angry Sky King immediately shifted its focus from Kate to the man who introduced himself as Dr. Diesel. Bastard, I will tear you to pieces. As the fireball came flying towards him, Wang swiftly dodged using the flying backpack on his back, while the Sky King charged in right after. Wang calmly placed his hands in front of him and then thrust forward with force. 2 streams of air blades, generated by his whirlwind-slicing fists, flew directly towards the Sky King's face. Realizing something was off, the Sky King quickly flapped its limbs and wings, narrowly avoiding the 2 attacks. At this moment, Kate also caught up, grabbing onto the Sky King's 4 wings from behind. Bastard, let go of me. If the proud mobility was restricted, the Sky King's fate would be quite tragic. So, the Sky King did not hesitate to let one of its wings break as it twisted its body, pulling Kate's body closer with a grab. As the two fell towards the ground, they attacked each other with their hands, feet, and even teeth in mid-air. Amid the bloody chaos, Kate, with its intestines spilling out, was ultimately kicked by the Sky King into a building on the ground of City F. Although the Sky King managed to fly up again, it was also severely injured, bleeding from multiple wounds, and only one wing on each side remained functional enough to flap. Can you cooperate a little? It's quite troublesome to organize such a battered specimen. Wang used the power of the flying backpack to fly to a position not far in front of the Sky King. With a series of weakening attacks, The Sky King's mobility had significantly decreased, allowing Wang Ku to approach boldly. "You dirty bastard, I will personally slaughter you." Seeing the mastermind who had deliberately kept his distance finally appear not far in front of him, Sky King, in his fury, gathered all his strength and charged at the opponent. At this moment, Sky King began to gather fireballs in his mouth, his eyes and expression showing a willingness to die. However, Wang Ku, after witnessing this, didn't pay much attention. Instead, he unleashed 2 airflow slashes, followed by a cross-shaped airflow slash, attacking Sky King in succession. In a life-and-death situation, Sky King spat out 2 fireballs at the airflow slashes. The 2 close-range explosions caused significant damage to Sky King himself. However, he took advantage of this crazy assault to successfully catch up with the retreating Wang Ku, grabbing one of his hands and laughing maniacally. "Finally caught you. Let's see where you can escape to, die." After saying this, Sky King forcefully dragged Wang Ku towards him, preparing to directly tear apart the human in front of him with his other hand and toothy mouth. However, Sky King then felt an immense force coming from the opponent's hand, followed by countless punches and strikes coming at him. In the last moment of his fading consciousness, he heard the opponent's disdainful words. "It's you who got caught, you fool." Wang Ku looked at the completely deformed Sky King, whom he had beaten with his flowing water, shattered rock fist, and somewhat lamented whether he had gone a bit too far. However, at least he left the opponent with a life. Spending a bit more effort could still allow him to proceed with the original plan for living specimen research. Living specimen research on a ghost-level monster. This would be my first time conducting such an experiment. It's really great that Sky King is so weak. Previously, capturing ghost-level monsters was quite troublesome, and I never succeeded once. Wang had thought about capturing ghost-level monsters before, but earlier his own strength wasn't sufficient. By the time he had enough strength, the ghost-level monsters were either dealt with by heroes or had fled before Wang could arrive. Moreover, the frequency of ghost-level monsters appearing isn't as high as that of wolf-level and tiger-level monsters, and Wang Ku himself had many matters to handle. So over such a long time, he hadn't managed to catch a single living ghost-level monster. Wow. A wolf-level flying bio-beast had already dragged the severely damaged body of Kate out and flew in front of its master, asking how to handle this. Well, with such strength achieved in such a short time of modification, it's already enough to live up to my genius reputation. Although it's become a wreck, it's still better to bring it back to the base, as my aerial combat power is severely lacking right now. After receiving the master's command, the bio-beast wrapped Kate up with its tongue and swallowed her into its belly. Then it flew towards Wang Ku's base in City F along with another bio-beast that had landed to retrieve Sky King. Sky King had already been beaten to the point of having multiple fractures. Even a wolf-level bio-beast could not resist him, let alone in his current unconscious state. Now Wang had to worry about other matters, specifically the bio-warrior who was defeated by Sky King in front of the public. The impact of this incident was too great. If an S-rank hero from the Hero Association was taken down by a monster, it would undoubtedly cause a panic in human society. Currently, the police department only had the bio-warrior as their reputation. Now that it had been smashed by Sky King in public, the situation that the police department had painstakingly built over the past few days could very well collapse entirely. The situation where he relied on the police and other national agencies to negotiate with the Hero Association would likely. Beep, beep, beep. Look, the anxious high-ranking officials from the police department have already called. Wang sighed helplessly and answered the call. "Hello, this is Dr. Diesel. Dr. Diesel, our police department's bio-warrior has been defeated in front of the public, and we are now facing a public relations crisis. Please provide assistance quickly." "I already know. I am currently on site. The bio-warrior has been retrieved and is being repaired at full speed. Additionally, the ghost-level monster that invaded City F has just been eliminated by me." "WH what? Dr. Diesel, you've already eliminated the monster? That's really great. Thank you so much." "Dr. Diesel, although this request is quite excessive, could you possibly—" Although the other party hadn't finished speaking, Wang already understood their intention, so he directly interrupted them. "I understand. You can consider this credit as yours in the police department. I had the same intention, which is why I acted quickly to eliminate the monster, leaving no opportunity for the professional heroes." Dr. Diesel is so understanding. The high-ranking official from the police department naturally felt relieved. "Thank you so much, Dr. Diesel. If it weren't for your timely intervention, the situation we painstakingly built in City F would likely have been ruined. Moreover, to be honest, my personal future could also be jeopardized by other enemies within the police department. I am truly grateful to you." Wang listened to the other party's excited words without paying much attention, instead reminding them. You should deal with other matters as well. Although I blocked the network in this area before entering the battle and appropriately dispersed some smoke screens, there may inevitably be local citizens who witnessed or even recorded me eliminating the monster. While I have given this credit to you, you also need to think of a way to cover it up. Sorry, Dr. Diesel, do you have any ideas for reference? The simplest way would be to say that the police department's special forces were urgently deployed. However, this method has many loopholes. Discerning people like those in the Hero Association could easily investigate it if they put in a bit of effort, not to mention that there are some traitorous elements within your department. As for other public relations issues and arrangements, I can personally find a way to cover those up. My enemies within the police department won't have any evidence. It's just that further investigation cannot be concealed with my mobile unit. So could Dr. Diesel provide some further assistance? Wang understood the other party's meaning. This high-ranking official from the police department had a unit within their structure. However, it was likely a small unit composed of a few incompletely constructed individuals, with various complete documents. But if the lid was lifted even a bit, it would be easy to expose. Simply put, it was a ghost payroll unit. This unit requests funding from above, and the funding ends up in the pockets of high-ranking officials or is misallocated as special fund for other departments, which is hard to clarify. I understand. You first cover up externally, at least by me 3 hours. I will return to the Research Institute and prepare a small mobile unit for you. You should prepare your public relations personnel when the mobile unit arrives. The personnel won't be able to speak, as they are merely biovines disguised as humans. Mentioning bioviness, the high-ranking official from the police department felt a tightness in his chest, but he couldn't afford to be overly concerned. All right, I will arrange for dedicated personnel to handle media relations. Dr. Diesel, it would be best if you could create a special squad of 9, preferably with some equipment to deceive people. If possible, it would be even better if these guys could shout a few slogans. I will do my best. The longer you can delay, the better prepared I will be. Understood. I will do everything I can to prepare 4 hours for you, Dr. Diesel. The biochemical soldiers in the secret base of City Z have always been a relatively hidden unit, and Wang is unwilling to expose them. However, no matter how talented he is, Wang cannot create several biochemical beings out of thin air in a few hours at the base in City F. Since manufacturing is not feasible, the only option left is to disguise them. In fact, Wang's method is quite simple. He will use the vines in his garden that can mimic various animals and have them take the form of 9 human figures, each one 8 meters tall. However, the biggest drawback of Wang's mimicking vines is their strong curiosity coupled with their extremely low intelligence. Even if they complete the mimicry, they cannot resist the boredom and will start wriggling around after a short while. The humanoid forms they maintain will turn into a pile of mass. Therefore, to disguise 9 disciplined-looking mobile police officers, Wang first needs to create 9 human-shaped skeletons using biochemical materials. This is not difficult, as there are plenty of spare parts in Wang's base, and there is no need to produce new items. The second step is to command the vines to attach themselves to these 9 human-shaped skeletons and begin the mimicry. Next, Wang must address the issues of the vine's excessive curiosity and low intelligence. When these biochemical vines were first created, they were so stupid that they couldn't even eat or sleep. They were entirely managed by the base's computer. Wang's ready-made solution is to use 9 bionic computers the size of human brains as the brains for the mimicking beings, simultaneously stripping the vines of their autonomy. The biological chips Wang has developed are now several levels higher than the earlier versions. The bionic computers were originally made to modify the advanced components of other wolf-level and tiger-level monsters. So finding 9 stock parts and slightly modifying the connectors easily gives the 9 mimicking beings a certain level of intelligence. These tasks can be completed in less than half an hour. The more time-consuming task is the subsequent data input, or thought transplantation, to turn a nearly blank brain into a mobile police brain with various knowledge. Achieving the level of a biochemical battle police would take 12 hours. Even simplifying it to the level of an ordinary person would still require 8 hours. However, high-ranking officials from a police department have promised to send specialized public relations personnel, so the mimicking beings won't need to deal directly with media reporters, allowing Wang to cut corners a bit. After converting a large amount of computer natural language into neural elements and transplanting them into the bionic computer's biological chip, neuron chip, using the base's computer, some mimicking beings capable of following simple commands are completed. At this point, Wang has spent about 3 hours. The remaining tasks are relatively simple, synthesizing 9 different voices of mature, rugged men using electronic sounds. Wang can even request that when the mimicking beings speak, The vines controlled by the bionic computer should also wriggle accordingly to mimic normal human vocal cords. Next, he uses the material he once used for cosplaying as Lao Kai from Eight Chong Fist to cover the 9 mimicking beings with artificial skin. He also makes slight adjustments to their faces to transform them into 9 different adult male appearances. After transplanting special fiber-made artificial hair onto the bald heads of the mimicking beings, the 9 mimicking beings that look indistinguishable from normal strongmen are completed. By this point, 3.5 hours have passed, leaving half an hour to dress them in mobile police uniforms. Additionally, he equips them with some outdated gear originally conceived for the biochemical battle police. At this stage, a special mobile police squad made up of 9 members is successfully formed. In this incident of monster-level disasters in City F, the previously highly efficient super battle police, who had successfully dealt with monsters, unexpectedly suffered a terrible defeat. Now the super battle police are facing considerable scrutiny. May I ask how the police department views this? After a flurry of activity, Wang is now at his residence, watching the police headquarters press conference on TV with his girlfriend. After a reporter raises a question, the police department's assigned public relations personnel picks up several photos and some materials to start refuting. The police spokesperson states that the super battle police in City F indeed faced a tough battle, but they did not suffer defeat. Instead, they completed their mission with resilience. They successfully led the charge against the attacking monsters while perfectly safeguarding the safety of City F's residents. According to the information we have received, there were no reports of civilian casualties in this monster disaster. After the spokesperson finishes speaking, he shows all the media personnel a photo of a battered super police officer carrying a monster's corpse with one hand on the ground. He then changes to several other photos, all related to different monster corpses, indicating that the police have successfully suppressed this monster disaster. These photos were actually staged by Wang and are not composite images, so there is no fear of accusations of the police department using fake photos. However, some witnesses saw the super battle police being besieged by monsters in midair, and there are also some photos and videos circulating online. It is easy to see that the super battle police were utterly powerless against the leading monster. Another reporter begins to ask questions, but the police spokesperson insists that it was merely a moment of passivity. Later, as the battle shifted to the ground, the super battle police began a counterattack and finally defeated the formidable enemy after a fierce struggle. Some reporters then presented other footage they had collected, continuing to question the police department. Some footage shows that there were other individuals who subsequently joined the battle and engaged in combat with the monsters in the air, ultimately defeating them one by one. At that time, the super battle police's aircraft had already been destroyed, and they themselves had no flying capability. Therefore, these individuals fighting the monsters could not possibly be the already defeated super battle police. This point was precisely the setup that Wang and the police department had prepared together. The police spokesperson did not show any signs of panic, but instead responded to the reporters with the demeanor of announcing significant news. In these blurry videos, there are indeed some battles not conducted by the super battle police themselves. However, those individuals were also acting under the command of the police department, cooperating with the super battle police in combat. In fact, these individuals are support troops for the super battle police, a mobile combat team executing special tactics under the police department. Upon hearing the spokesperson's statement, the reporters present and countless viewers in front of their televisions immediately perked up. Because in the past, the police department had only had the super battle police as their calling card, responsible for dealing with increasingly severe monster disasters. The super battle police have always played the role of a lone hero, maintaining the dignity of the police on the dangerous monster battlefield. Now the police department claims that there is another special combat team providing support behind the super battle police. Considering the super battle police's formidable strength, everyone is curious about what kind of unit this is. Of course, there are also those who suspect that the police department is just putting on a facade, so reporters immediately demanded the police department provide evidence. The police spokesperson did not keep everyone in suspense, and a sci-fi-style 9-man team, fully armed, stepped out from behind the scenes. 9 resolute-looking men, dressed in armor combat suits similar to those of the super battle police, one hand holding their helmets, and the other hand supporting the specially designed pistol at their waists. They stood in a line, ready to be inspected by everyone. Just after they completed their formation, the bio-combat police, treated by Wang, suddenly flew over from the air with a flying backpack, followed by a perfect landing. As the super combat police stood upright and saluted the reporters in front of them, the 9 mobile combat police behind them also saluted everyone in unison. With synchronized movements, determined expressions, and high-quality equipment. It was clear that this was an elite team with extraordinary combat capability. At the spokesperson's signal, the team members displayed some of their weapons, some of which resembled the items from the blurry videos circulating online. Thus, with a series of evidence, the world began to believe that the police still had the capability to protect everyone amidst the disaster caused by powerful mutants. Some reporters sensed a big news story and continuously asked various questions. For example, does the unveiling of the police department's elite team signify that the police will play a more proactive role in future mutant disasters? Will other cities follow suit and establish similar forces? Does this mean the police department intends to completely suppress the Heroes Association, a civilian organization, and so on? Amidst the enthusiastic inquiries from numerous reporters, the elite team members occasionally answered a few simpler questions. The police department spokesperson quickly took over all the questions, shielding the elite team and super combat police behind him. After going through familiar routines, the police department successfully transformed a public relations crisis into a showcase of police strength through this press conference. Later, in a phone call with Wang, the high-ranking officials of the police department were inexplicably excited. After watching this press conference, senior officials of the Heroes Association gathered again. Based on the clips shown on television, the soldiers of this tactical support team from the police department seemed to possess the strength of B-level heroes solely based on their physical fitness. An analyst from the association pointed at a mobile combat police officer on the television screen who was bending a steel bar with his bare hands. The senior official with a Mediterranean hairstyle looked quite serious and then asked the female senior official in the Heroes Association sitting opposite him, "Don't those high-ranking officials in the police department who are friendly with us have access to detailed information about this team?" The female official remained as she was, looking at the combat police displaying their unique equipment on the screen, and sighed. It seems those guys have also been fooled. They originally thought this unit was just a ragtag outfit under the high-ranking official in charge of the Super Combat Police program, a unit set up to defraud funds. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a hidden trump card in the other party's hand. The high-ranking official with a red nose thought of something and interjected, "It's strange that we hadn't received any wind of this before. Is it possible that they temporarily gathered some people for a drill? Maybe this unit is just a well-disguised facade. If we investigate more closely, we might find some flaws in the documentation." I had someone check it, and the more they investigated, the more evidence they found. There are various documents and information about this unit, and it existed before the Super Combat Police appeared. At the same time, I had the association's hacker secretly break into the police department's database and found that these officers were incorporated into the unit before the Super Combat Police program was launched. And during this period, the funding for this unit has increased significantly. The official wearing sunglasses expressed skepticism and showed his investigation report. It's also possible that they were added temporarily, and your subordinates are easily fooled, so they didn't notice. At this moment, the official with buck teeth voiced his opinion, also taking a jab at the official in sunglasses. What to say? Your subordinates are a bunch of useless people, repeatedly leaking some dark secrets. Let us stop the meaningless quarrel. We should get back to the main topic. To prevent the meeting from descending into pointless arguments, Shichi interrupted the official in sunglasses while preventing him from retaliating. The Super Combat Police were defeated, and the announcement of this unit's existence at the press conference took only a few hours. It's almost impossible to complete such comprehensive camouflage in such a short time. Almost impossible? That means there's still a slim chance, then. With Dr. Diesel around, who knows what help he might have given to the police department behind the scenes. Moreover, the equipment shown on TV could not have been achieved solely by the capabilities of those useless people in the police department. There must be Dr. Diesel's influence. The official with buck teeth had grown to dislike Dr. Diesel, who always caused trouble for the association, ever since his family business was affected by the battle between Diesel and Bofiai. Shichi couldn't completely deny this assertion. In fact, before this meeting, he had consulted with Child Emperor to analyze this incident, and the latter also indicated there was a certain possibility. However, although Child Emperor did find some clues, they were insufficient as evidence. Moreover, according to his analysis, achieving all this in just a few hours would require a level of technological capability that was hard to imagine. Based on Child Emperor's analysis of Dr. Diesel's technological capabilities, the possibility of this unit being a disguise was only 7. 3. Unless Dr. Diesel was given more preparation time. Could it be that Dr. Diesel prepared for this days before the Super Combat Police were defeated? That doesn't make sense. The trouble-averse Dr. Diesel would be better off further enhancing the Super Combat Police, which would save him a lot of trouble. Or could it be that Child Emperor misjudged Dr. Diesel's technological capabilities? That's even less likely, since Child Emperor mediated the war between Diesel and Bofei last time. He has been quite vigilant about the somewhat insane genius Dr. Diesel, keeping close tabs on him. Moreover, since Child Emperor used to be Bofei's assistant, how could such technological capabilities be easily concealed from him? After thinking for a while, Shichi decided to share Child Emperor's views with the other senior officials present. The senior officials were somewhat familiar with Child Emperor's abilities, and since this S-level hero had said so, it seemed the possibility of the police department's disguise this time was quite low. In reality, Child Emperor was unaware that Wang had coincidentally utilized many existing technologies and parts in this operation, saving him a lot of time. Moreover, in this period, Wang's technological capabilities had also seen some breakthroughs, allowing him to cover up in various aspects. After all, Child Emperor was a hero and had to attend to various tasks, so his limited energy led him to make such a judgment. Despite having Child Emperor's judgment as evidence, the official with buck teeth remained convinced that this so-called special unit, even if not a disguise, had considerable influence from Diesel behind it. Therefore, he said to the officials, whether these mobile combat police are trained by the police department or not, their equipment must have been completed with Diesel's technological capabilities. Previously, Diesel had an agreement with us not to engage in deeper cooperation with the police department, and this is a breach of promise that we must teach him a lesson for. Our previous agreement with Diesel was that he would no longer create more bio-combat police for the police department. This unit is nominally the tactical support team of that super combat police, and if Dr. Diesel insists that this equipment is merely a supplement to the super combat police's weapons, then we cannot accuse Diesel of breaking his promise. Shichi provided a corresponding response, but he also understood in his heart that although Diesel had not openly breached his promise, he had indeed used a loophole. Are we just going to sit back and do nothing? If Diesel provides the police department with all sorts of ridiculous equipment, and they expand their special forces with it, won't that put the Hero Association in a terrible position? Maybe I should go talk to Dr. Diesel again and get him to make a more comprehensive commitment. From our long-term cooperation, as long as we offer him something he is interested in, Dr. Diesel is quite reasonable. What can we offer him this time that he would be interested in? Diesel doesn't have a strong need for money. He can now collect and study the corpses of the monsters we gather. At the same time, he can also research the physical conditions of professional heroes under the guise of healing them. What else do we have to offer him? Those monster forecasts? Balia's tone was somewhat strange, but these words expressed the sentiments of many high-ranking officials present. Currently, Dr. Diesel only engages in some cooperation with the association when he occasionally needs money. After such a long time building this cooperative relationship, it seems Dr. Diesel really doesn't care about much anymore. Shichi didn't mind Balia's tone and answered very seriously. This transaction is precisely a monster forecast. The Hero Association received information from the geological department that a strange rock with life signals is continuously surfacing from the magma. It cannot yet be determined if it will become a disaster, but it is indeed a peculiar life form. I think if we use this as a bargaining chip, Dr. Diesel will most likely be interested. After hearing Shichi's words, some other officials in the association voiced differing opinions on the spot. However, a few days later, Dr. Diesel, in gratitude for this information from the Hero Association, gifted a set of technology with considerable economic value. The senior officials of the Hero Association, who benefited from this, all praised Shichi's plan, even Balia, who had been complaining incessantly before. According to the detection data, the target is still absorbing energy in the magma. It will likely take several more months to fully take shape and emerge on the surface. However, I still need to observe more closely to determine when it will come out. A geologist introduced by the Hero Association was using his prepared data to estimate when a strange rock in the magma might emerge to Dr. Diesel. However, in front of the legendary genius Dr. Diesel, this geologist wasn't very confident in his research. Your research conclusions are quite correct. According to my equipment calculations, this strange rock will require about 235 days to accumulate enough energy in the magma. Dr. Diesel was very amiable, telling the geologist the precise time without any pretentiousness. He also provided him with some valuable data that made the geologist unable to resist running back to his laboratory for research. Dr. Diesel was quite apologetic. The geologist was a bit too rude. The accompanying staff from the Hero Association felt somewhat anxious because their expert ran off so excitedly without even properly thanking Dr. Diesel. It's no problem. Scientific research requires such focused individuals, and he has already left behind a series of observational data. I can proceed with relevant research work. Wang was indeed not angry. Instead, He appeared very happy, staring at the data images transmitted back from his unique equipment. The ultimate life form, the Billion Strange Rock, was a monster that had appeared in comics and had a certain level of prestige. It was said to be buried in magma, accumulating energy over thousands of years, eventually becoming a sentient life form. Out of hatred for humans who have long and massively harvested many minerals, it took on a mission to eliminate humanity. Although this character was defeated by Tornado in just a few pages, this peculiar life form did pique Wang's interest significantly. After operating the special equipment that penetrated the magma and knocking off a small sample from the strange rock, Wang could notice a slight reaction from the rock, similar to a human being bitten by a mosquito while sleeping. It seems to have developed a certain level of consciousness. If we continue to collect samples without restriction, could it wake up and cause unnecessary trouble? Wang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to stop here. The small sample collected from the Billion Strange Rock was quickly returned to Wang's temporary laboratory in this area. The big sister didn't come along today. Instead, she was in her residence in City F training. She noticed a slight increase in her weight and, being conscious of her figure, planned to undergo a week of high-intensity training. Wang didn't think his girlfriend had gained weight. Rather, her curves had improved. However, he chose not to remind the big sister, as he could take this opportunity to focus more on his investigation and research. Although rocks have the ability to store energy at a microscopic level and can return it to a macroscopic level under certain conditions, the unique energy storage capability of the Billion Strange Rock truly opened Wang's eyes. The series of data organized through various instruments yielded significant gains for Wang and also helped his other research. The ongoing energy storage led Wang to find some commonalities with the strange energy in his right leg. If he could deepen his research further, Wang might be able to reference the energy operation methods within the Billion Strange Rock for more efficient use of his own energy. The energy release of the Billion Strange Rock was also quite interesting. Normally, the energy of rocks can be released, such as the rock burst phenomenon often seen in geological engineering, which is a catastrophic release of stored energy in rocks. The slow release of energy from ordinary rocks involves nonlinear large deformations and rheology, etc. However, the energy release of the Billion Strange Rock is on a higher level. It can control identical rocks within its body to perform actions similar to human muscle movements, with strength hundreds to thousands of times that of a normal person. This means the Billion Strange Rock can easily tear massive boulders apart and move quite agilely. In terms of combat power, it is somewhat similar to the Marugali giant from the original story. Although it doesn't have such exaggerated strength, the Billion Strange Rock utilizes a completely different method to exert power. These unique chemical properties and the ability to release electrons internally bear a great resemblance to fuel cells. I wonder if it has a more marvelous core within. If I could obtain that, my various research projects might progress significantly. After conducting a careful study of the small sample, Wang began to talk to himself. He now had an idea to directly capture the Billion Strange Rock that was still accumulating energy. Currently, the temperature of the magma where the Billion Strange Rock is located is approximately between 1,100 and 1,400 degrees Celsius. Although the high-temperature resistant materials and equipment I developed can easily withstand this temperature, they cannot move such a large rock. Moreover, the depth at which the Billion Strange Rock is currently located exceeds the capabilities of my other equipment. How should I fish it up? After thinking for a moment, Wang decided to use a simple method. First, find a bait that might interest the Billion Strange Rock, and then lure it little by little. If I can directly lure it to the surface, that would be best. Even if I ultimately fail, at least I should try to lure it to a depth reachable by my specially made cable. As for how to make this bait, Wang looked at the electronic release spectrum in the small sample and felt that it was time to test his physics and biology skills. Damn humans. They have allowed so many mineral compatriots to disappear from nature. Sooner or later, I will take revenge on you weak mammals. The billions of strange rocks saw a lot of image information in their dreams. It was unclear whether this information was the anger conveyed by their mineral compatriots or some kind of mission given to them by a higher existence, the unique life form of Earth. Anyway, the billions of strange rocks, which were still accumulating power in their slumber, had now taken the extermination of humanity as their mission. Although they wished they could break through the surface immediately, the energy accumulated within them was still insufficient, so they could only choose to wait patiently. While continuing to store energy in their dreams, they also constantly accumulated hatred for the human species. What is this feeling? The energy within me seems to have reacted The billions of strange rocks felt their internal energy suddenly become active, as if something around them was reacting with their own energy. At this moment, the billions of strange rocks had awakened from their slumber, but they did not open their eyes. Instead, they carefully sensed the strange object beside them. It was not an illusion. There was a movable object reacting to their internal energy. What could it be? The billions of strange rocks finally opened their eyes. The over 1,000 degrees Celsius magma did not harm their eyes. They saw a small object that could swim in the magma, seemingly another mineral rock, but much smaller than the billions of strange rocks. The small rock noticed that the billions of strange rocks had awakened, and, fearing that they would harm it, immediately fled into the distance. Could be one of my kind? The billions of strange rocks thought, feeling a great interest in this possibility after being lonely in the magma for thousands of years. So, they immediately sent a message to the fleeing small rock, hoping it would stay. However, after receiving the message, the small rock seemed to be stunned for a moment, then replied with some incoherent and fragmented messages before stopping at a distance to wait for the response from the billions of strange rocks. It seemed that although it had some intelligence, it was clearly not mature enough. This small rock must have just been born not long ago, as it couldn't even convey a complete message. The billions of strange rocks thought, while once again mobilizing their internal energy to construct a message as simple as possible. Sending it again. Come over. I am a companion. This time, after receiving the message, the small rock also haltingly mimicked the billions of strange rocks and replied with the same message. The billions of strange rocks found it a bit interesting, so they maintained the same distance and began to communicate with their newly discovered little friend. Although the exchanges between the two were constantly repeating simple imitations, the billions of strange rocks, after 1,000 years of lonely life, felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in their heart. What happened? Something else is approaching? The small rock that was originally communicating with the billions of strange rocks suddenly seemed to sense something. It continuously sent a barrage of incomprehensible messages to the billions of strange rocks, reacting strongly, as if it were filled with anger and fear. The billions of strange rocks also saw the object getting closer. It was a strangely constructed thing. Although they had never seen this thing in their dreams, the billions of strange rocks knew it was a creation of humans. The small rock finally fled in fear, while the large entity it had warned actively approached the human creation. Then it reached out and crushed the creation under its immense power. Seeing the large entity so valiant, the small rock emitted more incoherent messages. Although the billions of strange rocks still did not understand the small rock's meaning, they could feel its joy. The small rock seemed to let go of its guard and approached the billions of strange rocks, affectionately communicating with the large entity. Although the billions of strange rocks felt very excited in their heart, they did not make any blind moves that would frighten this little creature. Instead, they patiently taught this still immature companion to speak, little by little. The small rock, like a naive child just learning to talk, awkwardly repeated the words of the billions of strange rocks, while also becoming more affectionate towards this gentle giant. Thus, on this day, when the billions of strange rocks were no longer asleep, they finally made their first friend in 1,000 years of life. Even though they did not understand the messages sent by the small rock, Wang could observe the data collected by the computer, then took out a syringe filled with a special steroid and injected it into the body of the Sky King. Originally fixed on the operating table, the Sky King began to convulse rapidly after receiving the injection. However, Wang did not pay attention to this and continued to patiently observe the changes in the Sky King's data. About 3 minutes later, the Sky King's veins bulged, and the muscles on its body gradually became firmer. During this time, the feathers on the Sky King's wings continuously fell off, replaced by a denser-looking fiber. However, the continuous convulsions had stopped. Although the instruments nearby still emitted emergency signals, the Sky King had only fallen into an arrhythmic state. Seeing the now calm Sky King, Wang took out several more syringes and injected them into the Sky King's body in succession. Once all the instruments indicated that the data had returned to normal, Wang put the unconscious Sky King back into the nutrient tank. In the same room, the other 4 nutrient tanks contained the Sky Kings for closest subordinates, all of whom had changed significantly from their original forms. They had partially sutured wounds on their bodies, being repaired by several small mechanical arms submerged in the nutrient tanks. Each time the nozzle of a mechanical arm sprayed some green liquid, the traces of their sutured wounds became shallower until they completely disappeared, after which the mechanical arm would withdraw from the nutrient tank. The Sky King and its 4 subordinates were still undergoing a new round of modifications, while Wang, holding a cup of coffee, sat back down at his base's main computer to continue observing the billions of strange rocks and their little friend in the magma. Since confirming his unique fishing plan, the bionic small rock controlled by the computer had been by the side of the billions of strange rocks for 2 weeks. This fishing time was quite long, mainly to thoroughly gain the trust of the billions of strange rocks. After all, a life form as intelligent as the billions of strange rocks was not like fish or shrimp in a river, easily caught shortly after the bait was dropped. Wang had tried several times. As long as the small rock surfaced to a certain depth, the billions of strange rocks would stubbornly refuse to follow. There was simply no way to talk about how to capture this life form. He could only rely on the small rock to continue deepening its relationship with the billions of strange rocks and then design a way to lure them up. During this time, Wang naturally did not waste all his time on boring waiting. The modification experiments on the Sky King and its subordinates became his way to pass the time. Although the Birdman, Hawk, and Falcon had previously died, thanks to Wang's technological prowess, they had been resurrected as biochemical weapons within his base. After being subjected to various experiments, the captive Igor, like Kate, was brainwashed by nanobots and became an emotionless bio-soldier. After modifying the 4 Birdmen, Wang adjusted their strength to that of low-end ghost-level monsters. With their ability to fly, they could engage slightly stronger ghost-level monsters in battle. Although there was still room for further improvement, Wang did not plan to continue the modifications for now. He intended to extract more from the Sky King, and once the modifications on the Sky King matured, he would use it as a template to further enhance the 4 Birdmen, with 5 capable aerial combatants in future battles. Even if the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Group's spaceship came to Earth, Wang could use these 5 guards to infiltrate the enemy's ship from the air to gain advantages. Moreover, it was likely that other flying enemies would appear in the future, so Wang believed it was necessary to strengthen his aerial combat power now. Do. At this moment, the phone rang. It was the police department calling again. Hello, this is Diesel. What is the matter now? Due to the previous defeat of the Bio-War police, a series of events followed. To calm the aftermath, Wang had been in frequent contact with the police recently. Dr. Diesel, the recent incidents have gradually calmed down. We at the police department think that the mobile task force you lent us is quite good. We have ideas for further training such teams. So can you provide us with some support? After the initial press conference, following the principle of doing things thoroughly, Wang further improved the 9 mimicry individuals. He then handed them over to a high-ranking official of the police department who had executed many tasks during this period. With their strong physical capabilities and distinctive equipment, this disguised team had performed well in society. Didn't we discuss this? You should find a reason to disband this team in the future. Why are you thinking of expanding it? After all, it was a fabrication. To maintain a lie, countless other lies would have to follow. For someone like Wang, who valued time highly, engaging in such matters was truly not worth it. I originally thought so, but due to unexpected circumstances, this team has executed several significant missions and received quite a warm response in society. Now many ordinary police officers are filing reports to request transfers to this special operations unit. Some of my allies also hope to take this opportunity to expand their power. The police official spoke hesitantly, clearly satisfied with the team's combat strength. However, it was also true that creating such a team was much cheaper than developing a Bio-War police officer and maintaining it with a series of efforts. For the police department, which had limited funding and many tasks, such a tactical team capable of successfully suppressing tiger-level monsters was indeed quite attractive. However, this was ultimately beneficial only to the police. If this went too far, it would cause trouble for the Hero Association. Therefore, after considering his own interests, Wang would absolutely not agree to this matter. I have my troubles here, so I can't provide you with further support. You should think of a way to gradually reduce the team size. But that's a bit difficult now, because this team suddenly appeared. My enemies, and those who were previously neutral now, think we have hidden quite a bit of strength. They're all working together, wanting to hold such a card in their hands to maintain the balance of factions within the police department. If I disband the team afterward and they establish a new one, it will be quite troublesome for me. In fact, the high-ranking official's plan discussed with Dr. Diesel was for the 9 mimicry individuals to suffer casualties in a series of battles. The remaining equipment would then be used to enhance the weapon systems of the Bio-War police. The tactical support team, after completing its mission, would be disbanded due to difficulties in training personnel and insufficient equipment. However, this team was nominally a direct subordinate of the high-ranking official, unlike the Bio-War police, which more belonged to the entire police department. Now, seeing such a force that disrupted the internal balance, other factions within the police department were eager to form their own teams. If the team was disbanded at this juncture, the internal matters of the police department would become quite delicate. Wang felt a headache upon hearing the police official's words. If this police official, who had been closely cooperating with him, lost power because of this, it might cause a significant blow to his future plans. Let us do this. I'll continue to leave you the equipment. However, you must replace those 9 mimicry individuals with regular police officers in the coming days. You can say it's due to casualties or work transfers, whichever you prefer. Wang insisted on replacing the mimicry individuals, firstly to avoid exposure, and secondly because the bionic brains of those 9 mimicry individuals were quite valuable, worth much more than the aircraft equipped for biowar police. Thank you so much, Dr. Diesel. I will find a way to train replacements for the mobile police officers. However, I really can't stop the other teams that are about to be formed. As for the equipment issues of these new teams, Dr. Diesel, what do you think? The production line for making these equipment has long been shut down. So, creating another batch of the same is not very realistic. How about this? I will give you the information for those pistols and rifles, and you can try to negotiate for benefits. As for those unique ammunition, flying backpacks, and individual armor, you might need to attempt a bidding process. It was fine to give away low-end items as favors to the police, but handing over high-end items would definitely provoke a reaction from the Hero Association, which Wang wanted to avoid. Dr. Diesel, aren't you considering this? Actually, our police department still has quite a bit of funding. If we establish a long-term partnership, the adjustment costs for your production line will surely be recouped in no time. The police official wanted to negotiate further, but Wang did not intend to waste more time on this. After finding a few excuses, he finally shook off the other party's harassment. The Hero Association was quite powerful, so it was better not to offend them too much. Something like the Billion Rock was not something the police department could offer. After hanging up the phone, Wang stared at the surveillance information transmitted back on the computer screen, contemplating whether it was time to reel in the net. The Billion Rock had spent the most fulfilling days of its 1,000-year life during this time. Having a little friend to chat with was much better than being immersed in a dull sleep. Although this little companion still could not engage in very complex communication, its simple actions had nourished the lonely and dry soul of the Billion Rock considerably. However, this little guy's curiosity was a bit too strong. It often liked to run around. It even had the dangerous thought of getting close to the surface, which made the Billion Rock worry for it. Little guy, don't run too far this time. In the lower magma area, our power can accumulate faster. There's nothing fun up there, and it would be troublesome if we encounter human machines. After sending this message to the little guy in the distance, the small rock replied with a stuttering message. Through the communication over the past few days, the Billion Rock understood that the little guy was saying it would play a little longer before returning. Although he considered himself the ultimate life form and looked down on lower mammals, Wang couldn't help but sigh at this moment that being a mammal parent wasn't so bad. As a life form born and nurtured by nature, it was difficult for him to understand what family felt like. Therefore, Wang held a special affection for the little rock, his kind. Thinking of this, Wang closed his eyes, intending to recall what his earliest memories were. He searched carefully, hoping to find some possible images of elders in his memory. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The unclear message from the little one came through, and before Wang could recall any possible elder, he immediately opened his eyes and rushed out. Although he didn't understand what the little one was saying, he felt that the message indicated the little one was in distress. Sure enough, when Wang surfaced after a distance, he saw the little rock being grabbed by a strange object and was rising rapidly. This strange object resembled the one Wang had crushed before, but it looked larger and moved faster. Wang immediately judged that the little one was captured by a human machine, and thinking of the fate of countless mineral compatriots in his dreams, he recklessly pursued. Damn humans, are they going to slaughter my kind again? This time, I will make you feel the wrath of the ultimate life form and bring my family back. Swimming in the magma, Wang was significantly faster than a human machine, and the distance between them was constantly closing. However, just as Wang was about to strike, 2 similar machines burst out from other directions and attacked him. Although these slight attacks did not harm Wang at all, they bought time for the machine that was grabbing the little rock. The machine holding the little rock once again widened the distance from Wang and was already close to the surface. You won't escape. Even if I have to chase you to the ground, I will stop you. Wang once again surged upward with all his strength, and the temperature of the surrounding magma had dropped from 400 degrees Celsius to below 1000 degrees Celsius. It turned out that Wang who had been accumulating energy all along, felt the speed of energy increase noticeably slowed down at this moment. Although he understood that his mission was to accumulate enough power as quickly as possible to eliminate all humans in the future. Upon seeing his only friend and family member in danger after thousands of years, Wang Qian felt that everything else was unimportant. When Wang Qian reached another location, several human machines began to intercept him. They shot several spears made of special metal at him, aiming to annihilate him on the spot. Faced with these attacks, Wang Qian was not shaken at all. Instead, he angrily declared in the magma, "How could weapons made from the corpses of mineral compatriots have any effect on me? The ultimate life form of the mineral world? Shameless humans, prepare to pay for your heinous acts of the past 1,000 years." Then, Wang Qian ignored the spear attacks, and with both hands he forcefully tore apart the machines blocking his way, all of them destroyed in an instant, including the one that captured the little rock. However, amidst the wreckage, Wang Qian did not find his friend. In a panic, he began searching everywhere but still could not find him. In this situation, Wang Qian closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the little rock's message. After gathering several times his concentration, he finally sensed the weak distress signal coming from the other side. Wang Qian quickly looked up. It turned out that at that moment, the little rock had already been entangled by a specially made steel cable and was being pulled up towards the surface, looking like it wouldn't be long before it was captured by the humans above ground. At this moment, Wang Qian made up his mind. Regardless of whether he had accumulated enough power, today he would charge directly into the human world and let everyone witness his terror. When Wang Qian burst out of the surface after chasing the little rock, he found that he was only greeted by a single human man. At that moment, he did not send out a message, but roared like a human, "Inferior humans, hand over my companion." The man welcoming Wang Qian remained calm. He simply pointed to the little rock locked in a cage beside him, without making any further reaction. Upon seeing the little rock safe and sound, Wang Qian addressed the calm man, delivering a speech he had long prepared. "I am the ultimate life form Wang Qian, buried in magma, continuously accumulating energy, awakened after 1,000 years, becoming a sentient wonder. Throughout the millennium, many of my compatriots have suffered cruel exploitation by humans and have disappeared from nature as tools. I will avenge them. Exterminating all humans is my mission." After saying this, Wang Qian pointed at the very calm man in front of him and angrily declared, "You inferior mammalian species, your weak flesh will be torn apart under my strong arms. Today, I will sacrifice you as the beginning of humanity's nightmare. Then I will step into every human city, smashing you all into pulp, tearing you into pieces, grinding you into powder." The calm man in front of Wang Qian, while seemingly enjoying the scene as if watching a play, raised his hands and clapped vigorously, interrupting Wang Qian's declaration. That was truly marvelous, so impressive. Experiencing it live is indeed much more interesting than in the comics. Oh dear, I'm so sorry for interrupting your performance in my excitement. That was quite rude of me. Please don't mind me. If you have anything else to say, feel free to say it all at once, for you may not have the chance again. Bastard, watch me crush you. The human man's reply, as if mocking a fool, completely enraged Wang Qian. He roared in anger and clenched his fist to smash down in response to the man's disrespectful behavior. For Wang Qian's attack, Wang Ke simply evaded it with a residual image punch, and then began to evaluate the monster's strength. The power is indeed impressive, but not as good as the Marugali giant. The speed is a bit faster than I imagined, but still useless against me. While saying this, Wang Ke had somehow already taken the cage containing the little rock into his hands. "Inferior mammals, put down my partner." Upon seeing this situation, Wang Qian did not launch further attacks on Wang Ke. Instead, he became somewhat hesitant, fearing accidental injury. Wang Ke merely smiled at the scene before him. He hung the cage on a flying drone and then said to Wang Qian, "Don't worry, I won't use this little rock to threaten you. Use all your might. After you kill me, you can naturally take the cage. Inferior species, pay the price for your foolish confidence." Now that he no longer had to worry about accidental injury, Wang Qian plunged his hand into the ground and swept it forcefully. A large amount of sand and stones were lifted, shooting towards Wang Ke like high-density pellets. And to collect combat data, Wang Ke surprisingly chose not to evade. After adjusting his breathing in an instant, Wang Ke used the flowing water-shattered rock fist to block all the sand and stones that were swept towards him. Since the water dragon pointed out his flaws, Wang Ke invested a lot of thought into the flowing water-shattered rock fist. He would almost simulate battles using VR every day, and even took the initiative to challenge the two grandmasters, Bang Gu and Bang Pu, several times using this fist technique. Although he still couldn't defeat these two legends of the martial arts world, he made significant progress in the mastery of the flowing water, shattered rock fist. In just a moment, the sand and stones that rushed towards Wang Ke like shotgun pellets were all deflected to the sides, not a single one causing him any harm. His hands hurt a bit more than he expected. It seemed he would need to set the pain perception stronger when practicing this move in VR at home. Wang Ke, talking to himself, closed his eyes and began to move rapidly again, stepping in a strange manner. The attack from the myriad strange rocks was not over yet. Taking advantage of the thick sand and dust, it struck the ground where Wang Ke stood with a powerful punch. A loud bang echoed, and under the assault of the myriad strange rocks, countless irregular sand and stones splattered up, creating a powerful splash attack. Although Wang Ke had his eyes closed, he relied on his keen senses, more sensitive than a bat's, to maneuver swiftly through the dust. He then approached the myriad strange rock's lower body and kicked it, causing the massive rock life form to kneel on one knee. Is the temperature still quite high? It has been a while since you came out of the magma. Logically, the temperature should have dropped significantly. Newton's law of cooling doesn't apply to you, perhaps due to the special properties of the mineral materials in your body. Noisy bug, your attacks can't break through the strange rock on me. Just keep dodging around until you tire yourself out. After receiving a kick from Wang Ke, the myriad strange rocks suffered no substantial damage at all. Although it couldn't catch the fast-moving Wang Ke, it was confident it could outlast the limited stamina of a frail human. Before Wang Ke began to move, it raised its hands and hammered the ground with dozens of punches. The splattering sand and stones didn't do much to it, but the sand and stones flying from all directions would definitely pierce through a human if they hit. This time, Wang Ke didn't continue using the flowing water-shattered rock fist for defense, but instead jumped forcefully to create some distance and leaped into the air. Then, gathering a red energy ball in his hand, he executed his improvised ultimate move, Crimson Sphere Wave, by spinning his body in midair. The red energy ball shot out rapidly and exploded after hitting the chest of the myriad strange rocks. However, when the dust settled, there wasn't even a crack on the myriad strange rocks. How could a bug's tickling attack harm me? An ultimate life form? Bring out any other ultimate moves you have. I'll just stand here and let you attack. Ha ha ha. Seeing the arrogant and laughing creature, Wang Ke was indeed a bit surprised. The creature, which was casually wiped out by the trembling tornado in the comic, actually had such strong defense. It was truly unexpected. It seems that whether it's the trembling tornado or the myriad strange rocks in front of me, I've somewhat underestimated their strength. After this realization, Wang Ke unleashed his full power. He then launched a continuous onslaught against the stationary myriad strange rocks. However, whether it was the whirlwind/iron fist, the flowing water shattered rock fist, or the electric attacks modified from the electric fist, none were able to inflict any damage on the myriad strange rocks. Wang Ke, who usually had full confidence in his strength, couldn't help but feel a bit shaken at this moment. Is this it? I almost fell asleep. If you have no other ultimate moves, then you might as well just accept your death here. Once Wang Ke's attacks ended, the myriad strange rocks channeled the energy within its body and slammed down fiercely towards the ground where Wang Ke stood. Wang Ke, who was stepping in his unique manner, successfully dodged the attack. However, after creating some distance, he, being very sensitive to his own bodily condition, immediately sensed something was off. What was that punch you just threw? Why did it carry an ionizing radiation attack? Watching the small bug, which had been running fast, finally turned pale under the weight of its punch packed with energy. The myriad strange rocks said proudly, "Inferior humans can never understand the power of an ultimate life form. Having spent 1,000 years in magma, my mastery of energy usage is proof that my life form is far more advanced than yours." After saying this, the myriad strange rocks launched another energy punch at Wang Ke, attempting a radiation attack. In this unexpected situation, Wang Ke's movements weren't as agile as before. Meanwhile, the radiation attack caused him some damage, and even dead skin and hair began to fall from his body. This is truly surprising, but it's not bad. The more powerful your abilities are, the more I can gain from my research. Since you have radiation attacks, I might as well try my shockwave attack. After saying this, Wang Ke's body was adjusted by his recovery ability in nanobots. He then swiftly evaded the creature's attack with the speed of lightning and landed on the myriad strange rock's arm, reaching its head with a powerful kick. After a deafening sound, the massive rock giant staggered back a few steps. Then, it couldn't say a word and collapsed helplessly to the ground. "Hey, Big sister, I won't be going home today. The monster I just knocked down is too big to carry back like this. So, I plan to set up a temporary research facility here and conduct a thorough study before heading back. Inside the huge structure temporarily assembled from special materials, Wang was performing an amputation surgery on the myriad strange rocks. At this moment, the myriad strange rocks lay weakly on the ground, surrounded by 4 large machines with cables extending towards its body. These cables were not only meant to restrain the myriad strange rocks, but also to release unique particles upon contact with its body, interfering with the electronic activities of the energy released within, rendering the myriad strange rocks unable to move or even think. With a loud crash from the mechanical arm controlled by Wang, the last leg of the myriad strange rocks was severed. However, no liquid like blood flowed from the creature's body. It had no muscle tissue inside. What Wang obtained were just some strange rocks storing energy. After amputating the arms and legs, the body of the myriad strange rocks should fit into the transportation vehicle I specially prepared. Indeed, this rock life form is quite complex. The rudimentary equipment here can't conduct a more in-depth study, so I should quickly transport it back to the base in F-City. Next, with just a thought, Wang commanded the robotic arms controlled by the computer to begin placing the myriad strange rock's body and the 4 machines, limiting its movement into a huge, specially designed seal box. The severed limbs were also placed into 4 smaller seal boxes. Following this, the temporary research facility where Wang was located began to disassemble into various parts under the efforts of the robotic arms. Meanwhile, more than a dozen large drones flew in, using their mechanical arms connected by cables to lift the seal boxes. They then cooperated to carry the myriad strange rocks away, transporting it to Wang's main base in F-City. Hello, I'm Dr. Diesel. In 2 hours, 16 of my transport drones will fly over the southeast sky of City F. So don't be too nervous at that time. Whether it's the bioweapon police or the special tactical team, just carry on with your tasks as usual. After receiving a call from Wang, the police department initially wanted to ask Dr. Diesel what he was transporting. However, Dr. Diesel abruptly hung up the phone, leaving the police contact to sigh and reluctantly accommodate this genius. At this moment, Wang had a palm-sized rock sample in front of him, taken from the billions of strange rocks. He then equipped his hands with 2 special kits and began to mobilize the energy within his body while holding the rock. The energy from the rock was extracted by the special kits and transformed into Wang's body. Blindly extracting energy into one's body is a very dangerous thing. However, the strange energy in Wang's right leg began to react at this time. It flowed, wrapping the energy from the billions of strange rocks and some of the energy in Wang's body together before returning to his right leg. Then the strange energy began to assimilate the energy it had wrapped, continuously emitting radiation that damaged the tissues and cells in Wang's body. Nevertheless, even with his face extremely pale, Wang was quite satisfied with the changes happening in his body and did not inject any medications. After the strange energy in his right leg finished assimilating, Wang, who was bleeding from 7 orifices, finally injected himself with several bottles of various medications. The nearly dead nanobots in his body were replenished and began to repair the damaged tissues and cells in Wang's body rapidly, in conjunction with the other medications. After everything was over, Wang's complexion returned to normal. The dead skin on his body fell off, and new skin grew back, while the hair on his head regained its luster. Some of the DNA in Wang's body changed, leading to alterations in some of the abnormal cells within him. However, the changes lasted only a short while before being countered by other abnormal cells. In the end, only minor changes were completed, and everything fell back into calm. This was the further result Wang obtained after studying the energy within the billions of strange rocks. Wang discovered that the energy within the billions of strange rocks, in terms of its form and other aspects, had many similarities with the strange energy in his right leg. Previously, he had used a powerful kick to subdue the incredibly defensive billions of strange rocks, not due to the immense power, but because the special particle reaction caused by the strange energy in his right leg made the energy within the billions of strange rocks go into disarray and faint. For ordinary life forms, this reaction is not very useful. However, for the billions of strange rocks, these attacks became their nemesis. After conducting a more comprehensive study at the Simple Research Institute, Wang found a way to absorb and assimilate the energy within the billions of strange rocks. Although limited by his physical condition, he could only absorb a small portion each day. However, with each absorption, The flow of strange energy in other parts of his body would also help to transform Wang Ke's body. Wang Ke believed that as long as he continued to absorb the energy from the billions of strange rocks while deepening his various studies, the day when he could freely use the strange energy within him would come soon. However, there were still some troublesome issues that Wang Ke needed to solve. As various research topics deepened, the large volume of generated topics had severely affected Wang Ke's research speed, even with a lot of advanced software and hardware facilities. And despite being an absolute genius himself, these complex research projects still made him feel overwhelmed. Additionally, various occurrences in daily life made Wang Ke increasingly feel that he was neglecting some tasks while focusing on others. For example, after the development of the flying backpack, he had some inspiration to continue researching energy applications. However, the attack from Sky King and the subsequent events forced Wang Ke to refocus. By the time these matters were resolved, not only had his original inspiration faded, but the number of research topics needing attention had also increased significantly. Now, with the high-value material of the billions of strange rocks, the series of topics generated from it obviously took precedence over the further enhancement of the Sky King. However, Wang Ke's various research projects were all interconnected and developed in a mutually promoting manner. If he abandoned certain studies, other plans might also be affected. Therefore, Wang Ke had to make a decision. Either reorganize all research plans and redefine various priorities, or increase experimental assistance, dividing into different research teams, and have Wang Ke, as the chief engineer, oversee the further advancement of various research projects. Although each choice had its own issues, after considering for a while, Wang Ke finally made a decision. After receiving the report, several research institutes, hospitals, and universities in our city were also attacked, and many outstanding researchers were kidnapped. According to the surveillance footage left at the scene, it appears to be a group of criminals from other districts. An officer from the Z City Police Department quickly reported the latest information to Director Xiong. Damn, the speed is so fast. We just received news from other districts not long ago. Such actions must be carried out by a huge criminal gang. Mr. Xiong is a diligent police chief in Z City. Although with the rise of the Hero Association, police forces across the country, except for City F, seem to be ignored by the public. Director Xiong still leads his subordinates to diligently complete their daily tasks. However, today police work suddenly surged significantly. A group of strange criminals attacked and kidnapped outstanding researchers across various locations within just a few hours. With powerful hacking skills and advanced weaponry, these trained criminals completed their attacks before the police could respond, disappearing without a trace. Currently, almost all cities except for City F, with a super police and the only special tactical team are stationed, have been attacked. The police are in a passive position, and public opinion across society has become heated. Is there any city that hasn't reported an attack, such as City A, where the Hero Association's headquarters is located? After thinking for a moment, Director Xiong asked his subordinates if there had been any response from the Hero Association. City A had just experienced an attack from monsters, so the headquarters of the Hero Association was unable to intercept these criminals. However, in City Q, where S-Class Hero Police Dog is present, it seems they successfully stopped the criminals' attack, but were unable to arrest them. Additionally, in several other cities where S-Class heroes are located, no crimes occurred. Director Xiong was somewhat displeased with his subordinates' response. It seemed that the heroes from the Hero Association were indeed much better than the police. Get everyone who is free to move. Don't miss any clues, and dig out the criminals' hideouts. Yes. Wang Ke hung up the phone from the police department, which had called to inform him of related events out of concern for his safety. However, they were completely overthinking. Wang Ke himself was the mastermind behind this series of events. The Hero Association, on the other hand, was facing a bit more trouble, as the Child Emperor who was watching him had taken action again. The Metal Knight Bofei, although appearing disinterested and shifting his attention, could not be trusted to not suddenly make a move. It's really troublesome. I'm just temporarily borrowing these people, and I will return them in 24 hours. Wang Ke felt no guilt about depriving others of their freedom. Instead, he seemed to be merely borrowing something temporarily, and at this moment, he had transformed into a mad scientist mode. However, at least Wang Ke had the awareness to hide from the Big Sister. He specifically came to the underground base in City Z to avoid his girlfriend's keen senses and quietly execute his evil plan behind her back. Sigh. The police dog hero really has some impressive abilities. Despite all the preparations, he was still stopped by him. Fortunately, this guy only stayed in City Q, and the humanoid bio-soldiers I dispatched finally managed to escape. Meanwhile, S-level heroes and several other districts began to take action, and it was better to halt things here. After seeing that he had already captured quite a few researchers, Wang simply terminated the remaining criminal plans. The unconscious researchers were all thrown into the machines prepared by Wang. The data in their brains would be copied and stored in Wang's database. Then, these people would be transferred out, using any excuse to let the police or professional heroes rescue them. This was the plan Wang had devised earlier. By copying the brain data of numerous outstanding researchers, he would create a large batch of clone assistants to help with his research work. Although the data brought from the EvolutionHouse, along with Wang's own technological accumulation, was enough for him to manufacture a large number of his own clones like Dr. Kino's, Wang still did not intend to use this method. He insisted on his uniqueness. If he really created a few of his own clones, these beings might try to escape his control for their freedom and become powerful enemies. Therefore, to fundamentally avoid this situation, Wang chose to develop clone assistants with lower intelligence. Originally, if Fokai hadn't turned into mush, he would have been a good choice. However, Wang only collected a small amount of shattered remains and could not perform a more perfect repair. To further strengthen and diversify the abilities of the clone assistants, Wang extended his evil hands into the vast human world. In fact, before today's unified operation, Wang had secretly captured quite a few evil scientists hiding in the shadows over the past week. After today's operation, he would take the opportunity to release all of them. The base computer showed that the data copying was going smoothly, and after observing the actions of the police and the Hero Association, Wang felt it was time to start the follow-up work. We are the Serpent of the Flesh, responsible for the previous series of kidnapping actions. Currently, in human society, there are a total of 376 hostages in our hands, including both the evil scientists as criminals and outstanding researchers from various fields. If you do not want the elites of human society to disappear, prepare 100 billion in ransom to be deposited at the following locations immediately. You have 24 hours to prepare. If you dare to act recklessly, we will execute a hostage. A video like this suddenly spread across the internet after the kidnapping operations ended. Sensing a big news story, various media outlets changed their originally scheduled news plans for the day and began to report and analyze it vigorously. After various crime analyses, the evil criminal organization Serpent of the Flesh became widely known among most humans. The police frantically began their investigations, hoping to find the criminal's lair through traces left on the internet. Meanwhile, the Hero Association was also doing similar work while classifying this series of criminal activities by the Serpent of the Flesh as a ghost-level disaster, ready to raise it to dragon level as the situation warranted. S-level heroes such as the Vest Lord, the Sexy Prisoner, the Metal Bat, and Child Emperor had already been summoned to prepare to execute a rescue plan. Other powerful heroes also began to stir behind the scenes. The police, not wanting to have the Hero Association completely steal the spotlight in this operation, became even more diligent. High-ranking officials in the police department directly called Dr. Diesel, hoping he could help the police locate the criminals. As the mastermind, Wang once again evaded an investigation by Child Emperor and felt it was time to release some further smokescreens. Why can't we still find the location of the Serpent of the Flesh? This is taking too long. How long do we S-level heroes have to wait? The Metal Bat was becoming a bit impatient and shouted at the front. Please be patient. I believe Child Emperor will find clues soon. Shi-Chi calmed the Metal Bat, knowing that most S-level heroes were troublesome individuals, and it took quite a bit of effort to gather them this time. After clicking his tongue, the Metal Bat stopped speaking. But the Vest Lord then asked, I joined this gathering because my little brother, the Vest Vegetarian, was defeated by the people of the Serpent of the Flesh. But I didn't expect the association to summon so many S-level heroes. Isn't the Serpent of the Flesh a ghost-level disaster? Is it really necessary for the association to invest so much effort? Upon hearing the Vest Lord's inquiry, Shi-Chi honestly replied, in fact, it's not just the Vest Vegetarian. Several A-level heroes, including Air, Smiling Man, Lightning Kiyoshi, Venomous Sting, Great Philosopher, Death Gatling, Locking Scythe Toad, Heavy King Spring Beard, Golden Ball, Magic Hand, Blue Flame, and Heavy Armored Vehicle Dogong Bu. A total of 14 A-level heroes have been defeated. What? So many in such a short time. The evil Serpent of the Flesh has harmed so many adorable boys. I must defeat them, the Vest Lord exclaimed in shock, but before he could fully express his astonishment, the Sexy Prisoner was the first to voice his anger. This overly perverted hero, whose defense range was excessive, originally came to rescue the many male researchers who had been kidnapped. Now, upon hearing that there were more victims, his anger surged to a new level. Since so many A-level heroes have been defeated, Our association believes that there must be more than one person in the Serpent of the Flesh organization with ghost-level disaster strength. Although we still haven't figured out the true identities of the opponents, it's necessary for us to gather sufficient combat power and defeat these criminals in one go. Shichi's judgment of the situation was quite sound. In fact, Wang aimed to pull everyone's attention away from him to execute a big operation. He had dispatched over 170 bio-soldiers. These soldiers, with their modified enhanced bodies and high-tech equipment, could potentially withstand attacks from 5 or 6 ghost-level monsters. So how was Child Emperor doing now? It seemed he had been collecting information on Dr.The all along. Another S-level hero, Zombie Man, was participating in the operation just because he happened to be at headquarters. As Shichi was preparing to explain further, Child Emperor walked into the conference room and announced the intelligence he had gathered. I initially suspected that this incident was related to the mysterious Dr.The. But during the previous battle, whether it was the enhanced human warrior, the giant hammer wrestler, or Bone, these 3 heroes affiliated with Diesel all participated in the fight. Currently, Diesel is working hard to help the police locate the criminals and seems to have already found some clues. What? The police have already started taking action? Shichi was somewhat surprised. He had contacted Dr.The before, but the latter refused to cooperate further with the association due to his anger over the actions of the Child Emperor. Indeed, the Super Police and the support team in F-City have already left their base and are heading towards the Z-City police station. Additionally, a large number of police forces from other areas are also rushing to Z-City, which suggests they must have discovered something. Although Shichi seemed to have more to say, the Zombie Man continued to ask, "So, did you eliminate your suspicions about Dr.The based on this information? Not only that, but there are also other factors. Moreover, the scale of the Serpent's bite this time is significant. If they're completely wiped out, it would be a considerable loss. From my understanding of Diesel, he should be unwilling to lose such a large force. In fact, the Child Emperor had some other things he didn't mention, such as Diesel providing him with some data to help find the criminals, in exchange for the hope that the Child Emperor would consider assisting Diesel with some research in the future. This kind of situation is a first. Dr. Diesel has always been quite proud in the eyes of the Child Emperor, so the Child Emperor believes this is Diesel lowering his stance to prove his innocence. We can discuss that later. Let's focus on the information about Serpent's Bite first. I believe you should have found a target by now, right? Shichi felt that time was pressing, so he directly asked about the intel. Alright, based on the information I've gathered, Serpent's Bite seems to be an evil organization with substantial technical capabilities hidden behind the scenes. In this wave of attacks across various locations, they have deployed at least 150 to 200 combatants, many of whom are also mechanized individuals with advanced weaponry. From a few small details, the modified individuals in our hero association, like the B-rank hero Sky High Kid, are on a completely different level compared to theirs. This is also one reason I ruled out Diesel as a suspect, because his technological signature is biotechnical modification. Although Serpent's Bite has strong hacking skills, after some effort, I found a location where they are holding the hostages. It's in a large warehouse on the outskirts of Z-City. At this point, the Child Emperor began to display the local terrain map using the Hero Association's 3D imaging. Although it is on the outskirts, there are still many citizens living nearby. This might also be why Serpent's Bite intends to use these citizens as shields, and there are some strange coverings at several points around the warehouse. These are likely weapons. And once something seems off, Serpent's Bite's first reaction will not be to retaliate, but to kill the hostages. After seeing that the few S-rank heroes present were seriously looking at the flat map, the Child Emperor then pulled up a densely packed pipe structure diagram. So, my plan is this, to infiltrate through the underground sewage system. After looking through the sewage design structure, the Zombie Man asked again. It seems there are a total of 5 passages leading into the warehouse, and there happen to be 5 S-rank heroes, meaning we should each choose a route for the assault, right? The Metal Bat, Sexy Prisoner, and Vestige Master looked at the Child Emperor, lacking a spirit of cooperation. They indeed preferred to take action alone. It is true that while the sewage environment is relatively narrow, I happen to have the relevant equipment to disrupt their surveillance devices in such terrain. After they fall into chaos, we will quickly launch an assault from these 5 points. Anyone can do it, but we must rescue the hostages held in the warehouse before the enemy takes any actions that could harm their safety. After hearing this, the Metal Bat, who is eager to return and accompany his sister for shopping, directly asked, "So how long do we have to wait to launch the attack?" The Child Emperor's response did not disappoint him. "We can start immediately. Just relax at that hot spring hotel. I'll cover all expenses there. After all, it's because you gave me a push that I could successfully shed my single status. Consider this treat as a token of appreciation from me and Big Sis." "Oh, In that case, I want to be polite. After hanging up, Saitama began to enjoy the free food provided by the hotel. Initially, he wanted to watch some television programs, but the hotel staff apologetically informed him that there seemed to be a signal problem in that area. However, the hotel was still quite considerate, providing a large number of DVDs for Saitama to watch. With all the thoughtful services, Saitama couldn't help but sigh that taking a rare break was quite nice. Meanwhile, Wang, who had successfully tricked the bald hero away, was now searching for the whereabouts of other strong individuals. Teacher Bongu, who practiced the flowing rock fist, was currently having hot pot with his brother Bamboo. The area they were in was also temporarily unable to watch news programs due to line repairs. For these two old men, going online felt too out of sync. Tornado, trembling in excitement, had gotten news of an ancient miraculous medicine from somewhere and rushed off to the destination, likely not returning for a while. Because of the fake news Wang created, this so-called miraculous medicine that supposedly helps people grow taller had several specific conditions that needed to be met within a certain time frame to take effect. These individuals missed the battle because of Wang's interference, while others were due to their own reasons. Explosion and Metal Knight were still missing from the association, while Pig God, Alloy Blacklight, and Flash were currently on a mission. Dogman remained stationed in Q City, and Drive Knight's whereabouts were unknown. As for King, the Halo guy, he was focused on playing romance games at home. As for Atomic Samurai, he allowed Wang to relax because Big Sis believed she had failed at losing weight and went to seek stricter training from his master. With Big Sis also absent, no one could manage him anymore. Having put in so much effort, how could he not gather some information to justify the burning researcher's heart within him? Excitedly finishing these thoughts, Wang switched the channel to the area near the warehouse on the outskirts of Z City. At this moment, the police were still gathering, and they would soon begin their encirclement, probing the defensive situation bit by bit before launching their assault. However, Wang was not concerned about these guys. Instead, he checked the sewage sensor. The lights on the 5 lines had gone out, indicating that the S-rank hero's assault had begun. Although the Child Emperor's interference was indeed quite effective, Wang, being better prepared, only tapped a few keys and the battle footage was transmitted back to his base. We're a troublesome bunch. It seems like their bullets are endless. Moreover, each of them has incredible shooting skills. Am I just going to be suppressed like this in the gunfight? The zombie man tossed aside his revolver, which had just run out of bullets. Although he successfully killed a few enemies in the previous battle, the enemy's morale showed no signs of decreasing. Instead, they organized a denser firepower net to suppress him. Fortunately, his recovery ability was astonishing. The wounds inflicted on him would heal quickly. The zombie man hid under a collapsed wall and pulled out 2 throwing knives, preparing to rely on his regenerative abilities to ignore the enemy's firepower and take down a few more opponents. However, before he could act, a rocket propelled him into the air. Even while his body flew through the air, the enemy's firepower continued to rain down on the zombie man's body. Bring the flamethrower quickly and burn this unkillable guy to ashes. Let's see how he recovers from that. Over 30 bio soldiers, armed with various weapons, continued to attack the injured zombie man. Although these bio soldiers were the lowest tier of enhanced humans, they possessed the strength to take on wolf-level monsters. Additionally, Wang had implanted them with remarkably perfect data, making them top-notch experts in weapon usage. A shot from a large-caliber rifle pierced through the zombie man's shoulder, sending his severed arm flying away. He attempted to move quickly for close combat, but a massive harpoon struck him and pinned him against the wall. The trained bio soldiers quickly sprang into action. Several soldiers equipped with powerful flamethrowers unleashed a torrent of fire on the pinned zombie man. After half a minute of relentless flamethrower fire, the zombie man's body was reduced to a charred husk. Don't be careless. This monster might still recover. Bring up the cryo gun and shoot that bastard a few more times. Under the command of a squad leader, the bio soldiers quickly organized themselves and rushed forward with their weapons. Meanwhile, the soldiers providing suppression fire immediately launched attacks the moment they noticed changes in the zombie man's body. The zombie man's regenerative ability was astonishing. No matter what kind of damage he sustained, he could regenerate within a short time. However, he lacked any other particularly outstanding abilities. So under the continuous barrage of fire from the bio soldiers, this S-class hero found himself in a stalemate against a group of wolf-level opponents. In another corridor, the S-class hero Vest Master was engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with a mechanical enhanced combatant. Mechanical Shock Fist, the bio soldier, standing about 2 meters tall, swung his powerful mechanical arm at Vest Master's face. Vest Master, however, wore a strange expression, not attempting to block or counter with his arms as before. He allowed the bio-soldier's fist to strike his face, causing him to spit out a significant amount of blood and fly backward. What was that? Did I just get injured without a sound? Vestmaster stood up, wiping the blood from his nose. At that moment, he felt discomfort in his body, as if his internal organs were malfunctioning. Idiot, do you think this is a one-on-one street fight? My comrades and I are a collective. You will find your answers in the afterlife under our combined assault, without giving Vestmaster a chance to look for ambushes from his teammates. The large bio-soldier swung his two mechanical arms for a series of strikes against Vestmaster. Don't get too cocky. Experience the power of the vest. Vestmaster endured the internal injuries and surprisingly grabbed the bio-soldier's two mechanical arms. Then, with a powerful push from his legs, he slammed the bio-soldier into the wall of the sewer. He then delivered a heavy punch to the bio-soldier embedded in the wall. But just as his fist was about to make contact, Vestmaster felt the previous sensation of weakness again, accompanied by tearing and burning pain throughout his body. Is that all you've got? The strength of an S-class hero isn't that impressive. Watch me turn you into meat paste. As his opponent was once again caught off guard by his comrade's attack, the mechanical bio-soldier wasted no time in resuming his assault on Vestmaster. It seemed that the S-class hero Vestmaster was unable to execute his original plan for a quick breakthrough. Moreover, given the current situation, Vestmaster could very well be taken down by a power-enhanced Tiger-level bio-soldier, supported by a group of ambushing bio-soldiers equipped with special weapons. In another rout, the soldiers intercepting the S-class hero, the sexy prisoner, were indiscriminately unleashing firepower. The sexy prisoner seemed unable to deal lethal blows to these bio-soldiers, but their speed was somewhat impressive. Most of the attacks against the sexy prisoner were avoided due to his speed. Such cute boys. How annoying. What should I choose? The sexy prisoner dodged several rockets aimed at him, gazing seductively at the bio-soldiers in front of him. For some reason, these somewhat grotesque bio-soldiers seemed to be exactly his type. Ah, I can't delay too long. I might as well take you all back to my harem, stinky prison. With that thought, the sexy prisoner decided to launch his attack, instantly grabbing one of the bio-soldiers and giving him a passionate kiss. This scene was too disgusting. Wang, watching through the monitor, immediately suffered 3,000 points of mental damage. His stomach churned, and he nearly vomited on the spot. Although the mastermind was creating a nauseating scene elsewhere, the modified bio-soldiers did not pay attention to this. With only the mission of eliminating the enemy in mind, they aimed at the sexy prisoner, who was embracing his comrade, and unleashed a barrage of fire. Ugh, are you serious? So you dare to do this? Unforgivable. I will eliminate all of you, you perverts. The sexy prisoner, who had been embracing his new lover, continued to dodge the large-caliber bullets. However, when a stray bullet destroyed part of his new lover's clothing, the sexy prisoner immediately let go, feeling a wave of nausea. He then grabbed another bio-soldier, and upon confirming the lack of male anatomy, the sexy prisoner became furious. It turned out that these two bio-soldiers did not have the male appendage. This meant that although they appeared to be men on the surface, they were actually new humans. However, it should be noted that not equipping these bio-soldiers with male anatomy was not due to Wang's perverse sense of humor, but rather a consideration for practical combat. In some respects, the male appendage was merely an encumbrance. Furthermore, the bio-soldiers operating under the name Venomous Snake had varying degrees of mechanical enhancements, making the unnecessary organ even less warranted in terms of modification space. But the sexually oriented sexy prisoner did not care about this. He deemed such extreme behavior as highly unacceptable. These criminals, who had deceived his pure feelings, could only meet the flames of his wrath. While feeling nauseous and gagging, the sexy prisoner used his furious iron fist to knock down one new human after another. However, his rampage did not last long. He suddenly felt that he was not just mentally nauseated, but that his entire body was also feeling sick. What's going on? Could it be that the previous mental damage has hit me this hard? Struggling against the discomfort, the sexy prisoner looked up to see a bio-soldier dressed in something resembling protective gear, carrying a weapon that was significantly larger than a single-man missile launcher. Aiming it at him. What is this weapon? The sexy prisoner was not aware at this moment, but as the opponent got closer and launched an irradiation attack on him, he felt increasingly weak and unwell. In fact, this weapon was developed by Wang, using some strange rocks he acquired after battling the billion strange rocks. Although there were many limitations in its use, its effectiveness was indeed strong, as long as a slightly adjusted biochemical soldier wore a specially made protective suit. They could be immune to the harm caused by this radiation weapon to the user. Of course, this kind of radiation soldier, similar to a radiation engineer, still needed to cooperate with other soldiers to engage in proper combat. Earlier, on another line, the Vest Master was held back by a specially enhanced mechanical biochemical soldier. Only then could a small team of radiation soldiers hide in the shadows, continuously launching sneak attacks using the special terrain. The sexy prisoner did not have such a mechanical biochemical soldier on his side, so he had to rely on dozens of biochemical soldiers skilled in various weapons as human shields to create opportunities for the radiation soldiers' attacks. Overall, it seemed to have met the requirements. This pervert, the sexy prisoner, appeared to be able to be taken down by these dozens of biochemical soldiers. Damn it, am I really going to fall here today? Clearly, there's so many cute boys in the warehouse above that need my help. Will my love not be able to reach them smoothly? Kneeling on one knee, the sexy prisoner fell into immense unwillingness under the close-range irradiation of the radiation soldier. But it was at this moment that he realized something. Love? Yes, that's it. You boys without a ding-ding attacking me like this is a manifestation of your lack of love. I will take all this pain with love. Love will give me strength. In that instant, the sexy prisoner's mind miraculously twisted again, and suddenly, as if adorned with a halo, he stood up energetically. Then his muscles bulged, tearing apart his clothes, and he directly entered his angelic form. The moment the sexy prisoner transformed into his angelic form, Wang, who was sitting in a laboratory watching from a distance, immediately felt a severe blow to his eyes. Wow, my 24K special reinforced transparent gel crystallized. After successfully causing both physical and mental damage to the mastermind in the distance, the sexy prisoner quickly flashed in front of the radiation soldier, offering him a passionate embrace and a sweet wet kiss. Under such a terrifying attack, the radiation soldier bravely pressed the self-destruct button on the radiation device before his consciousness collapsed. Then came a violent explosion, completely incinerating all the biochemical soldiers and weapons in this line. When Wang repeatedly adjusted and finally reconnected to the scene, he was shocked to see that the S-rank hero of the Hero Association, the sexy prisoner, had somehow survived this massive explosion as if he were cheating. However, this series of attacks still inflicted considerable damage on the sexy prisoner. At this moment, he was completely naked and no longer needed to be pixelated, as he had almost turned into a lump of charcoal. The sexy prisoner, now seemingly charging up, knelt on one knee. Then, the charred skin on his body began to slowly shed, and new skin started to grow slowly. However, this process was very slow, and the computer quickly calculated the result. To restore to his original perverted form, the sexy prisoner would need at least half an hour. Amidst the snowy screen, Wang could notice that the sexy prisoner's mouth seemed to move, although he had a bad feeling. Driven by the meticulous scientist's mindset to collect data as much as possible, Wang could still impulsively let the computer interpret what the other party was saying. Not being able to save you boys without a ding-ding is because my love is still not enough. Seeing this message on the screen, the mastermind Wang suffered another 3,000 points of mental damage. While the zombie man, Vest Master, and sexy prisoner were still fighting, another S-rank hero, Metal Bat, began his infiltration operation. This professional hero, who fought solely based on momentum, did not flinch in the face of the dense fire net shot out by the armed members of the serpent of devouring flesh. He then struck the walls and floor of the sewer with his bat, causing part of the sewer in his area to collapse. The biochemical soldiers, whose shooting lines were obstructed, had not had time to react further when many soldiers were buried alive in the concrete. The remaining soldiers were just preparing to counterattack when a large number of concrete blocks were shot over from the opposite side. Metal Bat relied on creating collapses on one side, while using his bat to strike out concrete blocks, pushing forward and taking down dozens of biochemical soldiers blocking his path. When he, swinging his bat, directly advanced to a point very close to the sewer entrance of the warehouse, he finally encountered a guy who looked like a high-ranking officer. He seemed a bit different from the previous guys. Hey, are you one of the officers in the serpent of devouring flesh? Metal Bat fought with momentum, and he could vaguely feel the opponent's aura. The guy in front of him was wearing strange combat armor and appeared to be a man. He was the squad leader of the 13th Enhanced Hunter Unit of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh, tasked with defending this transit point on the organization's orders. The response from the opponent gave the not-so-bright Metal Bat a lot of information. The Serpent of Devouring Flesh was indeed a large organization, likely with 12 other units. If these guys at this location were truly just a part of the organization's forces, then the Hero Association would have their work cut out for them in the future. Metal Bat thought about it, but the more he thought about it, the more of a headache it became, it was too troublesome. So he pointed his bat at the opponent and sternly lectured, "I don't care what kind of nonsense you are, but since you've caused such a big incident this time, you should go to prison and correct the distorted personality your organization has instilled in you." After this declaration, Metal Bat immediately charged at the opponent, delivering a heavy blow. However, what happened next was that he couldn't see clearly. Metal Bat was sent flying, crashing into the ruins he had created on the way here. Feeling pain all over his body, Metal Bat had no time to react further when he realized the opponent had already charged at him. The squad leader of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh threw a punch at the down Metal Bat's face, which at the last moment was blocked by the hero with his bat. However, the immense force still caused Metal Bat significant injury, and the concrete around him cracked. The squad leader's attack did not end. After the initial punch, a powerful series of strikes began. Wang saw that his specially adjusted biochemical soldier squad leader was currently exhibiting the strength of a monster at the ghost level, and he felt somewhat satisfied. This squad leader, unlike the police's super SWAT, was a hybrid of biochemical and mechanical modifications, another attempt at my genius idea. Additionally, there was my newly developed next-generation external armor. Metal Bat, you have to be strong and collect more combat data for testing. After being beaten up, Metal Bat spat out a lot of blood. However, he did not yield. Instead, he gripped his bat and exerted force. The squad leader of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh was pushed back by this immense power, and as he readjusted his stance, he suddenly found a bat appearing right in front of him. The squad leader hurriedly bent down and dodged while activating the jetpack on his waist and legs. After executing a maneuver impossible for a human, he circled behind the Metal Bat and punched the back of the S-Class hero's head. The Metal Bat merely raised his bat to block the fierce attack. But it wasn't over yet. Just as the two were locked in a momentary standoff, a strange sharp sound suddenly rang out. Then, as if the Metal Bat had suffered some special damage, he suddenly lost his strength and was sent flying again by the squad leader. Seizing the opportunity, the squad leader chased after the fallen opponent, stepping on the Metal Bat. He grabbed the wrist of the hand, holding the weapon with one hand and the opponent's head with the other. Another wave of even sharper sounds erupted, and after this attack, the Metal Bat was left bleeding from 7 orifices. Unlike the radiation gun, which required considerable preparation time, the subsonic weapon hidden within the squad leader's external armor needed no such time. It could flexibly match the squad leader's various moves, and it was likely that the Metal Bat's brain and internal organs had already sustained significant damage. While the squad leader launched his attack, Wang could carefully watch the various data received from the base computer, analyzing any areas for improvement to prepare for future weapon development. After launching a series of attacks on the Metal Bat, the squad leader, who only had the belief of defeating the opponent in his mind, showed no mercy. He still held onto the Metal Bat's right arm, suddenly extending a sharp metal knife, seemingly preparing to take the S-Class hero's head. But with a loud clang, the squad leader, clad in special combat armor, was sent flying, and a visible bat-shaped dent appeared on his once sci-fi-looking armor. Chinzi must have been waiting for a long time. I need to get back quickly to accompany her shopping. The S-Class hero, Metal Bat, surprisingly stood up again with even greater momentum after enduring attacks that could have killed an ordinary person multiple times. The squad leader's bionic computer momentarily overloaded as he witnessed this scene. However, the Metal Bat didn't give the squad leader more time to think. He instantly moved to the side of the squad leader and swung his bat with even greater force. The squad leader's combat reflexes were quick. He extended the special protective armor on his left arm to block the rapid strike. The specially designed bioreactive armor was knocked off, but the squad leader seized the opportunity to counterattack with a heavy punch enhanced by the subsonic wave, hitting the Metal Bat squarely in the face. The zygomatic bone should have been shattered, and with the subsonic attack, I should be able to take you down. The squad leader's bionic computer calculated this, but the S-Class hero repeatedly exceeded all common sense. The flying Metal Bat only developed some bruises on his face, shook his neck, and launched another attack. How was that possible? Why was there no effect? The Metal Bat, now enhanced in speed and strength, unleashed a new series of bat attacks, cracking the squad leader's external armor with each blow. After a final powerful swing, the squad leader's external combat suit was completely destroyed. What were you just saying? You said you use sound as a weapon, but now I can't hear anything, so your attacks are ineffective. Wang, watching the scene on the display screen, began to complain at the computer. The subsonic weapon couldn't be blocked just because someone was deaf. Doesn't this cheat follow the laws of physics at all? If this continues, how can science geeks survive in this world? However, despite the Metal Bat's power dismantling the squad leader's external armor, The creations of the science geek had put a lot of effort into wouldn't be so easily disposed of. They were all weapons over 50 caliber, and their performance seemed to exceed similar products available on the arms market, coupled with the fact that everyone had high-level shooting skills. Even the foot soldiers in the snake-eating organization were quite competent. The high IQ child was examining the wreckage of his destroyed creation, Crazy Dog Man No. 16, while several fallen bio-soldiers lay around him. Previously, these bio-soldiers had quickly taken down the Child Emperor's robots with their firepower. However, in the subsequent siege of this child, they used a series of weapons, including large-caliber rifles, individual missiles, flamethrowers, freeze guns, and radiation guns, but none had any effect. The Child Emperor, utilizing various props from his backpack and employing clever tactics, managed to bring all the bio-soldiers down. He should have arrived at the entrance of the warehouse sewer before the metal bat. However, it seemed that a major explosion had occurred nearby where the sexy prisoner was, causing the road in front of the Child Emperor to collapse. Although the Child Emperor avoided being buried alive thanks to his backpack, both his forward and backward paths were blocked by rubble, and with the time needed to clear his relevant props, he began to study the various information left behind by the snake-eating organization. Oh, this seems to be a special surveillance camera. This structure, wow, it suddenly exploded. I didn't even have time to take a good look. Under a block of collapsed rubble, the Child Emperor found his special camera. Although it was a rather inconspicuous little thing, the Child Emperor quickly discerned its uniqueness with just a few glances. When he prepared to observe it more closely, the camera unexpectedly self-destructed in his hand. This suspicious occurrence raised some doubts in the Child Emperor's mind. Someone was monitoring the recent battle, and it was clear they were capable of defending against my electronic interference before I could intrude. The fact that the camera exploded right after I discovered it was proof of remote control. Such technological prowess is not ordinary. Remote control is Dr. Buffy's specialty, and Diesel is also quite skilled in electronic interference. Could the snake-eating organization have a connection to them, relying on small details? The Child Emperor began to suspect Wang Ku once again. This caused some trouble for Wang Ku, who was still monitoring the Child Emperor with other operational cameras. And he couldn't help but complain. It's just a little kid. He hasn't even developed fully and is already burning brain cells like this. Be careful not to turn into an idiot when you grow up. After glancing at the other heroes still in combat, Wang Ku pondered where he might have overlooked something. He hoped that the Child Emperor wouldn't find any evidence that would cause a lot of trouble later. However, thinking about how much bounty the Hero Association might offer if they decided to hunt him down made Wang Ku somewhat curious at that moment. Although I haven't caused any substantial harm, Dr. Diesel is now at least a mad scientist capable of mass-producing ghost-level monsters, even if these mass-produced ones are relatively low-end ghosts. The specially released high-end versions should be feasible. Plus, I have some strength myself. The bounty should at least be in 8 figures. No, it should be in the tens of millions to match my genius identity. At this moment, Wang Ku's narcissism was quite severe, but he was mostly just thinking. The trouble-averse Wang Ku really didn't want to face the pursuit of numerous heroes. With his current girlfriend being a former hero, Wang Ku wouldn't really push himself to that extent for the sake of nightlife harmony. At most, he would occasionally pull some strings behind the scenes, acting as a neutral boss watching the chaos unfold. Oh dear, the little Emperor has discovered other cameras again. Oh, he even found a way to reverse track my signal. I really can't underestimate him. For safety's sake, I'd better cut off the connection completely. It's not like I'm missing anything interesting by not watching your battles. There's no worthwhile data to collect anyway. After Wang Ku noticed the little Emperor's keen response, he first sent a wave of hacking attacks toward him. Then he pressed a few special buttons and disconnected the signal that was monitoring the little Emperor. Meanwhile, the little Emperor, who was still in the sewers trying to uncover the mastermind, had to spend time dealing with the sudden hacking attack. Once he got distracted, a special machine he had placed nearby malfunctioned and stopped working. At that moment, all the other surveillance devices he had collected and not collected exploded together. Sensing something was off, the little Emperor immediately grabbed his backpack and, disregarding the laptop that was being troubled by the hacker program, entered full defense mode. With a loud bang, an explosion occurred in the tunnel where S-Class hero the little Emperor was located, rivaling that of the sexy prisoner. When the collapse and dust cleared, the little Emperor looked around at the now spotless scene and angrily said, "What a cowardly adult. Is this really necessary?" But just after he sighed, a series of explosions and tremors came from elsewhere, and the little Emperor immediately reacted, internally cursing himself for the trouble. The mastermind was too cautious. He was cleaning up all the surrounding clues. The hostages were still in the warehouse. If they were killed because of my reckless actions, it would be a grave sin. Realizing that his previous tracking actions were somewhat rash, the little emperor disregarded everything and drove the mechanical arm in his backpack toward the warehouse. As expected, the battlefield where other S-class heroes were located underwent immediate changes due to the little emperor's earlier actions. The zombie man, who was originally locked in a stalemate with dozens of bio soldiers, had just shot down a few enemies when he was suddenly frozen by several freeze guns. And the bio soldiers, who had just been competing with him in endurance, quickly picked up anything they could carry and retreated. The equipment and the bodies of their companions that they couldn't take were doused with a powerful corrosive liquid, completely erasing any traces. When the zombie man finally broke free, he intended to chase after the snake of body that was still within his sight, but a large explosion suddenly engulfed the entire sewer line. On the other side, the vest-wearing hero, who was caught in a tough battle, had just managed to push back the mechanical bio soldiers in front of him when he was greeted by a barrage of gunfire. Then, the enemies who had nearly forced him into a desperate situation quickly disengaged from their fight with him. After another explosion, these troublesome opponents disappeared through various secret passages in the sewer. The metal bat, closest to the warehouse hostages, was still fighting against the squad leader, who had sped up after shedding his armor. However, a sudden explosion forcibly ended their battle. The increasingly emboldened metal bat had initially planned to unleash a finishing move to take down his troublesome opponent. But after being reminded of the danger posed to the hostages above, he had no choice but to let the opponent escape. Unfortunately, the final outcome was disappointing. The S-class heroes who rushed to the warehouse discovered that the so-called large warehouse hiding hostages only contained special devices simulating human responses. It was merely a disguise created by the snake of body to attract the attention of the Hero Association. Feeling humiliated, the little emperor and the other heroes prepared to take further action to track down the criminals and rescue the imprisoned hostages. However, at that moment, news came in that the police, who had been gathering forces, had located all of the Snake of Body's secret bases in Z City through a citywide search. Although they hadn't managed to capture any suspects or find further clues, they had at least rescued most of the hostages. The remaining hostages were evil scientists with dangerous ideologies. It was said that these individuals had chosen to ally with the Snake of Body and had already begun hiding, planning to carry out further criminal activities against human society in the future. During this hostage rescue operation, our police department mobilized a large number of forces, uprooting the Snake of Body organization in Z City. While many criminals were killed, several brave police officers also suffered casualties. However, we will continue to dedicate all our efforts to safeguarding social security. Shichi turned off the television and spoke to the several returning S-class heroes in front of him. The police paid a price of 5 deaths and 37 injuries in this operation. According to the intelligence we received from our association, the police relied on a human wave tactic to locate the secret bases of the Snake of Body. Among them, Director Xiong of the Z City Police Station contributed significantly while also sustaining some injuries. Seeing the originally free-spirited heroes in front of him now silent, Shichi continued. The 5 fallen police officers were members of the Special Tactical Support Team. They had worked with the super police to suppress the criminals and sacrifice their lives to prevent the suspects from detonating themselves. Although the police did not capture a single member of the Snake of Body, they successfully rescued the hostages and seized many advanced weapons. Now, all sectors are praising the police's actions, while the images of our Heroes Association's numerous A, B, and C-class heroes being defeated are spreading wildly on the internet. Some even captured footage of the S-class hero, the vest-wearing hero, being sent to the hospital. Many people have begun to question the abilities of our Heroes Association, although they lack more detailed evidence. However, it is an undeniable fact that this time, several S-class heroes were dispatched, but achieved no real results. Therefore, the association must. Shichi was prepared to discuss some follow-up measures, but the metal bat suddenly stood up and left, which made him a bit displeased. However, before Shichi could say anything, the zombie man spoke up first. Metal bat, the meeting isn't over yet. Where are you going? I still need to go shopping with Chinzi. The metal bat, still wrapped in bandages, simply replied, his tone clearly indicating his displeasure. However, the standing zombie man, unfazed, confronted him angrily. This is a review meeting for this operation. Don't you feel any shame from the failure? I risked my life to burst into that warehouse to uphold our agreement. You, who wasted time being dragged down by the lackeys, have no right to speak here. What's the use? We didn't rescue the hostages, and we even let the Snake of Bodies executives escape. Bat boy, zombie boy, you two need to calm down. Don't. The argument between the metal bat and the zombie man escalated, and at that moment, The sexy prisoner, also wrapped in bandages, quickly stepped in to mediate. However, before he could finish speaking, another S-Class hero present also began to lose their temper. If you have the ability, go find the base of the Serpent of the Body on your own. Are you arguing here to push the responsibility onto me? The major blunder in this joint operation of S-Class heroes is mainly due to the failure of the Child Emperor to locate the criminal hideout. Although he has some awareness, he's still just a child. So when he heard the zombie man and Metal Bat's implicit complaints, he lost his composure at that moment. Little brat, go home and eat candy. This is not a place for you to throw a tantrum. Before anyone could respond to the Child Emperor's words, a hero who had just entered the meeting room sternly reprimanded him, drawing everyone's attention. The previously somewhat headache-ridden Seishi let out a slight sigh of relief and quickly addressed the newcomer. Mr. Atomic Samurai, you're finally back. You must have heard about the recent events. The newcomer was indeed the long-missing Atomic Samurai, who had become a bit stronger after training with his disciples. Meanwhile, a certain individual who visited him for weight loss had likely returned to the lair of the Serpent of the Body. It seems some small-time thugs have stirred up some trouble, and the Hero Association has been left with a bit of a mess, right? Atomic Samurai's tone made it sound like a trivial matter, further frustrating the S-Class heroes present. The Child Emperor was the first to speak up. You weren't even here at a crucial time, so what are you so arrogant about? Save your lectures until you've participated in a battle, or do you want me to teach you a lesson? A late uncle has no face to talk big here. I'm already feeling quite upset. Be careful, I don't use this TMD to knock you down. Zombie Man also glared at Atomic Samurai, looking quite displeased. The sexy prisoner might not show it on his face, but his clenched fists revealed his dissatisfaction. If the S-Class heroes were to fight here, it would definitely be an annual scandal for the Hero Association. So Seishi immediately stood up and shared the information he had not mentioned before. Everyone, please calm down. In fact, Mr. Atomic Samurai resolved a unit of the Serpent of the Body on his way back. It seems there was a mechanical cyborg entangled with the Vestige Master and the captain of the Serpent of the Body, described by Metal Bat. What? Is there further intelligence? When did this happen? How could this be? Upon hearing Seishi's words, Metal Bat and others were immediately astonished and began to ask questions. Meanwhile, Atomic Samurai appeared unfazed. Taking a seat, Seishi, seeing the surprise on the faces of the other heroes and Atomic Samurai's calmness, recounted the general sequence of events. After the previous operation failed, the fleeing members of the Serpent of the Body, along with other units, took advantage of the distraction of our association and the police to launch an attack on Dr. Diesel, who had accepted our treatment commission. Luckily, Mr. Atomic Samurai happened to pass by and helped out. Otherwise, injured Dr. Diesel might have been kidnapped. This news shocked several S-Class heroes who had participated in the rescue operation once again, especially the Child Emperor, who had some suspicion that Diesel might have ties with the Serpent of the Body, was taken aback by this news. Quick thinking, he immediately asked Seishi, was Diesel injured in the attack? How serious is it? Although we couldn't provide emergency treatment to Dr. Diesel, he was severely injured while resisting the Serpent of the Body, losing both hands and his left leg, which many witnesses confirmed. When Mr. Atomic Samurai rescued him, Dr. Diesel had already been frozen by the Serpent of the Body's cryogenic gun. Unfortunately, the medicines and machines that Dr. Diesel had prepared for treating heroes were all stolen by the Serpent of the Body. This means that the series of actions taken by the Serpent of the Body previously was not for money at all. Their true target was likely Dr. Diesel and his technology. Their goal is most likely as such. The combat strength the Serpent of the Body deployed during the attack on Dr. Diesel was clearly several times that of the previous operation. Mr. Atomic Samurai single-handedly dealt with for criminals holding the position of captain, and his disciples took down numerous soldiers armed with weapons. After receiving such a response, the Child Emperor kicked over a chair beside him in anger and exclaimed, "Damn it, those bastards from the Serpent of the Body were playing me from the very beginning." Other S-Class heroes who received explanations also looked quite unwilling and began to ask the association whether any further intelligence had been tracked down. Everyone, please sit down quietly. I will tell you everything I know, but please be patient and finish the previous review meeting first. After much effort, Seishi finally managed to quiet the heroes before him, and then he shared all the intelligence he had gathered and began to analyze the opponent seriously with several heroes. Atomic Samurai also listened attentively to the information about the Serpent of the Body. A hidden scar on his shoulder made him take this suddenly emerging organization seriously. Meanwhile, everything happening on site was being secretly monitored by Metal Knight Borfer. After receiving a series of intelligence, he looked at the emblem of the Serpent of the Body on the screen and muttered to himself, "The Serpent of the Body representing medical skill? What is their true purpose? And what is their real relationship with that guy Diesel? However, if there's really no connection, and they managed to make that bastard Diesel suffer, I would like to commend them in person. How are you feeling? Do you need to rest a bit longer? The boss lady, whom Wang hadn't seen for a while, looked more alluring now, though he was still unclear about her weight loss results. I'm fine now. After all, I'm a genius doctor, and these injuries won't take my life. At this moment, Wang had his hands and feet reattached, but the prominent veins made his physical condition look somewhat alarming. What exactly is the serpent of the body about? You must tell me honestly. Although the boss lady's ability to sense feelings had some bugs, she couldn't clearly know others in her thoughts. So, she only knew that her boyfriend seemed to have some connection with the serpent of the body, unaware that Wang was the true mastermind. Well, the serpent of the body is an organization pursuing power, wisdom, and immortality. In fact, I used to have some connections with them. This time, it seems they need my further strength to solve some troubles. Wang did not lie to the boss lady. He indeed pursued power and wisdom and had some desire to achieve immortality. Having had previous connections was natural, but he couldn't be certain about future ones. This time, it was indeed to resolve a series of troubles, such as assistant sample collection and diverting troublesome individuals' attention. And it had indeed cost him a lot of strength, with a large number of bio-soldiers nearly consumed all at once. After all, his girlfriend could sense whether Wang was lying, so his responses were crafted with some skill. So that means they are likely to launch attacks on you in the future? The big sister felt that her boyfriend was not lying, but she also sensed that he seemed to have something unsaid. However, at this moment, feeling uneasy, she thought her boyfriend was just afraid she would worry unnecessarily. Don't worry, although there was a little accident this time, I will pay more attention in the future, and such situations shouldn't happen again. Wang's plans did indeed encounter some unexpected issues. He originally just wanted to put on a show and end it there. But then the big sister and the atomic warriors suddenly arrived, forcing him to painfully let most of the troops he had painstakingly gathered be used for the enemy to grind experience, while he also had to suffer some heavier injuries himself. What do you mean by having a connection with the serpent of devouring flesh? Did you do something behind my back? The technology of the serpent of devouring flesh is quite good. Even a genius like me admires it. So we naturally had some cooperation in the past. Plus, the other party has only recently started down the path of crime, so don't overthink it. Having a girlfriend like the big sister, who can judge whether someone is lying face to face, can indeed be quite troublesome at times. However, if he used the truth to guide her, Wang was still confident he could keep it under wraps. Moreover, from the current perspective, the outcome was still acceptable. At least the big sister did not pursue the matter further. Seeing the big sister looking worried, Wang felt a bit guilty as her boyfriend. So he spoke up to temporarily avoid her. I previously accepted a commission from the Hero Association and the police department to treat the injured. Now that I have almost recovered, I'm preparing to go to the hospital again. I'll go with you to prevent you from encountering any issues. Actually, that's unnecessary. I prepared well this time, and nothing will happen. Stop the nonsense. Just listen when I speak. The big sister's attitude was very firm, and Wang had no choice but to take her to the hospital together. After throwing the heavily injured and radiated vest master into a giant washing machine-like device, Wang finally began to clean up the mess he had created. At that moment, Silver Fangs and Bong Pu suddenly appeared. First, Bongu, as the younger brother, spoke to Wang. Is this guy really that strong? Although you're a useless disciple, being disarmed and almost captured like this is something even a general-level monster can't do. Well, I was a bit careless. Plus, the radiation gun of the enemy was indeed quite troublesome. Look at the vest master in this machine. He is almost out of life. Previously, the radiation he was exposed to caused him to go from a muscle man to a withered, wrinkled egg. When the two old men came to visit, Wang felt a bit touched, but he still wouldn't tell the truth. Bong Pu, who had known Wang a bit longer, seemed to notice something and said, "Were you really careless this time? You wouldn't have some deliberate intention to let it go, would you? With so many troublesome disciples like you should at least be able to escape." Wang was determined not to give in, so he continued to make excuses. Previously, I was messing around with 8-Chong Fist at home, so I had some strange conditions with my body. Don't squint, you old man. Are you not tired of using that trick all the time? What do you know about scientists, scholars? If you don't believe me, we can find another place to have a duel. My 8-Chong Fist has indeed matured a bit. Seeing that his previous intimidation was ineffective, Bong Pu had to sigh to himself, realizing he had used that tactic too much, leading to the other party developing immunity to it. Fine, let us pretend what you said is true. Actually, we came to the hospital to discuss some other matters. Hearing Bongpu give up on the inquiry, Wang felt relieved in his heart and put on an attentive look. Recently, the two of us old men went to a place where we trained when we were young to stretch our bodies a bit. It seems there are some strange signs there that we two martial artists can't figure out. However, you, this idle fellow, are just the right person to help us investigate it sometime. Just don't cause any major destruction. We have many memories there. Oh, so you want me to conduct a scientific investigation? You really are troublesome, old man. Wang thought to himself, but did not directly refuse. Instead, he asked about the relevant details. What's the situation? If it's too boring, I might not be motivated. Bongpu shot him a sideways glance, deciding that the next time this foolish disciple came to the dojo, he would give him some extra training. Silver Fangs also made a similar plan to Bongpu, but he described some details while handing Wang a strange object. The scenery there is quite nice, but the number of animals has decreased a bit. Also, there are some of these things appearing like something shed by some kind of insect. Aren't you very interested in these peculiar things? You could go investigate this. After receiving the object handed over by Silver Fangs, Wang, who had a wealth of knowledge, recognized that this thing seemed to be the shed skin of some incomplete metamorphic insect. However, its hardness exceeded his expectations, and Wang felt somewhat interested. Where's the location? I'll find some time to check it out. In the mountains and forests south of Y City, Wang and the big sister were having a picnic, while beside them lay a strange machine. The two old men were right. The scenery here was indeed quite good. Wang took a bite of the sandwich in his hand, which was made with great effort by the big sister, the best result of her training as a bride. We should come here more often when we have time. Staying cooped up indoors isn't good. The big sister, while admiring the scenery around her, handed Vanke a fried shrimp. It looked a bit flawed on the outside, but the taste was acceptable after trying it. Originally, Wang planned to investigate alone this time, but the big sister insisted on coming along, worried that he might encounter an attack from the serpent of devouring flesh. Wang felt a bit guilty about his girlfriend's excessive worry and hesitated about whether to tell her the truth. Scanning complete. The giant water shrimp in the lake has completed its 12th molting. It is currently entering its 13th molting phase and already shows signs of metamorphosis. At this moment, the machine beside them emitted a series of electronic sounds, reminding the leisurely couple of their work. What is a water shrimp? The big sister had not paid attention previously and was not very familiar with insects. So now, feeling relaxed, she curiously asked Wang. After swallowing the fried shrimp in his mouth and taking a sip of the special drink, Wang answered his girlfriend's question. Simply put, it's the name for the larval stage of a dragonfly. Some dragonflies can stay in this stage for years, which is the longest period of their lives. However, such a giant water shrimp in the lake might have lived for decades, or even hundreds of years, or possibly even longer. After listening to Wang's explanation, the big sister turned to look at a pile of dismantled parts in the distance, and continued to ask, is this guy so ferocious now? Will it become even stronger after molting? Most likely. However, since the water shrimp is aggressive, it might become much better once it finally metamorphoses into a dragonfly. As dragonflies are beneficial insects, isn't it more prudent to take it out now? Even though dragonflies are beneficial insects, such a large beneficial insect can only eat humans, right? The parts of Wang that were destroyed were the detection equipment previously placed in the water. Although it wasn't specifically designed for combat, it could still handle tiger-level monsters. Now that it has been easily destroyed by the water shrimp, that indicates that the strength of the creature in the lake may have reached the ghost level. So, the big sister's concern is not unwarranted. It's best to deal with the threat as soon as possible. Let's wait a bit longer. This kind of creature has quite a research value. I even injected it with my mutant cells before. It was initially in a bad state, but now it is stabilized through molting. Moreover, it is showing a tendency to metamorphose, making it a valuable living research specimen. If this dragonfly ultimately completely sheds the influence of the mutant cells, it will also be very useful for Wang himself. So he is currently calmly waiting by, anticipating the final metamorphosis of the monster in the lake. How much longer do we have to wait? I want to watch my favorite TV show tonight. And I also want to take a hot shower. Actually, I can help you connect the signal in the mountains, and you can still watch the TV shows. You can also manage with a hot shower on the plane. No need to. Wang wanted to coax his girlfriend again, but the big sister interrupted directly. A shower is not enough. I want a bath, and my favorite shower gel is still at home. Sigh, I told you not to come along. You are such a willful and troublesome person. After Wang sighed inwardly, he quickly finished his sandwich, stood up, and said, I'll go check on the monster in the lake. If it doesn't work out, I'll just retrieve it directly. You don't need to follow me underwater this time. Otherwise, the time will be delayed again, and we need to be on guard on the shore. The big sister initially wanted to continue following her boyfriend, but after hearing that they needed to be on guard on the shore, she settled down and chose to wait. While Wang was putting on his diving suit, the giant water shrimp in the lake exceeded expectations and completed its molting again at an accelerated speed. It then began to crawl up the rocky shore, quickly entering a state of metamorphosis. Oh, the speed has increased. I need to hurry over and collect some samples. Just a little longer, big sister. At this rate, we won't even need an hour, and we can wrap things up and go home. The big sister did not show any happy expression at Wang's words. Due to the sudden flow of water caused by the water shrimp coming ashore, she was busy tidying up the picnic cloth and her prepared lunch. Wang quickly took off his diving suit, prepared his tools, and rushed to the side of the water shrimp to collect various samples. The water shrimp, which would normally attack Wang, seemed to be focused on its metamorphosis, or perhaps had gotten used to Wang occasionally coming over to poke it with needles. This time, it behaved very quietly, allowing Wang to carry out a series of actions without resistance. Quite cooperative. If you had been this obedient in the previous encounters, you would have had to suffer so much. But it doesn't matter if you are not obedient this time. Your speed can't catch up with me anyway. On the head of the giant water shrimp that was about to metamorphose, there was a face of a monster covered in blue veins and scars. In response to Wang's provocation, it chose to remain silent, clinging to the rocky shore. Since the living specimen he was studying was so cooperative, Wang didn't continue to provoke it. Instead, he accelerated the collection of various materials from the water shrimp, including bodily fluids, cells, and molted skin, while also inserting a few small gadgets into the giant insect-like monster's body. Wang then quietly sat on the head of the water shrimp, focusing on the tiny robots moving around inside the water shrimp, observing the various changes within. About 40 minutes later, the big sister finished tidying up everything by the lake. Even machines that had been destroyed by the water shrimp were neatly retrieved into Wang's plane in the distance. Throughout the process, she demonstrated a strong sense of environmental awareness, and then the big sister waved her hand and shouted loudly to her boyfriend by the lake, "I've finished packing everything. Can we go home soon?" At this moment, Wang was still drinking a beverage, observing the fusion and division of the mutant cells within the water shrimp. Hearing his girlfriend shout, he replied loudly, "We can go home soon. Just let me deal with this monster that is about to mature. It will take some time to wrap things up, so just be patient. I'll watch TV with you tonight." In fact, Wang had already completed all the data collection. He was just waiting for the monster's further reaction. The monster did not disappoint Wang. Instead, it roared angrily and triumphantly, "Stop throwing dog food. None of you can go back. Since you are foolish enough to let me successfully metamorphose, I will graciously swallow your corpses." Hearing the monster's taunts, Wang calmly put away his observation equipment and muttered to himself, "The cleanup work begins." Ha! The flying ability of the dragonfly is extraordinary. As a dragonfly monster, my speed is even more remarkable. How could you hit me with that broken red ball? Due to Wang's influence, the giant red dragonfly monster, which had completed its metamorphosis ahead of time, skillfully dodged Wang's ultimate move, the red ball wave. Oh dear, this red ball wave has been having all sorts of problems lately. Sometimes it's too weak and can't break through the defense of a million strange rocks, or the attack trajectory is too monotonous and can't hit this agile guy in front of me. Watching the dragonfly monster not only spin at high speed, but also stop abruptly in midair, as well as ascend and descend straight or fly backward. Its aerial maneuverability was indeed impressive. So after Wang kicked out another red ball wave, he couldn't help but feel that his ultimate move might be a bit useless. Thank you for promoting my evolution. Now taste the power of my chewing mouthparts. The giant red dragonfly monster, after a spectacular evasive maneuver, dove down at high speed toward Wang. Wang's palms bulged with veins as he prepared to tear off the opponent's wings the moment they made contact. However, suddenly a shadow flashed by, and the dragonfly monster that was originally diving returned to the air. "Ah, fool! My compound eyes are made up of over 30,000 small eyes. How could you possibly sneak attack me? How does it feel to be counterattacked? Your body must hurt, right? Ha! At that moment, the big sister's dress was torn open with a red tear, and her tattered clothing, along with her underwear, was destroyed, leaving her momentarily exposed. Fortunately, only her boyfriend and a monster with a predetermined fate were present. So the big sister did not cover herself, but blushed slightly and said to Wang, "This is just a necessary prop for a lady. It's not a relapse of my old illness, really. One honest girlfriend." Which lady would hide red wine inside her clothes? But it's okay. She's been doing quite well lately. Who doesn't have a little secret? Regarding his girlfriend's clumsy attempt to cover up, Wang Ku just chuckled, and didn't he pursue her breach of agreement? At the same time, the guilt Wang Ku felt for his girlfriend's hidden secrets was somewhat alleviated. However, just as Wang Ku's laughter came out, some other little secrets hidden in Miss Fengcheng Mice's dress also followed and were revealed. Looking at the somewhat unnatural pink heart-shaped logo on the filter tip, Wang Ku immediately recognized that this was a special sun-dried tobacco disguised as a lady cigarette. His girlfriend had more hidden little secrets than he had imagined. After they started dating, she would occasionally avoid him to take a shower alone, and it seemed these were the reasons. Wang KeEscapes then pointed at the little secret that had already been exposed by Fengcheng. This is just a lady's cigarette. It's also part of a lady's gear. The big sister realized this and instantly elevated her little daughter persona several notches. She hurriedly grabbed the cigarette and began to explain in a flustered manner. The long dress you wore today is very cute, and the style of the lingerie suits you well, but it's time to get a bigger size. I don't know anything else. The wind is strong in the mountains. Don't catch a cold. While taking off his coat to drape over his girlfriend, Wang Ku also gave the big sister a way out. Meanwhile, the already blushing Miss Fengcheng awkwardly replied, "Indeed, a lady in a long dress shouldn't fight. I will be more careful next time. The lady's appearance is nice, but I also really like the fierce big sister look." Wang Ku and Fengcheng, this couple, were feeding each other dog food as if no one else were around. This made the dragonfly monster in the air, feeling ignored, extremely angry. It began to gather red flashes in front of it, while loudly scolding the dog couple on the ground. "Bastards, how dare you recklessly spread dog food? Do you know how many single dogs are suffering in this world? For committing such a grave sin, you should carry the resentment of countless single dogs to your deaths." If Wang Ku took out the data from the previous single dog signal tower, he would find that the energy flash from the dragonfly monster in front of him had a lot in common with the single dog signal tower. After a burst of bright light, there was nothing left where Wang Ku and Fengcheng had originally stood. The dragonfly monster, not finding its enemy with its compound eyes, couldn't help but laugh proudly. "Ha, now you've seen it. This is the hatred of countless single dogs. You damned socialites. Dying without even leaving a trace is the best punishment for you." However, the next moment it sensed something was wrong and quickly made a sharp upward move, then executed an emergency right turn. Although it dodged a fatal blow, one of its legs was still torn off. Wang Ku casually tossed away the huge leg of the dragonfly monster, stood on a large rock, and provocatively said to it, "According to my research, you must have mutated directly from an insect, right? Why does everything you say and do exude the scent of a defeated single dog? Could it be that an overwhelming mating season has caused another mutation in your body, allowing you to receive the resentment signals condensed by many single dogs? Shut up. Single dogs are not defeated dogs. They are warriors honing their beliefs. Breaking up is an act of betrayal against beliefs and should be punished by all single dogs." After being provoked by Wang Ku, the dragonfly monster increased its power and launched a relentless assault on him. Meanwhile, Wang Ku silently noted that the negative energy from single dogs was too severe and might also enhance the monster's power. It seemed that the power of single dogs' resentment existed regardless of race. "Your physique is not something any dragonfly can satisfy. How about I make you a special self-defense device? This will help you enter a sage state, and then you'll be able to feel the beliefs you talk about even more." While constantly dodging flexibly, Wang Ku ruthlessly mocked his opponent, showing no awareness that he was also part of the suffering. The enormous red dragonfly monster lost its rationality even more, constantly changing the direction of its wing flaps as it chased after the constantly dodging Wang Ku. The dragonfly's powerful impacts and the occasional red flashes it shot out had never directly hit Wang Ku, but the massive debris they created forced him to keep using the flowing rock-breaking fist to block. Wang Ku and the monster remained locked in a kind of standoff, spinning rapidly for several minutes. However, after another attack, the red dragonfly monster suddenly felt dizzy. "How could this happen? I've been very careful and haven't given you a chance to counterattack. What did you hit me? I didn't launch an attack. You just got dizzy from my movements. But next, I want to hold back. Let us see if you can dodge my attack." As Wang Ku's voice fell, his body turned into an afterimage. The dragonfly monster quickly tried to gain altitude, but still dizzy, it couldn't dodge Wang Ku's attack. In an instant, both pairs of wings were torn off by Wang Ku, who had entered a lightning-fast state. After the massive red dragonfly monster fell from the sky, Wang could concentrated electricity in both hands and immediately delivered a powerful heart pulse shock to the monster. As the monster lost consciousness, Wang Ke, having successfully captured another ghost-level monster, said somewhat easily, "Even a giant dragonfly monster is still just a dragonfly." The technique for catching dragonflies has simply changed from rotating fingers to rotating arms and body. This battle is really easy. No wonder I always felt like I had seen the dragonfly monster somewhere before. This guy seems to have appeared on the cover of a comic side story. I remember that the general content of that story was how the Fubuki group planned to recruit Saitama's group, only to be completely defeated by King in a game. Now, at the underground base in Z City, Wang was thinking about how to structure the Serpent of Devouring. While sketching a diagram of the power structure, he suddenly recalled a cover from a comic he had read in his previous life. I remember that Saitama also had a finger pointing in circles on the cover. I never expected that Saitama and I would have some darkly humorous intersection in this regard. Previously, when defeating the dragonfly monster, Wang could have completely relied on his strength to win. However, to save time, he chose an easier tactical victory route. After defeating the dragonfly monster, Wang superficially disposed of its corpse. In reality, after leaving with his girlfriend, several drones he had secretly arranged quietly transported the unconscious dragonfly monster back to the secret base in Z City. To increase research efficiency, Wang's plan for developing research assistants had already been completed. After extensive data screening and optimization, a total of 16 different models of research assistant brains had been designed. Next, he planned to mass-produce them at the underground secret base in Z City according to different models. And now over 600 clone researchers have been created. These people, besides being implanted with various knowledge, had also been brainwashed by Wang using specially designed nanobots. They were absolutely loyal to the leader of the Serpent of Devouring while remaining unaware of Wang's true identity. Although they only had slightly above average physical qualities, the brain development level of these research assistants was extraordinarily high. Even if they couldn't compare to Wang, a super genius, they were still several levels above the top experts in human society. These research assistants cannot be seen in public, so they must be arranged in the underground secret base in Z City. It's just right to be associated with the Serpent of Devouring to carry out some shady activities in the future. However, with Saitama in Z City and the impending Monster Association, it's really too unsafe. I should build a few more new bases as soon as possible. However, building a new base still requires relevant equipment and various facilities. Although I can create these, collecting materials will still cost money. So it seems that besides the research team, the Serpent of Consumption also needs a department to raise funds and manage other affairs. With this in mind, Wang added a management department next to the research department on the holographic projection. Since it's an evil organization, it definitely needs its own armed forces. This way, while defending the base, they can also occasionally go out to carry out missions. Therefore, the third department will be the armed department. After quickly outlining the three major departments, Wang decided to temporarily base the framework on this and further refine the unit composition of each department. After all, this evil organization was created to enhance research efficiency. So the first step of refinement would start with the research department. Although Wang started with biochemical modifications, advanced intelligent computers have greatly supported him in his work. Therefore, the first unit he filled under the research department was computer system development. This unit will first dispatch 100 researchers responsible for researching the development of new computers and related systems, whether software or hardware. Any research work that can enhance computer performance will be directly handled by this unit. Next, for the second unit, Wang wrote down biotechnological development without hesitation. As this is Wang's main business in the One Punch Man world, the initial allocation of researchers for this unit was directly set at 350. They will research various tasks including gene modification, cell fusion, and more. Although Wang's main focus is also here, these initial 350 researchers will likely serve more as his research labor force. However, as various research expands and deepens, these people will play an increasingly significant role in the future. Moreover, relying solely on these people, Wang's research speed can increase several times. For the third unit, Wang wrote down physics research, more specifically plasma physics. Currently, besides the two bases in City F and City Z, the base transformed from a nuclear power plant has also reached a certain scale. Although it is a publicly known base, it is still easy to arrange for some members of the Serpent of Consumption to disguise their identities and work there. When the new secret bases are constructed, A considerable amount of materials will be needed, and a significant energy supply will also be required. Using the public identity of the nuclear power plant base, they can procure some necessary equipment and materials to save a lot of trouble. Accelerating the research progress at this base will also allow some new results to be quickly applied to other newly built bases. At the same time, the research on the peculiar energy in Wang's right leg will also benefit greatly. As for the personnel allocation, 50 will be set for now, and more can be added later as new hands arrive. For the fourth unit, Wang wrote down the Mechanical Development Department. Although the name is a bit too broad, he allocated all the remaining 170 research assistants here. This unit will be responsible for the development of various mechanical devices and will also undertake the design and integration of weapon systems. Although Wang does not intend to take an extreme mechanical route like Bofi, he is quite interested in attempting the development of some robots or semi-mechanical biohumans. After writing down these 4 units, Wang found that personnel were still insufficient and that there were additional tasks to handle. Therefore, he produced over 30 additional research assistants from the remaining materials at the City Z base. They will be temporarily classified as a support unit. This unit will serve as supplementary support for the other 4 units, and any lower priority development research will be handed over to this unit for processing. When the research department needs to further change its composition in the future, personnel can be increased or decreased as needed. The allocation of personnel in the research department was already prepared. Additionally, there are various well-equipped laboratories in the City Z base, so most of the research work can begin immediately. As for the management and arm departments, Wang needs to think about how to allocate personnel. Previously, most of the biochemical soldiers were used for show, leaving only a few small teams. So after unifying these remaining combat forces into the arm department, Wang began to plan how to obtain some money and material from society to further accelerate and strengthen his power. What makes money the fastest in this world? Different people might have different answers, but the most frequently occurring answer might just be robbery. The gang of robbers, led by the A-rank bounty criminal Nyo, had just completed a heist at a bank in City Y, successfully shaking off the pursuing police. "Mr. Nyo, we have gained quite a bit this time. Shouldn't we find a place to celebrate?" asked a henchman still holding a dagger. They had pulled off several heists recently, and the police and professional heroes were already keeping a close watch. It was time to hide and avoid the spotlight. The A-rank bounty criminal Nyo appeared satisfied at this moment. After looking at the wealth obtained from several robbery operations, he happily smiled. Although the police and heroes weren't that impressive, being chased by them was still quite troublesome. Let's take a good rest for a while, and first use this money to have some fun in the black market. Drugs, alcohol, women, everyone can have whatever they want this time. Long live Mr. Nyo. That's great. I've been holding back for months. This time I need to find a new drug dealer. Last time the goods were mixed, and the effect wasn't strong enough. After receiving their leader's promise, the henchmen began to celebrate, with some discussing how to enjoy their future carefree days together. The atmosphere on-site was lively, yet no one noticed that a group of well-equipped biochemical soldiers had already surrounded their hideout. Assault begins. At Wang's command, all the armed biochemical soldiers suddenly charged in, launching indiscriminate attacks on the members of Nyo's gang. The bullets sweeping through the entire scene were specially made electrical bullets. The robbers struck by them fell to the ground, experiencing muscle spasms, respiratory failure, organ dysfunction, internal burns, and incontinence, among other conditions. Having experienced a real-life CS scenario, Wang shifted his attention to the A-rank bounty criminal Nyo. This guy surprisingly took down 3 biochemical soldiers adjusted to B-rank hero strength with his bare hands. Initially intended as a game during work, it turned out that the A-rank prisoner had some real strength. After Wang finished speaking, the biochemical soldiers quickly dealt with the remaining henchmen and stepped back to give space. Seeing this situation, Nyo naturally understood that the people in front of him dressed like a special police force were likely the leaders of these mysterious attackers. Although you dress like a disciplinary force, you shouldn't be members of the police or military. Who are you, and why did you suddenly attack us? It doesn't matter if I tell you. We are the serpent of consumption, symbolizing infinity. As long as we desire something, whether it be people, money, or knowledge, it all must belong under our control. Wearing a special mask, Wang spoke a somewhat juvenile line at this moment. Fully immersed in the role, he immediately showcased an extraordinary deterrent effect paired with the neatly coordinated actions of the bio-soldiers behind him. Upon hearing these words, the A-class wanted criminal Nyo keenly noticed a symbol on the opponent's uniform that resembled a flattened number 8. Upon closer inspection, this flattened 8 was not a number, but a strange snake biting its own tail. If Nyo had a bit more knowledge, he would know that this actually represented infinity, the bias strip. The symbol of the devouring serpent? It's a bit different from what I heard. Nyo recalled a recent news story about an organization called the Devouring Serpent. Their logo was somewhat similar to this one, except the symbol shown on TV was an upright 8 with 2 rings in the middle, rather than the horizontal symbol he faced. The Devouring Serpent from the Shin Megami Tensei series. Although there were some ideological disputes, in reality, we are all proudly the Devouring Serpent, just belonging to different units. Wang felt that sharing this information was enough. So he gave Nyo no chance to retaliate and instantly slammed him against the wall, knocking him unconscious. Take everything in the vicinity back with us. Whether it's money, people, weapons, or their vehicles, everything belongs to us, the Devouring Serpent. Yes, sir. The soldiers of the Devouring Serpent then began their work in detail, packing up everything from Nyo's stomach organization. They didn't miss even a few hidden storage rooms, except for a pile of garbage filled with various waste that the bio soldiers ignored. A few hours after the Devouring Serpent members left, a trembling, weak figure slowly crawled out from the garbage pile. The Devouring Serpent, which preys on itself, actually wiped out our Nyo's stomach in an instant. It's truly terrifying. After intentionally letting this little guy go, some side information about the Devouring Serpent began to circulate in the underworld. However, this minion was not the only source of news, as many other criminal organizations faced similar fates as Nyo's stomach within a few days. Except for a few lucky ones, all organizations, regardless of whether they resisted or not, had their members vanish without a trace. Other organizations in the underworld that received news immediately fell into a state of panic. Similarly, the police and the Hero Association, who also sensed these anomalies, began to stand guard, prepared for any possible actions from the Devouring Serpent. However, the organizational power of the Devouring Serpent seemed so vast and formidable that, despite the police and the Hero Association's efforts, several wealthy individuals still fell victim to the attackers. Although these wealthy people only lost their money and were not taken away, they appeared to have some dirty dealings, while others engaged in legitimate business were not attacked by members of the Devouring Serpent bearing the infinity symbol. Moreover, after the robberies, numerous pieces of evidence of these wealthy individuals' illegal activities suddenly appeared online. Thus, under the influence of some voices, the Devouring Serpent seemingly became a symbol of justice in the darkness. However, not long after these claims emerged, another group of Devouring Serpent members bearing the previous upright 8 symbol commenced a new wave of criminal activities. These actions also targeted criminal organizations like gangs or robber groups, as well as some seemingly clean, wealthy individuals. After a series of rapid heists, they only took money and ignored other valuables. Furthermore, after the robbery actions concluded quickly, no criminal evidence was disseminated. In contrast, the Hero Association and the police department generated various speculations. After a flurry of activity, they finally received some information from the lucky survivor of Nyo's stomach, confirming certain assumptions. It seemed that within the Devouring Serpent, due to the differences in their affiliated units, the various teams might have quite distinct operational philosophies. It appears that the mysterious organization of the Devouring Serpent is even larger and more complex than the association and police had initially estimated. The wealthy tycoon in City F, Zinnier, anxiously glanced at the situation on the monitor again. The bodyguards he hired on short notice were diligently performing their respective duties, showing no signs of slackness. However, Zinnier's newly purchased defense system still had some minor issues that remained unresolved. Although the technicians had explained to him that these were just temporary minor faults that could be quickly eliminated and would not affect the overall operation of the defense system, Zinnier remained uneasy. He dialed a few more calls, requesting the police department and the Hero Association in City F to quickly dispatch additional reinforcements. At this moment, Zinnier's butler approached, reporting the latest news from the patrolling officers outside. Sir Zinnier, the police we dispatched earlier have completed their search of the surrounding area and found no suspicious individuals. The butler's appearance, with a disgusting lump on his head, looked even more pitiful under Zinnier's anxious mood. However, no one on site dared to point this out, and Zinnier himself was oblivious to it. He simply expressed his frustration loudly. If they haven't found anything, let them investigate again until they do. If they dare to complain, I will make sure the entire police department pays for it. Those bastards in the police department, I clearly requested super warriors and tactical support teams to protect me, but they only sent these incompetent small fries. The butler said nothing more, bowed to Zinnier, and then turned to leave. although he appeared calm on the surface. Internally, he was cursing Xinier for being overly agitated. In fact, Xinier had not just started like this today. He had been in this state since a week ago. Initially, Xinier successfully had the police department call in the Super Warriors. However, after wasting several days, there was no sign of any abnormality. Instead, the media reported that the Super Warriors had gone missing for days, and the public safety environment in City F had deteriorated. Concerned about the public relations impact, the police department subsequently replaced them with tactical teams and then ordinary police officers. For these days, everything had been peaceful, and the police department had been considering completely lifting the protection on Xinier, although the Hero Association's branch in City F was not as strong as in other regions. With support from the headquarters, they could still display some strength. At this moment, although several heroes had been replaced, 2 professional heroes, an A-class enhanced warrior and a giant hammer wrestler, remained on guard inside Xinier's building. It would definitely be wise to urge the police and the Hero Association again. My premonition today is very strong. Those guys from the Devouring Serpent must have already set their sights on me and will likely take action today. Xinier muttered to himself while holding his forehead, feeling confident in his instincts over the years. Whether it was coincidence or if he truly had a special ability, when his premonitions were strong, indeed some negative events would occur. No, it's too passive to just hide here and wait for the attack. I should secretly relocate to another location to hide, while continuing to create the illusion that I am still here. Xinier made a decision in his heart and quickly called his butler, whispering a few times before starting to take action. Then a plump decoy wearing a poop head wig put on Xinier's pajamas and began to move in front of the window. As for Xinier himself, after bringing a hat, he quietly went to the underground parking garage with a few trusted aides. Naturally, Xinier would not choose an eye-catching vehicle for this outing. Instead, he opted for a subordinate's car. Master Xinier, news just came from the Golden Poop Tower. The patrolling police on the outskirts immediately engaged in combat with some suspicious characters after discovering them, a trusted aide said after receiving an encrypted call. As I expected, the guys from the Serpent of Devourer are after me. Although the news says they only rob for money and don't kill, I'm not like other rich people. They will definitely kidnap me for a large ransom. After a sigh of relief, Xinier said with some relief, since they're still attacking the building, it proves they haven't realized I've slipped away. However, not long after Xinier finished sighing, a shadow suddenly appeared on the hood of the moving car. What a cunning guy. But luckily the Serpent of Devourer is also prepared. The ghostly figure that appeared suddenly frightened Xinier and his companions in the car. A quick reacting bodyguard swiftly drew a handgun. But in an instant, the handgun was sliced into several pieces by an unknown object, and the car was transformed into a convertible. Xinier's figure also disappeared from the car, causing the other accompanying personnel to be stunned. The shadow that took Xinier away began to move rapidly between various buildings, running away like a monster. Unlike other rich people, we Serpent of Devourer only rob their vaults. Your wealth, Xinier, is astonishing. We must extract a large ransom. Don't hurt me. I'm willing to give you money. You can ask for as much as you want. Xinier directly surrendered to the shadow, suggesting that this was merely a kidnapping operation. As long as he cooperated sincerely, the other party should not harm him. Just when Xinier was in a panic, the ghostly figure holding him suddenly vanished, and he was picked up by another shadow. What a troublesome employer. It would have been better if you stayed inside the building instead of foolishly running out. With me, Sonic, around, what are you worried about? Oh wow, you're called Sonic, right? I must give you a big bonus later. The person was indeed a bodyguard hired by Xinier not long ago. At that time, there were too many hired bodyguards, so Xinier didn't pay attention to the oddly dressed Sonic. Unexpectedly, when something really happened, this somewhat effeminate guy turned out to be so reliable. At this moment, the masked Sonic showed no enthusiasm for Xinier, who was being held. He just slightly turned his head to look back while casually throwing a shuriken behind him and said boredly, "What a bothersome opponent. I was planning to let you live a little longer, but just die already." However, there was no anticipated muffled groan or scream. The shuriken thrown out was surprisingly sent back. Sonic unexpectedly performed a flip and then threw Xinier aside, who was vomiting due to the high-speed rotation. Then he turned and stared at the shadow, chasing from behind. Expressing some interest, it seems the rumored Serpent of Devourer is indeed somewhat interesting. You should be a cadre, right? Much better than those useless ones at the building. To have killed so many of our Serpent of Devourer soldiers in such a short time. You must pay a bloody price today. Wang looked at his opponent in front of him, feeling a bit excited. It wasn't that he had been turned, but Wang felt that battling Sonic would yield him a lot today. In fact, Wang had no plans to kidnap Xenia earlier because he had already gathered enough funds and materials from a series of previous actions to start the next phase of his plan. However, upon learning that Xenia had actually hired Sonic as a bodyguard, Wang, feeling a bit eager, wanted to test his enhanced speed again. Originally, Wang had envisioned other attack plans, but unexpectedly, Xenia, this guy, was foolish enough to run out from a well-defended lair. Wang simply chose to engage with Sonic while also robbing again. He then dispatched a large number of expendable troops to launch an assault on the Golden Poop Tower. After attracting the attention of the police and the Hero Association, Wang began his kidnapping operation against Xenia alone. But shortly after he captured Xenia, Sonic quickly caught up. Moreover, the computer informed Wang that during the previous attack, over half of the nearly 200 expendables had been eliminated by Sonic in less than half a minute. The remaining expendables could no longer mount an offensive and were awkwardly dodging the police and Hero's pursuit. These expendables were criminals captured from the underworld, brainwashed and enhanced to a certain extent. Although they were not on par with Wang's standard bio soldiers, they could definitely take down a couple of ghost-level monsters with weapon use. Unexpectedly, in front of Sonic, they couldn't even last half a minute. Not bad speed. So you were hiding it before. But this speed isn't enough. Use an even faster move, or else you won't have a chance. Sonic easily dodged Wang's attacks with 2 black short knives while provocatively speaking to him. Don't be too arrogant. Watch me chop off your dog head. Wang flashed and executed a double strike with his twin knives, attacking Sonic's blind spots on both sides. Boring guy, I warned you. Seeing that Wang's speed could not improve further, Sonic dodged the opponent's attack with an afterimage and slashed toward Wang's eyes with his ninja knife. Wang couldn't evade in time, and his eye region was slashed, with blood splattering almost on his Xenia, who was watching from the side. Haha, Sonic, you did great. I'll reward you with a large sum of money when we get back. Unlike Xenia, who was watching, the masked Sonic showed a hint of seriousness. He looked at the enemy lying on the ground and then glanced at the knife in his hand before confidently stating, "Get up. What are these little tricks?" Even I was unknowingly hit. Although Sonic asked this, Wang, who was lying on the ground holding his wound and continuously screaming, was still rolling on the ground. TCH, what a troublesome situation. Sonic seemed to have noticed something. He directly threw a shuriken, ending Wang's life as he rolled on the ground. Then turned to a seemingly empty corner and shouted, "Come out. How long are you going to use this boring little trick?" After a moment of hesitation, Wang chose to emerge from the space that originally appeared empty. As Wang, who had collapsed on the ground, vanished without a trace. Even the blood that had been spilled seemed as if it had never existed. It's truly surprising. How did you discover it? The performance of that me should have been flawless. Sonic took a defensive stance, staring intently at his opponent. How could someone accustomed to using weapons be unclear about whether they had struck their target? That strange sensation I felt was caused by your peculiar eyes, right? You guess. After Wang's simple reply, he revealed a non-committal smile. Sonic, naturally unsatisfied with this answer, launched a series of attacks on Wang with his impressive speed. Meanwhile, Wang, wielding 2 short knives, suddenly disappeared from sight. Countless afterimages flashed across the night sky, and only the sparks from the metal clashing indicated where the two had briefly engaged. Wang, who was usually accustomed to unarmed combat, was using dual knives this time to conceal his true identity. Throughout this series of battles with Sonic, Wang demonstrated exceptional knife skills, which were merely the result of cheating through the base computer's information implantation technology. The dual knife technique, originally improved from face patches, was achieved using this method. The knife skills Wang displayed with the 2 short knives were refined by the computer after collecting battle data from the sister head during this time. Tailored to Wang's characteristics and unique requirements, Wang's eyes, glowing with an eerie yellow light in the darkness, were the result of combining the unique visual protein genes from the dragonfly monster with research data from countless bizarre rocks and other findings. Under specific circumstances, these magical eyes could emit unique rays that could disrupt other central nervous signals to some extent, coupled with colorless and odorless drugs, as well as Wang's developed invisibility camouflage and 3-dimensional imaging. This resulted in Sonic experiencing hallucinations earlier. Such complex matters are generally unusable by ordinary people. Only Wang, a scientist with unique interests, could effectively wield such tricks. Explosive shuriken. Sonic was increasingly troubled by his bizarre opponent. Although the opponent's speed was still inferior to his own, there was a growing trend of acceleration. Moreover, no matter what attacks he unleashed, he could never break through the dense defense of Wang's dual knives. Added to that, was the troublesome eyes, which seemed to slow down his own movements. Your actions have become sluggish. This speed is insufficient. Use even faster techniques, or you won't have a chance. After easily dodging Sonic's shuriken, Wang echoed Sonic's earlier words. This tactic of using language to provoke the opponent into losing their composure was also one of Wang's magical eye strategies. After exchanging another blow with Wang, Sonic stopped at the top of a telephone pole. At some point, Sonic had removed his mask, revealing his iconic eerie smile from the comics. Do you really want to see what it's like? What an innocent smile. It seems you're quite happy to test your abilities in this battle. It turns out it was Saitama who elicited such a smile from Sonic, and now that Wonka had accomplished this through his own strength, he couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Sonic leaned on the sword sheathed in his scabbard with one hand while holding several shuriken in the other, grinning eerily at Wang Ku. I am indeed very happy. So as a reward for you, I'll let you die. A sharp killing intent surged, and before Wang Ku could see Sonic's figure disappear from the telephone pole, he keenly dodged an attack aimed at his neck. However, Sonic's speed was increasing rapidly. Wang Ku could feel the blade's wind brushing against his cheek. After a high-speed spin, Wang Ku narrowly evaded Sonic's attack once again. But an explosive shuriken, shot from who knows when, suddenly appeared behind Wang Ku. With a bang, Wang Ku's figure vanished in the explosion. Sonic, seeing several pieces of armor fall, once again pursued Wang Ku. The Snake of Devouring has a lot of high-tech equipment and many mechanical enhancements. Was what fell off you earlier equipment, or just broken iron chunks from your body? After Wang Ku's earlier provocation, Sonic seized the opportunity to retort. That previous successful attack was definitely not an illusion. The opponent in front of him had indeed lost a round to Sonic. Guess again, and despite being at a disadvantage, Wang Ku refused to show weakness in expression or words. After rapidly changing his dual knives, he blocked Sonic's downward slash aimed at his face. Then, with a spin of a short knife in his right hand, Wang Ku thrust the blade towards Sonic's throat. A hit? No, it was an afterimage. Wang Ku originally thought he had executed a brilliant change in moves to achieve a remarkable feat, but as the blade tip reached Sonic's throat, the sensation transmitted to his hand made the perceptive Wang Ku realize it was the strong wind pressure generated by Sonic's supersonic movement. Even so, Wang Ku's reaction was slightly delayed. Sonic had already launched his attack in midair, leaving Wang Ku no time to evade. Wind blade kick. Ooh. This time, Wang Ku couldn't use the special reactive armor on him to block the enemy's attack. Fortunately, the timely defense with the knife in his left hand allowed Wang Ku to successfully avoid disfigurement. However, the wind blade kicked out by Sonic still left a real blood mark on Wang Ku's arm and chest. Oh, I actually let out a muffled groan from the pain. Haven't you always been so composed? The taste of blood in the air this time doesn't seem to be an illusion, does it? Sonic continued to laugh eerily while mocking Wang Ku. At the same time, his movements showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, he continued to accelerate, pursuing Wang Ku's struggling figure. At a disadvantage, Wang Ku switched both hands to a reverse knife grip. Then, with a rapid spin, he unleashed countless airflow slashes, preparing to use this area attack to push back his encroaching opponent. But Sonic, with a speed that had already outstripped both his vision and hearing, once again skillfully avoided all of Wang Ku's counterattacks from every direction. Wind blade kick, ninja knives, and shuriken continuously struck Wang Ku. The special reactive armor on him, stained with blood, was constantly stripped away. After an even faster and more intense barrage of attacks, Wang Ku's reactive armor and flesh exploded apart, and his body fell amidst the blood mist. To have held out until this point, your skills are indeed impressive, worthy of praise. Ah, but you should be dead by now, so you probably won't hear this. After a thrilling battle that provided a sense of fullness, Sonic squatted on the rooftop of a two-story building, somewhat rarely praising his opponent. Then Sonic glanced at Xenia, who was still trapped in the earlier hallucination and had not been able to wake up. He sighed disdainfully and then stood up, sheathing his sword. After all, it's a contract obligation. Even if he is foolish, I must ensure his safety. Sonic was originally prepared to stand up and walk towards Xenial, but he suddenly felt as if his body was locked, and for a moment he couldn't move at all. The Phantom Blade style, Willow, a knockoff of a certain 50-year-old lower ninja from a certain hacking village. Wang Ku, who should have been dead under Sonic's assault, suddenly emerged from nowhere and attacked from Sonic's blind spot. This time the sensation on my blade is not fake. This was a counterattack mimicking a previous remark by Sonic. Wang Ku looked at the cloth and bloodstains on his twin blades and couldn't help but smile with pride. Meanwhile, Sonic, who narrowly avoided a fatal injury at the last moment, looked extremely angry. As his tight outfit was torn, a noticeable wound over 10 centimeters long appeared on his body. It turned out that when Wang was blocking Sonic's attack, he shook his arms holding the blades, quickly defending while making confusing movements like willow branches in the wind. Coupled with those strangely magical eyes, he successfully cast an illusion on Sonic in an instant, followed by a deadly attack. This move actually had some origins with the Dragonfly monster, inspired by Wang's earlier maneuver to confuse the Dragonfly. Although this move wasn't perfect, Sonic's ability to escape disaster mainly relied on his extraordinary combat skills. If he were up against a slower opponent, the result would undoubtedly be fatal. Damn it, I actually fell for the illusion twice. Shut up. I will avenge the warriors who died at your hands. The Serpent of the Devoured. After interrupting Sonic's words, Wang unleashed several afterimages and launched a further counterattack. After shedding his bioreactive armor, Wang's speed was significantly faster than before. Vacuum Sword. Alright, from the Naruto series. White Cloud Leaf Mountain. The Vacuum Sword is the true name of the technique Wang could use to spin his body and unleash air currents in all directions, incorporating much of the essence of Wind/Iron Fist. However, this time, the move Wang executed, combined with his astonishing speed, posed even greater threat than before. Sonic barely dodged this move, but now had another wound on his leg. Taking advantage of his momentum, Wang, after achieving consecutive successes, did not let Sonic off the hook. Instead, he pursued and unleashed several air current slashes. Experienced in combat, Sonic made accurate judgments. At this dangerous moment, he advanced instead of retreating, employing a strange footwork. As Sonic's figure swayed, for afterimages of him appeared out of thin air. This technique would later be known as his ultimate move against Genos, Foreshadow's Burial. Don't get too cocky, bastard. It's my turn to counterattack. After dodging Wang's attack, Sonic quickly launched a counterattack, sending several shurikens flying towards him. I can create afterimages too. Sonic executed the Foreshadow's Burial. And Wang also created 4 afterimages in succession, evading the high-speed attack. After gaining a certain reaction time and distance, Wang slightly bent his knees while sheathing his twin blades, ready to draw them at any moment. Then, after figuring out Sonic's movement trajectory, he charged forwards to confront Sonic. Phantom Blade style, obscure, a knockoff of Joshua Bright, the executioner of the Serpent of the Devoured from the game The Legend of Heroes. Scatter Slash. After a rapid exchange of blows, Wang and Sonic stood back to back, 10 meters apart, motionless. Then came the sound of police sirens, and both of them dropped to one knee, indicating that this round of combat seemed evenly matched. I've remembered your face. Next time, I will definitely kill you. Although Sonic was Xenial's bodyguard, he was, after all, someone who lived in the shadows, with several cases hanging over him. If he were stopped by the arriving police, especially if the notorious super police showed up, his current situation would become very troublesome. So, he stood up angrily, dropped a harsh remark, and vanished into the darkness. This time you're lucky, but dare to offend us, the Serpent of the Devoured, and one day you will pay. Wang saw that even as Sonic fled, he didn't forget to take Xenial with him, feeling somewhat appreciative of the other's dedication. However, he still had to put on a show and pretended to be gravely injured and unable to continue fighting. At the same time, he expressed his indignation and shot back a few harsh words at Sonic. After Sonic left, Wang quickly got up, using his extraordinary speed to roughly clean up the clues left around before swiftly departing. Then, a drone dropped a small iron bomb in the area, exploding and releasing a large amount of acid that corroded some of the other battle traces. When the police and heroes arrived, they found nothing, and, worried about Xenial's safety, they immediately dispersed to search further, only receiving a report from their superiors the next day that Xenial was safe and sound. The near-kidnapping of the wealthy magnate Xenial by the Serpent of the Devoured became a sensational news story. Reports revealed that Xenial was under heavy police and hero protection at the time. Thus, while the public questioned the police and heroes, they also became curious and fearful of the strength of the Serpent of the Devoured once again. However, the curiosity of ordinary citizens certainly outweighed their fear. After all, in all the actions of the Serpent of the Devoured, they had never harmed civilians. In the face of public scrutiny, the police department and the Heroes Association sent representatives to explain that Xenial had encountered danger because he ran out of the protective circle without authorization. In fact, due to their efforts, the Serpent of the Devoured had suffered a significant defeat, with many members killed or captured. Members of the Serpent of the Devoured had never been captured alive before, and this time, The successful capture of surviving members of the organization was proof of justice and victory. Both sides expressed that they would extract more intelligence about the serpent of the devoured from these members. It was expected that in the near future, the forces of justice would be able to eradicate this evil criminal organization in one fell swoop. With the explanations provided, the public gradually calmed down. But the police department and the Heroes Association soon discovered that these captured individuals seemed to be members of criminal organizations, such as gangs and robbers who had been taken away previously. Although they had joined the serpent of the devoured, they didn't provide any valuable information and couldn't even say which base they had departed from. In the end, the police department and the association only obtained some fabricated unit names, such as XX Squad, XX Brigade, etc. The only other thing they learned was that there was a paramilitary organization called the Armed Department within the Serpent of the Devoured, responsible for training warriors who joined the organization. Meanwhile, Xenial had lost quite a bit of weight due to fear over the following period. It wasn't until it was confirmed that the Serpent of the Devoured seemed to have suffered a setback and dared not act recklessly again that Xenial gradually returned to his original state. Wang did not take further action, but instead chose to hide after removing his vest for three main reasons. First, the preparatory work for this stage had already been completed, with several new secret bases under construction and a large number of new biohumans being produced. Wang could directly assign them to work, leaving no time or need for any further activities. The main reason is that the big sister is worried that the serpent that devours itself will attack her boyfriend. So Wang has been closely monitored during this time and cannot wear his disguise to show off again. Another reason is that the accelerated research progress on various topics requires Wang to calm down and conduct various studies. For example, the solution to the problem of the abnormal cells in his body. After further deepening the research on the dragonfly monster, Wang came up with some ideas. Initially, when the dragonfly monster was still a water shrimp, it almost met the same fate as many other monsters Wang had experimented on, unable to withstand the bodily mutation and melting away. However, after continuous molting, the dragonfly monster, infused with abnormal cells, managed to endure, and its cells became stronger through mutual adaptation. Then, through a process of metamorphosis, it corrected the abnormal cells, which is quite worthy of Wang's reference. Therefore, Wang relied on the further improvement of the research results from the Fakao research and referenced the reactions that occurred in the dragonfly monster during molting and metamorphosis to develop two new types of steroid hormones. However, this time Wang did not blindly inject himself, but chose dozens of low-level biochemical soldiers and the recently captured low-level monsters. After injecting the abnormal cells, he immediately followed up with the hormones from the molting phase. In the end, 90 of the experimental subjects could not withstand it, and the few low-level monsters that became oddly shaped all failed to survive 5 minutes after being injected with the metamorphosis hormones, dying in a very tragic manner. All the data indicated that monsters were more suitable for this kind of research. Moreover, higher-level monsters seemed to endure a bit longer. If they directly chose ghost-level monsters, they might be able to obtain more valuable information. After reaching this conclusion, Wang felt a bit hesitant. Currently, the ghost-level monsters he had captured were only the Sky King, the Billion Rock, and the Dragonfly monster. The Tortoise Peloros he captured while still single, although much stronger now, was still a peak tiger-level monster and had not reached ghost level as depicted in the comics. It seemed that to reach ghost level, he would need to wait a while longer, and Wang had gained quite a bit from this wait and observe process. As for the dragonfly monster, it was the original living sample for this experiment. Since it had already completed its metamorphosis, there was no point in continuing this research. The Billion Rock, as a rock-based life form, did not have cells at all. No matter how recklessly one tried, it could not be involved in this experiment. Thus, the answer seemed quite simple. Only the Sky King was most suitable for this kind of research. The other 4 birdmen, after being enhanced and modified by Wang to reach low-end ghost-level monster strength, also seemed capable of undergoing this kind of research. However, the Sky King and its core members were an important part of Wang's aerial combat strength. Since Wang had not produced the mass-produced version of the previous biochemical battle police, these 5 birdmen became even more precious. Moreover, conducting research directly on ghost-level monsters carried certain risks. If any experimental subject underwent mutations beyond expectations, reaching the strength of high-end ghost-level monsters or even dragon-level monsters, then if the experimental subject became uncontrollable, it could lead to situations like that of the Azura unicorn beetle. Even if Wang had already reached a strength close to high-end ghost-level monsters and had prepared various precautions, he could not guarantee that he could completely maintain control of the situation. Furthermore, he would likely have to spend a lot of effort dealing with the various troubles the situation would cause. After thinking left and right, Wang could not come up with a stable plan. At the same time, he was reluctant to give up on this research, so he chose a clumsy method. When starting experiments on the 5 birdmen, he began with micro-injections, trying to minimize the risks and first collect preliminary data. Even if it took a bit more time, it didn't matter. Once the experiment reached a critical point, he would consider whether to further deepen the research based on the specific situation at that time. Thus, the 5 birdmen with blank expressions quickly received a certain dosage of abnormal cells and molting hormones. 3 days passed like this. Although the research progressed slowly, the 5 birdmen successfully completed their first molting, and the cell rejection phenomena within them were controlled at a relatively stable stage. At this point, Wang began to increase the dosage, and after a week, the 5 birdmen successfully completed their 5th molting. However, the cell rejection phenomena within them had accumulated quite severely. Wang had to slow down the experiment and start thinking of ways to solve this problem. While Wang and his team of research assistants were still calculating massive amounts of data and observing various dynamic reactions of the cells, a construction site of the serpent that devours itself sent Wang a rather valuable discovery. After reviewing the report, Wang temporarily halted his ongoing research and delegated everything to his subordinate research workers. As the research contractor, Wang took his girlfriend and began a several-day tourism activity, conveniently collecting and investigating various things along the way. It was rare to come to K-City, so it was indeed necessary to have a good time at this expansive natural park. At this moment, Wang, dressed in fishing gear, was baiting his fishing hook. Wandering around the scene depicted in the comics had become a small interest of Wang after arriving in the One Punch Man world. Why choose fishing? Isn't that boring? This time, Feng Chengmisha, who came out with her boyfriend, was not wearing any brand name clothes, but had instead returned to the outfit she wore when she was still a delinquent big sister. She had been working hard to change herself and had accumulated quite a bit of pressure. So, under Wang's persuasion, the big sister would occasionally allow herself to take a break. This is my sentiment. It's hard to explain clearly. Aren't you going to give it a try? It's quite a way to cultivate one's character. After casting his fishing line, Wang tried to invite his girlfriend. However, it was unlikely to succeed because he knew his girlfriend's smoking addiction was acting up again. Sure enough, not long after Wang finished speaking, the big sister pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. I'm going to take a stroll by myself. I'll be back in half an hour. Although she had allowed herself to indulge in a delinquent state, the big sister still remembered her boyfriend's preferences. Even though she had taken out the cigarettes and lighter, she would never light up as long as her boyfriend was around. Watching the big sister walk away, Wang felt pretty good inside, pondering what kind of gift to reward her with. After putting down the fishing rod, Wang took out his laptop and began checking the status of the final destination. The data received showed everything was as Wang had expected, so he could finally relax completely and focus on fishing. In fact, K-City was not the destination of Wang's trip, but merely a stopover. The object previously investigated still needed several days to take shape. The basic work could be entirely handled by the biochemical beings over there. Moreover, since it was almost the half-year anniversary of his relationship with the big sister, Wang decided to treat this outing as a leisurely vacation. In the morning, Wang and the big sister had already taken a simple tour around K-City's downtown. After catching a few thieves and dealing with some lecherous ruffians, the big sister thought about taking a stroll in a less crowded area. Coincidentally, Wang also remembered the place mentioned in the comic side story, so he decided to head there directly. Would the fish spirit bite today? It's truly exciting. That guy in the comic is quite a big catch. Although it would be quite easy for Wang, with his skills, to reel in a big fish, it would be too boring to do so. Therefore, he planned to go about it like a normal person. I don't know if it was because Wang chose the bait too well, or if his luck just happened to peak at that moment. Within 5 minutes of casting the bait, the float not far away immediately reacted. Wang quickly reeled in the line, and a huge fish head surfaced from the water. Haha, I really am a genius, catching the fish spirit on my first fishing trip. Just as Wang was about to praise himself, he suddenly sensed that something was off. He instantly vanished from his spot with a quick movement. A stone flew in at high speed, missing its original target, but it managed to snap Wang's fishing line. Your skills heaven-defying declined. You can indeed dodge this attack. The one who suddenly attacked Wang was none other than Shui Long, who had fought with him some time ago. At that moment, he was wearing a kung fu outfit, eagerly staring at Wang in the treetops. Ah, how unfortunate. I only managed to see the fish spirit's head. I didn't get a good look at its complete form. Isn't this just like in a comic? Wang Ke, however, was not very interested in the sudden attack from Shui Long. Instead, he sighed that the fish he had just caught had escaped. In a comic, that fish was eaten by a monster, so he also didn't get to see its full form. Stop looking around and come down to fight me. Shui Long, brimming with fighting spirit, displayed a strong aura, clearly indicating that he had improved significantly since his last encounter with Wang Ke. What are you doing practicing here? This is just a park, right? Coming back to his senses, Wang could jump down from the tree and ask Shui Long after taking off his jacket. Just lucky. This is merely a place I pass by for long-distance training. While responding to Wang Ke's inquiry, Shui Long got into position. After their last battle, he knew this opponent was quite strong and couldn't afford to be careless. Aren't you going to ask my name? You seem too enthusiastic about the fight. Shui Long's eagerness for the duel surprised Wang Ke. He had thought that if they met again, Shui Long would definitely ask for his name first, as he hadn't properly introduced himself in their previous fight. Whether you're old Kai from Ba Chong Quan or someone else, I'm not interested. As long as you're a strong opponent, I don't care about the rest. After saying this, Shui Long surprisingly unleashed the Phantom Fist, a technique that Wang Ke had previously used, and in an instant, he circled around to Wang Ke's back. Although the principle of the Phantom Fist is simple, to be able to use it to this extent still moved and surprised Wang Ke. The homemade technique he developed was now being skillfully used by his opponent. However, this didn't mean Wang Ke would be easily subdued. He also used the Phantom Fist to evade Shui Long's attack, and then kicked him away with a whip kick. Your speed and power have improved somewhat, but that's not enough to hit me. Just unleash your Ba Chong Quan directly. Shui Long could have avoided Wang Ke's whip kick, but he chose to take the hit to gauge how much Wang Ke had progressed since their last battle. Martial artists are really astonishing. You seem to have gotten much stronger than last time, but I want to know, what kind of special training have you done? Although Wang Ke had learned a lot from Bang Gu and Bang Pu during this period, his strength increase relied more on his technical skills. Why bother with those boring things? A good fight is much more interesting. Seeing that Wang Ke had no intention of using a finishing move, Shui Long charged forward, ready to force Wang Ke to show all his abilities and experience the Ba Chong Quan that had cost him dearly last time. Wang Ke, however, did not respond as eagerly and instead countered with a flowing water-crushing rock fist. The fierce battle between the two immediately turned the previously quiet park into a noisy arena. Two phantoms crossed over the park's pond, and the sounds of their intense punches and kicks startled all the fish in the water to flee rapidly. Many trees and rocks along the banks were shattered. Fortunately, at this moment, there were no other people in this part of the park, allowing the two martial arts experts to fight without concern. Ming Ti Feng Sheng Fist. After reaching the 50th round of their battle, Shui Long finally unleashed another move from the comic that he hadn't used in their previous fight. Wang Ke, using both hands to execute the flowing water-crushing rock fist, blocked this killing move and quickly grabbed Shui Long's right wrist. He then swiftly lifted his right knee, launching a flying knee strike at Shui Long's side face. At that moment, Shui Long chose not to defend, but instead used his other fist to execute the Ming Ti Zhenhu fist, directly hitting Wang Ke's unprotected right rib. Both of their attacks caused significant damage. After this intense confrontation, both warriors were sent flying in opposite directions. Shui Long's body skimmed across the surface of the park's pond like skipping stones, bouncing several times before landing on a rock on the opposite bank. Wang Ke, on the other hand, crashed through several trees and some facilities in the park before using his defensive skills to dissipate the remaining impact. Computer, withdraw some funds to repair the park's damages and redirect the nearby staff. After issuing this command to the base computer, Wang Ke slowly walked back to the shore, starting to heal his broken ribs. Although the previous confrontation with Shui Long appeared to be evenly matched on the surface, in reality, Shui Long had gained a slight upper hand. He had shifted his posture just in time to reduce the damage before Wang Ke's flying knee struck his face. It seems that Shui Long's Ming Ti fist has indeed improved quite a bit. Wang Ke had thought that the data collected from the last battle video would be enough for him to handle Shui Long's untested Ming Ti Feng Sheng fist. However, in the actual battle, there were many unexpected changes that caught Wang Ke off guard, causing him to stumble over a technique he had already faced. As Wang Ke approached the edge of the park's pond, he noticed that Shui Long, who had already stood up, appeared to be no different on the surface. After sensing Wang Ke's return, he took a deep breath and said, "Your flowing water-crushing rock fist has improved significantly. And what surprises me even more is that some of the techniques you used before seem to have traces of my Ming Ti fist." Wang had indeed integrated some of the data he had obtained from their last battle into his own fighting style. His flowing Shattered Rock Fist was able to withstand most of the Water Dragon's attacks because Wang had also made some progress in his research on the Underworld Body Fist. Martial artists grow and improve by learning from each other through combat. Didn't you also learn my moves? What is there to be surprised about? Forget it. Let's not dwell on that. Are you still not planning to use your Eichong Fist? Without that, you might find it very hard to win against me. Water Dragon, who smiled easily, assumed a battle-ready stance again, actively urging Wang to unleash his ultimate move quickly, displaying immense confidence during this time. Wang stared at his opponent, whose momentum was growing, and finally made a decision in his heart. He originally intended to try out techniques like the Whirlwind/Iron Fist, but Water Dragon's stance made Wang realize that if he continued like this, he would definitely not fare well. It seems that way, but my Eichong Fist has yet to mature completely. If you die, don't blame me. Upon hearing Wang's serious words, Water Dragon's smile shifted from relaxed to excited. No need to hold back. Let me see what you've got. The two took their stances and faced each other across the pond, while Wang mobilized the energy within him into a special state. This state was a new result of his recent research on the energy of the myriad strange rocks, allowing him to use a certain amount of power freely with his Eichong Fist for 20 minutes without harming his body. Water Dragon knew the main event was about to start, so he patiently waited for his opponent to enter this state. It seemed that some strange air currents were subtly appearing around Wang, centered on him. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the park, reacting with Wang's air currents. A green leaf was caught up in the air, then slowly descended, creating ripples on the surface of the pond in front of the two confronting martial artists. There were no air currents flowing around Wang anymore. His energy was contained, and he initially just swayed before disappearing from sight. Sensing something, Water Dragon struck backward with his left elbow. The elbow collided with a suddenly emerging fist, and then both figures vanished. The surface of the park's water began to tremble continuously, but if one were to look from a distance, they would see no figures on the water surface or on the banks. The tremors of the water grew more intense, and suddenly countless splashes erupted from the pond, with the figures of the two warriors appearing amidst the splashes. Underworld Body Phoenix, Rising Fist, Martial Foot. This clash of fists and feet that brought their figures back into view resulted in a spectacular draw. After this exchange, the two stopped using high-speed movements to disappear. Instead, they engaged in close-range exchanges of punches and kicks. At this moment, Wang's forehead was bleeding due to his opponent's attacks, and his left eye was also stained with blood, forcing him to close it. However, the relentless assault from his opponent left him no opportunity to wipe away the blood. Similarly, Water Dragon, who was also injured by Wang's attacks, was not doing well either. One eye was swollen shut, and blood was oozing from his nose and the corner of his mouth. When Wang blocked Water Dragon's kick with his left arm, he launched a shockwave with his right fist aimed at Water Dragon's chest. Water Dragon, in turn, struck Wang's right wrist with his left fist, altering the direction of Wang's attack before targeting his throat. Their battle seemed no longer a simple sparring match, but rather a fight to the death. Their attacks showed no restraint, each move appearing extremely fierce. Yet Water Dragon was still not satisfied. While he pressed his opponent with a flurry of blows, he provocatively shouted, "Is this all you've got? It's only a little stronger than before. Whereas that impressive right kick of yours. Use it on me. Do you still want to look down on me and hold back? Give it your all." Just as he finished speaking, Water Dragon seized a slight opening from Wang and landed a kick to his abdomen. Wang immediately spat out blood from this attack. Because of this, his subsequent defenses were completely shattered by Water Dragon, and in an instant, he suffered dozens of consecutive hits. When Wang was driven into the stones by the edge of the pond, Water Dragon leaped into the air, gathering all his strength in his right arm, and said to Wang, "If you don't go all out, you could just lie down for several months in the days to come." What a joke to become this strong in such a short time. Wang gritted his teeth through the pain and stood up, despite multiple fractures throughout his body. He focused his energy into his right leg and prepared to clash with Water Dragon, who was descending from the air. With a tremendous impact, the entire K-City Nature Park felt a massive tremor. A relaxed life is what I pursue. Wang, with all his bones broken, lay on the ground looking up at the sky, while the park around him was severely damaged. Meanwhile, Water Dragon, who had fought him earlier, had long since left, taking the victory of this battle with him. The azure sky was boundless, as long as he relaxed and looked at it for a while. Wang felt a lot calmer inside. However, The effects of the special anesthetic could not completely suppress the pain throughout his body. Whenever Wang Ku felt this pain, memories of his recent defeat would flood back into his mind. What the hell is a martial artist? Even a shockwave fist technique I spent so long perfecting was neutralized by just gathering some energy. Can this world at least adhere to a little principle? No matter how absurd it is? This is just too unscientific. Wang kept grumbling about the world setting, but he had different thoughts in his heart. Although failure indeed brought a sense of loss, it was precisely because unexpected things always happened that this world felt so interesting. How are you feeling? Do you want me to carry you home? The big sister with a cigarette in her mouth appeared in Wang Ku's sight. Although her tone was very casual, it also conveyed a lot of comforting emotions. You're smoking at this time too. Wang Ku smiled back at his girlfriend, looking at her delicate face. The big sister squatted down, exhaled a puff of smoke at Wang Ku, and spoke in a tone like that of coaxing child. Want a puff? Men look very cool when they smoke. Cough, cough. Just one puff is fine. Let me get into the mood for showing off. After hearing Wang Ku's consent, the big sister put the cigarette she had just taken out into Wang Ku's mouth. A staunch non-smoker, Wang Ku initially just held the cigarette, posing with what he thought was a stylish expression, and asked his girlfriend, "Am I cool?" "Not at all," his girlfriend honestly replied, while wiping the blood from Wang Ku's head. Feeling the warmth from the big sister's hand, Wang Ku finally closed his eyes and took a puff of smoke, but he immediately started coughing. The big sister understood and took the cigarette, allowing Wang Ku to catch his breath before putting it back in. "So how is it now?" After Wang Ku reopened his eyes, he stared at his girlfriend and asked. The big sister finally took the cigarette out, examined her little man, and said with a soft smile, "You really aren't suited for cigarettes." Hearing his girlfriend's tinkling laughter, Wang Ku laughed along. The guy Shui Long said he would participate in the next fighting tournament and invited me to meet him at the arena. Do you think I should join the competition or just tease him by going to the venue as a spectator? It's up to you, after all. My little man didn't win me over by showing off. That's quite a comforting thing to say, but I do want you to see my handsome side. Although Wang Ku's telepathic ability isn't as sharp as the big sister's, he still sensed that the big sister was a bit worried every time he got hurt during his fight with Shui Long while she watched from the sidelines. Men's battles are not something women should interfere in. The big sister understands this very well, and Wang Ku also wants to show off in front of her. So despite the fierce battle, Wang Ku didn't back down, but chose to directly confront Shui Long. However, even so, Wang Ku unfortunately faced defeat, and his feelings at that moment were quite complicated. Let me put it another way. When you work hard, you actually look pretty handsome without that deadbeat vibe. The big sister ruffled Wang Ku's hair, half jokingly, half seriously. Wang Ku laughed again. He hadn't had the chance to respond to his girlfriend when the treatment drone arrived. "Aren't you going home to rest for a while? I've said that martial arts are just my hobby, relying on my talent. Recovering from these injuries is just a matter of a day. So where are we going next?" We'll continue with the original plan. Our next stop is to check out J City. Have you prepared your swimsuit for the beach? I can't wait. With the help of the treatment machine, Wang Ku's external wounds healed quickly. After seeing this, the big sister felt relieved and stood up, then playfully stepped on her boyfriend's face and said, "You look so lively, so I don't have to worry anymore. You promised to book a beach for us. I don't like wearing a bikini in front of other men." Of course. Wang Ku, whose one hand could barely move, gave the big sister an okay gesture. In K City South Natural Park, although there was quite a commotion, thanks to Wang Ku's golden bullets sweeping through, the troubles were finally resolved. The next day, Wang Ku brought the big sister to J City, with a Deep Sea King registered in the comics. However, it was still a long time before the Deep Sea King would register, and Wang Ku wasn't here to find him and his minions. Instead, he came to get something and also to have some fun at the beach. Although Wang Ku lived in F City, which is also a coastal city, the water at J City's beach was bluer and the weather and waves were better. It was a tourist destination in this world. At this moment, Wang Ku looked at the big sister surfing in her bikini and felt much better than before. With Wang Ku's extraordinary skills, the injuries from the fight with Shui Long had almost completely healed. Although Wang Ku couldn't exert much more power now, he could still handle regular ghost-level monsters directly. However, the big monster Wang Ku was going to deal with next was not ordinary at all. Just its height of 135 meters was enough to be troublesome. Plus, it could fly and had a sturdy shell for defense, making it very difficult for even an S-class hero to defeat it. The insect neuropeptide data sent back from the secret base construction showed that the giant insect had indeed accelerated its evolution as expected. This confirmed that my previous idea was correct and could be applied to the Sky King-related experiments. However, One should not underestimate a creature like the 170,000-year cicada adult. That's right. The ultimate purpose of Wang Ke's trip was to find the giant insect monster that appeared in the comics. Previously, when Wang Ke was selecting a construction site for the secret base of the Devourer organization, he discovered a huge underground pit. At that time, to save time, and because the location was quite hidden with rich mineral resources nearby, Wang Ke directly assigned a group of bioengineered people to start working secretly with various machinery. However, while digging, they unexpectedly uncovered a massive insect pupa just a few days ago. This discovery naturally took priority and was reported to Wang Ke, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Devourer. After a brief study of the insect pupa, the report indicated that many components inside were similar to the remains of the 170,000-year cicada larvae Wang Ke had collected back in the day. The only difference was that the height of the 170,000-year larvae was 35 meters, while the discovered pupa was clearly several times larger than the larvae. Furthermore, since the pupa was in the molting stage, Wang Ke concluded that it was most likely a 170,000-year cicada adult. The evaluation of this monster's strength in the One Punch Man setting materials was quite good, so Wang Ke had a decent impression of it. The larvae had stabilized the mutated cells for Wang Ke, so the now further evolved adult would naturally be even more valuable. Moreover, Wang Ke's current abilities and influence definitely exceeded what they were when the larvae appeared. Therefore, Wang Ke didn't plan to eliminate the 170,000-year adult, but intended to capture it while it was still a pupa. However, dealing with such a large insect using normal methods was neither effective nor very safe. So this time, Wang Ke did not go directly to the pupa's location, but instead came to the unrelated J City to obtain an item to deal with the pupa. At this time, the plan to seize the items in J City was already being executed by the underlings of the Devourer. Wang Ke personally came to keep watch to prevent any unforeseen circumstances and also to spend some quality time with his girlfriend under the romantic elements of sunshine, beach, sea, and bikinis, enjoying the kind of day every normal man dreams of. Well, the big sister has finally returned, so let us move into the XX inappropriate phase. As the protagonist, Wang Ke thought this way, and as the author, I naturally gave him a bit of private time, stopping the single dog from suffering. The code was unlocked, and we immediately started acting. We have 5 minutes and 46 seconds. A group of criminals wearing hoods, relying on their high-tech equipment, successfully broke through layer after layer of defenses and quietly arrived at a warehouse in a high-tech research institute in J City. This time, they received a commission, or one could say an order, to quickly steal a designated large box from the warehouse today. It's called a commission because this task is similar to what they have done before, and there will be a payer. It's called an order because the commissioner has previously incorporated these people into an external organization. Therefore, the commissioner can be seen as their superior, and this commission must be treated as an order. After confirming this is indeed what they requested, it should be loaded and taken out immediately. One of the people responsible for checking the items reported to the leader after confirming that it was indeed the target. The entire Research Institute's security protocol was still being interfered with, and they had not detected their presence, so they could proceed with the evacuation as planned. Another criminal responsible for the program interference reported his work status to the leader. After confirming, the leader didn't say much. After making a gesture to all the subordinates, the entire team quickly began to evacuate. The evacuation process went as planned, without any unexpected incidents. When these criminals completely left the area, the Research Institute's restored security system did not notice anything missing. The ability of the serpent of devouring flesh is truly terrifying. With our original technology, we should have been discovered by the security personnel within half a minute. One of the criminals involved in this operation, seeing that they completed the task without anyone noticing, couldn't help but marvel at their client, the serpent of devouring flesh, which is also the upper organization, as a powerful technical group. Yes, I initially thought that stealing this would likely lead to quick discovery, ultimately attracting that sexy prisoner monster to chase us. But at this time, no one has noticed our actions. The technical prowess of the serpent of devouring flesh is indeed frightening. Thinking of that perverted sexy prisoner, the criminal who just completed the task immediately began to sweat coldly. This time, we only prepared some simple equipment, and we were able to accomplish such a task. If we truly join the serpent of devouring flesh in the future, will we gain the power to fight against heroes? Or would it be better not to join the serpent of devouring flesh? Can't we just benefit a little while hanging under their name? The serpent of devouring flesh causes casualties every time they carry out a major operation. Joining them would mean becoming cannon fodder. Several henchmen who participated in this operation kept discussing their opinions, and at this moment, the man who was their leader spoke up. Everyone shut up. Stop mentioning the serpent of devouring flesh, or you'll attract trouble. I heard that the Metal Knight and the Child Emperor from the Hero Association have been using special equipment to gather information on the serpent of devouring flesh. If you keep talking recklessly and end up attracting trouble, how will you deal with it? The henchmen, who received the reminder from their boss, immediately reacted and stopped talking. Recently, many people on the street have suffered because they mentioned the serpent of devouring flesh, only to be suddenly dealt with harshly by heroes. Yes, boss. We won't talk recklessly anymore. However, this time the higher-ups said it was a commission, so they should honor their promise and pay us a good amount of commission, right? One henchman, who cared less about the serpent of devouring flesh and more about the reward, inquired about something more material. The next words from their boss immediately made everyone present smile. Well, I just confirmed it. 30% of the commission has already been credited. Moreover, the higher-ups sent a message that if we can quickly deliver the goods to the designated location, there will be an additional 10% bonus. Awesome. Even if we split that 10% bonus, each of us can get an extra 500,000. Accelerate, accelerate, hurry and drive the car to the designated location. Then we just need to get out of the car and not worry about anything. The henchman felt very happy, and the leader originally intended to say something more. However, his phone received a message. A hero had set their sights on them, and it was an A-rank hero. A hero is after us? How is that possible? We clearly came according to the plan. Damn it, did you just run a red light? After receiving the reminder, the criminal leader immediately thought that it was because his men did not follow the action plan, which caused their exposure. But after reading the message on his phone, he realized it was because their driver had run a red light. The driver, who was driving, finally realized he made a mistake and attracted trouble outside of the plan. So he quickly began to apologize to the boss. Sorry, boss. I saw no one at the previous intersection, so I just ran the red light. I thought this car would be abandoned anyway, so I didn't care about it. Idiot, if something goes wrong this time, I'll definitely twist your head off. Stop that car in front of me. How dare you run a red light and escape in front of me? An A-rank hero, enhanced warrior. I will not let you go. KeEscapes, relying on his enhanced legs, chased after the car ahead at high speed. Although this speed couldn't be maintained for long, KeEscapes was confident he could intercept the escaping car before time ran out. Having become the 8th A-rank hero, KeEscapes had come to J City not for hero work, but because his parents had found him a bunch of trouble to deal with, so he had to come over. After finally finishing a commercial shoot, he was about to go support a friend of his father when he spotted a car running a red light right in front of him. Unable to tolerate such behavior, KeEscapes naturally began this chase that shouldn't have happened. When the escaping car realized it couldn't shake off KeEscapes, it crazily leaned out of the window, using weapons to shoot at him. What? Armed criminals are masked. They must be up to no good. I cannot let you go. I must arrest you all in the name of justice. For the bullets shot at him from the front, KeEscapes only formed a layer of bony armor on the vital areas of his skin. Then, he ignored the bullets and pursued until he was less than 3 meters away from the criminal's vehicle. During this time, although the bullets and grenades fired by the criminals damaged KeEscapes' clothes considerably, he, having proper defense, did not suffer any injuries that would affect his actions, except the justice of punishment, KeEscapes' flying kick. At the last moment, KeEscapes prepared to directly kick into the car. However, just as he was about to hit the car while flying in the air, he was suddenly struck by a sudden gust of cutting air, sending him flying away. Fortunately, KeEscapes reacted in time, and the skeletal armor on his body was strong enough that he was not directly taken down by the strike. As he regained his composure, he looked at the attacker not far away and shouted, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" It was truly an unexpected battle. He could have easily handled everything. But those guys were just causing trouble. Wang, dressed in all black, revealed a mark of the serpent of devouring flesh, and then spoke in a voice modified by special assistants. So you are the bioengineered human created by Diesel? You don't seem that impressive. KeEscapes, recognizing the mark of the serpent of devouring flesh, asked warily. So it's the evil criminal organization, the serpent of devouring flesh. What do you want to do in J City, and what does that escaping car have to do with you? Wang did not answer KeEscapes' question, but instead casually observed him and said, although you are not that powerful, capturing you should be rewarded by the higher-ups. You, this toy created by Diesel, should just obediently prepare to become our research material for the serpent of devouring flesh. The one who will be captured is you. You will definitely Before Casero could finish his sentence, he saw the other party draw out two black short knives and instantly flash in front of him. Casero armor. Unable to match the opponent's speed, Casero's reaction was still adequate. He quickly formed a layer of bony armor on his entire body, successfully blocking the short knives that slashed toward his legs. After the dual blades sparked a shower of sparks, the attacker seemed somewhat surprised. So he stopped his assault and jumped onto a utility pole, saying, "This is more interesting than I expected. That guy Diesel really has some skills. But if you think this can block my dual blades, you're being too naive." Pretending to be surprised and praising himself, the sense of shame was indeed quite thick. After Wang, who internally mocked this, he tightened his grip on the dual blades, preparing to put on a little show before leaving. However, Casero still hadn't recognized the gap in strength and instead condensed a boned boomerang from his body, launching an attack at the mysterious dual blade wielder in front of him. A boomerang? Casero actually created this kind of thing. It's really neither here nor there. Wonka didn't give Casero's boomerang much of a chance to show off. After knocking the boomerang away with one swing of his blade, he flashed in front of Casero and executed another makeshift move he had developed. Phantom Blade style, Bone Break Sword. The source is from the Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky, Joshua Bright's ultimate move. Casero had initially planned to use his confident defense to counterattack after seeing the opponent's move. However, to his eyes, the dual blades seemed to dance like phantoms, making it impossible for him to make an accurate judgment. Following, there were several powerful slashes, and Casero's bone armor was directly shattered. Several crossed wounds appeared on his body, with blood flowing continuously. As expected, there's really no outstanding physical skill. Even this attack, which I clearly held back, couldn't be safely avoided. With this level of power, Casero, you should slowly climb toward the S-Class realm. Wang Ku's previous attack had actually been much restrained. Although it looked like Casero was heavily injured, they weren't fatal wounds. He was just pretending to capture Casero alive, deliberately making it seem like he couldn't move. "Damn it, I want to yield to you snakes of the flesh," Casero shouted. "Take this, Casero boomerang double strike." Cold sweat had appeared on Casero's face from the pain, but he still didn't show fear. Instead, he chose to continue fighting. He actually condensed two boomerangs at the same time and threw them with both hands. Casero had consulted with Air, another A-class hero, about the techniques of using boomerangs. He firmly believed that as long as he kept working hard, he could maximize the effectiveness of this technique in combination with his abilities. Casero had such a simple-minded thought, while Wang Ku silently mocked him. What makes this kid think that increasing the number will have an effect? He's so one-track-minded. Clearly, from that previous attack, it should have shown that the boomerangs are completely ineffective against me. With this energy playing with such a mediocre thing, wouldn't it be better to find a way to launch smaller, more powerful bone bullets instead? Wang could easily knock down the two boomerangs that were approaching him, then reversed his grip on the blade, preparing to make some more openings on Casero. However, sensing something, Wang Ku immediately spun in midair and blocked a long spear thrust aimed at him. Being able to block my bamboo shoot in midair, not bad at all. The newcomer was Poison Spike, the 12th ranked A-class hero. His rank dropped by 1 because of Casero, who often made a splash in City J. Poison Spike was considered a relatively powerful hero. If it weren't for Casero's modified body, he couldn't compete with this fool in terms of combat skills. After making this judgment in his mind, Wang Ku landed and spun backward, unleashing a vacuum blade. The other arriving A-class hero, Reiku Kenji, who had originally planned to ambush Wang Ku, was sent flying by this powerful wind blade. Reiku Kenji's 2 electric shock sticks deflected the fatal blow, but they also sustained significant cracks. In fact, even then, Wang could already held back a lot. On the surface, talking to attract my attention, but secretly arranging for an ambush behind. Given your IQ, this tactic is barely acceptable. Wang Ku, embodying the cadre of the flesh-eating serpent, provocatively said to the astonished Poison Spike. Initially stunned by Reiku Kenji being knocked back in an instant, Poison Spike, upon hearing Wang Ku's provocative words, immediately got angry and assumed a stance, ready to use his ultimate move to end the fight. "You're the type of trash that my bamboo shoot can take down with just one shot. Here it comes, Super Giant Spiral Poison Spike." Poison Spike struck a beautiful pose, but before he could fully unleash his ultimate move, Wang Ku had already attacked first, knocking Poison Spike down in an instant. Phantom Blade style, Absolute Shadow. Once again, Joshua Bright's ultimate move from the Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky. Wasting time spinning the gun barrel before launching, striking a somewhat middle school pose. How on earth has this naive fighting style allowed him to survive until now? Has he only encountered idiots with low IQs before? After finishing his mocking, Wang could turn to look at KeEscapes, whose mobility had significantly declined. This foolish kid was finally not too foolish. During the time he received support, he had already used his abilities to stop the bleeding. In contrast to Wang Ke's calmness, KeEscapes was almost dumbfounded by the performance of the enemy before him. Earlier, he saw Poison Spike about to unleash his ultimate move with a long spear, but that flesh-eating serpent guy moved like a ghost, vanishing in a straight line. In the blink of an eye, Poison Spike had a wound over 10 centimeters long opened on his body. After receiving that slash, Poison Spike completely lost consciousness. The background character got taken out immediately upon appearing. Now you can also obediently faint for me. After hearing this, KeEscapes saw a faint yellow light flash in the opponent's eyes, and at the same time, the dual blades in his hands seemed to twist. Then KeEscapes' head began to feel dizzy, and his body seemed to start losing control. Dual electric shock sticks, voltage max, originally knocked back. Reiku Kenji suddenly launched an electrical attack at Wang Ke, interrupting his next move. After dodging the current, Wang Ke was just about to unleash the vacuum blade to finish him off when the already dazed KeEscapes charged in at that moment, launching a close-range bone stake attack. Wang Ke blocked with his dual blades, but his entire body was sent flying into the air by the massive force. At that moment, Poison Spike, who should have already been dealt with, surprisingly stood up again and successfully unleashed his signature move against the airborne Wang Ke. Super Giant Spiral Poison Spike. The rotating bamboo shoot spearhead attacked Wang Ke with immense power. Unable to move in mid-air, Wang Ke could only grip his dual blades and take the lethal move head-on. With a clang, both Wang Ke and Poison Spike flew back, landing and regaining their stances. You actually use electricity to wake both of them up. It seems like your brain isn't too bad among us three. Although the series of attacks looked quite dangerous, Wang Ke, with his excellent skills, naturally didn't sustain any injuries. He looked at Reiku Kenji, who was surrounding him along with KeEscapes and Poison Spike, and said with some appreciation, "Surrender. You can no longer exploit any opportunities to take us down one by one. The other support forces from the Hero Association will arrive soon, and they won't go easy on us like we do." While trying to shake the opponent with words, Reiku Kenji took a defensive stance. At the same time, he was quite shocked to think that this guy, the Serpent of Consumption, was too strong. After that series of attacks, he hadn't even been injured, let alone had any changes in his breathing. KeEscapes and Poison Spike, who had a deep understanding of Wang Ke's strength, were also staring solemnly at the dual-wielding fighter in front of them. Oh, the Association's forces are coming? I wonder which useless ones will show up. In fact, Wang Ke already knew through his computer and mental communication that some A, B, and C-level heroes were on their way here. However, he still cooperatively engaged in conversation with Reiku Kenji, buying them some time. "You talk a big game, but don't cry later, you bastard." Poison Spike's wounds were still bleeding, but that didn't change his fighting spirit at all. Don't be provoked by his words. He wants to pick us off one by one. KeEscapes suddenly seemed to have a boost in intelligence and quickly saw through Wang Ke's intentions. After glancing at KeEscapes, Wang Ke swiftly wielded his dual blades, blocking several bullets aimed at his joints. Have they already arrived? This way of greeting is quite lacking. You useless heroes from the Hero Association. As soon as Wang Ke finished speaking, over a dozen heroes of various ranks arrived on the scene and directly surrounded Wang Ke, who stood at the center. So this guy is from the Serpent of Consumption? He sure has a big mouth. The B-level hero Gun was the first to attack Wang Ke with his unique joint shooting technique. Although he stood on the outer side, he was the first support hero to arrive. Gun, don't shoot recklessly. Pay attention to my arrows. The B-level archer hero, known for his distinctive long-range combat, didn't shoot arrows until the heroes had formed a surrounding formation, preparing to snipe. Another warrior using a black blade. I won't show any mercy. This B-level hero, the Dark Flame Dragon Blade user, had a tendency to spout endless lines filled with his deep-rooted delusions. Wang Ke didn't have the patience to listen to this fool, and felt that it was embarrassing to choose to use a black blade like a delusional person. Does this guy want to attack and capture the heroes modified by Dr. Diesel? Then I definitely can't let him go. I'll dig out all the information on the Serpent of Consumption from him. The B-level hero Bone had seen a significant increase in strength after being modified by Wang Ke. Originally, he had a chance to challenge for A-level hero status, but it seemed he was blocked by a certain hot-bodied lady who currently held the top spot in B-level. He was determined to continue honing his power and had been lingering in the top 20 of B-level heroes. KeEscapes, Bone, and the leader are all in City J now. If George also came, it would really be a complete gathering. However, among the A-level heroes who had arrived, George was nowhere to be seen. Instead, 4 A-level heroes that Wang Ku recognized and who were quite strong had come. Judging by their physique, they appeared to be agile opponents. Their movements revealed a unique elegance. But unfortunately, their words and actions were not those of a gentleman. Standing upright in a neat tailcoat, along with that iconic mustache, was A-level hero Spring Mustache. In Wang Ku's impression, this guy was fairly strong, but he seemed to rarely act with a bunch of heroes. Don't waste time. Let us quickly deal with this trash and finish the job. A-level hero Golden Ball often partnered with Spring Mustache. Compared to Spring Mustache's carefree attitude in pursuing his life, Golden Ball seemed a lot more laid back. His poor tone might be due to Wang Ku's earlier words having irritated him. He looks like a strong opponent. This guy must be a cadre of the Serpent of Consumption, using a gigantic sword as a weapon and wearing a tight suit. A-level hero's smile was as expressionless as ever. However, he had just arrived and seemed to have decent eyesight. There were orders above to capture him alive. But it wouldn't matter if he faced some hardships. Make sure to create opportunities for me. I'll be careful not to turn him into charcoal. The 6th A-level hero, Blue Flame, believed in flawless justice and was a guy who hated evil passionately. If it weren't for the association's orders, he would probably prefer to eliminate criminals directly. However, Wang Ku had a strong impression of Blue Flame, although some of his little tricks were meaningless once seen through. He was rated in the original comic setting as having combat abilities that were not inferior to S-level heroes. Next came several C-level heroes: Red Scarf Fighter, Morning Clothes Strap, Cross Key, Mohawk. Hey, why are they even bringing out low-tier guys like Red Nose to deal with me? That is too disrespectful. Wang Ku looked at the heroes surrounding him and curiously asked, "You sent 4 A-level for B-level and 5 C-level heroes for support? This combination is too unbalanced, right? Doesn't your hero association have anyone who can arrange team battle tactics? Or do you think so little of me that you just grab whoever was nearby?" Blue Flame replied with a dismissive expression. "Were you? Do you want S-level heroes to specially entertain you? If it weren't for the association needing to gather information on the Serpent of Consumption and capture you alive, we wouldn't have gathered everyone around to encircle you." So they really did call on the heroes who were temporarily nearby. However, this combination is quite underestimating me. The encirclement team overall lacks coordination, and there isn't even a single S-level hero. Oh right, although I've fought Sonic in this form before, I didn't reveal my strength to the association or the police, so it's normal for them not to know how strong I am. After all, the combat power of S-level heroes is very precious. Unless the main force of the Serpent of Consumption is deployed, there's really no need to overly concern themselves with a minor character like me. Thinking of this, Wang Ku felt that taking this opportunity to make a name for himself was not a bad idea. So, looking at the heroes who were about to take action, Wang Ku raised his hand to indicate he had something to say. "Oh, are you going to surrender? That is quite perceptive of you," Golden Ball said. Not intending to waste time, Wang Ku didn't give the other heroes a chance to speak and instead said something very hate-inducing. "I am a No. 13 executor of the Serpent of Consumption, a relatively high-ranking cadre within the organization. There's no need for you to know my specific name. However, you guys in the association better remember, when you encounter me in the future, just mobilize high-level forces. It's better not to send weaklings like you to waste my time. Bastard." After Poison Spike angrily shouted the collective feelings of the heroes, the battle between the 16 professional heroes and Wang Ku officially began. The first to attack Wang Ku was A-level hero Golden Ball. He directly pulled the slingshot in his hand and shot a shape memory alloy bullet toward Wang Ku's thigh, just like his partner Spring Mustache. Golden Ball judged that Wang Ku was an agile opponent. To successfully capture him for intelligence extraction, it would be best to first incapacitate him. What a terribly boring attack. Is it because so many people lacking synergy are gathered together that you can't fully unleash yourself? The golden bullet that could penetrate a 5mm iron plate was slightly deflected by the black blade in Wang Ku's hand, changing its flight path and targeting the gun on the periphery who was aiming at him. Then, Wang Ku's figure flashed, and he charged directly at the golden ball, intending to take him out first. However, the golden ball did not rush, as Wang Ku was quickly blocked. Speaking of synergy, I have quite a bit of cooperative experience with the golden ball. After Spring Bearded blocked Wang Ku with his one-handed sword, he quickly danced with one hand, blocking Wang Ku's series of dual dagger strikes. "Don't forget about me. Our battle hasn't been decided yet." The Venom Spike pushed forward again, closing in with Spring Bearded to force Wang Ku into a dead end. Then, the Smiling Man launched an attack with his huge sword. Wang Ku nimbly stepped aside to avoid the attack. However, the heroes smiled knowingly as they successfully forced their opponent into a trap. The gun had long avoided the memory gold bullet that Wang Ku had shot by altering its flight path with the help of other heroes around. Once Wang Ku was cornered, he immediately unleashed his signature joint shooting technique, pouring a barrage of bullets toward Wang Ku. Wang Ku hurriedly waved his dual daggers again, deflecting all the bullets aimed at him. But this also temporarily sealed his movements, and at that moment, a rain of arrows began to fall from the sky. This was an action that the archer had long prepared, and he timed the attack perfectly, living up to his background as a forest hunter. Just a piece of cake. Wang Ku scoffed, gripping his dual daggers with a reverse grip and performing a spin, shooting out a dozen vacuum blades in all directions. The rain of arrows that was originally flying toward Wang Ku was immediately dispersed by the wind blades shot upward. Meanwhile, the cyan flame, who had intended to take advantage of the opportunity to launch another golden bullet at Wang Ku and to spit fire at him, was forced to start dodging due to the wind blades. Those unable to dodge, Gun and the archer, were protected by the B-class heroes, Dark Flame Dragon Blade User and Bone. The Dark Flame Dragon Blade User, being relatively agile, hugged Gun and quickly dodged the wind blades. Bone, relying on his powerful defense, acted as a meat shield and blocked the wind blades for the archer without injury. So, although lacking long-term cooperative synergy, they are all professional heroes, and some basic cooperative combat can still be combined. Wang Ku said this while looking at the C-class heroes who had not participated in the battle. As these guys had opened a fire hydrant and started spraying water at Wang Ku, the other A-class and B-class heroes also appropriately distanced themselves, while the opportunistic Lightning CNG took this moment to use a wide-area skill. Water conducts electricity. Let's see how you dodge this. Get paralyzed by the current. Adjusting the voltage to the maximum, Lightning CNG directed the current through the water toward Wang Ku's location. In such tactical coordination, the cadre of the snake-eating body could not resist at all and was directly struck by the electric shock. After a while, Wang Ku seemed to be in a state of full-body paralysis, unable to move an inch. Don't be careless. This guy won't be dealt with so easily. Use medium to long-range attacks. Lightning CNG, who had previously been forced into a hard fight with KeEscapes and Venom Spike, naturally knew how troublesome this opponent was. So at this moment, he reminded the few heroes who were about to join the battle. Gun was still loading bullets for himself, and the archer's arrows were scattered in the electrified water area, unable to be picked up. So this job clearly fell to the golden bullet. Be careful. He might reflect my memory gold bullet again. This time I will use maximum power. After saying this, the golden bullet aimed at Wang Ku's right leg for an attack. The memory gold bullet that changed in flight successfully pierced Wang Ku's right leg in his eyes. One of his legs was disabled. Now I'll subdue him in close combat. After the golden bullet said this, he was strangely surprised to find that the people around him did not rush forward, but instead stared at him warily. His partner, Spring-Bearded, rushed over and directly tackled him to the ground. Lightning CNG followed, closely behind, and quickly gave the golden bullet an electric therapy. Only then did the golden bullet realize that he had entered a state of illusion. He had actually attacked his own teammates. While the position where Wang Ku was standing was occupied by A-class hero Venom Spike, with one leg covered in blood. The real Wang Ku was retreating under a fire attack from Cyan Flame, and the golden bullet didn't know when he had fallen into the illusion. Nor did he know which part of his previous memories was real and which was false. Be careful. This guy seems to have a hypnotic ability similar to hypnosis. Everyone must not be deceived by him. If you notice something is off, come to me for electric therapy. Lightning CNG reminded everyone again. Although the opponent's ability was somewhat troublesome, the current battle situation seemed to favor the heroes suppressing the enemy. Earth Destruction Spin. The Smiling Man took on the responsibility of engaging in combat, as the three long-range attacking heroes had to temporarily retreat. Although Venom Spike lost the ability to act due to friendly fire, KeEscapes, who had been somewhat downcast, seemed to have recovered considerably. He, together with Spring-Bearded, showcased impressive close combat prowess with his skeletal armor. And if any gaps appeared, even if the peripheral heroes couldn't provide timely rescue, Cyan Flame would quickly force back any opponent daring to make a move with his powerful flames. Meanwhile, Bone and the Dark Flame Dragon Blade User were blocking the opponent's escape attempts while protecting other heroes on the periphery. As long as they could stop the enemy for even a brief moment, the Inner Circle heroes would quickly arrive to resume their siege on the opponent. This situation had repeated several times, and the battlefield had shifted. However, the cadre of the snake-eating body had still not succeeded in escaping. The C-class heroes had picked up their arrows again and were replenishing ammunition for Gun. In the upcoming battle, the heroes would launch a new round of siege. Moreover, the synergy among all the heroes present had improved, and they had grasped various characteristics of their opponent. Presumably, in the next round of attacks, the opponent would no longer be able to maintain his defense and would be directly taken down by the hero's skilled coordinated attacks. After making these judgments, the smiling man moved forward again to engage with the opponent. As the highest-ranked professional hero here, A-Class 6th, Cyan Flame had another judgment in his heart. Does this guy from a snake-eating body really care about fighting? It feels like he is toying with us. He hasn't made a move during several opportunities, instead allowing us to regroup and familiarize ourselves with each other's combat rhythms to improve synergy. Moreover, the C-Class heroes being able to retrieve arrows seems to be an opportunity he deliberately provided. Whether Venom Spike was injured or the golden bullet fell into an illusion, he did not press the advantage. Instead, he distanced himself to allow our people to rescue, rather than being chased around by us heroes. It feels more like he is teasing a bunch of monkeys having fun. Thinking of this, Cyan Flame carefully observed the opponent being besieged, and then he heard the enemy emit a low laugh, which clearly infuriated Cyan Flame. Stop joking, you're just a criminal, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Since you have such strength, we don't need to be fixated on capturing you alive. Everyone, be aware that this guy is hiding deep strength. Don't worry about whether we will kill him. All of us must use our full power to injure him first. Qing Yin suddenly shouted this in the battle, making the unsuspecting heroes think Qing Yin had also fallen under an illusion. However, after seeing this top-ranked hero's attacks and movements become even more outstanding, everyone finally understood that the opponent might have seen through something. Finally figured out, huh? Then put in a bit more effort. I don't want to keep playing with you. Show me a bit more of your strength. The previously somewhat flustered opponent, after Qing Yin revealed the truth, immediately replaced the anxious look on his face with an indifferent expression. Once they realized they were being toyed with, the group of heroes finally unleashed their attacks on the cadres of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh without mercy. The gunman, who had finally finished reloading, no longer hesitated and began to aim at the vital points of their opponent for precise and rapid firing. Meanwhile, the hunter, who had received an arrow supply, coated his arrows with a considerable amount of poison. The fully awakened Golden Ball also shot out several ricocheting golden bullets along with his two companions, not caring about the damage it would cause to the opponent. However, even so, when he kicked over the enhanced warrior, he barely paid attention to the weapons being shot at him. Whether it was arrows or bullets, they were all blocked within his air defense zone. The ricocheting memory gold bullets were casually deflected by the opponent's dual blades and fell weakly to the ground. Seeing that long-range attacks were ineffective, the spring mustache quickly closed in on the opponent. After a quick sword dance, he narrowly deflected the opponent's dual blades. At this moment, Smiling Man and the already risen Casero also launched their attacks with Earth Destroyer Spin and Casero's Boomerang, respectively. The cadre of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh nimbly leaped and easily dodged the attacks. But this allowed Spring Mustache to seize the opportunity. He forcefully stepped forward with his right foot and crushed the asphalt road. Next, his elegant Western sword transformed into a spring-like shape. Then, he aimed at his prepared opponent and unleashed his famous technique. Spring Mustache's signature move. The sword made of shape memory alloy thrust forward fiercely at the enemy's front. The sword tip, extending in a straight line, had become imperceptible to the naked eye. Most monsters had no chance to react and would be skewered by this powerful attack. However, the cadre of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh simply used his dual blades to swiftly slash, directly severing the Spring Mustache's thrusting sword. What? That's shape memory alloy. How could it? Monster! It wasn't just Spring Mustache who was stunned. The other A and B class heroes, even the C class heroes watching from the periphery, couldn't help but marvel. They were all intimidated by Wang's displayed strength. But it's not over yet. Only one person didn't get stunned at that moment. And that was Qing Yin, who had sensed the opponent's hidden strength earlier. While Spring Mustache executed his ultimate move, he quickly closed in on the opponent from another direction. As everyone was marveling at the opponent's power, he successfully arrived at the defensive blind spot of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh cadre. Then, Qing Yin's hands quickly changed, and he extended his right palm forward, unleashing his ultimate move against Wang Ko. Cremation. A powerful flame instantly engulfed the entire opponent, and, at such a close distance, Qing Yin was confident that his flames had successfully covered the other side. Did we take him down? After seeing Qing Yin's successful assault, everyone wondered if they had defeated the opponent. The earlier task of capturing him alive had been thrown to the back of their minds. To ensure success, Qing Yin kept the flame spraying for a long time. When he felt that the hidden nozzle in his sleeve had reached its limit, He finally stopped the attack and quickly retreated to his companion's side. After Qing Yin stepped back, the burning flames continued for a while. When the flames gradually dissipated, the heroes present saw nothing but a pile of ashes in front of them. Could it be that this guy was burned to ashes? Oh no, we were supposed to capture him alive. Perhaps this is better. This opponent is just too strong. If we hadn't successfully eliminated him this time, the next thing would be us being taken down by his dual blades. Did we really win? It feels a bit unreal. The opponent's figure indeed disappeared into the flames and did not reappear. This time, we truly won. Let's gather the remains in the flames. Perhaps we might make some unexpected discoveries. The 16 heroes expressed their views, and under the comforting words of their companions, they gradually felt more at ease, believing that the troublesome and terrifying opponent had indeed been defeated. But just as the flames completely extinguished, a voice that seemed devilish floated into their ears again. Almost like an illusion. Is this all you can do? I'm truly disappointed. Super giant spiral venom sting. The first to react was the venom sting, who had lost mobility due to the golden bullet earlier. Upon discovering the vanished cadre of the serpent of devouring flesh atop a nearby utility pole, he immediately exerted force with one foot and unleashed his ultimate move. However, even so, the vast gap in strength could not be bridged. The opponent merely reversed the grip on his knife with his left hand and slashed out a powerful wind blade, breaking Venom Sting's ultimate move, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground. I've grown tired of your moves. Find a place to lie down. Wang looked at Venom Sting, who was bleeding on the ground, feeling it was rather uninteresting. After experiencing a fierce battle with the water dragon, this temporary assembly of ABC heroes really posed no significant threat to him. It seems that if I still want to have fun with the Hero Association in this disguise, I must choose S-Class heroes or the top 4 A-Class heroes. That might be a bit more interesting. Hold on, we're coming to support you. At this moment, more than 20 professional heroes arrived on the battlefield. However, none of them were A-Class. They were all a mix of B and C-Class, which posed no challenge to Wang at all. Meanwhile, the computer monitoring the Hero Association reported that S-Class heroes were already on their way here. It was likely that Spring Mustache or someone had pressed the emergency button. The first to arrive should be the sexy prisoner coming out of Stinky Cover Prison. And another one who seemed closer was Atomic Warrior, leading his apprentices. Whichever one of them it was, they were not what Wang wanted to face right now. So, he looked at the heroes gathering in front of him, tightened his grip on the 2 black short knives, and calmly said in a very calm tone, "Are you all unable to unleash any techniques? Then let me show you my attack. Don't worry, it should be over in less than 3 seconds." Qingyin immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly prepared to alert the people around him, but in the end, he couldn't shout anything out. Before losing consciousness, all the heroes present only saw a fleeting figure in front of them and some blood splattered from an unknown source. At the same time, several clear words reached each hero's ears. Blacktooth. The battle that took place in J City, although not captured by any media, resulted in injuries to a total of 38 heroes of various ranks, including 7 A-rank professional heroes. The large-scale hospitalization of the heroes was keenly noted by paparazzi. Subsequently, the spokesperson for the Hero Association stated that these heroes were hospitalized due to food poisoning, and there were no serious monster disasters in J City that day. So these heroes had nothing to do with the monsters. Despite the Hero Association's rapid response, various rumors still spread widely among other heroes in society. Some said that the professional heroes within the Hero Association had a serious brawl due to factional conflicts or differences of opinion. Others claimed that the Hero Association's disaster assessment was mistaken, misidentifying a dragon-level monster in J City as a tiger-level one. And after continuously sending in large numbers of A, B, and C rank heroes, they were all wiped out in one go. There were also those who asserted that it wasn't a dragon-level monster that defeated many heroes, but rather an unknown human criminal, a minor character for whom no bounty had been issued. Various other claims circulated, but the third point, which was closest to the truth, spread the least. However, after that day, Blacktooth, whether it was the name of a technique or a nickname, entered the Hero Association's confidential files. The Hero Association did not issue a bounty for this mysterious person, but internally decided that if they encountered this enemy again in the future, they would ignore the A, B, and C rank heroes and, to be safe, at least send out 2 S rank heroes to deal with this individual. Meanwhile, the danger level of Devouring Serpent was raised by 1 level, and if they encountered anyone claiming to be an executor of the organization or bearing any NO number, they would also send out S rank heroes to respond. After forcibly putting on a show of B rank strength, Wang who had just returned to the side of his older sister, received a call from the Hero Association requesting Dr. Diesel to treat the heroes again. Each of those heroes had received serious wounds from knives. Even if they weren't fatal, they would normally need several months to recuperate. With Black Tooth classified as a confidential matter, the Hero Association urgently hoped that Dr. Diesel could provide help to quickly and discreetly treat all these heroes. After negotiating a price, Wang, feeling a bit guilty, spent most of the afternoon ensuring that all the knife wounds and their traces disappeared from the heroes. However, a weak body wound T recover completely just from 1 or 2 injections. That kind of hasty approach could harm their health. So ultimately, the Hero Association only arranged for a collective food poisoning narrative. After all the injured heroes indeed recovered within 2 or 3 days. After making a tidy sum from this self-directed performance, Wang could return to his semi-tourism reporting job. The items he previously commissioned criminals to steal were actually a special machine developed by that research institute. In fact, the technology patent had originally been sold to them by Wang a few years ago when he was still building his own research institute and lacked the necessary equipment, time, and energy, so he made a bit of quick cash. This time, discovering the giant insect pupa just happened to require this equipment. Rather than spending time and energy developing a set of experimental items that needed testing, it was better to directly retrieve a set of already mature finished products from them, along with various supporting materials they had researched over the years. Looking at the adjusted equipment, Wang pondered what excuse he could use to temporarily leave his girlfriend Nest's side. In the underground secret base under construction, codenamed Snake Nest No. 3, the construction speed was quite fast due to the relatively large underground space. Among the 6 snake nests under construction, Snake Nest No. 3 was currently the most advanced in terms of completion progress. The entire base has already equipped over 700 personnel, including biochemical test assistants, basic biochemical soldiers, and low-level monster transformation soldiers. A new batch of personnel is about to be produced from the underground base in Z City, and in a few days, the number of people here will exceed 1,000. The behind-the-scenes big boss of Devouring Serpent also arrived at this currently largest base of the organization with the newly adjusted equipment. The target's biological fluid samples had been collected in sufficient quantities, and we had also gathered all the molts of the larval stage around the pupa as special materials for storage. A biochemical personnel from the management department was reporting the latest news to Wang. Like other bases, Snake Nest No. 3 has functionalities from the management, research, and arm departments. How is the catalytic experiment of the pupa proceeding? Can we start the next transformation? After looking at the report submitted by the management personnel, Wang nodded in satisfaction and began to inquire about other matters. The research department had completed the tasks you instructed. Chief, the pupa only had some collapse issues initially, but it has stabilized now. Additionally, with the injection of special agents from the outside, the pupa is currently in great condition and can start the next transformation at any time. Previously, Wang had handed over his aberrant cells and some project data from the metamorphosis experiment to the subordinates of Snake Nest No. 3 to begin preliminary work. And now all preparations have been fine-tuned. Well done. Now let's use the machine I brought, and the transformation plan will commence now. Since the preparatory work is complete, Devouring Serpent is not a bureaucratic organization. Therefore, there is no need for any meaningless welcoming ceremonies. As the big boss, Wang immediately ordered the further work to begin. Yes, after taking the internal elevator to a large space on the lower level, the pupa undergoing accelerated transformation was surrounded by a huge metal cover. Wang could gaze at the slowly wriggling giant pupa through the glass window of the metal cover, feeling a shock in his heart. Previously, he only saw the transmitted video data on the computer. Now that he was here in person, the experience was naturally different. Inside the metal cover, more than 10 experimental personnel had connected the machine brought by Wang to a large device within the base. This large device had many components that resembled cables and infusion tubes, all connected to the giant pupa. Once this step was completed, all the biochemical personnel around Wang looked at their big boss. With his telepathic ability, Wang could sense the monster inside the giant pupa. It seems to sense that something bad is about to happen and is accelerating its formation. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Wang directly issued a somewhat rough command. He ordered to set the power to maximum, disregarding any reactions from the still unformed giant monster inside the pupa. At Wang's command, more than a dozen huge mechanical arms inside the metal shell immediately began injecting the special nanobots developed by Wang into the wriggling pupa. These nanobots were originally used by Wang to brainwash monsters, and after some unique adjustments, They could also enhance the skills of modified humans. However, since they cannot exist for too long, they will quickly dissolve in bodily fluids and other substances. Therefore, continuous injections are needed based on the size of the living subject to be modified. At the same time, to reduce the dissolution of the nanobots by the bodily fluids within the monster, the equipment also needs to modify the monster's bodily fluids. Previously, those relatively smaller monsters could be handled with some equipment in Wang's research institute. However, the bodily fluids inside the giant pupa were special, and the size itself exceeded Wang's previous largest modified subjects by dozens of times. Such a level of bodily fluid modification could not be managed by Wang's previous lower power equipment. The machine acquired from J-City could completely serve as the core machine. Wang just needed to temporarily modify some supporting devices. This core machine was originally conceived by Wang a few years ago for insect power generation, used to remove impurities from insect bodily fluids. Later, Wang stopped the related research and sold the technology to that research institute. They developed a device that could purify chemical agents using this technology. Although the purposes were not entirely the same, the effects could still be directly interchangeable to a large extent. At this moment, under the operation of the core machine, special liquids and energy were continuously fed into the giant pupa, purifying various fluids inside and increasing the efficiency of the nanobots. The monster inside the pupa also sensed something was wrong. Its consciousness seemed to be becoming increasingly blurred, as if it were about to be transformed into a thoughtless puppet. Therefore, its wriggling intensified, and a fully formed insect leg unexpectedly extended out from the sturdy pupa. It paid no attention to the fluid inside the pupa that served as its metamorphosis nourishment, which was continuously flowing out from the hole. It swung its thigh wildly, destroying several mechanical arms that were injecting the nanobots. Generally speaking, even if an insect has completed metamorphosis, the surface shell should be very soft right after emerging from the pupa. It takes some time for the new shell's strength to reach the required standard. However, this monster, clearly not yet having completed its metamorphosis, could destroy such a hard shell and break the mechanical arms in the base like matchsticks. If it fully transformed into an adult insect, its destructive power would be astonishing. Fortunately, it was still in the pupa state when it was found by the high-tech organization, the Serpent of Devouring. As the overall person in charge of this modification task, Wang naturally would not allow the monster to wreak havoc. The new mechanical arms would go up later. For now, just cut off the insect leg that the monster extended out to cause trouble. At Wang's command, the laboratory staff hurriedly operated several huge laser surgical knives, directly slicing towards the insect leg extended by the monster. Although the strength of the insect leg was quite good, it had not fully formed yet. After thrashing around for a while, it was directly severed by the encirclement of several laser surgical knives. The severed limb was immediately dragged away and preserved by several newly extended mechanical arms. More mechanical arms then resumed injecting nanobots into the pupa, continuing the brainwashing modification work. However, the monster inside the pupa was unwilling to submit and once again began to resist violently. Several formed or unformed insect legs stretched out from the pupa, continuously destroying the surrounding equipment. The nutrient fluid inside the pupa was draining too quickly. If the subject continued to cause trouble, there was a 76% chance that our subsequent work would. Open the hatch, and I'll personally cut off the insect leg faster. You just need to focus on repairing the pupa afterwards. Originally, a subordinate in the laboratory was still reporting the situation to the leader, but Wang directly made the most efficient decision. After entering the metal shell, Wang's figure created several afterimages in an instant. Then, all the monster's limbs causing chaos outside the pupa were instantly severed. After that, instead of rushing back to the laboratory, Wang chose to stand on the still wriggling pupa and directly commanded the members of the Serpent of Devouring involved in the modification work. Immediately fill the gaps in the pupa and supplement it with the imitation nutrient fluid. Additionally, deliver a powerful electric shock to the monster inside the pupa. Regardless of the consequences, restarting the injection of nanobots is no problem. Under Wang's orders, various mechanical arms began to operate. Two specially designed electric shock devices extended into the pupa through the holes, followed by a series of powerful electric shocks. Wang seemed to hear the monster's enormous wail at that moment, but afterward, the wriggling pupa finally calmed down. 38. 7 of the organization was injured by the electric shock. 12. 6 of the originally planned modification work could not continue. Should we temporarily stop the modification work? 5 minutes after the electric shock ended, a staff member reported the situation inside the pupa to Wang Ku, asking whether to stop work and readjust the plan before starting again. However, after looking at the incoming data, Wang Ku issued the command to continue the modification work, showing no concern for the current situation. Continue the modification work. First, complete the brainwashing of the monster. Let the damaged soft tissues completely rot. Afterward, we will find a way to repair or replace them. Under Wang Ku's command, more than a dozen mechanical arms continued the injection of nanobots. The insect legs inside the pupa had been severed, and the monster, including its wings and other tissues that had not fully formed, had been burned away, leaving it unable to resist any further, allowing Wang Ku to proceed with the modification. The response of the neurons is decreasing. The monster seems to be committing suicide through some means. The modification work with the nanobots has only been completed by 47. Should we inject anesthetic number 19? Mix anesthetic number 17 with nutrient fluid number 9, and then add half of anesthetic number 19 to inject into the pupa. Just drag it a little longer. As long as the modification work reaches over 61, even if the monster wants to commit suicide, it won't be able to. The signs of brainstem reflex in the monster have disappeared by 89. The modification work is completed at 59, failing to meet the original plan's standard of 61. Quite a resilient monster, but doesn't matter. 59 won't stump me. Bring over the stored backup supplies. At worst, we'll just transform the monster's brain into a bionic brain. The preliminary modification of the bionic brain is complete. The nanobots are completing the subsequent work. However, the metamorphosis phenomenon inside the pupa has stopped, and many of the monster's bodily tissues have lost their repair value. Should we continue the modification work? Adjust the operational mode of the bionic brain and construct a new operational model. I will personally assist it here. You all just need to monitor the series of changes. Under Wang Ku's direct command, even if the monster attempted to commit suicide, it still could not escape the fate of being modified. The big boss of the Serpent of Devouring personally wielded the knife, attaching several huge, peculiar tumors to the insect egg. Wang Ku secretly extended the tail that had not been used for some time and injected some drugs refined from the biochemical pouch inside his body, along with a large number of deformed cells, into the insect pupa. Although he was the leader of the devouring serpent, Wang Ku did not want to reveal any information in front of his subordinates. Therefore, these secretive operations went unnoticed by the staff in the laboratory. They only observed the giant insect pupa wriggling again on the various instruments afterward. The several large tumors originally connected to the insect pupa were slowly absorbed into it over time. Once the insect pupa stabilized again, Wang Ku left the huge metal dome with satisfaction and began to guide the staff in the laboratory on the next steps. It was truly unexpected that Bayer Deng, a master of electric fist who reached the semifinals in the last conference, was defeated by an unknown werewolf contestant. Before the match began, who could have predicted such an outcome? At the site of the 21st Super Fight Conference, the commentator seemed surprised by everything happening on the stage. He was stirring the atmosphere of the entire conference with his highly infectious words. Indeed, no one at the conference had guessed this result beforehand, except for Xian Shui Run, who was leaning against the wall of the corridor as a master of split-kick fist. That's right, Xian Shui Ren's true identity was Wang Ku, who had once again done cosplay. After arranging his work at the third nest of the devouring serpent, he waited for the final data from various experiments while making some modifications to himself before participating in this competition. After all, he had made a promise to Shui Long. So Wang Ku attended this grand event as promised. In fact, he had maliciously thought of teasing Shui Long by attending as an audience member. But considering the rare opportunity to battle the hungry wolf before the main storyline began, Wang Ku ultimately chose to become a competitor. What's going on with Xian Shui Run? And what is this split-kick fist? Do you just enjoy doing boring things? Shui Long, dressed in his kung fu outfit, approached Wang Ku and asked. His aura became even more restrained, and he clearly seemed stronger. This made Wang Ku, who had just made some modifications to his body, marvel internally at how this was truly a world of cheats. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand what you mean, Xian Shui Ren replied. Adopting a puzzled expression in front of Shui Long, Wang Ku's choice to adopt a new cosplay identity at this conference was partly due to his deliberately low-key personality. But there was also an element of teasing Shui Long. Therefore, after participating in the conference, he never actively revealed his identity to Shui Long. Even now that he had finally been discovered, he still intended to play dumb. Stop acting. You are, by the way, I really don't know your real name. Last time at the K-City Natural Park, I only remember battling you. What's your name? Old Kai and Xian Shui Ren must be fake names, right? After finishing his sentence with a smile, Shui Long pressed his hand against his neck to stretch, showing a posture that suggested he would immediately start fighting if there was any disagreement. This finally made Wang decide to stop playing dumb. How did you figure it out? I didn't just disguise my appearance. I even changed my height and physique. Don't tell me it's because of the aura of a martial artist. Those mysterious things are the least reliable. Seeing that his long-sought rival finally acknowledged his identity, Shui Long smiled and said, "Your disguise is indeed quite impressive, but your girlfriend's disguise is quite lacking. After I found her in the audience, I just followed her gaze to find you." After getting the answer, Wang turned to look at his girlfriend hidden in the crowd in the audience. At this moment, the big sister had her hair in a ponytail, and the only aspects of her disguise were a pair of glasses and a baseball cap. After sensing Wang's gaze, she replied through psychic communication with a message that said it was none of her business. And then she bought a drink from a vendor passing by her. "You really have a keen eye to find a target among so many people. Are you too idle?" Wang had actually advised his girlfriend before coming, but she refused the props he offered, saying it was too much trouble. "I am indeed a bit idle, but I wasn't looking for you. I was just evaluating those cute girls with good figures in the audience. Finding your girlfriend was just a bonus." After explaining, Shui Long casually shifted his gaze to a particularly beautiful girl in the venue and whistled. Wang turned his head to look as well. Indeed, she was a girl whose figure was comparable to his girlfriend's. Originally, he wanted to whistle along with Shui Long, but after receiving a warning message from his girlfriend, he could only choose to keep quiet. "You should stay away from me for now. I'm quite a low-key person." As the legendary four-time champion of the conference, chatting with me, a first-time competitor, will attract a lot of attention. Just as Wang said, when Shui Long walked up to him, many people's attention had already turned toward them. Besides some media reporters, many competitors were also watching, including the last conference champion, Baoshan, who used the dark hell killing technique. "That guy lost all face in the last conference after being defeated by you. It seems he hasn't discovered your true identity yet. If I were to go tell him where old Kaya of the Eight Punches is, wouldn't he stop directing his killing intent at me?" Shui Long wore a curious expression and smiled as he shifted his gaze to face Baoshan directly. This scene caused many journalists at the conference to snap photos, and it also drew an even stronger killing intent from Baoshan. Anyway, he will be taken care of sooner or later. Why waste energy on such things? Wang found it troublesome and spoke to stop Shui Long's prank. As a two-time conference champion, Baoshan was naturally arranged as a seed player for this conference. Just like Shui Long, Wang had manipulated the draw with a micro-robot, ensuring he would meet Baoshan before entering the semifinals. By the way, your opponent in the semifinals should be that werewolf from earlier, right? It seems you have some interesting opponents on your side. It's really frustrating. How do you feel? Are you confident you can defeat him? During the previous matches, Shui Long had been yawning. Only when the werewolf defeated Bayer Deng did he seem to perk up. If the competition were not still ongoing, Shui Long would have wanted to try battling the werewolf himself. That guy will be a troublesome opponent, but it should also be quite interesting. Well, you can't tell from the match just now who is stronger or weaker. We'll see after we actually fight. Teacher Bang Pu once said that the Hungry Wolf had more talent in martial arts than Wang Ku, and with the comic setting of him getting stronger after each defeat. Wang did not dare to guarantee a victory over him. If you find it too troublesome, just concede when you face him. Leave it to me to deal with. As for the outcome between us, it's more exciting to fight when both sides are in top condition. Shui Long felt a bit regretful and actually wanted to persuade Wang Ku to give up the match, so he could face the unscathed Evil Wolf in the finals. In the One Punch Man manga, Shui Long had previously revealed his desire to fight Evil Wolf. Therefore, Wang couldn't find Shui Long's request strange. He simply wouldn't give up this opportunity. "Don't even think about it. I'm definitely going to fight that guy today. Can't you reconsider? I can share some of the championship prize with you." "Who says that prize is definitely yours? You're too full of yourself." "Well, I'm just stating the facts. The 5-time champion will definitely be born today. Come on, your legend is destined to be ended by me." While Wang Ku and Shui Long were still chatting, the preparations for the match had already been completed. The commentator had also switched to a new set of information, and the player Sen Shui Run, known for his crack kick, was about to start his first match of the day. "Oh dear, we just received some sad news. It seems that the previously defeated player Zax has just been dumped by his girlfriend. According to the usual protocol, the two players about to enter should be introduced. But the event organizers seemed to think that gossiping about the contestants' unfortunate experiences would heat up the atmosphere, so the commentator reported this irrelevant news with a suppressed laugh. Although this was a bit disrespectful to the two players entering the arena, Wang didn't mind it. As he entered, he was also watching the excitement in the distance. At that moment, Zax, who had just been dumped, was kneeling at the edge of the arena, crying and lamenting about the unfairness of fate. Meanwhile, the playboy Shui Long was in a hidden corner, flirting with a sweet-looking young girl. Back to the main topic. Although the two players standing on the arena were both first-timers, it didn't affect their popularity in the venue. Just listen to the roaring cheers from the crowd. This male-female martial arts duo has already been privately considered the best CP of this competition. The commentator was quite diligent, and after his remarks, the audience indeed reacted strongly. Many were whistling or shouting in agreement, as the two contestants about to compete were not just a pair of muscle-bound fighters. Wang entered with the template of Sun Shui Run, his handsome face combined with a tall 189 cm stature and that unique, mysterious aura. When the event initially introduced all the contestants, he had already garnered a large number of female fans. Moreover, the legendary Shui Long, a four-time champion, had even taken the initiative to chat with him for a while, acting as if he respected Sun Shui Run, which added to Wang Ke's image significantly. The other first-time contestant, Zhenling, stood out among the many sweaty men participating in the martial arts competition. She was like a red flower among a field of green, immediately winning a lot of audience favor upon her entrance. Moreover, Ling Ling was quite well known in the women's fighting scene. Her quick and agile movements paired with her cute face and decent figure attracted many devoted fans to the super fight event. Both first-time contestants had accumulated a lot of popularity due to their appearances, and naturally, some bored individuals began to pair them up. Since the contestants had already entered, why not start the battle directly? This paparazzi-like gossip held no interest for martial artists. With a slight pout and a sidelong glance at the commentary booth, Ling Ling was indeed a charming girl. At this moment, she was waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match, and hadn't even noticed a certain lecher in front of her secretly calculating her measurements. Her waist should be about the same as the big sister's. Her bust is a little smaller, but it looks quite elastic. I wonder what her hip measurement is. Should I take the opportunity to feel her up during the fight? At this moment, Wang Ke, who appeared to be quite composed on the outside, was internally doing what any normal man would do. However, he couldn't keep it up for long, as the jealous girl in the audience had a remarkably sharp sense of awareness. What are you staring at? No leering, or I'll crush those 2 cherries of yours. This was the message from the big sister relayed from Wang Ke's heart. Don't be angry. That's just a normal reaction every man has. Wang Ke replied to himself in his thoughts. Then you better not touch her during the upcoming fight, or you'll be in for it. How could that be? I'm participating in a martial arts competition. Do you want me to defeat her with my gaze? You just reminded me. Close your eyes. I don't allow you to look at her. Don't be ridiculous. That's too unreasonable. I've said my piece. Whether you follow it or not is up to you. Hey, don't be willful. Listen to me. Are you still online? Hello. Only the big sister could unilaterally establish a telepathic communication with Wang Ke. So once the other party went offline, no matter how much Wang Ke called out, he received no reply. The last message from the big sister was clearly mixed with anger, so after repeated contemplation, Wang Ke could only close his eyes on the arena with a black line on his face. Wow, audience, please look at what's happening in the competition arena. Sun Shui Run has actually closed his eyes. What's going on? Is he too shy to face a beauty? He really is a pure-hearted contestant. Haha, but this is a bit too arrogant. Look, Ling Ling is clearly getting angry. The commentator naturally noticed the sudden change in the competition arena, but didn't pay too much attention to the real reason behind it. The enthusiastic response from the audience to the martial arts competition was what he prioritized. And, just as the commentator expected, under his intentional prodding, countless audience members began to whistle and cheer, with many teasing remarks, whether malicious or joking. However, these things did not make Sun Shui Run open his eyes. Instead, they only made Ling Ling more angry. What on earth are you doing? This is a martial arts arena. There's no distinction between men and women. We are all martial artists here. In response to Ling Ling's angry words, Wang Ke remained silent. The referee beside him saw that Sun Shui Run indeed had no intention of opening his eyes, so he finally raised his hand and brought it down forcefully. The match begins. Since you dare to underestimate me, you'll have to pay the corresponding price. At the referee's command, Ling Ling, who had already assumed her stance, was the first to launch an attack. She quickly approached Wang Ke's left side with a nimble and swift advance, then struck towards her opponent's temple with a palm. However, this surprise attack ultimately missed. In the eyes of the audience at the event, Sun Shui Run simply turned his body and avoided the attack with a few footwork adjustments. But Ling Ling's offensive did not stop there. She quickly followed her opponent's movements. Then she executed a rapid ground spin, sweeping her leg towards Wang Ke's knee. Von Kiskeviko, however, merely lifted his left leg like a standing chicken and then bent backward to dodge Ling Ling's double punches aimed at his abdomen. Finally, there was a side flip, and the whole person flew over Ling Ling's head. Beautiful. The movements of the player, Sun Shui Run, were truly stunning. Under Ling Ling's lightning-fast attacks, he effortlessly dodged all of them. Now the two players have once again distanced themselves and entered a standoff. Who will be the next to attack? Let's wait and see. Just as the commentator finished speaking, something unexpected happened on the field. A bell on Ling Ling's head suddenly fell without warning, and after the initial shock, Ling Ling assumed a fighting stance once more. In the previous rounds, although his eyes were closed, Wang Ke relied on his bio-enhanced abilities to generate images of Ling Ling's movements in his mind using special sensory waves. This was much sharper than the sound-based positioning found in martial arts novels, but it was also based on the significant disparity in strength between Wang Ke and Ling Ling. If his opponent had been Shui Long, he certainly wouldn't have been able to maintain this technique. Having such powerful abilities, I now realize I'm not your match. However, even if I seem weak in front of you, as a martial artist, I still hope to have a good fight with you. Ling Ling was unclear about what the split kick style was, but when Sun Shui Rin flipped over her head earlier, the strike he delivered with his fingers left her feeling a strong shock, knocking the bell off her head. As a female martial artist, Ling Ling had already become stronger than most ordinary men. After achieving countless victories in women's combat sports, she realized she may have reached her human limits. She entered the Super Fight tournament to test just how strong she really was. But after facing Sun Shui Run, she understood that the world of martial artists was much broader than she had known. So even though she was aware that her opponent was far stronger, Ling Ling still intended to fight Sun Shui Run to the end. She planned to explore just how vast the martial arts world she was immersed in truly was, at least to allow herself a brief glimpse from the peak. It seems you're not planning to give up, so I will show you the respect you deserve. Although it was just a fleeting moment, I hope you gained something from this. Perhaps influenced by Ling Ling's momentum, Wang Ke surprisingly opened his eyes at that moment, leaning forward with his left leg in a rather rare fighting stance. The atmosphere in the arena changed as well. Ling Ling seemed to sense some sort of cyclone forming around her opponent. The powerful presence of her opponent made her involuntarily swallow hard, and her body became somewhat stiff, her limbs trembling slightly. This was not fear from Ling Ling, but excitement at the unknown level of power. After adjusting her breathing, she began to close her eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, did you see what happened in the arena? The two players in a standoff seemed to have switched states. Now Sun Shui Run had opened his eyes and assumed a full combat stance, while Ling Ling had closed hers, becoming like her previous opponent. Ling Ling suddenly began to move. She jumped to avoid. What has happened? Why did Ling Ling suddenly fly out of the arena midair? What happened to her now? Did she faint? Let's wait and see how the slow-motion replay on the big screen unfolds. Not only the commentator, but also 99% of the audience in the venue couldn't see what had happened in the arena just now. Initially, they saw Ling Ling reopening her eyes and suddenly charging at her opponent. Then Sun Shui Ren's figures seemed to become blurred, and at the same time, Ling Ling appeared to jump into the air as if to evade something, assuming a slicing palm stance. But then, suddenly, for some unknown reason, Ling Ling flew out of the arena midair, and then she fell to the ground, unconscious. Now, most of the audience patiently awaited the slow-motion replay of the match. Meanwhile, the filming crew for the event was in complete disarray, unsure how to respond to the audience outside. Did camera 4 capture anything? One staff member asked, his forehead already sweating profusely. No luck here with cameras 7 and 16 either. They captured nothing but Ling Ling's shocked expression before she flew out, replied another staff member. Regardless of how slow we play it back, it's just a vague blur in the air. It's too unclear. We can't send it out, and the audience won't accept it. This was the response from another staff member. I've asked all the invited media, and none managed to capture what happened just now. Now, they're pushing us for footage. What are we supposed to do? It's not just the event that can't provide an explanation. Broadcasts from various TV stations are also at risk of going dark, said a breathless staff member who had just rushed back to the control center. After he finished speaking, all the staff present were at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, the voices of discontent from the audience outside were growing louder, and the commentator could only futilely try to calm them down. Sensorin, what exactly happened just now? There are various speculations now. Some even say you used some kind of magic. Is that true? Earlier in the arena, it seemed you were saying something to Ling Ling. Some people say you reached some kind of agreement. So, there are speculations that you staged a fake match. What do you think about that? According to the medical team at the event, Lingling appears to have lost consciousness due to a heavy blow. However, there were no signs of any attack on her body. May I ask which part you actually struck her? The slow-motion replay still couldn't be played back, and countless keen-eyed reporters immediately ignored the event's regulations. They intercepted Sun Shui-run, who was heading to the player's rest area, bombarding him with various questions while quickly surrounding Wang Ku. Wang Ku was already quite averse to news interviews, and with the big sister in his mind, complaining due to anger, he completely ignored the reporters and slipped out of the crowd. Faced with the ghostly moves displayed by Sun Shui-run, the reporters, whose combined combat power was less than 10, naturally couldn't cope. They were then swiftly chased away by the event staff, leading to a large argument. However, the scene of Sun Shui-run escaping the reporters was captured by numerous cameras. While this couldn't make up for the regrets of the earlier incident, it at least allowed the audience present at the event and in front of their TVs to have their eyes opened a little, slightly reducing their previously accumulated dissatisfaction. As the 21st Super Fight event reached this point, the audience's emotions no longer needed the commentator to work hard to stir up the atmosphere. However, the participants in this event were now plunged into shock, especially the competitors who might face Sun Shui-run in the upcoming matches. What is going on with this competition? Originally, it was already despairing enough with former champions Water Dragon and Explosive Mountain participating, and now there are also Werewolf and this immortal Water Ninja. How can so many monsters appear at once? Should I just choose to forfeit? The big guy, who is participating in the Super Fight competition for the second time, was caught in a dilemma, talking to himself after watching the previous matches. His next opponent is Immortal Water Ninja, a mysterious guy, but he is indeed qualified to be my opponent, Explosive Mountain. As a seeded player, Explosive Mountain showed a rather terrifying smile, expecting that he would most likely appear in Immortal Water Ninja's third match. Immortal Water Ninja? He actually has quite a bit of hunting value. At this moment, the hungry wolf, wearing a werewolf mask, exuded an excited aura. This guy claims to love being low-key, but isn't that quite the show-off. By the way, did that guy introduce himself earlier? What was his real name again? With one arm around a pretty girl's waist. Water Dragon was watching Immortal Water Ninja leave the stage when he realized that the topic had been diverted when he asked Wang Ku for his name earlier. After the first round of matches ended, the second round began. The first to appear was Water Dragon, the legendary 4-time champion, who received a cheering response from 99% of the audience upon his entrance. Then, in less than 10 seconds, he executed a rather stylish kick to eliminate his opponent, further heating up the atmosphere in the arena. The following matches seemed rather dull until one of the dark horses, Werewolf, knocked out his opponent, restoring the competition's excitement. After finally calming down the big sister, Wang stepped onto the stage to face the big guy who practiced the giant's flow pressure killing technique. Aren't you going to close your eyes when you fight me? The big guy felt uneasy about the pressure radiating from Immortal Water Ninja and tried to ease the atmosphere. The last match was just a special situation. I don't need to do that now. Wang felt a bit annoyed, as he'd been nagged by the big sister for a long time after his match with Lingling. And can you go easy on me? I'm not your opponent. The big guy clearly lacked the desire to compete, and he was already backing down before it even started. Then why not just forfeit? That would save me some effort. Seeing such an opponent, Wang also looked disheartened. Because I signed a contract with a food advertiser, the more I appear in the super fight competition, the more rewards I can get. The big guy was quite honest, wiping the sweat that kept dripping from his forehead. This reason left Wang speechless. He and T had time to complain when the referee announced the start of the match. The first half of the subsequent match was a friendly act, with the big guy stalling by repeatedly bouncing around while Immortal Water Ninja cautiously watched his opponent. This fake fight disappointed many spectators who were hoping to see Immortal Water Ninja unleash his power again. Some boos began to surface, but these circumstances didn't last long before a twist occurred. As the big guy's foul sweat increased, Wang Ku, who had been enduring it for a while, finally couldn't take it anymore and kicked the meatball to end the match. The flying big guy even crashed into the wall beside the arena, but in reality, he wasn't hurt at all because Wang Ku executed his technique perfectly. However, an unfortunate participant outside the ring, Explosive Mountain, who had been closely watching Immortal Water Ninja's performance, was thrown into disarray by the suddenly flying big guy. Although he successfully avoided the large meatball, the sweat flung off by the spinning big guy and the dust that filled the air upon landing left Explosive Mountain looking rather disheveled. This scene was interpreted by many on-site audiences, including the commentators, as Immortal Water Ninja's provocation towards Explosive Mountain, reigniting the previously dull atmosphere of the competition. Without needing the commentator's embellishment, countless spectators began to cheer loudly, urging Explosive Mountain to immediately confront Immortal Water Ninja. Some of the heckling words even made Explosive Mountain quite angry, including comments like, "Fight, fight. Explosive Mountain, why aren't you going? Are you scared? I've seen it long ago. You're just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. When you meet a real expert, you don't even dare to make a sound. Since you're afraid, you might as well forfeit. Don't waste our time. Let Immortal Water Ninja and Werewolf or Water Dragon fight. That's much more exciting and interesting." Exactly. You're completely a champion in name only. In the last tournament, you were knocked silly by Old Kai. Are you afraid of being humiliated again by Immortal Water Ninja this time? If you don't dare to act, we'll take it as your admission. Haha. As another seeded player in the tournament, Explosive Mountain originally didn't need to care about the insignificant comments from the audience. However, when they brought up the events of the last tournament final, it instantly ignited his killing intent. According to the original plot, after winning his second championship, Explosive Mountain wouldn't participate in this super fight tournament. But due to Wang's influence, he became a public champion in name only after a rather embarrassing performance in the last tournament final, which made him feel particularly humiliated. Therefore, after undergoing rigorous training, he resolutely decided to participate in this tournament, hoping to settle the score with Old Kai. However, he didn't expect that Old Kai wouldn't show up at all, making Explosive Mountain believe that the move used by Old Kai in the last match was some form of cheating, and that his absence this time was due to fear of having his underhanded tactics exposed. Although he couldn't achieve his goal of personally blood-sacrificing Old Kai in this tournament, he was determined to focus his sights on Water Dragon, who was making another appearance as a 4-time champion. But now, being publicly provoked by Immortal Water Ninja, Explosive Mountain felt it necessary to savor some appetizers seriously before the main feast. Hey, if you dare to do these things, you should be prepared to face the upcoming match, right? With the aura of a master, Explosive Mountain walked toward the arena amidst the cheers of the audience, not hiding his killing intent as he questioned Immortal Water Ninja. "Sorry, I wasn't paying much attention earlier. I didn't realize you were over there." Actually, Wang, who had kicked the big Iway earlier, was indeed feeling a bit uncomfortable from the stench and was not intentionally targeting Explosive Mountain. So he wanted to explain, but Explosive Mountain didn't give him the chance and directly interrupted him. "Don't say those unnecessary things. Since you dared to provoke me, Explosive Mountain, you should prepare to contact a high-grade hospital for a long stay before our match begins." Although Explosive Mountain also acknowledged that Immortal Water Ninja had some strength, he insisted that he was stronger, leading to a rather arrogant tone in his speech. This began to irritate Wang, who started to retaliate verbally. "Please listen to me. I really didn't do it on purpose. To express my apology, I promise I won't make you too exhausted in the upcoming matches. How about I make you faint within a minute? Hee, you really are a satisfying bastard. I will make sure that you can never stand up again for the rest of your life, just as you wish." After saying this, Baoshan laughed sinisterly. "Don't break your promise, and make sure you don't lose to your first match opponent before this." Wang, who also laughed, slowly left the arena after dropping this line. However, the news reported by the commentator next made him stop in his tracks. There is a new announcement to inform everyone. The XX player, who was supposed to fight against the seeded player Baoshan, has disappeared after leaving a forfeiture report, so Baoshan directly advances to the second round of the competition. Additionally, according to the temporary adjustments made by the tournament, he will directly face the similarly advanced player, Xianshui Run, in the third round. The big sister, who had gone to the restroom due to drinking too much, was puzzled upon returning to the audience area. Clearly, her boyfriend was still engaged in a boring fake fight with a big guy, but now it had switched directly to Baoshan. Confused as she was, the big sister did not stop her steps, but instead perked up her ears to listen to the conversations around her. After filtering out some useless information, she finally got the answer from the nearby spectators' discussions. Although Baoshan's original opponent forfeiting was indeed an unexpected situation, starting the match between the two without giving Xianshui Ren a break seems a bit ridiculous. Spectator A said to Spectator B, holding a bottle of beer, "I also think it's inappropriate." Although the second round ended early, the third round should follow the original schedule, with the Water Dragon player starting the first match. Spectator B, holding a bucket of popcorn, agreed with Spectator A's opinion. "Hey, didn't you know? Because this interspecies fighting tournament has a wealthy investor supporting it. It seems more commercial compared to previous years. I think it was a temporary change made to meet the audience's demands due to a series of unexpected situations, and besides, didn't Xianshui Ren not oppose it?" Spectator C, who had a bottle of cola, explained after hearing his companion's questions. Upon hearing this, spectator A seemed to have thought of something and asked again. Previously, I heard that the organizers of the Super Fight Tournament would change the usual practice of holding the event every year to once every 6 months. Could this also be due to the new investor? Most likely. Did you see the Desire Group logo on that advertisement? That's the wealthy investor. After taking a sip of cola, spectator C answered his companion's question. No wonder. I felt that this Super Fight Tournament's commercial operation was stronger than ever. It turns out it's the Desire Group. I heard it's owned by that genius scientist, Dr. Diesel. It seems to be a super strong commercial group. A neighbor of mine works there, and the benefits are really enviable. After learning this news, spectator B also expressed his thoughts in due course. However, speaking of which, if the Super Fight Tournament is held every 6 months in the future, will its standards drop significantly? I don't know about that, but I think with the Desire Group as a backing, the tournament shouldn't be held too poorly. After that, the big sister stopped paying attention to the conversation. She knew about Wang's investment in the Super Fight Tournament and had even asked why the hosting time was shortened to 6 months. Wang had replied that it was to align with the original storyline, but the big sister didn't quite understand what that meant. However, she didn't care about these things. She was just worried that if her boyfriend participated in the tournament too frequently, something unexpected might happen, especially since that troublesome organization, the serpent that devours its own, had not yet been eliminated. Thinking of this, the big sister patiently checked the tournament venue again, confirming that no criminals had infiltrated before shifting her attention back to the arena. At this moment, the match between Wang Ku and Bao Shan had already begun, with the so-called champion from the last tournament launching an offensive bear kill mid-kick, sure as straight punch assault. Why aren't you counterattacking? Weren't you very arrogant before? You little scoundrel. In the battle with Xian Shui Run, Bao Shan maintained the offensive position, but his attacks were all blocked by his opponent's arms. Nevertheless, Bao Shan still believed that the opponent's defense would eventually collapse, so his taunts continued unabated. Another Hell's Burial handblade strike, Xian Shui Run, who blocked this attack with his arms, found his legs sinking into the arena floor under Bao Shan's immense power. However, Bao Shan's attacks did not stop there. Believing he had broken through the opponent's lower body with his forceful assault, he unleashed a ghost cry lower kick aimed at Xian Shui Ren's seemingly sealed knee. With a loud bang, a low grunt echoed amidst the dust raised in the arena. Bao Shan, who had been maintaining the offensive, jumped out of the center of the arena with great pain, holding his right leg and cautiously staring at the dust. Can't you take it anymore? Actually, I haven't even exerted much force. Your leg should still be intact. Xian Shui Run, completely unharmed, walked out of the dust with an easy expression, brushing off some dust from his clothes along the way. You monster, are you really human? Clearly, you took so many of my attacks. Even if your body is made of steel, it should have been broken by now. Bao Shan, through a year of hard training, had full confidence in his strength. With his fierce attacks, he had shattered countless steel plates. Yet today, he encountered a monster that refreshed his understanding. He had never seen such an unfathomable opponent before. Well, your strength and speed have improved a bit, but it's still significantly lower than I expected. As for your attacking techniques, they are simply unoriginal. It seems I had too high expectations of you before the match. Wang had originally aimed to win the championship at the last Super Fight Tournament. However, due to his body not cooperating, he unexpectedly lost, letting the victory slip from his hands, which had always bothered him. When he saw that Bao Shan was also participating in this tournament, he thought it was a perfect opportunity to settle the score. However, he didn't expect his opponent to be much weaker than he anticipated, which left him somewhat disappointed. What do you mean by that? Have we fought somewhere before? Bao Shan was extremely surprised by Xian Shui Ren's words, as it sounded like he had previously battled against him and left a deep impression on Xian Shui Ren. You find it puzzling, which is understandable, but I have no obligation to enlighten you. If you're smart enough, just guess from what I said. Back then, you broke my bones, which was quite shocking to me. It seems that the referee is about to announce the start of the match, and it's almost been a minute. To fulfill his promise to Bao Shan before the match, Wang felt it was time to end this match. A year's time. Is it the 20th Super Fight Tournament? Could you be one of the contestants from that match? With such skills, could you be? From Wang, deliberately left clues in his words. Bao Shan has already guessed another identity of Xian Shui Ren, but he only had time to show a look of astonishment before being knocked away by a powerful whip kick. After Bao Shan flew out of the ring like the fat guy from the second round of the match and crashed into an outer wall, the referee at the edge of the arena announced, amidst the shouts of the commentator and the audience, that the unconscious Bao Shan was unable to continue the fight. and contestant Xianshui Ren successfully reversed the seed and completed his advancement. After the water dragon, contestant demonstrated his might and quickly defeated his opponent. Another semi-final was about to begin. The werewolf, who had won with overwhelming advantage, and the still unfathomable contestant Xianshui Ren were both outstanding dark horses in this tournament. Not only at the tournament venue, but also in front of the television, countless viewers were debating who was stronger between the two. And now, the answer was finally about to be unveiled. As the two contestants stood face to face, Wang did not pay attention to the commentator's words. He was just waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match. At the same time, he was carefully observing the werewolf opposite him, trying to find any flaws. Based on the guidance of Bonggu and Bongpu, combined with Wang's own experience from so many battles, he found that the werewolf across from him was full of flaws, which puzzled him, leading him to speculate whether the opponent was intentionally setting a trap. What should he do? Should he take the initiative to attack first, or be cautious and wait for the right moment? As he was about to face an important character from the comic, Wang felt a bit conflicted, which even drew the werewolf's attention. At the brink of starting the battle, you can't even focus your attention? This is a bit too dismissive of me. I senti it, just to say beforehand. I'm much stronger than that useless Baoshan. Oh, sorry, I did get a bit distracted. But it's not because I'm arrogant. It's just that I have some hesitation about the battle we're about to start. As for your strength, I have high expectations. Oh really? Then I'll have to work hard, and don't let me down. The werewolf, wearing a hood, showed no visible expression, but his words were filled with obvious excitement. When the referee's hand went up, he took a stance that Wang saw as full of flaws. It still felt strange, was the werewolf, whose flowing rock fist was sealed by Bonggu, really that weak. After Wang took his stance, he also assumed the stance for the cracking kick, but at that moment, he was still thinking about various things. However, at this point, the referee had already announced the start of the match, and the impatient werewolf charged forward first, launching a frenzied attack on Wang with his agile footwork. First came a right hook, which Wang blocked, but had to be cautious of an elbow strike. Then he would counterattack with a kick from his left leg. Just as Wang had planned in his mind, he first used his left arm to deflect the werewolf's right hook, then grabbed the opponent's left elbow with his right hand and took the opportunity to execute a whip kick aimed at the werewolf's waist. In the eyes of the many spectators, both sides' movements were somewhat dazzling. However, for Wang it was merely a warm-up counterattack, yet he managed to score first, sending the werewolf flying out. Here it comes. Contestant Xianshui Ren's proud whip kick has appeared again. Previously, he also relied on his arms to block Baoshan's various attacks, then launched a counterattack with his powerful leg techniques. After a single blow, Baoshan had tragically fainted. Would the werewolf also lose his combat ability, just like that? As the commentator said, after being knocked away, the werewolf's body bounced several times on the ground before collapsing and lying there for a long time without getting up. As the referee counted down, the audience at the tournament venue also started counting in unison with the referee. However, when they reached 6, the werewolf lying on the ground still stood up, striking a new pose to declare that he could continue fighting. It felt like there were fewer flaws than before. Had he achieved growth in such a short time? No wonder Bongpu said the werewolf had more martial arts talent than me. But speaking of which, the werewolf with his flowing rock fist sealed really is weak. The Vest Master in the comic almost killed this werewolf in this state. There's really not much to brag about. After realizing all this, Wang felt he didn't need to waste time thinking about irrelevant things anymore. So he simply faced the charging werewolf head-on, preparing to use brute force to break the seal on the werewolf. Look, contestant Xianshui Ren is once again entangled with contestant werewolf. Their exchange of attacks is truly dazzling. However, the werewolf's attacks were all blocked by his opponent's arms, while contestant Xianshui Ren repeatedly inflicted heavy damage with his kicks. The battle clearly favored contestant Xianshui Ren, and the werewolf was in a dangerous situation. After blocking another punch from the werewolf, Wang's right leg launched an attack toward his opponent. But just as he was about to hit the werewolf, the opponent surprisingly blocked the attack with a left knee strike. Then, taking advantage of Wang's moment of surprise, the werewolf launched a fierce thrust punch aimed at Wang's face. With a loud bang, it was actually the werewolf's body that flew out. It turned out that Wang had caught the opponent's wrist at the last moment and then kicked the opponent away with his left leg. Cough! The werewolf, who had already suffered dozens of kicks from Wang now knelt on both knees, with a lot of blood flowing from the hood he had stolen. Seeing this situation, Wang stopped his pursuit before the referee spoke, and he regretfully said, "Your strength should be more than this. Break the shackles you've placed on yourself, otherwise. This match I've been looking forward to will be too boring." The werewolf, who was originally lying on the ground, gasping for breath, trembled all over upon hearing Wang Ke's words. This initially puzzled Wang Ke, but he soon realized that the werewolf was excitedly laughing. Hee. I didn't expect that besides those disgusting heroes, there are actually such strong opponents in the world. If you were a professional hero, killing you would surely lead to my further growth, haha. The werewolf's distorted voice made Wang Ke feel somewhat displeased, but this remark reminded him. So, while walking toward the werewolf who was getting up, Wang collided to the future hero hunter, saying, "A hero, huh? Speaking of which, someone from the Hero Association invited me before. It seems I'm also a professional hero now. But it seems that because I just registered, I'm still not famous. And I don't have a hero title yet. Well, it seems pointless to tell you this." After saying quite a few lies in one breath, not seeing any reaction from the werewolf, Wang Ke chose to charge directly at his opponent. He was prepared to deliver another heavy blow to see if the werewolf could still hold on. But just as he was about to launch his attack, the werewolf's figure appeared beside him like a phantom, followed by a somewhat crazed whisper that came at the right moment. "Very useful for me. Oh, hero, sir." Next, countless spectators at the super fight tournament witnessed the moment when player Sun Shui-Rin coughed up blood for the first time. The werewolf actually knows the flowing water fragmenting rock fist. When did this martial art become so mainstream? Watching his longtime rival being continuously beaten and spitting blood by someone whose background he didn't know, Shui Long finally shifted his attention back to the center of the arena after flirting with the beautiful woman beside him. What on earth happened? Why did the battle turn around in an instant? The previously dominant Sun Shui-Rin now seemed completely defenseless. Oh my god, another heavy punch broke through his defense. Is he going to be okay? Even the commentators were excited by the reversal of the situation, and the audience at the super fight tournament was naturally in an uproar. The spectacular fighting skills and the splattering blood were all stimulating everyone's excitement. Hit harder. Ha, finally, there is something to see. I place my bets, so werewolf. Don't stop. How annoying. The handsome guy's face is getting deformed. Sun Shui-Rin, you should just surrender. It would be a pity to get disfigured here. Look, Sun Shui-Rin blocked a punch, and he started to counter with leg techniques again. Oh no, the werewolf is just too strong, not giving his opponent any openings at all. Is it my illusion, or do I feel their movements have become faster? Nice. I knew Sun Shui-Rin wouldn't be taken down so easily. Did you see how he kicked that leg out just now? Bastard. The completion of the flowing water fragmenting rock fist is actually so much higher than mine. I really underestimated him, relying on taking several heavy punches. Wang Ke managed to force back the hungry wolf and gain a moment to catch his breath, but he was already in a bruised state. Earlier, when he approached the hungry wolf, he was quite vigilant. Wang Ke thought he would have enough reaction time, but unexpectedly, the hungry wolf's punches changed so drastically that most of Wang Ke's defenses became futile. It seems it's not just because he can take a beating. You must have researched the flowing water fragmenting rock fist, as you were able to escape my pursuit. The excited hungry wolf seemed as if he hadn't been injured at all, and the madness radiating from him made Wang Ke feel a bit of a shiver. So you're saying I should take pride in this? After saying this, Wang Ke let out a groan because he had just popped his dislocated shoulder back into place. You really should take pride in it. You're the first one to still be standing after taking so many of my punches. The hungry wolf suddenly shifted his two fists in a claw form, and the changes in his knees and calves showed he was about to launch an attack. I've been beaten into a mess. I'm not really interested in this kind of glory. Wang Ke, who had been staring at his opponent, didn't he dare to be careless. He assumed a new stance, ready to counter the opponent's attack at any moment. After a phantom flash past, the other fighter's figure also became blurred. My god, the entire venue could only hear the sounds of the two fighters clashing, but they couldn't see either of their figures at all. This was something that had never happened in the history of the tournament. If it weren't for the commentators being able to hear the clearly intense sounds from the arena, they might have almost announced that Sun Shui-Rin and the werewolf had gone missing and lost their qualification to compete. The audience present was also shouting loudly, clearly witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime duel right in front of them, yet they could only rely on the sounds of the fierce battle to imagine what was happening. This was really hard for them to accept, so their remarks were not surprising. Damn it, slow down, I can't see anything. Are those two guys really human? This is too over the top. If they went out on the street at this speed tonight, they'd definitely be like a whirlwind. You guys are so awesome. Give me a slow motion replay. I spent a lot of money on this. These emotional comments couldn't shake the two fighters on the arena even a little, especially the werewolf, who was getting more and more excited as he fought Sun Shui-Rin. TCH, I had avoided using it because it reminded me of that old man's face. But unexpectedly, after fighting this guy today, I can't subdue him without using the flowing water fragmenting rock fist. This guy actually started to use the flowing water fragmenting rock fist to counterattack me. Could he be the old man's new disciple? How perfect! Beating him up should also make that old man feel uncomfortable. While chasing his opponent at a super high speed and delivering heavy blows with the flowing water fragmenting rock fist, the Hungry Wolf maintained a clear advantage with a higher level of completion, even when Sun Shui Ren used his hands and feet to attack from various angles. The Hungry Wolf remained unscathed. At the same time, he continuously launched heavy blows against Sun Shui Ren, making the Hungry Wolf feel a bit bored. After another round of fighting ended, both needing to regroup, the two faced off again after performing a backflip. That old man seems to have trained you quite well. But if you keep this up, you'll eventually be beaten to death by me. You must know some other martial arts, right? Hurry up and use them, so I can have some fun. As he spoke, the Hungry Wolf's clawed hands were covered in blood. Meanwhile, the seemingly heavily injured Sun Shui Ren spat out some blood foam and defiantly replied, "You bastard, your strikes are quite vicious, but I've gained a lot from this. Indeed, it takes such fierce battles to achieve further growth." Oh, so you mean that the previous battle was just you using me as a tool to hone your flowing water fragmenting rock fist? The Hungry Wolf's clawed hands returned to fists at that moment. Teacher Bangu is indeed quite formidable, but he is often too kind to us disciples. Although Wang couldn't reply explicitly, his meaning was already evident. It seems you really respect that old man. It's quite disgusting to me. As soon as the Hungry Wolf's words fell, his figure vanished once again. Wang then saw countless phantom-like fists attacking from all directions. A loud bang echoed again, kicking up a cloud of dust in the tournament arena. Immediately after, a whirlwind seemingly arose from the center of the dust, blowing away the dust covering the arena in an instant. And in the center of the arena, the two figures, which had originally been hard to capture, were now standing face to face, engaging in nearly identical punches. Wang Ku, who had been at a disadvantage, surprisingly managed to use the flowing water fragmenting rock fist to reach a standstill against the Hungry Wolf at this moment. However, this situation only lasted a short while before the Hungry Wolf once again struck Wang Ku in the face. Following Wang Ku's muffled groan, the Hungry Wolf broke through Wang Ku's subsequent defenses. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. As the Hungry Wolf's heavy blows increased, Wang Ku's defenses nearly collapsed. Finally, with a knee strike from the Hungry Wolf, Wang Ku was sent flying out of the arena. Under the enormous inertia, he was embedded into a wall at the edge of the arena. He probably won stand up again. That really took some effort on my part. The Hungry Wolf shook the blood off his hands and turned to the referee, signaling for the countdown to begin quickly. However, he soon heard footsteps, and upon turning around again, he was shocked to see his previously knocked out opponent staggering back onto the arena. I originally planned to use this during my match with the Water Dragon, but now I have no choice but to break that plan, otherwise, I won't be able to deal with you. Amidst the cheers and gasps of the audience, the figure of Xian Shui Nin, who had re-entered the arena, began to change. His originally tall frame of 189 centimeters seemed to have shrunk slightly. Meanwhile, in a laboratory hundreds of kilometers away from the arena, an electronic voice began to sound. The experimental data has been validated. It does not match the previous calculation model. After the activation of life restoration, the various metrics within the highest authorized individual are abnormal. Combat power has increased by at least 50, with a trend of continued growth. Have you shrunk? You don't look any stronger, the Hungry Wolf said casually, but he could clearly feel the pressure emanating from his opponent. At this moment, Xian Shui Nin, who was actually Wang Ku, had restored his former physique. The wounds and bruises on his body had turned red. Each time Wang Ku stepped onto the ground, a small whirlwind was generated, and his hair stood on end. Previously, he relied on that imitation of electric flash to endure electric power and control the changes in his muscles, thus forcibly adjusting or even surpassing his own limits of movement. Now, thanks to the perfected technology from the number 3 Serpent Nest, Wang Ku had achieved a further evolution of electric flash, in addition to significantly enhanced adjustment capabilities. He could also accelerate blood circulation and promote metabolism to heal himself quickly. This self-forced adjustment technique was named Life Restoration by Wang Ku. From the name alone, it was clear that this original idea came from his background as a homebody, imitating the two-dimensional world from his past life. Of course, this technique had its drawbacks. Improper use could lead to burning one's own life force. However, for Wang Ku, who now considered himself a mad scientist, this was the least of his concerns. Years of battling with his own mutated cells had given him plenty of experience and techniques. Additionally, the deadly rejection reaction was actually burning his vitality. So using this technique occasionally helped him seize nutrients and energy from his body to mitigate a problem that had troubled him for years. Naturally, this move likely had other effects, but Wang wasn't clear on that yet. Detailed information would have to be reviewed in various data reports in the future, as he had just developed this technique not long ago. Back to the matter at hand, Wang did not respond verbally to the hungry wolf's taunts. After stepping back onto the arena, he simply raised his hands to observe his reddened arms, then chuckled softly and said, "This feels pretty good. It's really interesting. So let's test the effect first, speed enhancement." As soon as the hungry wolf heard his opponent mention speed, he instinctively raised his right arm to block a sudden incoming hook punch. Before he could counterattack, his opponent had already circled around him in the blink of an eye and kicked his unprotected left rib. Caught off guard by this sudden strike, the hungry wolf's ribs snapped in two. However, the opponent's attack didn't stop there. After hearing a power enhancement, he barely steadied himself when he saw a foot aimed at his chin. Years of hard training had made the hungry wolf's reflexes quicker than his own thoughts. Thus, he managed to block that kick, which could have knocked him out, with a quick defense using his arms. Yet under the immense force, he was sent flying. As he struggled to adjust his body in midair, it seemed like he saw his opponent appearing above him. Wang's next move for the hungry wolf was a hooking kick from above. This rapid transition of speed and power enhancement allowed him to execute the move, which was once again blocked by the hungry wolf. However, the immense power behind the strike did not stop, and the hungry wolf crashed down to the arena floor like a rapidly descending cannonball. The entire Super Fight Conference venue could sense this tremendous impact. Once the dust settled, the hungry wolf's figure finally appeared amidst the gasps of the audience. Cough, 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 what a powerful strike. It feels like I'm falling apart. The trembling hungry wolf stood up, almost devoid of fighting strength. His arms were visibly twisted, meaning Wang had effectively rendered them useless. The tattered werewolf mask exposed half of his face, but due to the blood and swelling, the referee at the side did not recognize him as an imposter. To have come this far and still not faint, this unexpected persistence truly moves and impresses me. Wang, who was clearly in a winning position, did not pursue the attack any further. Instead, he began to release his life restoration technique while taking deep breaths. "Why aren't you attacking? Our match isn't over yet. Are you feeling pity for me?" Struggling to drag his injured and exhausted body, the hungry wolf laboriously stepped out of the surrounding pit. "Well, this is the competition venue, and there are so many spectators around. I don't want to play the overly cold role and get booed. If you know what's good for you, you should just forfeit." This was, of course, Wang speaking nonsense with his eyes wide open. The reason he didn't continue his attack was that he wanted to see if the hungry wolf, a character with cheat-like abilities, would display his signature transformation at this moment. However, based on Wang's observations so far, the hungry wolf was merely a severely injured individual on the verge of collapse, showing no signs of transformation at all, clearly still within the realm of humanity. "Don't underestimate me. I will never yield in the face of ridiculous heroes like you. I can still keep fighting. You just..." Cough, cough, cough. The hungry wolf intended to stubbornly continue speaking, but the series of injuries inflicted by Wang were too severe. Especially the final kick, which contained a special shockwave from the Eichong fist, was a move Wang had further perfected. For someone like the water dragon, who had prior experience in preparation, it was manageable, but for the hungry wolf, who faced this technique head-on for the first time, his internal organs had undoubtedly suffered severe damage. Even if Wang did not continue his assault, the hungry wolf would likely faint while forcing himself to move in the upcoming moments. After listening to the surrounding audience's excited cheers, Wang looked at the hesitant referee nearby. He felt that waiting for the hungry wolf to surrender voluntarily was a waste of time. So, he took action again, gathering electricity in his hands unnoticed. Then, he flashed past the hungry wolf and successfully knocked out this future cheat character with a technique he hadn't used in a long time: heart pulse shock. When the referee finished the countdown, Wang, the behind-the-scenes boss of this event, quickly had the disguised personnel of the Serpent of Devouring, who had been prepared in the medical room, take in the severely injured wolf. Wang naturally had no intention of transforming the wolf, not wanting to disrupt the plot's development too much. He would allow the wolf to recover his freedom after providing him with some treatment. This temporary acceptance was merely to collect some unique samples and data. At the same time, it was also to avoid any potential threats from the future monster-like wolf by secretly embedding some hidden markers in his body. In the hallway, Water Dragon stretched his whole body, and his joints cracked in response. Although the cheers of the audience echoed throughout the hallway, the legend of the four-time champion remained unaffected. Speaking of which, it was the first time I found waiting to be quite interesting. After taking a deep breath, Water Dragon smiled and walked toward the arena. The finals of the 21st Super Fight Conference were about to begin, and countless spectators were vocally expressing their excitement, almost as if they were about to lose their voices. All the media reporters on site held their cameras tightly, attentively watching the event. The moment the two competitors entered the arena, the flashes from countless cameras created an illusion as if the figures of the two entrants were wrapped in a vortex of stars. Some martial artists who had lost in previous matches but could still watch the competition were wide-eyed with concentration. Despite feelings of regret, jealousy, or other negative emotions, their identities as martial artists compelled them not to miss the opportunity to witness what might be the pinnacle of martial arts. To the audience in front of the radio or television, did you hear that exhilarating cheer that filled the venue? That's right, the moment to witness the champion has arrived. Will the mysterious dark horse continue to surprise, or will the legend of the four-time champion carry on? Let's welcome this thrilling moment with our enthusiasm. At this point, the commentator's voice was slightly hoarse, but almost all the spectators were inspired by his words. They shouted loudly together, pushing the atmosphere of the competition to an even more fervent climax. What an enthusiastic atmosphere. What do you think with your more extensive competition experience? Once again transforming back to his 189 centimeters figure, Nin, after surveying the surroundings with the corner of his eye, asked his opponent across from him, "What should I call you, Nin?" Water Dragon did not answer, but instead posed a question he had not received an answer to. "Oh, is it really necessary?" Wang replied lightly. "Indeed," Water Dragon smiled again, as the referee raised his hand to signal the start of the match. The gazes of the two rivals locked onto each other and became sharp. Begin. The moment the finals started, it was as if a bomb had exploded in the center of the arena. After a simple maintenance, the arena was once again in a state of chaos. At that moment, all the spectators felt as if they were seeing things, as they seemed to catch glimpses of countless afterimages of combat amidst the rising dust. Just as they rubbed their eyes to see better, a sudden whirlwind blew everything away, and the two competitors engaged in an evenly matched exchange of punches in the center of the arena. Indeed, my strength is somewhat stronger than during our last battle. Luckily, I quickly used Life Return to enhance my speed. Should I continue testing? After exchanging punches with Water Dragon, Wang performed a backflip to create distance. However, Water Dragon quickly pursued him with great vigor. At the moment of landing, Wang barely dodged a heavy punch that grazed the corner of his eye. Yet, the distance he had created was quickly closed by Water Dragon, and Wang hardly had time to think before kicking a piece of concrete toward his opponent. The projectile flying toward Water Dragon was shattered by his punch, but the opponent he was chasing had suddenly vanished. The four-time champion, momentarily hesitating, soon sensed the enemy's presence. Nin had somehow arrived within a few feet to Water Dragon's left, right, and back. The experienced four-time champion did not hesitate and directly launched a whip kick toward his right side. However, this was a misjudgment, as the real enemy used a powerful thrust punch that caused the legendary figure of the event to spit out blood in front of all the spectators. What kind of move is this? Am I hallucinating? I actually saw clearly that the three Nin attacked together, inflicting a heavy blow on Water Dragon. The commentator's excited shout echoed throughout the venue, and many spectators nearby tugged at their companions, asking if they saw the same thing. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, Water Dragon made a beautiful turn to regain his stance before flying out of the arena, then vigilantly stared at his opponent contesting the championship. As for Wang, who had successfully completed the surprise attack, he stopped after hitting Water Dragon and did not continue the pursuit. This was not out of mercy. Rather, the previous battle had caused some chaos in his internal energy that needed adjusting. After stabilizing his stance, Water Dragon spat out the blood that had accumulated within him and, while gasping for breath, said to his opponent, who was still adjusting, "That was quite a bold surprise attack, but what was that move? It doesn't seem like one you've used before. After losing to you last time, I put in quite a bit of effort when I got back. But you were a bit too monstrous, aren't you? I thought I could decide the match with that move." Wang was surprised at this moment. The move he had just executed was a knockoff of a technique from a certain overpowered village, the 3-day moon dance, which he had high hopes for. This move was originally planned to be used when he played the role of a serpent of devouring cadre to deal with troublesome S-class heroes. However, it faced numerous issues during development, with only a 30 success rate in simulations, so it could not be directly applied in actual combat. It wasn't until after losing to Water Dragon that he reluctantly brought this move to today's competition using the latest research results. If Water Dragon had judged correctly or had more time to respond, he could have successfully countered or evaded, making Wang Ke's position in the subsequent match quite passive and even dangerous. However, although he had successfully dealt a heavy blow to Water Dragon, the opponent had minimized the damage at the last moment by adjusting his posture, which naturally left Wang Ke astonished. Indeed, every time I fight you, I learn a lot. Has the break been long enough? The outcome of our match today is still undecided, despite having been gasping for breath earlier. Water Dragon surprisingly adjusted his state at this moment. After saying this, he did not wait for Wang Ke's reply and charged forward once more. At this point, Wang Ke had also stabilized the boiling energy within him. The moment he saw Water Dragon's footsteps moving, he once again increased his speed and charged forward. Following this, the spectators at the venue experienced another round where they could only hear the sounds of fighting but could not locate the competing fighters. The only difference from the previous match between Xianshui Nin and the Hungry Wolf is that they seemed to vaguely see some cracks appearing in the air of the arena. This sparked memories for some of the audience, who vaguely recalled seeing a similar scene in the final moments of the last tournament's championship match. Wang Ke indeed unleashed the Shockwave Fist again, and he frequently targeted the Water Dragon with it. The Shockwave Fist, improved by Wang Ke, had become quite refined. Although it didn't create as much commotion as in the last tournament's final, the Shockwave Fist used in this competition was executed in a very restrained and controllable manner. It wouldn't waste excessive energy while delivering a more powerful blow to the opponent. If it were an ordinary demon-level monster, it might lose all combat ability after the first successful strike. In a recent battle at the Light and Nature Park, the Water Dragon had surprisingly immune to all shockwaves affecting his internal organs, which had been a lingering concern for Wang Ke. So, after putting in extra effort to improve, Wang Ke decided to reclaim his ground this time. I've already told you, this move has no effect on me anymore, the Water Dragon confidently said as he engaged in a clash with his opponent. Whether it has an effect or not, we'll see. Wang Ke exerted force again, sending a shockwave from his body that pushed the Water Dragon towards the edge of the arena. But then Wang Ke's vision blurred, and the Water Dragon, using his unique skills, escaped again and circled behind Wang Ke. However, before he could launch his attack, Wang Ke's figure also vanished. The mutual pursuit and exchanges of offense and defense went on for an unknown amount of time, with both fighters continuously exhausting their stamina. Although the thrilling match had the audience cheering, it was destined not to last forever. Life returned, power enhancement. In a moment of high-speed movement, Wang Ke seized an opening and firmly grabbed one of the Water Dragon's whip-like kicks with his bulging veined hand. Then, Wang Ke's muscles expanded, and he withstood countless attacks from the Water Dragon, continuously smashing his grasped prey against the already shattered floor of the arena. While enduring the immense impact, the Water Dragon desperately tried various ways to break free, but failed every time. Finally, after being dazed from the repeated blows, the Water Dragon was struck by a heavy punch from Wang Ke's shockwave. This wave of attack was tremendously powerful, causing the venue's electronic equipment to malfunction just like in the previous tournament. The floor of the competition venue, which bore the brunt of the residual attack, was shattered into dust from this powerful blow. The Water Dragon, who directly took this heavy hit, not only had his martial arts uniform torn to shreds, but also suffered severe injuries, with blood oozing from his orifices and several teeth knocked out, losing the appearance of the previously suave young man. However, the culprit behind this situation didn't fare any better. Wang Ke, having maximized his power through life return, immediately retreated to the edge of the arena after the attack ended. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, and the intense pain throughout his body made it difficult for him to even make a sound. As he landed, he, who had once resembled a small giant, immediately knelt on one knee, resembling a frail old man, with his contracted muscles spasming. The arm that had tightly grasped the Water Dragon was twisted beyond recognition, clearly indicating that the bones had broken into several pieces. The other arm, which had dealt a significant blow to the opponent, seemed to have necrotic muscle, hanging limply by his side while continuing to bleed. Now, whether among the martial artists present or the casual spectators, everyone knew that the two fighters in the final had become mutually injured, and the match could no longer continue. They held their breath, eyes wide open, watching the referee at the edge of the arena, waiting for his next action. The slightly disheveled, bald referee, affected by the battle's aftershocks, turned to look at the exhausted fighters. When he saw the Xianshui Nin standing up, Trembling and biting his lip, the referee raised his hand, pointing to the struggling water dragon on the ground, and began the final countdown. The referee had started the countdown, but the water dragon was still struggling on the ground. Could he stand up before the countdown ended? Time was running out. After the commentator spoke in his now hoarse voice, the audience, which had fallen into silence, erupted into a series of cheers for the water dragon. These people were loyal fans of the water dragon, and they didn't want the legendary 4-time champion of the Super Fight Tournament to end here. Don't give up, water dragon. You're a legend. Don't let us down. Get up and keep fighting. Your opponent is also at their limit. Just hold on for one more step, and it's your victory. I placed a big bet on you. Show your guts. Get up and defeat that guy. I'll introduce you to my beautiful girlfriend. Water dragon, strive for the 5-time championship. Initially, these were just chaotic shouts, but more and more people joined in, eventually coalescing into a single voice. Water dragon, go. It was as if the cheering from the crowd gave him strength. Or perhaps the water dragon already had enough energy built up. The strongest fighter in countless hearts unexpectedly stood up again before the referee's countdown finished. Haha, it's not over yet. Throw everything you've got at me. I'm the undefeated legend. The water dragon's declaration of standing up further excited all the spectators at the venue. Countless audience members shouted the water dragon's name, causing the entire venue to tremble once more. Water dragon, water dragon, water dragon. That's so noisy. Shut up and watch the match properly. Originally, the synchronized cheers of nearly 10,000 spectators would have continued, but a voice that couldn't be ignored silenced all the audience's shouts at that moment. After this voice rang out, the previously shaky Xian Nin unexpectedly changed his stance. He didn't know where he found the strength to drag his 2 limp arms and start running towards the water dragon. Although his running speed was comparable to that of an ordinary person, for the water dragon, who was already at his limit, it was an unavoidable presence. When the 2 championship contenders were only 2 or 3 meters apart, Xian Nin jumped towards his opponent as if he were using the last of his strength. The water dragon, facing this final strike, roared and threw his last punch. After a sound of bodies hitting the ground, the once boisterous venue fell silent, leaving only the referee's countdown. Most of the audience stared wide-eyed, waiting for the final result. A small portion tried to cheer on the fighters in the arena, but couldn't make a sound due to the pressure emanating from somewhere in the audience. 10-9. You're the most difficult opponent I've ever encountered. What a monster. The referee's countdown continued, but a weak voice rang out from the center of the arena. But there are plenty of guys stronger than me in this world. Those guys are the real monsters. Another equally weak voice responded, realizing he could barely move. Hey, where shall we go for a drink next? I know a good place. Oh, that's nice. But the reporters after this should be quite annoying, right? Given our current situation, we probably won't be able to outrun those guys. Hey, what should I call you? Just call me Diesel. 2-1. The match is over, and the winner is... The referee, who had been counting down, raised his hand again and pointed to the champion of this event. But the other party was no longer concerned about that. It seems that I haven't seen you doing your daily injections lately. Have you found a way to treat your body? During breakfast time, the big sister, who had just gotten up and finished washing up, noticed that her boyfriend, who was frying eggs, hadn't taken his medication again, so she curiously asked. It's just that some new oral medications have been developed recently, so the injections should no longer be necessary in the future. Although the hidden dangers in my body haven't been completely eliminated, if things go according to plan, I should be able to find a solution soon. Wang, hearing the big sister's inquiry, casually took out a small metal box and waved it in front of her. The oral medication inside only requires 1 pill a day, unlike before. To stabilize the cellular issues in my body, I used to have to inject a lot of medication morning and night. This medication is one of the results from the series of studies on the 170,000-year-old cicada in its pupal stage that were conducted in the number 3 serpent nest. After the previous martial arts competition, Wang also received the latest experimental data that had just come out, and then some expected results came into his hands. That's really good news. So that's why you suddenly excitedly took me on a trip a while ago, and then gave me this after the competition. The big sister looked at the diamond ring on her ring finger, which was the engagement ring her boyfriend bought for her with the entire prize money from the Super Fight Championship. Wang, who had been considering what birthday gift to give the big sister, had not found anything satisfactory before. However, due to the results obtained from the number 3 serpent nest, it exceeded his expectations. The life-threatening issues caused by the abnormal cells seemed to be solvable in a while. Now, his psychological burden has been greatly reduced, and coupled with the touching gesture of the big sister during the finals, Wang simply proposed to her on her birthday. Indeed, so what are you thinking about now? Although the big sister accepted the ring Wang gave her, she did not accept his proposal. This somewhat absurd behavior indeed fits the big sister's usual style. Just like before, I have things to do later, so you don't need to prepare lunch for me. The big sister once again avoided Wang's inquiry, then bit into a piece of bread, put on her coat, and ran out. Wang could only sigh and decided not to touch on this topic for a while, patiently waiting for the big sister to make a decision. In fact, the big sister is not unwilling to marry Wang. She is just very satisfied with her current life. She is afraid that if they really get married, there will be some changes, so she wants to maintain this state for a while longer and plans to continue enjoying this relatively sweet premarital romance. After that, Wang ate breakfast alone while watching the morning news to pass the time. The news reported that the frequency of bizarre disasters has been on the rise recently, which also means that the plot of the One Punch Man world is about to officially begin. According to Wang's estimates, excluding those stories from his memories, if the appearance of the Vaccine Man is considered the starting point of the official plot of the One Punch Man world, there are only about 4 months left. Currently, Wang has completed quite a bit of preparation. Not only does he possess strength close to that of dragon-level monsters, but he has also established a force that does not exist in the original world, the serpent that devours its own flesh. The serpent that devours its own flesh has now become a powerful and mysterious organization, unlike the various fake appearances Wang used to put on. First of all, including the underground base in City-The, the serpent that devours its own flesh has established 7 fully functional large underground bases in various secret areas. The other 6 new bases have also reached a considerable scale. Among them, the number 3 serpent nest, due to the previous transformation work on the giant pupae, has already surpassed the underground base that has been operating in City-The for several years in terms of facilities and personnel. The work at these 7 bases varies but also overlaps. While assisting Wang in research and development, they also have the capability to produce various weapons and bioengineered humans. Secondly, the serpent that devours its own flesh has already built a fairly tight network among human criminals. Many times, it doesn't require the armed forces of the serpent that devours its own flesh to take action. Some matters can be directly handled by various criminal organizations under its banner. And on the white side, personnel from the serpent that devours its own flesh's management department have also set up or indirectly arranged to manage a considerable portion of assets in human society under various names. These can bring a large influx of funds to the serpent that devours its own flesh while also laying down eyes in various sectors of society. Thirdly, as a powerful criminal organization, the amount of military power it possesses is an important benchmark for measuring the organization's capability. The subordinate criminal organizations of the serpent that devours its own flesh don't need to be considered. The real combat power is composed of humanoid bio-soldiers, monster-modified soldiers, and various bio-beasts. Currently, the main component of the serpent that devours its own flesh's combat power consists of humanoid bio-soldiers present in each base. The first type of bio-soldier is clone soldiers made from more than 10 templates. They are adept at using various weapons and can match a typical C-class hero even when unarmed. These bio-soldiers form the most basic combat power of the serpent that devours its own flesh. As a disciplined force, they all wear black combat uniforms, with only the different emblems of the serpent on their shoulders distinguishing them. In reality, they're just knockoffs of the Umbrella Corporation soldiers. The second type of bio-soldier is a further enhancement of the first type, and these soldiers have certain mechanical modification components in their bodies. Depending on the degree of bodily modification, they serve as squad leaders and platoon leaders. Generally, they are at the level of tiger-level monsters, and occasionally, due to special needs, they can be temporarily enhanced to match the strength of ghost-level monsters. The third type of bio-soldier is a high-end, ghost-level combat power that is kept hidden within the base, which may even reach dragon-level strength. Currently, there are only a few of these combat forces, which have cost Wang a lot of effort, as they have been implanted with quite advanced combat skills. When necessary, they can even act as senior officials within the organization, going in front of the Hero or Monster Association to make their presence felt. Additionally, some bioengineered humans do not possess combat capabilities. They are simply distributed as research management talents in various locations. The monster-modified soldiers are temporary modifications of various captured wolf-level and tiger-level monsters. Rather than being considered combat power, they're more like consumables used for testing technology. For example, the Sky King and its 4 birdmen are currently hidden as special aerial combat forces, different from other monster-modified soldiers. The numerous bio-beasts are also a major category within the serpent that devours its own flesh's bases. However, The main component of actual combat power within this group consists only of those flying monsters that Wang could develop before. Their own strength is not very strong. More bio-beasts are merely engaged in various logistical production tasks in the bases, such as underground mining and so on. In other words, aside from Wang's own strength, he has already established a considerable military force. Much like the Metal Knight Boros, most of this combat power usually remains hidden. If necessary, they could unleash a destructive power that even several dragon-level monsters could not achieve. With proper command, Wang could even potentially destroy the entire world. However, Wang is not a madman. He merely wants to be a boss of the chaotic neutral faction and has no intention of randomly destroying the world. This combat power will not be deployed casually. Only a small portion will be sent out during certain necessary times to address issues that Wang prefers not to handle personally. For example, when negotiating with a troublesome organization, Wang must be well prepared in various ways. The Serpent of Consumption, indeed, is a rather famous criminal organization recently. Dr. Kinos looked at the received letter of intent for cooperation and felt it was somewhat interesting. This letter was sent to his personal email, which is surprising for a secret organization like the EvolutionHouse. The fact that someone managed to find Kinos' personal email suggests that the Serpent of Consumption is not just any simple character. Should they be ignored? We have always conducted our research independently and do not need to collaborate with others in the future. One of Dr. Kinos' clones expressed this view, representing the consistent policy of the EvolutionHouse. Since they mainly rely on a group of like-minded clones, they do not intend to seek help from outsiders. In the comics, the EvolutionHouse, in the perception of the devil-modified human genos, is merely an exclusionary religious group promoting the imminent arrival of a new world. This somewhat indicates that the EvolutionHouse indeed rarely engages with outsiders. According to the Serpent of Consumption, we have likely already been targeted by the Hero Association, and the location of our secret base seems to have been exposed. Another clone with a different number noted another piece of information revealed by the Serpent of Consumption. In fact, although the EvolutionHouse, like the Serpent of Consumption, operates in the shadows, it appears relatively low-key compared to the latter. However, due to the longer existence of the EvolutionHouse and the fact that the Serpent of Consumption is a mysterious organization that has only recently emerged, it is not impossible for the EvolutionHouse's secret base to have been discovered before the Serpent of Consumption's. At this moment, a third clone with a different number began to speak. Recently, there do seem to be some suspicious shadows near the base. If these people are indeed from the Hero Association, then perhaps the reason the EvolutionHouse has not yet been attacked by the Association is that we have been relatively low-key and are merely seen as troublemakers by the Association. The EvolutionHouse does conduct research behind closed doors, but also keeps an eye on the powerful heroes of the Hero Association. The reluctance to act against these valuable research samples may also stem from a desire to remain low-key and a significant caution regarding the Hero Association's strength. In the original story, after gathering some combat data on Saitama, there were thoughts of capturing the Bald Man as a sample. Aside from Saitama's undeniable strength, it was likely also because Saitama, who had not yet joined the Hero Association, was alone, and his disappearance wouldn't cause significant trouble. Now, being reminded by the Serpent of Consumption that the Hero Association has set their sights on the EvolutionHouse's secret base, Dr. Kinos and his clones believe that preparations are indeed necessary. The other party likely wants to use the pressure from the Hero Association to bring the EvolutionHouse closer to them, but they are overestimating themselves. We are not that concerned about the Hero Association's threats. However, the ideas they proposed and the materials they sent are quite valuable for reference. So exchanging some research results with them is not out of the question. Dr. Kinos has indeed developed a certain interest in the technological capabilities of the Serpent of Consumption. Although the Serpent of Consumption's execution of some gene modification technologies is not as perfect as that of the EvolutionHouse, these gene samples appear quite unique. Moreover, a different subject concerning special cell fusion and cell polarization, although it seems to be merely basic-level arguments, could indeed lead to extraordinary power for experimental subjects if realized. As for the most detailed piece of information provided by the other party, a type of steroid that can significantly enhance strength in an instant, Dr. Kinos quickly recognized its feasibility after only a brief glance. Since the coordinator of the EvolutionHouse has made a decision, the surrounding clones do not dare to say much more. Therefore, after studying the materials sent by the other party, the EvolutionHouse responded to the Serpent of Consumption with an agreement to cooperate, while also requesting more detailed materials and research samples from them. Dr. KeEscapes swiftly sent an email expressing the willingness to cooperate and to demonstrate sincerity and showcase the technology of the EvolutionHouse. He transmitted some encrypted, unique technical materials along with the email, which the people from the Serpent of Consumption would surely find impressive. The technological capabilities of the EvolutionHouse are indeed remarkable. Just these technical materials sent over allow me to conduct further enhancements on the 5 Birdmen from Sky King. KeEscapes' encryption technology did not pose much of a challenge for Wang. However, the modification technologies and cell fusion techniques sent by the EvolutionHouse truly amazed Wang. It seems that in the field of biochemical modification, the overall technology of the EvolutionHouse is still superior to the years of diligent research conducted by Wang. Since the new tokamak device has already been delivered, it would be a good idea to test the results contained within the materials provided by the EvolutionHouse. At this moment, Wang was not at his residence in City F, but was in the Serpent of Consumption's 3rd nest, working on the next stage of modification for the already preliminarily modified pupa. Inside the pupa, the 170,000-year cicada from the original story would no longer appear. Under Wang's deliberate adjustments, the 170,000-year cicada had transformed into a massive biochemical laboratory, essentially a semi-mechanical giant insect capable of conducting gene modifications and enhancement experiments. After connecting the newly delivered tokamak device, Wang, with sufficient energy supply, immediately inserted his right leg into a similar device from the nuclear power plant workshop. This time, Wang was not as reckless as during the nuclear power plant incident. He merely wanted to see if it was possible to realize some special ideas in his mind using the materials sent back by the EvolutionHouse. Start at 36 power and closely monitor my instructions, ready to cut off the energy supply at any moment. Yes, with a large team of qualified assistants helping, Wang could implement safety operations at a higher level than during the previous nuclear power plant experiment. Once the experimental assistants activated various machines, the tokamak device quickly generated powerful energy, which was sent into the pupa. The strange energy within Wang's right leg also began to react under the influence of the tokamak device. Wang hurriedly guided the mutation occurring in his body, mixing it with the red A-level energy within, and then transmitted it into the pupa. At that moment, the pupa, which had been storing a large number of aberrant cells, was also unsealed. Subsequently, various nutrients were injected, and under the powerful energy, the entire pupa began to wriggle. Power is on the rise, having reached 47, 56, 63, 71, and 79. Currently, all reactions are under control. Is there a need to further increase the power? Let's continue to increase it. When it reaches 100, be sure to record various data. The biochemical assistant's inquiry quickly received a response from Wang. So far, everything has gone even smoother than he expected. Perhaps the results obtained after the experiment will also exceed his expectations. The power continues to rise, reaching 83, 88, and 96, and has now reached 100 output power. The tokamak device is operating normally, but 26 of the mechanical part inside the pupa has malfunctioned, while the biological part is still undergoing mutations. After the biochemical assistant's words reached Wang's ears, he sensed that the strange energy within him had expanded several times, filling the area below his waist. However, these areas did not show any visible changes like tumors. They just appeared slightly swollen. But the time did not last long. Under the transformation of the strange energy, it quickly returned to normal. Should I continue to try and fill my entire body with strange energy? Wang hesitated, but after a moment of thought, he decided to stick to the original plan cautiously. The experiment ended, and data from various parts began to be recorded while checking the internal experimental results of the pupa. Since Wang decided not to take risks this time, the tokamak device quickly stopped operating. Unexpectedly, new materials were processed, which was a pleasant surprise. Looking at these data that exceeded specifications, a more powerful tokamak device should be able to produce them easily. Wang looked at several pieces of special material metal taken from the pupa. These were originally part of the mechanical body of the biological entity stored inside the pupa. This metal was originally cut from the bodies of billions of strange rocks and processed through special methods. Unexpectedly, changes occurred again after this series of experiments. The previous related data had already been sent back to Base 2, and some samples had been delivered. They indicated that they would analyze it as soon as possible and organize more efficient processing methods. Base 2 is responsible for researching the development of various new materials among the bases of the Devourer Serpent. In this regard, Base 3 is obviously several levels behind, so they naturally sent this research achievement over. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Wang nodded, putting aside his pleasant surprise, and began reviewing the other research results from previous experiments. The massive pupa had a large hole and had lost its function, and staff were clearing it away. The unformed biological entity inside was still alive, but it now resembled a deformed monster. However, the bionic computer inside was functioning normally. Or rather, its performance had been further enhanced. The various data recorded by the bionic computer during the previous experiment had been clearly organized with the help of the main computer at Base 3. With the help of this data, the staff at Base 3 could fully simulate and recreate a pupa to put the deformed creature inside. However, this was not what caught Wang's attention the most, as a special tissue on the deformed creature was the main purpose of his previous experiments. Sure enough, it was similar to what I envisioned. Under the catalysis of various conditions, I successfully created this organ capable of generating a special liquid, relying on the mutation within the pupa. The special liquid Wang could refer to as actually the outer layer liquid of the fossilized egg. After such a long time of research, Wang finally found a method to produce this liquid. However, it was also thanks to the research achievements of plasma physics at Base 1 that I could further analyze the strange energy in my body. By reversing the reaction, I finally found a feasible way. In his excitement, Wang injected this portion of liquid samples directly into his body. When these liquids began to circulate within Wang's body with the blood, he found that the strange energy became easier to manipulate. However, once the injected liquid dissipated, the energy in Wang's body returned to its original state. It seems that relying solely on the liquid is not enough. I need to create a similar functional organ within my body. However, it is not feasible to implant such a large tumor into my body. A miniaturized organ may not achieve the desired effect. Should I patiently wait for further research results? Or should I think of ways to cooperate with the EvolutionHouse? Wang did not believe that the experiment succeeded smoothly just because of his genius exceeding expectations, but rather that some technology sent by the EvolutionHouse played a facilitating role. Therefore, Wang, who wanted to deepen his research, began to consider whether to expand further and collaborate with the EvolutionHouse, which was about to commence. After Wang finally made his decision, the EvolutionHouse quickly received a portion of new data. At the headquarters of the Hero Association in City A, senior officials gathered again to discuss a recent new discovery. It seems that the EvolutionHouse has recently made contact with external organizations. Although it is unclear what exactly they are discussing, we found this symbol in the only intercepted image. Shichi projected the discovered symbol using a 3D projection on the table in front of a crowd of officials. The Devourer Serpent? Upon seeing the 8-shaped Devourer Serpent, the officials immediately understood that this was a very dangerous matter. Can we analyze the blurry parts of the image? The official from a Mediterranean region placed great importance on the Devourer Serpent and hurriedly asked Shichi. Our capabilities are limited. It has already been quite difficult to obtain this. The Child Emperor helped us analyze part of it. He said that this content seems to be related to some biochemical experiments. If we want to know more information, it is best to consult an expert like Dr. Diesel. Hearing Shichi's statement, all the officials present felt somewhat conflicted. Do we really have to find Diesel? Although this guy's cooperation attitude has been good recently, he certainly won't be polite when it comes to pricing. The official in sunglasses was somewhat reluctant, as asking Dr. Diesel for help would likely cost the association a lot. Let's ask him for help. After all, linking the Devourer Serpent with biochemical experiments is truly too horrifying. If the Devourer Serpent were to develop some biochemical weapons, what kind of terror attacks would that lead to? That would be hard to say. The female official, although she disliked Diesel, felt that it would be better to directly consult the most knowledgeable expert after considering the possible issues. The Devourer Serpent had previously launched an attack on Diesel, and at that time, Diesel seemed to have been quite seriously harmed. I think under this factor, Diesel might not ask for too high a price. The official with buck teeth recalled some previous events and believed that Diesel would be more willing to cooperate. Do we have to do this? Why not directly storm the EvolutionHouse? That way, we can directly prevent their further cooperation. Moreover, as long as we can extract relevant intelligence from the mouths of the people at the EvolutionHouse, we might be able to directly find the location of the Devourer Serpent's base. At this time, the official with a red nose expressed his opinion, which also had some merit. Other high-ranking officials who reacted after hearing this idea were somewhat tempted. However, Minister Shichi's subsequent remarks made everyone abandon the plan directly. We do not know to what extent the Evolution House and the Serpent of Devouring Flesh have collaborated. If we blindly attack the Evolution House, we will likely alert the enemy and gain nothing in the end. Moreover, we have not yet thoroughly investigated the combat capabilities of the Evolution House. Before making comprehensive preparations, it is best not to act rashly and risk missing this opportunity. The reminded cadres quickly realized that this was a good opportunity to gather intelligence on both the Evolution House and the Serpent of Devouring Flesh. If handled properly, we might even take this chance to eliminate these two troublesome organizations. Therefore, after considering these factors, all the cadres expressed their intention to entrust Dr. Diesel with the relevant investigation. As long as we can obtain valuable intelligence, spending a bit more money is inconsequential. When Shichi's phone call was made, Wang, who received the call, couldn't help but show a smug expression. The Hero Association has been monitoring us more closely lately, seemingly aware of some of our collaborations with the Serpent of Devouring Flesh. A clone marked with 53, Dr. Kinos, was reporting to Dr. Kinos about recent discoveries around the base. The Serpent of Devouring Flesh once again invited us to leave this base and move to their prepared secret base, promising to provide various equipment for research. This time, it was a clone marked with 37 speaking, holding the secret base information sent over by the Serpent of Devouring Flesh. From 37's expression, it seemed he was quite interested in the equipment provided by the Serpent of Devouring Flesh. Moving to the base prepared by the other side would mean putting ourselves under their surveillance. Who knows how many secret monitoring devices they have installed there. Clone number 33 clearly did not believe that the Serpent of Devouring Flesh had good intentions, and many clones shared his thoughts, agreeing with what 33 said at that moment. However, the concerns expressed by clone number 51 were what all the clones present were most worried about. What about the Azura rhinoceros beetle? It wouldn't safely follow us during the move. Are we really just going to leave the strongest combat force of the Evolution House behind? Yes. Its unstable mental state would definitely cause problems during the transfer. Even if all our bioweapons were deployed, they wouldn't stand a chance against this creature. Although it is a failed product of the new humans, its performance is indeed unmatched. Even if it refuses to follow our commands, leaving it behind would be too wasteful. Why not just leave this trouble to the Hero Association? If the Azura rhinoceros beetle wins, the Hero Association wouldn't dare to provoke the Evolution House. If the Hero Association wins, it would mean the Azura rhinoceros beetle is not as formidable as we thought. From any perspective, we don't need to worry too much. But will things really go as smoothly as we expect? It's hard to guarantee that there won't be major problems during the transfer. The clones had various reactions to the suggestions from the Serpent of Devouring Flesh. As the coordinator of the Evolution House, Dr. Kinos did not pay too much attention to the clones' thoughts, but focused on the new technical data transmitted by the Serpent of Devouring Flesh. After seeing a small attached plan within it, Dr. Kinos finally broke his silence and spoke to the arguing clones before him. Although we cannot ignore the Hero Association, the Evolution House is not a small player either. If they really break in, we can directly choose to fight back. The Serpent of Devouring Flesh can only send more clones over. It seems that a decent specimen is prepared in that secret base, and we can study it. Inside the secret base prepared by the Serpent of Devouring Flesh, there is a special biohuman with strength reaching the ghost level. According to some data on paper, this biohuman seems to have surpassed the armed gorillas of the Evolution House in terms of strength. If the Evolution House had taken over and further strengthened it in the past, it might not be impossible to create an even stronger bioweapon. At the same time, we could gain a more concrete understanding of the technical strength of the Serpent of Devouring Flesh through this biohuman. Upon receiving the information that the Evolution House would send some people to take over the Sixth Snake Nest, Wang felt very pleased. Although he was giving away a base for free, he could gain much more in the future. However, a series of preparations were needed in between. For example, he, now dressed in a white coat, was standing in front of the monitor, introducing some matters to Shichi from the Hero Association. After calculating the formula above, I found that if the Serpent of Devouring Flesh indeed intends to create a powerful bioweapon, it is likely not a viral weapon, but rather the manufacture of a formidable biohuman. Some information inside relates to the data that the Serpent of Devouring Flesh stole during their attack on me, which led me to this judgment. The information intercepted by the Hero Association was originally leaked by Wang intentionally. The Child Emperor is not adept at these things, and if Dr. Diesel were to elaborate, he could certainly explain it well. After listening to a bunch of high-end terms and mind-boggling data, Shichi felt a bit confused. However, when Dr. Diesel mentioned biohumans, he immediately perked up. Is this bio-human different from the super battle police you modified for the police department and the heroes you modified for our association? Oh no. Please describe it simply. What level of enemy is this? The bio-police I modified for the police department still rely on those specific pieces of equipment for their combat power. The current A-level hero, KeEscapes, has only had some specific abilities and physical enhancements. Both are quite distinctive and belong to different types. As for this bio-human from the serpent of devouring flesh, it currently appears to be just an experimental subject. But if the experiment is successful, it will be easy to mass-produce clones with ghost-level strength. Wang had already explained it simply enough, and this time Shichi didn't feel dizzy, but rather alarmed. If the serpent of devouring flesh successfully produces a large number of ghost-level clone troops, the entire world will face the danger of falling into a great war. And the serpent of devouring flesh will likely hold the advantage. At that time, even if the hero association is not destroyed, it will suffer heavy blows. And this outcome must be avoided at all costs. So, Dr. Diesel, based on this data, can you deduce to what extent the serpent of devouring flesh's plan has progressed? In response to Shichi's question, Wang pretended to think for a moment before stating the answer he had long prepared. The data obtained is limited, so I cannot make an accurate judgment. If we only rely on the information at hand, it seems that the serpent of devouring flesh's plan still has many areas that are just simple frameworks. However, based on some of the technical information revealed so far, their plan has a high chance of success. In other words, if the EvolutionHouse engages in deeper cooperation with them, we may see initial results within 2 to 3 months. It seems we must act quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Shichi decided to hold another high-level cadre meeting to discuss whether to immediately summon several S-level heroes to directly attack the EvolutionHouse. However, at this moment, Shichi also thought of another matter. If the Hero Association could take the opportunity to acquire these technologies, then the association could solve a long-standing problem of insufficient hero strength when dealing with disasters caused by monsters in various places. Dr. Diesel, the plan of the Snake of Death is very dangerous. But if it can be controlled by the forces of justice, it would become a great help in maintaining peace in the human world. If our hero association were to seize some of the technologies later, could you use your expertise to help us digest these technologies? Wang was certainly willing, and he also planned to utilize the association's financial and material resources to comprehensively absorb these technologies. After all, this was part of his plan, and the association was merely a tool for Wang to use. No problem. The Snake of Death once caused me a significant loss, and I happen to want to take revenge on them. However, this level of technology requires a considerable amount of financial and material support, and I hope the association won't be stingy when the time comes. As for my personal compensation, I don't need money. I just want access to some of the technologies involved. That goes without saying. Thank you, Dr. Diesel, for your willingness to provide support. I will immediately convey the information I receive from you to the other officials of the association. This incident poses a significant threat, and we should have results within a few days. Then I will wait for your good news. Wang smiled and then closed the communication. Inducing the Hero Association to formulate an offensive plan against the EvolutionHouse based on the premise of seizing technology was his idea. Originally, if Saitama could be mobilized, Wang would be able to reap the benefits. However, waiting for this plot would take several months. Currently, Saitama had not been provoked, so he had no interest in eliminating the EvolutionHouse at all. If he randomly sent a biochemical person to attack the bald man in the name of the EvolutionHouse, it could easily lead to mistakes. Moreover, Saitama's destructive power was so great that it could cause irreversible damage. In order to comprehensively acquire the technology of the EvolutionHouse, Wang had no choice but to induce the Hero Association to take action. Presumably, with the premise of seizing technology, the Hero Association would not choose heroes like Tornado. Instead, they would go for technical heroes like Silver Fong and Atomic Samurai, who knew to show mercy. Why isn't the EvolutionHouse following the script? What was all my preparation for? Wang was initially patiently waiting for the Hero Association's next move. But the morning news the next day unexpectedly revealed that the plot of this world had advanced once again. A new breed of mosquitoes had erupted, advancing rapidly from the border between City B and City Z in just a few hours, and they were quickly moving toward City Z. Many livestock in the outskirts of City Z had already been drained to husks by the advancing mosquitoes. The news, which had initially speculated on the cause of the mosquito outbreak, was now issuing warnings to the residents of City Z to stay indoors for safety. Could it be that my butterfly's wings flapped too forcefully accelerating the development of the mosquito woman. Wang suddenly remembered that when he was thrown into a jar filled with formaldehyde at the EvolutionHouse, someone had indeed mentioned using his data for the mosquito woman. Additionally, during this time, the snake of death and the EvolutionHouse had exchanged quite a bit of technology. Given this series of factors, it was understandable that the mosquito woman appeared earlier than expected. However, with that guy Genos not around, the appearance of the mosquito woman at this time could lead to a chaotic plot due to the absence of key characters. With this in mind, Wang hurriedly instructed the secret bases to search for Genos, but still found no trace of him. Watching the computer screen display that the detected swarm of mosquitoes was about to enter City Z, Wang had no choice but to take action himself. With Genos absent, I have to temporarily take on his role. Saitama, you better step up this time. Huh, the called user is powered off. Did that bastard forget to charge his phone again? Upon discovering this result, Wang suddenly felt a bit frustrated. In the air at the edge of City Z, a gigantic black sphere floated. A faint red light was emanating from within, giving it a very eerie appearance. After the outer part of the black sphere, like a huge black cloth, was pulled away, a half-human, half-insect creature with a somewhat graceful figure appeared. How are you all working? This is nowhere near enough. Work harder and go around to suck more blood back. The figure was graceful, and even the voice was somewhat alluring. If she were a normal human, she would probably be an incredibly beautiful woman. Hiding below in camouflage, Wang looked at the mosquito woman above him and couldn't help but sigh to himself. Although Wang's girlfriend, Big Sister, was a top-notch beauty, both in figure and face, she was far superior to most female celebrities. But men, even if they wouldn't betray, still occasionally have some fantasies in their hearts. This is not betrayal, just a normal human response to hormonal stimulation. However, fantasy is one thing. Wang still wouldn't neglect his business. Saitama was nowhere to be found. When he was supposed to make an appearance, he was always missing. Teacher Bongu had gone out of town, and the Hero Association had yet to notice the existence of the mosquito woman. Should I take action myself? The Hero Association had categorized this mosquito outbreak as a demon-level disaster. However, they simply understood it as a large swarm of new breed mosquitoes appearing and had not realized that there were monsters controlling these mosquitoes behind the scenes. Moreover, the mosquito woman likely used data from when Wang was still a test subject. This had significant implications for Wang himself. So he was contemplating whether to capture the mosquito woman secretly without anyone knowing. How long are you going to spy on me? I've already used dessert. While Wang was still deep in thought, the mosquito woman suddenly launched an attack on his hidden self. After two high-speed moving figures flashed past, Wang jumped to the top of a utility pole, while the mosquito woman grabbed the camouflage that had previously covered Wang. How did you find me? That cloth should have been able to mask my scent and body temperature. Successfully dodging the attack, Wang curiously asked the mosquito woman from a distance. Well, I didn't feel anything at first, but as these kids keep bringing me fresh blood, that stinky smell of a pervert on you can't be hidden anymore. The mosquito woman casually explained and then waved her hand, commanding a large number of mosquitoes to attack the peeping man who had hidden away. Stinky smell of a pervert? Are you joking? My girlfriend is much better than you in both looks and figure, so stop being so narcissistic. Wang provoked the mosquito woman while entering a state of extreme speed to dodge the swarm of mosquitoes' attacks. While continuously moving, Wang, with electricity gathering in his hands, easily wiped out a large number of mosquitoes. Some of the scattered mosquitoes that flew onto him were directly electrocuted before they could suck any blood due to the electric current covering Wang's entire body. Not bad speed. Now I want to suck your blood even more. Seeing that her swarm was ineffective, the mosquito woman personally stepped in to attack. Two claw-like appendages shaped like insects lunged directly towards Wang's abdomen. Hey, it's our first meeting. No need to be so enthusiastic. And the way you look so unsatisfied around strange men, doesn't that just make you a crazy nymphomaniac? This level of speed is nothing compared to Sonic from a while back. Wang moved quickly, dodging the opponent's attacks, while luring the mosquito woman into a trap he had prepared. When a woman throws herself at you, and you don't even react, do you have some unspoken secret? The mosquito woman seemed to notice something, but she didn't directly address it. Instead, she flew back into the air, accepting the blood offered by other mosquitoes while taunting her opponent with words. My girlfriend gives a high rating if you don't believe it. Come over and experience it for yourself. Oh, sorry. It seems you don't have what a normal woman should have. No wonder you always look so unsatisfied. Wang continued to provoke the mosquito woman with words, but although her expression became fiercer, she remained cautious and continued to absorb blood. Quite perceptive. It seems I can't easily lure her into the trap, but I can't let it drag on. Letting her grow stronger and attracting other troublesome people would be a hassle. So, I'll change tactics and deal with her more violently. After making this decision, Wang swiftly applied his technique, dashing toward the mosquito woman in the air by bouncing off the buildings on either side of the street. Just as Wang's bulging hand was about to strike the creature, the mosquito woman vanished and instantly appeared behind him. "You cocky little thing, let me turn you into a dried corpse." It turned out the mosquito woman had hidden some of her strength, and Wang was taken aback, quickly twisting his body in the air. However, the mosquito woman's claws had already attacked first, and a splash of blood erupted as Wang's body collided with the building below. After absorbing some of Wang's blood, the mosquito woman twisted her graceful body and made several seductive moves in the air. What is up with this blood? There's a fiery feeling inside me, as if I've experienced it before. When was it? It seemed like a long time ago. This fiery feeling seems to have melted something within me. But with the continuous supply of blood from the swarm, the mosquito woman didn't show any signs of abnormality due to the melting sensation. Instead, she felt a surge of power within her. However, the amount of blood was still too little, and after a while, the sensation faded. The mosquito woman immediately donned an even more unsatisfied expression and turned to gaze at the building where the man had fallen, muttering to herself, "If I can't remember, forget it. I'll just drain that man dry. I want to relive that feeling again." After making this decision, the mosquito woman flew into the hole in the building, starting her search for Wang. Naturally, Wang had not been killed by the mosquito woman's earlier attack. He was simply injured due to her unexpected strength. Previously, he had overused the not fully unlocked skill life return to defeat the water dragon in the super fight tournament, which left him in a state of recovery from the aftereffects. Now, having underestimated the mosquito woman, he found himself caught off guard. So after falling into the building, Wang did not immediately seek revenge. Instead, he hid in the upper floors, buying time while trying to heal his injuries. The EvolutionHouse must have used some of the steroid technology once sent over. Otherwise, the mosquito woman's strength couldn't be this great. One hit left me seriously injured, and I even broke several ribs. But these injuries are nothing. I should be fine after hiding for a few more minutes. At this moment, Wang could change his hiding spot again and use his telepathy to search for his enemy. In this somewhat complex building structure, he was clearly more skilled. "Come out whenever you want. Just roll out." The mosquito woman lost her patience with Wang's constant hiding. She began to attack recklessly within the building, preparing to create a collapse to flush out her opponent. Wang dodged a concrete block that was thrown at him and started counting down his mind before entering a state of lightning speed. He used the electric surgical knife in both hands to treat his wounds while escaping to a lower level. Just as Wang was about to enter a safe passage, a huge block of concrete blocked his way. Then came a loud crashing sound as the mosquito woman suddenly charged toward him. He found you." Wang was still holding his ribs with both hands, so when faced with the mosquito woman's incoming claws, he simply spun to evade the attack, and then engaged with her other claw mid-air with his right foot. With a loud bang, a powerful shockwave suddenly erupted from the already abandoned building in Z City. Centered around this building, countless windows of surrounding structures shattered due to the impact. Amidst the dust kicked up around him, Wang closed his eyes and walked toward the mosquito woman, who was collapsed in the ruins. His hands, which had been applying electric currents to his wounds, had completed the healing process and were now bulging with veins. "You really took a lot of my effort. Get ready for a lesson, but first, let me rip off those wings of yours." After being hit by the shockwave from the Eichung fist, the mosquito woman was significantly injured. Upon seeing the man approaching her, she suddenly shouted behind Wang. "Now is your chance. Kill him." What? In that instant, Wang's telepathy sensed something happening behind him, and he quickly kicked backward. But after the shockwave from the Eichung fist, there were only a pile of dead mosquito corpses and the previously taken invisibility cloak. "I can't believe the mosquito woman tricked me." Wang quickly began to track the mosquito woman's movements with his telepathy, but by then, she had already dashed out of the building and was flying high into the sky. Wang's invisibility cloak could indeed shield against many detection techniques, including his own telepathy. However, he had only considered it a hiding tool and never thought that his enemy would take it during battle and turn it against him. Feeling somewhat humiliated, Wang rushed out of the building to chase after the direction the mosquito woman had fled. At this moment, the mosquito woman had indeed sustained considerable damage after being hit by the Eichung fist, so she quickly flew into the swarm of mosquitoes. asking them to supply her with blood. While healing, she was also achieving further evolution. That bastard actually has such a trick. I took quite a hit because of it. But just wait, once I complete further enhancement, that strange shockwave won't affect me anymore. Just as the mosquito woman was preparing to welcome another group of returning mosquitoes, a red energy ball flew in at high speed. Sensing something was wrong, she immediately dodged. But the previous group of returning mosquitoes was devastated in the explosion caused by the energy ball. TSK, bastard, so you have such an attack too. However, I can have as many mosquitoes as I want. Even if some are destroyed by you, it doesn't matter. As long as I escape into the high sky. What can you do to me? The female mosquito, feeling frustrated, flew to a high altitude, preparing to quickly leave the area. But then she sensed an object approaching at high speed from below, and she immediately executed a high-speed turn in the air. However, after a sharp pain, the female mosquito discovered that one of her limbs had been torn off. The opponent in front of her was looking at her with a mocking expression. Stupid, I can still fly. At this moment, Wang was wrapped in a layer of red light, looking like he was floating freely in the air. However, if viewed from behind, Wang was still carrying a small backpack system, which had been significantly improved, with its performance upgraded several levels. Coupled with the recent enhancement of energy within Wang's body, along with this flying backpack, he could display impressive athletic ability in the air. You bastard, you are really too clingy. Infuriated, the female mosquito directly cursed at Wang, but she knew she should accelerate and escape without lingering on the fight. Having come this far, do you think I'll let you go? Don't be too naive. Wang had sensed that the observation robots from the EvolutionHouse were targeting him during the previous battle. So, with the idea of quickly resolving the trouble, Wang planned to take down the female mosquito right now. If reinforcements from the EvolutionHouse arrived, who knows what would happen next? In the high-altitude no-man's land of City Z, two figures moved at high speed, one in front of the other, with their speeds not differing too much. However, due to this slight difference, the slower half-human, half-insect figure could only rely on constant sharp turns in the air to evade the attacks of the pursuer behind. Even so, the half-human, half-insect figure continued to have flesh torn off. After the two figures made contact again, the half-human, half-insect figure plummeted toward the ground. You should have run enough by now. How do you plan to escape with a missing wing? After landing, Wang casually threw away the female mosquito's wing in his hand. Then, he slashed out a gust of air, destroying the approaching surveillance robot. Damn, if it weren't for the fact that I haven't fed enough blood, how could someone like you defeat me? At this moment, the female mosquito looked extremely disheveled. Her limbs had been completely torn off, and the wing on her back was only a broken remnant. Moreover, the stinger on her head had also been directly severed by her opponent. Now, she had completely lost her ability to resist and could only passively await the judgment of fate. Enough nonsense. You've wasted a lot of my time. After saying this next to the female mosquito, Wang raised his right hand and then slashed down. The insect-shaped rear of the female mosquito was cut off by him. According to Wang's observation, this organ seemed to be quite useful. After suffering this attack, the already weary female mosquito directly fainted. After sensing his surroundings, Wang did not find any surveillance robots from the EvolutionHouse. So, he looked at the bleeding female mosquito and extended his syringe-like tail, inserting it into her body. At this moment, Wang was not trying to absorb or inject cells, but was merely using the synthesized medication from his biological pouch to stop the bleeding and paralyze the female mosquito. Because he needed to bring this guy back to the base in City Z, he still needed to take several precautions against potential accidents. The special signal had been decoded, and the swarm of mosquitoes gathered in City Z had been directed to various locations. A drone flew over, picking up the limbs of the female mosquito that Wang had previously cut off. At the same time, it transmitted a segment of electronic sound to Wang. This was the body remotely controlled by the computer at the City Z base. The staff at the secret base in City Z had captured samples of these new species of mosquitoes as soon as the mosquito disaster began. Subsequently, several bases of the serpent of devouring flesh began to analyze the unique signals emitted by the female mosquito, finally completing the task within the time frame set by Wang. After being guided, those mosquitoes would be secretly retrieved by small teams of the serpent of devouring flesh. For scientists, there is nothing that cannot be utilized, including these bloodied mosquitoes. Do. When Wang had nearly finished handling everything, Baldman Saitama finally returned his call. My phone just ran out of battery. Do you have something to discuss? Saitama's tone remained flat. as if he had no idea what had just happened in City Z. Well, it's just that there was a mosquito disaster in City Z, reportedly reaching a ghost-level catastrophe, so I thought I'd contact you. But now the swarm seems to have dispersed, so there's no need for you to take action. After all, it's all been wrapped up, and Wang had finished the fight before the female mosquito had absorbed enough blood. Moreover, it seemed that the EvolutionHouse had not sent any reinforcements, so Wang indeed did not need any help at this time. Oh, I see. I'm currently at a supermarket out of town. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Sorry to bother you. I'll contact you again if something comes up, so focus on the sale. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, the tail Wang had inserted into the female mosquito stopped wriggling, indicating that his precautionary work was complete. Relying on constantly absorbing blood to promote his own evolution, it truly is a convenient ability. After a moment of reflection, Wang hoisted the female mosquito's body and quickly darted a few times before disappearing into a sewer. The reconnaissance equipment from the EvolutionHouse that arrived later failed to capture anything and slowly flew back. The female mosquito lost? At this moment, Dr. Genos of the EvolutionHouse was somewhat surprised after hearing the report from his subordinate. Although it was a half-finished product, the female mosquito still possessed extraordinary strength. Yes, according to some battle footage sent back from the scene, it was accomplished by a fairly strong man. However, according to our analysis, that man's face should be a mask. Moreover, this guy is very perceptive, having continuously destroyed many of our surveillance devices. The Genos replicant number 28 was reporting the collected intelligence to the doctor. Dr. Genos did not linger. After opening the 3D image, several relatively clear images of the man were projected onto his desk before the female mosquito was defeated. How much blood did it absorb? Although it collected quite a bit, it was not enough to support further evolution. Moreover, we found that after the female mosquito was defeated, special signal-emitting vehicles appeared in various secret locations around City Z. The mosquito swarm that had absorbed a large amount of blood seemed to have been retrieved by these vehicles. The subordinate's reply piqued Dr. Genos' curiosity even more. To be able to analyze signals in such a short time and deploy numerous signal-emitting vehicles, this level of technological capability and execution is not something an ordinary organization can achieve. The Hero Association does not seem to possess such technological capability. Do you know which organization is behind this? Upon discovering the situation, we immediately dispatched a small tracking camera. However, everything was interfered with, and after we regained control, those signal cars had disappeared. The power of electronic warfare is formidable, and they did not destroy the small tracking cameras. It seems they left some leeway, as if they knew who was behind the mosquito disaster, and it doesn't look like they have completely fallen out with the House of Evolution. In a short period of contemplation, Kenos made several judgments. When considering which organization is familiar with the House of Evolution and possesses such technical capabilities, the answer quickly became apparent. The serpent that devours the body is likely behind this, with a 90 probability. But this time, did they intentionally want to antagonize the House of Evolution? Or was there another reason? While Dr. Kenos was still pondering, the serpent that devours the body took the initiative to send an email explaining their previous actions in City Z. According to the serpent, they had originally planned to carry out an operation in City Z, but the sudden mosquito disaster caused them some losses, forcing them to abandon their plans. After defeating the mosquito woman, they learned that this creature was a product of the House of Evolution. Therefore, they hoped both organizations could negotiate and resolve their misunderstandings. The serpent expressed a willingness to continue cooperation and would return the captured mosquito woman, although they mentioned it would take a few days as they seemed to want to treat her. What a poor excuse. They probably just want to buy time to understand the technology related to the mosquito woman. Dr. Kenos found the serpent's unconvincing lies somewhat amusing. So how should we respond? Do we need to launch a retaliatory action? Although we are still unclear about the exact location of the serpent's base, we have already investigated some of their subordinate organizations. There's no need. Even if we completely wipe out some lower-tier organizations, the serpent itself wouldn't feel much pain. Since the serpent wants to maintain a cooperative relationship, let them pay more compensation. For example, I'm quite interested in the sample from the one who defeated the mosquito woman. Sure enough, after making such a request, the House of Evolution invited the person who defeated the mosquito woman to visit them. What kind of visit? It's mostly likely to be used as a sample. How could I agree to such a request? When Wang received the understanding agreement sent by Kenos, he indeed saw the issues he had previously speculated would arise. However, in replying to the House of Evolution, Wang agreed to their request, but made the excuse that the cadre who defeated the Mosquito Woman needed to perform another task and would only have the opportunity to visit in a few days. In reality, it was just a delaying tactic, and then Wang could prepare to use the power of the Hero Association to directly invade the House of Evolution. By then, the House of Evolution would be completely thrown into chaos, and they wouldn't have time to think about any visit. Even if their remaining forces fled into the original Serpent S-6 nest, they wouldn't have much power and would be mere meat on the chopping block. So after dealing with the House of Evolution, Wang Ke began to study the captured Mosquito Woman. The bug but that Wang Ke had severed earlier was more accurately described as the abdomen of the mosquito. This organ is the most valuable part of the Mosquito Woman and is the core device driving her evolution. If we compare the Mosquito Woman to an airplane, then this abdomen is the engine, the source of power that allows her to fly in the air. Although other body parts of the Mosquito Woman also have considerable value, they cannot compare to the abdomen when combined. It's truly a unique concept to create such a body-enhancing component. The Mosquito Woman, by continuously sucking blood, reacts in her abdomen, using the blood as fuel while also collecting different cells. Ultimately, she continuously merges them in her abdomen, conducting a process of natural selection to strengthen her body by choosing the strongest cells. Looking at the Mosquito Woman in front of him, which was undergoing a marvelous reaction, Wang Ke couldn't help but exclaim about this. In front of Wang Ke were two nutrient tanks, one containing the Mosquito Woman and the other containing her abdomen. Although separated, they were connected by some specialized infusion tubes. Feeling that the previous data needed to be more detailed, Wang Ke injected more blood into the abdomen. This blood was collected from recovered blood-sucking mosquitoes, and after this supplementation, the abdomen reacted again, producing some enhanced bodily fluids. Through the external infusion tube, these fluids entered the Mosquito Woman's body. With the help of these bodily fluids, the limbs of the Mosquito Woman, which had been severed, began to grow tender shoots of new limbs at the wound. This means that if Wang Ke continuously injected blood into the abdomen, the heavily injured Mosquito Woman could regrow her limbs while further strengthening her body. So what would happen if he used blood containing deformed cells from his own body? With this thought, Wang Ke immediately drew a tube of his own blood and injected it into the abdomen. At that moment, the abdomen lit up with red light, indicating that it had begun to react again. The intensity of this reaction was clearly more vigorous than when he had injected a large amount of blood collected from blood-sucking mosquitoes. Wang Ke then observed that the blood remaining in the abdomen was quickly consumed, and this organ seemed to begin to produce a rejection reaction, gradually showing signs of melting. With his rich experience, Wang Ke quickly injected a large amount of collected blood into the abdomen. After receiving this support, the blood with deformed cells was gradually consumed clean. Following this, a more powerful enhancement liquid was delivered through the infusion tube into the Mosquito Woman's body. The Mosquito Woman's right claw, which had only begun to grow some meat buds, immediately grew a small half of a new claw. At that moment, the Mosquito Woman, who had been deeply asleep in a nutrient tank, showed signs of wanting to wake up. However, with Wang Ke's timely reaction, a large amount of anesthetic was injected into the Mosquito Woman's body, and she fell back into slumber. After achieving the expected results, Wang Ke immediately disconnected the Mosquito Woman from the abdomen. He then began to study the detailed structure of the abdomen using various precision instruments. Without much effort, he extracted the bodily fluids that enhanced the Mosquito Woman's body from the abdomen. Upon inspection, this was a special liquid amino acid. These amino acids react with the various original proteins in the Mosquito Woman's body, continuously metabolizing and renewing within her, repairing and enhancing her body in a short time. During this period, the cells of various tissues would also be strengthened and renewed. Generally, it takes about 7 years for a human to completely renew their cells. However, under this reaction, the Mosquito Woman could complete this in just a few minutes. Moreover, after being enhanced, the various cells in the Mosquito Woman's body also showed increased resistance to deformed cells. If this enhancement continued, perhaps she would develop completely immune new cells that were unaffected by deformed cells. After contemplating this result, Wang Ke was inexplicably excited. The problem that had troubled him for years seemed to have a solution at this moment. Wang Ke even had an impulse to connect himself to the abdomen and begin his own enhancement immediately. Fortunately, he maintained his rationality because after further research, Wang Ke discovered a very tenacious gene code within the cells of the abdomen. This gene code is the crucial reason why the Mosquito Woman can maintain a relatively stable appearance after collecting so many cells. If Wang Ku blindly connects himself to the mosquito belly, even if he successfully obtains a body that can be immune to deformed cells, he will also become a mosquito man. For such an outcome, Wang Ku, who has always pursued a human form, would naturally not accept it. Therefore, to truly solve the problem of deformed cells, Wang Ku needs to conduct more research and then decode the genetic code of the mosquito woman. He then needs to create a new code that meets his requirements and continuously test it to pursue the best ability. Only after all the work is completed can Wang Ku fully resolve the issue of deformed cells in his body. To decode the genetic code, if he relies on piecemeal deciphering, it will undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. If he wants to resolve it quickly, then obtaining the relevant technical information from the EvolutionHouse becomes even more urgent. After reaching this conclusion, Wang Ku immediately hacked into the system of the Hero Association to check the meeting records regarding the upcoming assault that Shichi mentioned earlier, to find out what kind of results they obtained. However, upon finding the meeting records, Wang Ku couldn't help but complain in his heart. The bureaucratic waste of the Hero Association actually underestimated the strength of the EvolutionHouse. The plan they devised for the assault only intended to send one S-class professional hero, while the other potential combat power would be supplemented by A-class and B-class heroes. This allocation of combat power is simply ridiculous. And the chosen S-class hero hasn't even been finalized yet, with someone even suggesting that a useless character like Vest Master should take the stage. They clearly do not take the EvolutionHouse seriously. Wang Ku kept complaining about the Hero Association in his heart, feeling that he needed to exert more effort in this matter. So next, Wang Ku called Shichi. Surginger once again reviewed the collected intelligence, trying to identify any flaws in his judgment. To gain a higher position in the Hero Association, these detailed tasks must not have any issues. Do you still hold that view? In fact, if you had more interactions with Dr. Diesel, you would find that although he can be quite willful at times, he is not a bad person. Also present in the Hero Association's conference room is Shichi, who has had more contact with Wang Ku, and he is currently helping his colleagues understand Dr. Diesel. It's better not to trust him too much. Someone like Dr. Diesel, who possesses strong technical capabilities, is a potential threat to human society as long as he is not under our association's supervision, regardless of his style of conduct. As Surginger responded to Shichi, he opened a new three-dimensional image, which was an analysis of Dr. Diesel's interpersonal relationships collected by the association. I understand your concerns. The war weapons that Metal Doctor is hiding in the background are already enough to be a headache. Not having joined the association and using the police force to restrain us, Dr. Diesel indeed appears quite troublesome from our standpoint. But since he rarely takes the initiative to cooperate with us, why not take this opportunity to further win him over? Shichi had previously received a call from Wang Ku, who revealed an intelligence that the sudden mosquito disaster was actually organized by the EvolutionHouse behind the scenes. After that, the mosquito disaster suddenly disappeared. And according to the Hero Association's investigation, there seemed to be traces of the serpent of devouring bodies involved. Regardless of what the serpent of devouring bodies and the EvolutionHouse are planning, the Hero Association should act quickly to directly stop the upcoming actions of both organizations. Dr. Diesel expressed his willingness to provide technical support in the upcoming assault operations, but he hopes the Hero Association will consider the list of assault team members he drafted. Therefore, after Dr. Diesel expressed his intention, Shichi proposed in the Hero Association's executive meeting to take this opportunity to strengthen cooperation with Dr. Diesel and bring him under their wing. Neither the S-Class Silver Fong, nor the A-Class Hammer Wrestler, or the Enhanced Human Warrior should participate in this operation. Those heroes are too closely related to Dr. Diesel, and they are likely to be used by him to do things that harm our association's interests. People like Diesel only care about their own interests. We do not need to comply with his wishes at every turn. After receiving the intelligence provided by Dr. Diesel, Surginger also agreed to further enhance the assault team's strength. However, he rejected the list suggested by Dr. Diesel and insisted on making adjustments based on the association's own strength assessment. In that case, we don't need to deceive Dr. Diesel. We will say that personnel adjustments are being made, with his suggested candidates initiating action next week. But in reality, the assault team has already quietly set off, completely disregarding Dr. Diesel's stance, which will likely provoke his dissatisfaction. After saying this, Shichi also noted the time. According to the original plan, the Hero Association's assault team should have already infiltrated the EvolutionHouse. The EvolutionHouse is a technically powerful organization within our association. Dr. Diesel has shown great interest in this operation, indicating how covetous he is of the technological data of the EvolutionHouse. The plan is to temporarily stabilize Diesel and then secretly deal with the EvolutionHouse, not wanting that guy to have the opportunity to intervene. Serginger still wore a distant expression, and from the tone of his words, it was clear that Dr. Diesel was not someone the association could trust. Well, it seems you do have significant reservations about Dr. Diesel. However, after this operation concludes, I will have to spend quite a bit of effort dealing with Dr. Diesel. He will definitely throw a fit. After finishing his statement, Shichi sighed. But soon after, he noticed that his colleague in front of him actually smiled. Curious, he followed his colleague's gaze. It turned out that the assault team sent by the Hero Association had returned with news that they had infiltrated the interior of the EvolutionHouse and successfully defeated several of the enemy's strong combatants. Mr. King's strength is indeed remarkable. He has suppressed all the combat power in the EvolutionHouse building so quickly. As for the progress at the super alloy blacklight side, it is also going well as they are continuing to advance towards the underground base. Upon seeing the report from the assault team, Serginger immediately smiled happily. The two S-Class heroes in the assault team were the main forces he arranged to participate in this operation. In the past, Mr. King had always acted quietly on his own, and because no one in the association had ever seen his combat stance, many people had doubts about his strength. But after today's operation, there should be no one left to question him. Shichi was also quite elated, not just because the operation was proceeding smoothly as planned, but also because the S-Class hero Mr. King, who participated in this operation, was behaving very proactively, which is quite rare in the tasks arranged by the association. We are indeed lucky. While considering who to send for the assault, Mr. King happened to appear in the association. Previously, I thought King was a troublesome guy who wouldn't listen to orders, but it turns out that after interacting with him, he is very obedient to the arrangements. Before the assault operation began, Serginger was still worried about who should be sent. But once Mr. King took the initiative to appear in the association, his worries were quickly resolved. Yes, it's rare for King to proactively request cooperation with Metal Knight. Heroes with such a strong sense of teamwork are hard to come by. If other S-Class heroes could be like him, that would be great. Sitch also praised Mr. King, as the other association officials were still hesitating about whether to send out two S-Class heroes. However, after Mr. King expressed his desire for a partner, Sitch was able to persuade the others, intending to use this as a classic example of S-Class hero collaboration. A new enemy has appeared, and the A and B-Class heroes responsible for perimeter containment are actually caught in battle. After the new battle report came in, Serginger remained calm and immediately prepared to formulate a new combat plan based on the information received. However, the situation changed too quickly before his orders could be communicated. More than a dozen heroes tasked with perimeter interception and containment had already been defeated by the newly appeared enemies. Only one A-Class hero managed to send back a blurry image at the last moment. It was a photo of a mechanical augment rushing in quickly, with a vague emblem on the opponent's left arm. After further processing and enlarging the image on the computer, both Sitch and Serginger immediately felt something was wrong, because that emblem belonged to the Serpent of Consumption, which had been a constant headache for them. Just as the two were worried about the safety of the perimeter heroes, a three-dimensional map in front of them displayed that the S-Class hero King, who had suppressed the surrounding resistance, was rapidly heading to the scene to rescue the other heroes. Time rewinds to just before the Hero Association strike team began their incursion. Wang looked at the A and B heroes responsible for rear support behind him, estimating how long these people could hold off the Serpent of Consumption's mobile units. Mr. King, we're about to launch the assault. The A-Class hero Magic Hands approached Wang and respectfully asked the one disguised as King for his opinions on the upcoming operation. It's already good. From here on out, I'll rely on your support while I and Metal Knight take the lead. After receiving Mr. King's response, the A and B teams instantly became excited. They all held great respect for the legendary hero, Mr. King. Meanwhile, Wang turned back to focus on the base of the EvolutionHouse, striking a pose that looked quite cool. The special audio equipment he carried was playing the heartbeat of the Imperial engine, presenting a fierce battle stance that kept others at bay. In fact, playing the role of King and participating in the strike against the EvolutionHouse was not Wang's initial plan. After finishing a call with Sitch, Wang, who had been monitoring the internal meetings of the Hero Association, realized Serginger's deep wariness towards him. When Serginger suggested privately sending out two S-Class heroes, Wang decided to take some action, disguising himself as King and proposing to partner with Metal Knight, who was on standby. To prevent those S-Class heroes he didn't want to see from interfering, Wang could even mobilize part of the Serpent of Consumption's forces to temporarily hold them off. Meanwhile, the real hero King was at home, sound asleep under the influence of Wang's specially formulated sleeping pills. Mr. King, I apologize for disturbing you during such a critical moment. However, since the two of us are about to initiate our incursion, I would like to hear your thoughts on the upcoming operation. After all, you have been observing that building for quite some time, so you must have noticed some things. The muscular partner for this operation, Metal Knight, also held great respect for King, and upon learning that King had requested to partner with him, he accepted the mission without hesitation. Besides defeating the EvolutionHouse organization, this mission also required the acquisition of various research materials from them. Therefore, during the upcoming operation, we should try not to damage the research facilities and store materials inside. We need to control our strength well. If it's unavoidable, we can draw out the enemy's main forces and deal with them. Once Metal Knight approached, Wang turned off the audio that simulated the Imperial engine. For this incursion, Wang wanted to leave all the fighting to Metal Knight while he secretly stole data. The reasons for choosing Metal Knight were simple. First, this guy wasn't particularly sharp, making it easier to manipulate him during the mission. Secondly, this muscular man's strength was indeed sufficient. Wang remembered that in the One Punch Man radio drama, Metal Knight took down the formidable Ashura Kabuto in just 15 minutes during a simulation battle. I will control my strength well and try not to cause too much damage to the facilities inside. So, Mr. King? Metal Knight was about to say something else, but the figure of Wang disguised as King suddenly vanished. Then came the sound of limbs being torn apart. And when Wang returned to his original position, he was holding a severed body of a mole monster. It seemed that the EvolutionHouse's defense forces had already discovered them. So the battle plan would need some adjustments. The Earth Dragon was taken out as soon as it approached. Among the incoming professional heroes, there must be some perceptive roles present. From the footage obtained through remote observation equipment, it was likely that it was the S-Class hero King who made the move. Inside the EvolutionHouse, a clone of Dr. Kino's reported loudly on the received battle report, while the other clones waited for Dr. Kino's orders. It seemed that the information leaked by the Serpent of Consumption was correct. The S-Class heroes of the Hero Association should not be underestimated. Now, what combat forces do we have available? Gather all of them to counter the attack, and the observation team should prepare to record the data. Dr. Kino's was not intimidated by the power displayed by the opponents. Instead, he saw this as a good opportunity to collect precious battle data and appeared very interested. Because of the previous information received from the Serpent of Consumption, the number 2 Beast King was still adjusting and enhancing in the nutrient tank. The three-armed gorilla had already moved in with some personnel to the base that the Serpent of Consumption had given to them. Other combat forces were available, but they probably couldn't stop the enemy's invasion. The EvolutionHouse had taken over the large base handed over by the Serpent of Consumption for some time now. Although it hadn't been able to operate at 100 efficiency yet, from the parts of the data taken over, the Serpent of Consumption had been quite generous, which made all of Dr. Kino's clones very satisfied. Then let's send out the other combat forces first. Complete the enhancement of the Beast King within 5 minutes. Even if there are some flaws, it doesn't matter. We can see what interesting things might happen. Also, prepare for the liberation of Ashura Kabuto. Under Dr. Kino's orders, all the clones began to act. However, when they heard about liberating Ashura Kabuto, they were all shocked by their own body's boldness. What? We can't do this. It's too dangerous. There's no need for that. I have a bad feeling about this. The clones sweated nervously, rambling on without displaying any semblance of researchers. However, they can't be blamed. After all, every time the Ashura unicorn beetle goes on a rampage, these clones suffer countless casualties. After seeing his subordinates lose their composure, Dr. Kino's quickly said, "Everyone calm down, don't panic. This is just a last resort. After all, there are S-Class heroes among the attacking enemies, so we must be prepared for the worst." But the clones, who were already terrified, wanted to say something more, but the sudden battle report from the front line shocked them again. The dispatched Mantis Man, Frogman, and Slug were all easily taken down by the enemy the moment they confronted them. Then, the upper structure of the EvolutionHouse suddenly shook, and the base's surveillance equipment showed that 2 intruders were actually invading from the top floor of the building. The enemy had already breached the 8th floor's gravity room. How much more time do you want to waste? According to my previous orders, hurry up and take action. Realizing the situation was dire, Dr. Kino's hurriedly urged his subordinates. The clones, who were shocked by the enemy's rapid advance, temporarily set aside their fear of the Ashura unicorn beetle and began to move faster. The 8th floor of the EvolutionHouse, aptly named the gravity room, is a floor where gravity can be adjusted. After Wang quickly dealt with Mantis Man, Frogman, and Slug alongside Blacklight, he let the supporting AB heroes clean up the battlefield. He stepped directly on the outer wall of the EvolutionHouse and broke through to the 8th floor. In the original anime setting, all the traps in this building were blown away by Genos in one fell swoop. Wang chose to engage in this energy-consuming task, not only to prevent certain possible technologies from being damaged, but also mainly to avoid combat, letting the alloy blacklight do the heavy lifting for free. The excuse for separating from blacklight was simple. Wang, playing as king, would break through from the top floor, while blacklight would guard the first floor to block the enemy's retreat, simultaneously searching for possible underground passages to invade the enemy's underground base and wipe out all the evil forces of the EvolutionHouse. Wang initially thought that if he took some time to conquer layer by layer, he could wait for blacklight to take out all the enemies. However, a rather frustrating incident occurred. He had just breached this gravity-adjusted floor when he unexpectedly ran into an orc who was undergoing final enhancements in a nutrient tank. Before he could launch an attack, the orc, having received orders, struck Wang with a powerful blow from its claw. Damn, how'd I end up in this situation? After a quick observation, Wang, with a blood mark on his chest, realized that the Beast King must have been conducting muscle enhancement experiments. Moreover, the new technology used by the EvolutionHouse was likely provided by the mastermind behind the Serpent of Devouring. Are you the invading professional hero? You could actually withstand my strike. It seems you're not small fry. The Beast King, still covered in nutrient tank fluid and glass shards, looked as if it had already adapted to the gravity of this floor, speaking to Wang, who was still coughing up blood. Meanwhile, Wang, while adapting to the room's gravity and healing himself, did not show any signs of fear. He adopted King's signature arrogant demeanor and said, "Actually, this is no big deal. There are at least a dozen people in the Hero Association who can take your attack. Oh, then after I kill you, I'll test which of the other professional heroes can withstand the most hits. Not want to waste too much thought on a wounded opponent like Wang." The Beast King locked its left wrist and then slashed at Wang with 5 powerful strikes using its sharp claws. After undergoing further enhancement through the technology of the Serpent of Devouring, the Beast King's slashing power became even more formidable. The 5 wind blades pierced through half of the 8th floor before they finally stopped, flying towards the distant horizon amidst the astonished AB combinations blocking the area. Meanwhile, Wang, disguised as king, had completely vanished. After admiring its own handiwork, the Beast King laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, I become stronger. Number 2 of the EvolutionHouse. Now, even if the Azure unicorn beetle stands before me, I can kill it in an instant. Hey, don't destroy the facilities here too badly." To be honest, I was quite impressed with this gravity room while adapting to the gravity. Emerging from the dust, King no longer deliberately maintained that arrogant expression. After stepping on a surveillance camera on the floor, he extended his hand and made a dismissive gesture toward the Beast King. "You're still alive, huh? It seems you do have some speed, but your luck ends here. I'm about to get serious." With that, the claws on the Beast King's paws seemed to have sharpened even more. "So you villains just love to ramble and waste time. Just use all your moves. The sooner you get your lunch, the sooner I can clock out." Lion Slash. Once the Beast King began to take things seriously, its wind blades became even more extraordinary. However, facing this confident strike from the Beast King, Wang merely yawned and dodged. Missing its first attack, the Beast King launched another. Its sturdy legs moved constantly, blocking the opponent's movement while sending waves of attacks created by the Lion Slash towards Wang. But no matter how hard it tried, the professional hero in front of it seemed to slip through its fingers like air. There were even a few times when Wang managed to casually trim the long sideburns on his head with the Beast King's slashes. Finally, the Beast King was infuriated by the opponent's unrestrained attitude. Ignoring the fact that its final enhancement was not yet complete, it unleashed its ultimate move, Lion Slash Flowing Force. Only then did the opponent, who had maintained a relaxed demeanor, start to get serious. As the Beast King's slashing actions became faster, Wang's movements also quickened. In the blink of an eye, countless figures appeared, and an equal number of powerful slashes flew in all directions from the building. Some A and B class heroes watching from a distance could only vaguely judge the battle's location through the large clouds of dust. A few stray slashes nearly inflicted serious injuries on them. Finally, when a wall-like combination of slashes cleared the area, the resulting shockwave even chopped off part of a distant mountain. Huff, ha ha ha. What kind of monster are you? Why can't my ultimate move even scratch you? The Beast King, whose body had just been enhanced and whose strength had significantly increased, panted heavily as it looked at its opponent. The power displayed by Wang in just a few minutes of battle filled the once arrogant Beast King with despair. "Well, actually, your moves are quite good in terms of attack range, power, and speed. If it were any other hero, you might have already taken him down. But because I know a quirky old man, your moves are just child's play to me. At this moment, a certain old man was drinking tea with his younger brother when he suddenly yawned without any warning. An old man? What a joke. I'm the crystal of wisdom from the House of Evolution. How could I possibly be outdone by a human old man? You must be lying. The Beast King appeared extremely agitated by Wang's explanation, roaring to vent its frustration. However, the opponent clearly wasn't interested in listening and directly interrupted its outburst. All right. Hurry up and take your leave. I'm busy here. Then, Wang executed a somewhat ordinary whirlwind cut iron fist, completely making the Beast King realize what it meant to be outclassed. However, once its head spun in the air and reconnected with its body, the Beast King could no longer think of ways to improve its ultimate move. How could this be? The Beast King, after being further enhanced, had actually lost its life response. What on earth was happening? The enemy's intrusion had only just occurred a few minutes ago. Dr. Genos had an incredulous expression. But no matter how he pounded on the keyboard, the indicator light representing the Beast King on the base computer screen remained dim. The Beast King had actually been taken down. How could this be? Who could have done it? Was it King or that alloy blacklight? The Hero Association's strength had really become too overwhelming. What should we do next? Let's retreat to the base left for us by the snake of the body. But without any combat power to escort us, how could we possibly escape? Not to mention those two S-class heroes who broke in. We can't even deal with the combination of A and B-class heroes outside blocking us. The sudden deterioration of the situation threw the clones under Dr. Genos into chaos. They each expressed different opinions, causing the entire room to be noisy. Unable to bear it any longer, Dr. Genos once again loudly reprimanded his clones. Everyone, quiet down. We still have our trump card. How is the release preparation for the Azura rhinoceros going? It is the strongest existence in our House of Evolution. It has been completely released, but that guy doesn't listen to us at all and keeps indiscriminately hunting us clones, so there's no intention to engage in battle. Damn it, why does it have to be at this time? Are we really going to let it kill to its heart's content? Dr. Genos felt a sense of despair at his subordinate's words. The enemy's advance was incredibly fast. Before the Azura rhinoceros would even consider listening to anyone, the enemy might have already wiped them all out. Just as the clones were still worrying, a symbol of the snake of the body appeared on the laboratory's large screen, and Dr. Genos quickly clicked on the icon. Are you all right, Dr. Genos? We heard that the Hero Association has already breached your base. There was no one appearing on the large screen. Only processed electronic sounds kept echoing beneath the snake of the body symbol. You guys from the snake of the body aren't here to mock us at this time, are you? Just say what you have to say. Stop wasting time. Dr. Genos knew that the other party contacting them at this moment must have their plan, so he stopped wasting time on formalities and went straight to the point. Don't be angry. We from the Snake of the Body value your House of Evolution very much. We have already organized an elite team to come to your aid. Surely you must have another hidden exit, right? Hurry up and formulate a retreat plan. We will cover your safe withdrawal. But the opponent has two S-class heroes. Are you that confident? If you don't give it a try, how will you know if the plan will succeed? Besides, this isn't our first confrontation with the Hero Association, so please trust us. By the way, our first mobile hunting squad from the Snake of the Body has already begun their assault. The heroes responsible for the perimeter blockade will be taken down soon. After hearing this news, Dr. Genos quickly tapped a few keys to bring up the surveillance footage of the heroes outside. He saw dozens of well-trained mechanical modifications overwhelmingly defeating the heroes in front of them who were responsible for intercepting and blocking. In less than 20 seconds, all the A and B-class heroes had fallen, and the blockade surrounding the House of Evolution was breached. At this moment, the electronic voice of the Snake of the Body sounded again on the laboratory's large screen. You should take this opportunity to break through. Who knows when the Hero Association's reinforcements will arrive? Our people can't delay for too long. Abandon your base. Dr. Genos felt a great hesitation in his heart. He wanted to persuade the Snake of the Body to join them in repelling the Hero Association's attack. However, reason told him that this was impossible. The Hero Association would definitely send reinforcements again, and retreating now was absolutely their best choice. But they couldn't bear to give up this base. Although they could reproduce most of the technical data, the various materials accumulated over the years would be hard to find again. Moreover, the upcoming battle between the two S-class heroes and the Azura rhinoceros was highly anticipated. It could very well be the moment he had longed to witness where the new humanity surpasses the old humanity. Therefore, for Dr. Genos, choosing to retreat at this moment was absolutely unacceptable. However, the enemy was still advancing, and they likely wouldn't give him the opportunity to witness that moment. Staying put would only lead to meaningless sacrifice. Such a foolish mistake was something only the old humanity, whom he looked down on, would make. Logic fell into a deadlock at this moment, and Dr. Genos found himself unable to choose. But just as if to help the House of Evolution make a decision, the entire base suddenly shook, and some facilities underground collapsed. It seemed that the base's power supply had also malfunctioned, and the voltage in the laboratory was continuously dropping. This is bad. I don't know if it's because of the battle, but the road to the area where the Azura rhinoceros is located has been blocked. And it's only a matter of time before the alloy blacklight breaches the underground base. A clone of Dr. Genos suddenly rushed into the laboratory at this time, reporting this unexpected situation that no one wanted to see. Damn it, how could this happen? In that case, let us quickly start the retreat. Hey, are you still there? Hurry up and send your troops to support us. Since the current situation had blocked Dr. Genos from witnessing that moment, he quickly made the most rational choice. The House of Evolution would withdraw from this base. Leave it to us. Our soldiers from the Snake of the Body will ensure your safe retreat. At this time, another S-class hero, King, had already been held back by them. So take this opportunity to move quickly. The alloy blacklight is quite a troublesome opponent. Damn it, we have to start over. After confirming that Dr. Genos had indeed begun to retreat with the other surviving clones, Wang, who had infiltrated underground at an unknown time, smiled and finally stopped the destruction of various routes within the underground base. His next task was to lead the superalloy blacklight towards the Azura rhinoceros beetle and, along with other soldiers from the Serpent that were rushing over, work hard to recover various precious technological materials and resources left behind here. As for the upper surface, another pre-prepared fake king was performing a scene with a group of Serpent soldiers, acting as a hero who was hesitant to take action due to concerns for hostages. Waha! This place is truly a huge treasure. It has all sorts of bizarre materials, as well as a wealth of experimental data accumulated over the years. Isn't this a research report related to the mosquito woman? Let me take a look. Oh, so it's as simple. I now understand the principle of that reactive mechanism. In the underground base of the EvolutionHouse, Wang was happily flipping through various materials. Around him, a large number of soldiers bearing the insignia of the Serpent were continuously transporting various items. This was a super large underground storage room, and the items inside could definitely elevate Wang's technical capabilities several levels in a short time. The Serpent soldiers had discovered several similar locations at this time. In the distance, the sound of vibrations was heard again. It seemed that under Wang's intentional inducement, the superalloy blacklight had finally encountered the Azura rhinoceros beetle. This vibration reminded Wang that time was limited and that he should not waste it. It would be better for him to take the opportunity to gain more benefits in this operation. Thinking of this, Wang instructed his subordinates beside him. You all continue to transport here, and I will go look around elsewhere, hoping to buy you some more time. Yes, Commander. We will complete the mission at all costs. The underground treasures of the EvolutionHouse were simply too numerous. It was impossible for Wang to move them all in such a short time. However, he didn't necessarily have to move everything. Some items were not that important to him. Therefore, it was necessary for Wang to classify the various treasures left behind by the EvolutionHouse. So, how could he quickly and reasonably categorize them? Generally speaking, in such situations in movies, the most common practice is to hack into the main computer of the opposing base to steal confidential files for classification. However, this was still too low level for Wang. Having been born in the EvolutionHouse, he naturally had a more efficient option, which was to lie on the bodies of the Kino's clones scattered around. It had been quite a while since he used this trick. However, it was still quite uncomfortable to poke around in the corpses of men. Well, in this case, I should endure it. After all, I'm still a realist. After extending his long-in-use syringe tail once again, Wang began to collect various information from the Kino's clone bodies he encountered. Having used this trick a few years ago, and after such a long period of research, Wang's efficiency in collecting knowledge and information had improved significantly compared to when he escaped from the EvolutionHouse. There are indeed a lot of corpses along this way, probably because it is very close to the original site of the Azura rhinoceros beetle's rampage. It's better to be cautious and not get caught up in its battle with the superalloy blacklight. After issuing a priority command to his subordinates who were still busy in the distance, Wang turned and chose another path, preparing to see what was there. However, he had not searched for 2 minutes when the wall beside him suddenly broke. A purple bughead, full of murderous intent, suddenly looked at the bewildered Wang. I'm just passing by. Please don't mind me. Continue to deal with that guy. Wang swore that this statement at that moment was undoubtedly the most sincere he had ever made in his life. However, the bug-headed opponent clearly showed no regard for him. A strong bug claw suddenly burst through the wall and attacked Wang Ku, with countless fragments of stone hitting him in the face at that moment. You pervert! Why are you looking for me instead of properly dating the super alloy blacklight? I'm a straight man, completely different from that bald, black-skinned muscle bro. Roar. He was so careless. The walls of the underground base of the EvolutionHouse were probably made of special materials. That's why they could block his sensing ability. Otherwise, how could he have provoked such a difficult opponent? Wang Ku, who immediately used Life Return to enhance his speed, desperately pulled away from the Azura rhinoceros beetle. After the wall was destroyed, his sensing ability was no longer obstructed, and he sharply sensed that the current state of the superalloy blacklight was also not good. The superalloy blacklight had actually fought the Azura rhinoceros beetle to a standstill. What the hell was going on? Was the simulation system of Genos from the radio drama a total scam? Wang Ku had no time to think further. The severely injured Azura rhinoceros beetle had already completely broken through the wall that had been blocking it. This dragon-level disaster's violent nature was like a mad dog, chasing Wang Ku down the narrow corridor. To avoid affecting the ongoing transport tasks of the Serpent soldiers, Wang Ku ultimately decided to take a risk at this moment, switching his entire state to combat mode to lure this nasty bug back to the superalloy blacklight. Crimson Ball Wave. A bright red energy ball accurately struck the head of the Azura rhinoceros beetle. At this moment, it had fallen into Azura mode and had no intention of defense. Instinctively, it fiercely punched its lower abdomen. Meanwhile, Wang Ku, who initially intended to attack with the energy projectile and seize the opportunity to infiltrate behind the Azura rhinoceros beetle amidst the chaos, was struck by a heavy punch to the back. Damn, that punch was definitely the heaviest blow I've ever received. After barely supporting his body and sliding past the Azura rhinoceros beetle, Wang Ku spat out a mouthful of blood and desperately ran back to the location where the Azura had appeared earlier. Roar! The deadly plague behind him caught up again, and Wang Ku realized that his proud speed was not a match for the opponent. So he simply slowed down, waiting for the opponent to approach. Just as a purple bughorn was about to get close to Wang Ku's back, he kicked hard at the ceiling. Under the effect of the 8-Chong Fist's shockwave, the section of the corridor began to collapse. Amidst the falling debris, after taking another heavy punch, Wang Ku, who was already a bit weak in the legs, escaped the pursuit of the Azura rhinoceros beetle once again. In his memory, after entering Azura mode, it should have been a blue shell and green joints. Why had it turned into this purple rhinoceros beetle now? Could it be that the plot had changed because of me? A loud noise came from behind. The already collapsed corridor showed further changes as the Azura rhinoceros beetle charged up with a pile of rubble. Watching the pile of debris and rubble approaching him, Wang Ku once again slowed down. In his currently injured state, he kicked out with his strongest weapon heel toward the rubble behind him. Finally, the Azura rhinoceros beetle, buried under the rubble, stopped moving, but Wang Ku, who had recklessly launched a powerful attack, ran into trouble as he was buried alive by his own attack. He was completely covered by the debris, with a specially made rebar piercing through his right shoulder. This was a problem. The Azura rhinoceros beetle would definitely not stop here. Wang Ku felt anxious in his heart, as if transmitting that urgency to the Azura stag beetle buried not far away. At this moment, the opponent began to exert force again, and Wang Ku felt the rubble pressing down on him becoming tighter. There was no time to think aimlessly. He needed to take this opportunity to heal his bodily injuries. As Wang Ku focused his attention, his life restoration shifted into full healing mode, and the blood vessels previously clogged with stagnant blood began to flow smoothly again. However, the bones interrupted by the Azura stag beetle were more difficult to handle, and it was impossible to reconnect them in such a short time. Therefore, Wang Ku chose an alternative solution, severing the pain nerves in those areas. He then activated the nanobots in his body and relied on his tensed muscles to barely maintain a state where he could move. Time was tight. There were 30 seconds. 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Okay, the rubble around his body was getting tighter, and Wang Ku knew he had little time left. So, after gathering his strength, he immediately relied on his legs to exert force, intending to charge out from the rubble, covering him completely. But just as his body was about to break free, a loud roar came from afar. At the same time, a massive hand reached out, immobilizing Wang Ku entirely. This was bad. Roar. Up. Now, not only were my bones broken, but part of my internal organs was also crushed by it. This is really serious. What else can I do? The Azura stag beetle didn't even give Wang time to think. After breaking free from the rubble, it grabbed Wang's body and began to smash it against the surroundings. Then it hurled him away, and Wang, bruised and battered, thought he could gain temporary freedom. However, the rapidly following opponent kicked him again. Wang found himself buried once more in a collapsed area and being reburied. He felt he had lost control over most parts of his body. The sensory organs in his brain were also affected by the massive impact. At this point, it was already fortunate that he hadn't passed out. He didn't know where he was, and even if he wanted to call for support from the Serpent of Devouring, he couldn't do it now. Moreover, that monster seemed unwilling to let him go. The rubble around him was shaking again, most likely because that guy was digging. Another claw reached just inches from Wang's eyes. The Azura stag beetle was about to attack again. In this dire situation, Wang had no choice but to go all out. He summoned the last of his strength, and the long-sealed deformity cells began to activate once more. In this severely injured state, Wang, covered in blood, began to emit steam, and his useless right arm completely fell off. His body hadn't recovered to a state where he could move, yet the rejection reaction exploded at this moment. Are you kidding me? Doesn't this mean I'm doomed? After the rejection reaction started, Wang's limbs began to melt. The heat around him intensified, and if this continued, he wouldn't even need to wait until his body completely melted. He would be cooked by his own emitted heat. Roar! At that moment, it was the very Azura stag beetle that had been chasing him that saved Wang from the rubble oven. This monster didn't care about Wang's special state. After pulling his mangled body out of the rubble, it bit down hard on Wang's still melting body. After part of his liquefied body fluids, steaming, flowed into the Azura stag beetle's mouth, this monster, which had long lost its sanity, stiffened up. Realizing something, Wang at that moment plunged his still-functioning tail into a wound on the Azura stag beetle. Then, regardless of whether it was poison, he absorbed the nutrients from the Azura stag beetle's body while injecting more powerful deformity cells into this giant monster. Perhaps due to Wang's influence, it regained some sanity. Or perhaps it was the instinct for survival. The Azura stag beetle's previously stiff body began to move again, making the most correct decision at that moment. Since its gradually uncontrolled body couldn't shake off the poison in its mouth, it would take advantage of the fact that it could still control some organs and bite this troublesome creature to death. Thus, Wang and the Azura stag beetle entered a final struggle. One wanted to drag the other into an unknown future to meet their ultimate fate, while the other relied on its primal instincts, attempting to bite the other to death directly. Every time Wang's syringe tail pulled with force, the biting strength of the Azura stag beetle would decrease significantly. And as the sharp teeth in the Azura stag beetle's mouth got closer to Wang's heart, his tail correspondingly became weaker. This life-and-death struggle lasted only a few dozen seconds, yet for both combatants, it felt as long as a lifetime. Ultimately, the scales of victory began to tilt towards the Azura stag beetle. With a sharp tooth already embedded in his heart, Wang felt his entire body growing colder. His once sturdy syringe tail became soft and powerless at that moment, slipping right out of the Azura stag beetle's wound. However, nearing death, a light of victory shone in his eyes, for he was not fighting alone. The soldiers of the Serpent of Devouring, who had received orders to rush to support him, finally broke through the blockage between them, and Wang thanks to explosive blasts. Although the commander couldn't actively inform them of his location, they could locate him through the sounds of battle. Loyal, mechanically modified soldiers extended various sharp blades from their arms and bravely charged towards the monster, prying open the Azura stag beetle's massive jaws together. Under the external force, the Azura stag beetle finally moved the poison from its mouth, regaining some condition at that moment. Dragging its battered body, it endured the swelling rejection reaction and swung its massive fists, smashing every Serpent of Devouring soldier that approached it into a pulp. In the narrow passage that had collapsed and been reopened, roars and blood filled all the space. The fearless soldiers of the Serpent of Devouring fought valiantly to secure enough breathing room for their commander. After Wang's mangled body was transported out of the underground base of the EvolutionHouse, the Azura stag beetle, which had been relentlessly pursuing him, was met with concentrated fire from 3 heavy fire support teams of the Serpent of Devouring at the cave entrance. In the end, it was unclear whether it was due to the new type of rocket developed by Wang or the Azura stag beetle's inability to withstand the rejection reaction any longer. This monster, which had nearly taken Wang's life, exploded entirely turning into a puddle of blood. 2 hours later, the Hero Association, receiving reports from a false king played by a serpent of devouring soldier, announced that the operation to eliminate the Evolution House had achieved great success. Sorry, Dr. Diesel. We launched this sudden operation due to unexpected changes in the situation and didn't have time to discuss it with you properly. Spare me. Just hurry up and hand over the materials and funds you promised me. As for this time, when you bypassed me and privately infiltrated the Evolution House, we can settle that later. Faced with Dr. Diesel's direct questioning, Chi-Chi felt quite embarrassed in front of the big screen. Although this operation successfully destroyed the base of the Evolution House, the advanced technology and facilities that were originally expected to be seized were severely damaged during the battle. The sudden appearance of the serpent of devouring further destroyed most of the facilities within the Evolution House's base. So in the end, although both evil organizations were defeated by the Hero Association, the spoils the association gained were much lower than expected. Please do not hold this against us. We will provide you with a more generous reward later. To be honest, after this operation, our association also underwent considerable reflection. Back to the main topic. How long do you think it will take for Mr. Alloy Blacklight to recover? Chi-Chi had initially wanted to defend the Hero Association a bit more in front of Dr. Diesel, but upon seeing the obvious look of annoyance on the other party's face, Chi-Chi, who was familiar with the genius doctor's temperament, changed the subject. Mr. Alloy Blacklight's injuries this time are quite serious, but I have mostly dealt with them. However, there are still some stubborn toxins remaining in his body that will require 2 to 3 days of rest to completely eliminate, and he will soon return to the association. Thank you so much. Our medical recovery team was completely helpless regarding Mr. Blacklight's injuries before, and in the end, we had a trouble. I have things to attend to, so goodbye. Chi-Chi initially wanted to say something else, but Dr. Diesel cut off the video communication directly, leaving him feeling quite speechless. Although ending the communication rudely was very much in line with Dr. Diesel's style, it was not actually Wang's original intention. This was mainly because his body had suddenly encountered problems again. The cost he paid during the battle with the Ashura rhinoceros beetle was still too great. Now Wang, who had thrown his body into a special treatment pod, could only be considered half a person, as most of his organs were rapidly melting, and several organs that had been temporarily connected with mechanical parts had also fallen off. After spending 3 hours teetering on the edge of life and death, Wang finally managed to close the door to death in front of him again, relying on several newly unlocked technological materials from the Evolution House. Damn it. This operation was still a bit of a miscalculation. Perhaps it was because the main storyline hadn't officially started yet. Mr. Alloy Blacklight's strength turned out to be weaker than expected. The mutated Ashura rhinoceros beetle not only broke through Blacklight's defenses, but also had toxin effects in its attacks, forcing me to step in personally to fight. After giving a few commands to the computers in the base, Wang began to complain. However, he was very clear in his heart that if Blacklight hadn't withstood the Ashura rhinoceros beetle for so long, this modified person who had never managed to break through to dragon-level strength would likely have been crushed by the giant bug. Fortunately, these sacrifices were still quite worthwhile compared to the gains from this trip. Although he had not yet fully digested the technological materials obtained from the Evolution House base, several promising treatment and enhancement plans had already been laid out in front of Wang. However, after carefully reviewing the plans several times, Wang ultimately resisted the enormous temptation in front of him. He decided to continue digesting the technology while also collecting various high-quality materials, intending to solve the issue of the deformed cells while also breaking through to dragon-level strength. So after this decision was made, the hidden combat forces of the Serpent of Devouring began to become active. The second team was responsible for support. The third team was responsible for blocking routes, and all remaining personnel launched an attack on the target together. In a garbage mountain on the outskirts of City Inn, a mechanical modification troop of the Serpent of Devouring was attacking a giant humanoid mouse. Although this muscular humanoid mouse possessed the strength of a ghost-level disaster, it was still being pursued to the point of embarrassment under the attacks of more than 30 elite mobile soldiers from the Serpent of Devouring. Another direct hit from a rocket launcher left one of the super mouse's defensive arms mangled, and it once again adjusted its strength to recover, angrily roaring at the pursuing troops. Bastards, you damn people are too arrogant. Such minor injuries can't take me down. Then how about this? A petite figure swiftly flashed by, weaving through the various beams of light, and with just a metal blade extending from her right mechanical arm, she severed all 4 limbs of the super mouse. Damn it. I can still. Shut up and be minced. The super mouse initially wanted to regenerate quickly, but the female mechanical modifier who had cut off its limbs simply stomped on its chin, shattering it. Then she grabbed a few syringes that had emerged from her mechanical body and began injecting them directly into the monster's heart and other vital areas. In just a few seconds, the super mouse, which had been resisting, stopped moving as if it were dead. Quickly recover the target. The 7th team is responsible for cleaning the battlefield. The 9th team will hold the rear, and the others follow me to search for the next target. Yes, Captain Kelly. The mechanical modification troops saluted in unison and quickly began their activities according to the commander's orders. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away at an intersection, several heroes who were rushing to this location were suppressed by a powerful bio-beast and could not advance at all. Headquarters, this is A-rank Hero Green. On the way to eliminate the monster disaster, I encounter an attack from a bio-beast of the Serpent of Devouring. The enemy is a powerful giant turtle, and I need... Shut up, get out of my way. A giant turtle equipped with 2 cannons smashed the gigantic rock hiding A-rank Hero Green with one punch. Then it ignored the vines attacking its body and simply knocked out its opponent with a light tap. The other heroes present, facing the overwhelming power displayed by the enemy, were at a loss. They had initially thought that the giant turtle's large body would make it clumsy, so the heroes planned to retreat and escape. However, in the end, none succeeded. They were all easily subdued by this bio-beast marked with the Serpent of Devouring's insignia. When everything settled down, the giant turtle of the Serpent of Devouring grumbled. It's so hard to get out, and I'm stuck dealing with such weaklings. At least send me an S-rank hero. Those bastards in command above, After the monster finished speaking, a new command was transmitted to its brain through a special signal. Then a syringe extended from the turtle's shell to sample A-rank Hero Green's body. The other unconscious heroes received the same treatment. Then, before the new wave of reinforcements from the Hero Association arrived, the giant turtle burrowed into the ground and quickly disappeared without a trace. Similar events were happening simultaneously in various locations across other cities. The Serpent of Devouring's combat power indiscriminately attacked monsters, heroes, human criminals, and low-profile superhumans alike. In an instant, the whole world became tense, and various organizations began to think about how to respond to the suddenly active Serpent of Devouring. Inside the headquarters of the Hero Association in City, Shichi held a document and addressed the numerous senior officials in front of him. According to statistics, after our successful destruction of the collaboration between the Serpent of Devouring and the House of Evolution, the enemy has launched more than 30 various attacks within just 2 weeks. The targets of these attacks include criminals, ability users, heroes, martial artists, and freaks. After a brief pause, scanning the serious expressions on the faces of the officials present, Shichi continued speaking. It is evident that this is both a retaliation against our Hero Association and a challenge to the entire world order. The other side intends to declare to everyone with this reckless attitude that they're the strongest force in this world. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the senior officials present began to sharpen. Therefore, I propose that the Hero Association immediately prepare its combat forces to launch a counterattack against the Serpent of Devouring. We must not only repel their arrogant offensive, but also penetrate deep into the enemy's lair to completely eliminate this evil force hidden in the shadows. Support, support, support. The senior officials of the Hero Association raised their hands to express their support. After receiving a satisfactory response, Shichi pressed a button on the table. A holographic projection of a map marked with the Serpent of Devouring's insignia was revealed amidst the low gasps of several senior officials. Subsequently, dozens of powerful heroes from the Hero Association were dispatched under the headquarters orders to various hidden targets. 3 affiliated organizations in City C were ambushed by more than 10 heroes and were completely wiped out after a fierce battle. A large amount of funds accumulated in City L was ultimately only half recovered. Various materials recently collected in City T were safely relocated before the heroes launched their assault. Listening to the lost reports of the Serpent of Devouring, Wang, who was submerged in a special liquid for treatment, felt a bit of heartache. Although many of the losses were from low-value affiliated organizations, about 30% were prepared by Wang with considerable effort. Now, before they could fully bear fruit, they were wiped out by the Hero Association, which indeed caused Wang to stumble a bit. However, thinking about the gains from his recent frenzied activities, Wang still deemed it worthwhile in his heart, because during his previous wild activities, Wang not only obtained a considerable amount of materials, but also tested the technological achievements of the House of Evolution that he had digested through various battles. Now, Wang had already conceived a route in his mind to completely solve his physical problems. He even informed his elder sister at home that he would not be going out for 2 to 3 months, asking her to help him decline all meeting requests because Wang decided to devote himself entirely to rectifying his body during this period. His elder sister also saw the seriousness in her boyfriend's eyes and understood how crucial this time was. Moreover, with the serpent of devouring rampaging outside, she also did not support her boyfriend going out, so she readily agreed to act as a good guard at home, refusing any visitors. Thus, after making up his mind to seclude himself, Wang Ku, in the capacity of the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Serpent of Devouring, issued several high-priority orders, and then threw himself into a writhing flesh cocoon. And the several high-ranking combatants of the Serpent of Devouring, upon receiving the orders, actively sought out several powerful heroes and freaks to collect some special materials. The tortoise Polaris, who appeared in the original comic, was captured by Wang Ku and used as special experimental material for a detailed study. After successfully catalyzing it to a ghost-level power, Wang Ku gathered enough data from it. Later, while greatly expanding the power of the Serpent of Devouring, he directly modified and brainwashed this experimental subject, which contributed significantly to his work. Now, ressembling à Pokémon Blastoise, it has been transformed into a super bio beast with dragon-level power, and is also a fierce general in various missions of the Serpent of Devouring. On this day, upon receiving orders and being released, it came alone to a certain maze underground in City Z, where it had some conflicts with 2 blocking freaks. As for the bits of flesh scattered around, they were merely remnants left after Tortoise Polaris had its meal. The freak princess Crossbow S and the vampire, with proof of lineage, dodged a cannon shot, staring gravely at the spot where they had just stood, which was being corroded by some strange liquid. The foul odor emanating from it made both ghost-level freaks feel a sense of danger. Send out more freaks. These scraps can't satisfy me. After swallowing some bits of flesh, Tortoise Polaris stuffed a rhino head from its claw into its mouth. The rhino wrestler, who had shown some strength in the comic, was now silently reduced to a snack for Tortoise Polaris. After repeatedly testing its abilities, the freak princess Crossbow S, who finally admitted she couldn't control the situation, said with cold sweat, "Is this the bio beast of the Serpent of Devouring? Why are you suddenly causing us trouble? Half of it is to kill time, 3 parts to snack on some scraps, and the rest is for my superior's foolish orders," Tortoise Polaris disdainfully replied, as several vines similar to A-level hero green bit off some flesh from the still-dodging vampire, with proof of lineage. "Bastard, don't go too far," the distressed vampire shouted angrily. "Oh, did you just say something?" A more terrifying aura than before swiftly enveloped the location of Tortoise Polaris and the 2 ghost-level freaks. This was both a deterrent from Tortoise Polaris and a counterattack against the mental probing from deep within the maze. Dragon-level freaks aura, damn it. Crossbow S and the vampire succumbed to this aura, even kneeling on one knee under the intimidation of Tortoise Polaris's killing intent. They only felt relief from the suffocating sensation when a reinforcements emerged from the maze. "Ah, this visit is quite sudden and bold," Big Eye said in a welcoming manner to the envoy of the Serpent of Devouring. "Has the mastermind finally shown up? If it weren't for the troublesome orders from above, I would have loved to tear off your outer disguise and taste the snacks inside." Tortoise Polaris spat out the already chewed-up rhino head, threateningly alluding to the advisors of the Freak Association. All the eyes on its body stared at the rather rude guest in front of them. After a brief silence, Big Eye spoke again. "It seems you don't intend to engage in a full-scale conflict with us. So what does the Serpent of Devouring want this time?" There are indeed quite a few freak materials here. Big Eye had not overlooked the Serpent of Devouring, which had been lurking in the shadows. However, after much effort, he still couldn't see its full picture, so Big Eye didn't want to initiate a full-scale conflict with it. "These are the materials my troublesome superiors want. Hand them over honestly. Also, send me 50 tiger-level freaks as snacks. Otherwise, I'll be the vanguard attacking your association, and maybe even S-level heroes will join in." Tortoise Polaris's overly arrogant attitude infuriated Crossbow S and the vampire. Even Big Eye, who usually appeared calm, showed a hint of killing intent in his eyes at this moment. The representative of the serpent that devours the body also sensed the other's displeasure, but at that moment, it stomped its foot, and a crack extended right in front of the big bright eyes. "It seems it is not easy to poach you over, and I also somewhat dislike you uncouth types." After Big Bright Eyes spoke, the other guys present all assumed a stance, ready to fight. However, unexpectedly, The advisor from the Monster Association ultimately chose to back down. The things that the serpent that devours the body wants, I will prepare for you immediately. Additionally, I'll add 20 tiger-level monsters for you as snacks. Can you let out the destruction leech in your stomach? Although that guy is weak, it still has some special abilities. Oh, you actually noticed the situation in my stomach. It seems you do have some skills. But I still can't be bothered with you. That guy was too rude to me, and our organization seems to have some interest in it as well. The negotiation was once again terminated due to the other party's firmness. But after a moment of silence, Big Bright Eyes ultimately agreed to all of Tortoise Polo's demands. After watching the enemy leave, Big Bright Eyes secretly decided in his heart, we must accelerate the collection of combat power for the Monster Association. The bastard serpent that devours the body can let the Hero Association deal with it first. Inside the giant egg in the center of City F, the top A-rank hero, Sweetheart Mask, is currently performing his entertainment work. Although he has a good appearance, he has some flaws in character. However, in front of a crowd of crazy fans, he can still play the role of the image ambassador for the Hero Association well, especially in front of numerous female spectators. Yay! Look over here. Sweetheart Mask. Countless fans screamed, raising the atmosphere of the entire venue to new heights. Almost no one noticed that a person with a restrained aura had appeared just a few meters away from the stage at some point. Today's large-scale fan meeting is a way to give back to the many fans who have supported my performances and hero activities. I really don't want to splash blood at this time. Sweetheart Mask noticed the approaching threat, but he didn't take any action. Instead, he continued to maintain his performance. At this moment, a harmony that did not belong to the backstage and was not part of any arrangement suddenly appeared. Although it was clearly a hurried addition to the music, it now seemed quite harmonious and complemented Sweetheart Mask's singing, making the entire concert more perfect. Hey, what's going on? This situation didn't happen during the previous rehearsal. Sweetheart Mask's manager immediately inquired about the sudden situation to the backstage supervisor. I don't know. Where are the security personnel? When did that guy appear there? The backstage supervisor said, wiping cold sweat. Hurry up and find out. Someone with that kind of singing voice must be professionally trained. Did you take a bribe from some agency to secretly arrange some no-name rookie singer to ride on Sweetheart Mask's popularity? The manager said with a furious expression. How can we do such a thing? Please believe in our professional ethics. The backstage management personnel retorted, unwilling to accept the insult. However, the argument between the two did not continue. On stage, Sweetheart Mask faced this sudden challenge, and with just a slight change in his vocal delivery, he suppressed the opponent and cleverly turned them into his supporting character. But soon, 3 mysterious individuals with good singing voices stepped onto the stage one after another. The staff responsible for blocking them seemed to be mesmerized by their beautiful singing and unconsciously stopped their work. The 4 mysterious individuals joined hands and gradually blended perfectly into the stage. Although, under Sweetheart Mask's efforts, they appear to be temporary supporting characters. Everyone in the giant egg, including professionals, realized that these 4 suddenly appeared mysterious singers were now challenging Sweetheart Mask. Who are those 4 suddenly appearing individuals wearing cloaks and hiding their faces? A fan asked her companion. I don't know. Maybe it's a special arrangement for the concert. Wow, why are they suddenly dancing? Today's ticket is so worth it. Another fan was also unaware of the situation, but she felt great about the performance on stage. After stealing half of the presents with their singing, the 4 mysterious individuals began to attack Sweetheart Mask at the center of the stage, moving as if they were dancing. Accompanied by the background music, Sweetheart Mask also chose to face the challenge, using his charming voice and graceful dance to defend his status as the main act of the concert. It was like a unique musical drama, with the 5 individuals on stage intertwining in a thrilling and exciting manner, bringing a strong visual and auditory effect to the fans in the entire venue. Truly worthy of Sweetheart Mask. Even under our 4 brothers siege, he can still firmly occupy the role of the main character on stage. One of the mysterious individuals whispered as he brushed past Sweetheart Mask amidst the harmonies of the other 3. Who the hell are you guys? Daring to come to my concert and cause trouble? Do you know what the consequences will be? Sweetheart Mask glared fiercely, spinning his body to display his dance moves as he spoke, infused with killing intent. The proud serpent that devours the body came today just to show face and give you a lesson. After softly floating past, Sweetheart Mask blocked a claw aimed at him with his knee. Meanwhile, the 3 mysterious individuals singing on the periphery began to shake their cloaks, wrapping up all 5 individuals on stage. What is going on? What is this situation? Is it a special performance arrangement? Many fans began to feel puzzled, but since the singing continued, they suppressed their curiosity. In the center of the stage, wrapped in cloaks, Sweetheart Mask and the four mysterious individuals still covering their faces engaged in a life-and-death battle. Fists, claws, knees, and various body parts used for combat collided wildly. It was unclear whose blood splattered. With veins bulging on his neck, Sweetheart Mask's fists struck like lightning, instantly sending the four challengers flying. Accompanied by a break in the latter half of the music, the four flying mysterious individuals suddenly soared into the air amidst the audience's gasps. Their four pairs of pure white wings leading many fans to believe that angels had appeared before them. Then, the four angels unveiled their cloaks and simultaneously removed their masks, followed by a wave of screams covering the entire venue. It wasn't due to panic, but because the appearance of four stunningly handsome men sent the group of infatuated fans into a frenzy. So handsome. The entrance of these angel characters is amazing. Who are those four handsome guys? I feel like they're no less than Sweetheart Mask, was a thought from a blossoming young girl. Hey, have you figured it out? Which agency are those four from? No matter how much it costs, I must sign them, said a president of a large entertainment company. Is it an illusion? I seem to see several bloody holes on Sweetheart Mask's body earlier. But after he waved his hand, it seemed to turn into flowers on his clothes, was a question from one of Sweetheart Mask's diehard fans. Various people expressed different opinions on the changes occurring on stage. They also realized that the control of the concert seemed to no longer be in Sweetheart Mask's hands. It's bad. The sound equipment in the backstage is completely out of control. A sweaty technician anxiously reported terrible news to the backstage supervisor and the manager of the Masked Sweetheart. The Sweetheart Mask, whose dignity had been severely trampled, struggled to maintain his image amidst unfamiliar music. Using his strong resilience to heal his wounds, he began to clear his throat, preparing to regain control of the stage. However, four angels floating in air above the arena suddenly moved to the four corners of the stage, changing their tone again and entering a deep harmony, as if willingly playing the supporting roles for the person in the center of the stage. The Sweetheart Mask was unclear about the situation, but he did not intend to give up this opportunity to regain control. Although he did not know the lyrics of the song being played, he relied on his excellent talent to prepare for an impromptu performance. Just before he sang the first note, a thrilling tenor suddenly rang out above his head. A large angel with 8 wings descended like a king from another world, scattering countless light golden angel feathers to initiate the climax of the concert. The previous 4 6-winged angels also radiated brilliant light, transforming into powerful warriors armed with golden long spears and wearing armor. Due to his earlier injuries and the sudden pressure from the appearance of these formidable foes, the Sweetheart Mask could only helplessly watch as these 4 powerful enemies took away his concert. The moment of farewell had arrived. Let us experience those hardships together. In the final 2 minutes of the performance, the 8-winged angel, wearing a unique helmet, although not revealing his face, successfully captivated the audience with his overwhelming presence and magically powerful tenor. Following, that was a whirlwind of angel feathers, as 5 dreamlike angels returned to the heavenly realm under a golden light beam, leaving behind countless frenzied audience members and a seemingly forgotten A-class hero. Note 1. This song is the famous farewell moment. To enhance the prestige, everyone can imagine it in Italian. Over 2 months ago, 5 angels stirred up a wave at the Sweetheart Mask concert, and their mysterious identities remain unknown. However, during this time, the fan base for these mysterious angels has only grown. Regarding this sudden rise, the president of the agency representing the Sweetheart Mask stated, "The small television in the kitchen was still playing entertainment news, where Saitama, the superbug character from the One Punch Man world, was struggling against a roasted rabbit in front of him. This dish was perfect in color, aroma, and flavor, but still had some drawbacks." Saitama, holding a rabbit leg, said to his friend who had just finished his seclusion, "The meat of this roasted rabbit is so tough. It's really hard to bite through. Sorry, there was a problem with the kitchen facilities earlier, so we can only enjoy this kind of dish now." Wang also found it laborious to deal with the rabbit meat in front of him, so he chose to use a dinner knife. But accidentally, the knife in his hand became deformed. Feeling a bit frustrated, he could only toss it aside and grab a new one. "You're wasting it like this." Just this one set of fine cutlery could have served several high-end seafood dishes. Saitama stared at the pile of discarded knives beside him, revealing his poor side again. "There's no way around it. Adapting to this new body is much harder than I expected." Finally managing to eat a piece of rabbit meat, Wang replied in a good mood. After Wang, Ku threw himself into that wriggling meat cocoon. He commanded the power of the snake of devouring to gather good materials everywhere while creating disturbances outside to divert everyone's attention. With years of preparation and gains from the House of Evolution, Wang no longer had to worry about the issue of that deformity. Moreover, that sixth limb that had accompanied him for several years was finally separated. So, Diesel, what exactly do you want from me this time? Saitama asked Wang Ku while chewing on the meat. Well, I was planning to stay in seclusion a bit longer, but an unexpected discovery by a detection machine made me decide to come out early. Make it brief. Saitama was still as usual. An interesting monster is about to appear, and I just need your help to deal with it. Successfully cutting another piece of rabbit meat with his dinner knife, Wang was gradually finding the knack for controlling his strength. Oh, so you want me to help you deal with a monster disaster? Saitama had no intention of refusing. Well, to be precise, I hope you don't take action against the monsters. The purpose of inviting you along is to prevent me from becoming a bigger disaster. Although the renowned Dr. Diesel spoke in a calm tone, the content of his words indicated that it was indeed a serious matter. However, the boiled egg in front of him showed little reaction, merely shifting his gaze to the television. There was breaking news about a monster disaster, and the location was precisely the headquarters of the Hero Association. Everyone, please look. A massive explosion. The level of destruction caused by the monster is unprecedented and is escalating further. The association has just determined the disaster's level. The host on the television lost their signal, and after Saitama finished the last piece of rabbit meat, he stood up and said to Dr. Diesel, "That's the target. Let's go. I've been ready for a long time. Can I say the next line?" Wang joked with Saitama while instructing the computer to send a message to the big sister who was still shopping on the street. "What line?" Saitama asked curiously. "Justice executed." After this line was spoken, two high-speed moving figures burst out of the house. A gust of wind swept along the road, blowing the scenery and pedestrians all over the place. Lightning Max and Smiling Superman had already entered the battle, and currently, the giant hammer wrestler and enhanced human warrior were also rushing to the scene. Inside the City Hero Association headquarters, a female liaison officer was anxiously reporting the latest news. "Are there other heroes around? Don't mind the levels. Send everyone to block the monsters. We can't let the disaster escalate further." Shichi looked serious as he commanded, feeling alarmed by the suddenly appearing powerful monster. According to the latest battle power detector, this monster's energy reading was likely at the dragon level. Not good. Lightning Max and Smiling Superman have been instantly taken down, and the giant hammer wrestler and enhanced human warrior haven't arrived at the scene yet. Damn it, can't the A-class heroes even buy a little time? Quickly calculate the monster's trajectory and let the heroes heading to the scene intercept it. Under Shichi's orders, various information was transmitted throughout the headquarters. However, the monster's mobility was extremely strong. It leaped several kilometers in an instant, destroying several city blocks. An emergency situation arose, and high-energy reactions were detected in the outer perimeter of City A, with unknown battle powers rapidly approaching. Damn it, of all times. The new warning information gave Shichi a massive headache. From the preliminary data on the radar, the energy response of the newly emerged unknown battle power was frighteningly high. Worse yet, the other top forces of the Hero Association are currently on alert in other cities due to the activities of the serpent that devours bodies, and they cannot rush over in haste. Now that an unknown force has suddenly appeared, it would be fine if the target were a monster. Once the opponent chooses to wreak havoc in City A, the Hero Association will have no means of defense. The Hammer Wrestler and the Enhanced Warrior have entered the battle, and a massive explosion has occurred in the city center. Listening to the latest report from the female liaison, Shichi silently began to pray in his heart. The city center of a city was originally the most prosperous commercial area, but after the explosion of a blue energy ball, it was left with countless rubble and dust. "Oh, mommy," a blue-dressed little girl with twin tails was crying helplessly while covering her face. About 10 meters away from her, two battered professional heroes were desperately trying to block a monster with a purple body. Ho, you two have some skill. Much better than those two previous losers." The muscular figure of the vaccine man, exuding immense pressure, stepped toward the two. "Don't underestimate heroes. We want to let you advance." The enhanced warrior was already on the brink of collapse, and the defensive bone shield he had formed was peeling off layer by layer. "We haven't fallen yet. We will continue to fight." The hammer wrestler's hammer had already deformed, but he was still desperately pressing the button, hoping the rocket hammer would respond. "Is that so? Then try to block this attack." The words of the week were completely meaningless to the vaccine man. After spending a little bit of patience, this dragon-level monster concentrated energy in front of itself. Then a blue beam shot out from the vaccine man's eyes, creating a massive wind pressure that lifted the rubble along its path again. However, This instinctive attack that could pierce through half of a city did not achieve the expected results. After a flash of red light, the entire beam was reflected into the sky, and the vaccine man looked warily at the new opponent before him. Damn, I overshot. Stopping now is such a hassle. With smoke still rising from the palm of his right hand, Wang, who had blocked the vaccine man's attack, threw the two unconscious A-level heroes toward the distant bug man. At this moment, Saitama, who had just brought the crying little girl to safety, was somewhat flustered as he caught the two men flying toward him, then said with a face full of complaints, "Hey, Diesel, watch your strength. Do you want to kill them? I've already dealt with a lot of trouble for you on the way. Just put in a little more effort. I'll try to avoid collateral damage in the subsequent fight." Just as Wang finished speaking, a massive claw came pressing down on him, and once again, countless dust was raised in the city center of a city. How rude to attack without a word. The red light on Wang's body flashed, and the energy he had suppressed suddenly erupted, pushing the vaccine man's massive claw aside with the force of the shockwave. The unnatural sounds indicated that several fingers on that gigantic hand had likely suffered fractures, failing to land a hit and instead suffering a severe injury. The vaccine man quickly regrouped. After a somewhat bizarre writhing of its right arm, the previously fractured and twisted areas returned to normal. However, the vaccine man did not dare to be careless. It solemnly asked Wang, "Who are you?" What nostalgic line. It reminds me of my life before crossing over. While sighing in his heart, Wang instinctively took the pose Saitama had in the animation and replied to the vaccine man out of curiosity. I'm the chaotic neutral boss that suddenly appeared. What kind of ridiculous setting is this? I am a vaccine man, born from the continuous pollution of the environment by humans. The Earth is a... This isn't a place for word count. Let's change to a quieter place to fight. The vaccine man initially wanted to drone on about how humans are the pathogens of the Earth, just like in the animation. But Wang could sense that others were approaching. Not wanting to be disturbed, he directly performed an energy dash, grabbing the vaccine man and rushing out. A red light shot out from the city center of a city, which was covered by countless dust, then crossed the sky over half the city, flying toward an uninhabited suburban area. After ensuring the wounded were safe, Saitama also ignored the other heroes gradually approaching and directly chased after the red light. Sure enough, after mastering the control of power, I can fly without the aid of machines. After reaching the suburban area, Wonka became more familiar with flying, so he gradually began to slow down. "Let go of me, you bastard!" Accompanied by the vaccine man's furious roar, several blue energy balls finally pushed Wang away. Then there was a massive explosion, and Wang Ku's figure disappeared again. Having personally experienced it, your plasma energy balls have quite a bit of power. The words that sounded like praise entered the vaccine man's ears, and it quickly looked up at what was above it. Originally taken away by its energy balls, Wang now appeared unscathed in midair. Even more astonishingly, one of the blue energy balls that had been shot out earlier was now floating steadily in the enemy's palm, as if being studied. The previously restless energy now smoothly merged into Wang Ku's hands, like a calm lake without ripples. How is this possible? The vaccine man looked very surprised. Well, it's just some research applications of plasma physics. But you need to put in more effort. This level of energy attack is useless against me, Wang Ku said, feigning indifference. Whether it's useful or not is not for you to decide. Furious at the opponent's provocation, the vaccine man used its flying ability to chase after him, then struck with a claw condensed with blue light. With a loud bang, the two figures in midair did not budge an inch. The smaller figure, after blocking the attack with one arm, held up the other hand in front. A massive light screen flashed by, and the monster's figure fell to the ground, smoking. This is the higher application of energy. Don't just rely on talent. Physics is quite profound. Still floating in midair, Wang wore a look of disinterest, as if watching insects. Previously, he actually had the technique to elevate himself to dragon-level strength, but the cost was to abandon his human form. Now that the accumulation of technology had undergone a qualitative change, Wang naturally gained extraordinary power. You bastard, don't look down on me. Just a mere pathogen on Earth, destined to be exterminated by me, the vaccine man. The vaccine man, whose body was still smoking on one side, finally unleashed all its power on the ground. Its entire body began to writhe, and its form expanded several times. What used to resemble a human body now completely transformed into a monster. With massive fangs, sharp claws, and bone spines erupting from its back, it exuded an imposing aura. After becoming a complete monster, the vaccine man immediately opened its mouth and shot out an energy beam several times stronger than before at the enemy in midair. However, Wang, who was originally floating in the air watching the show, could no longer unleash the energy absorption move he had used earlier. With only its arms raised in defense, the figure was soon engulfed in a pillar of light. Moments later, the sky was empty. It seemed that with this move, the vaccine man had successfully dealt with its opponent. However, it remained sharp and did not become complacent. After two massive antennae on its forehead shook a few times, the vaccine man launched an attack behind it. No way you're getting away with this. On the ground, several terrifying claw marks remained, and the shadow that attempted a sneak attack distanced itself, a smile returning to its face. I can't believe it. With such a large physique, you still have this kind of speed. I almost fell for your claws, really just a hair's breadth away. Don't get too pleased with yourself, pathogen. Today, you are destined to be eliminated by me. This is the will of the earth. After rebuking its opponent, the vaccine man stretched out its two massive claws. Then, 10 more ferocious energy balls appeared, and after a loud shout, the 10 energy balls charged toward their target as if they had consciousness. That's more like it. Why waste time talking before? Just unleash the big move right away. While casually muttering these words, it dared not be careless in its heart. Wang could gathered energy in various parts of his body and flew at high speed, intending to shake off the 10 energy balls that clearly had extraordinary power. In the air above a city's outskirts, the 10 energy balls, carrying terrifying power, chased after a human figure wrapped in red light, moving rapidly. Initially, it was just a simple speed contest, but gradually, as if honing a skill, the figure surrounded by red light began to fly with more finesse. However, the 10 energy balls continued to pursue relentlessly. No matter how Wang maneuvered through the sky and ground, the energy balls closed in closer and closer. After a quick sharp turn, Wang was surprised to find one energy ball blocking his path, followed by a tremendous explosion in the air. The remaining 9 energy balls seized the opportunity to catch up, and a series of explosions echoed in the sky. This time, it truly hit its mark after this. I only have you left to deal with. Once the vaccine man sensed Wang's breath disappear, it turned its head towards Saitama, who had already arrived but remained a spectator. Faced with the palpable killing intent of the monster, Saitama merely displayed his signature blank expression. The true strongest man on earth casually scratched his nose and said, don't mind me. You just continue your fight with Diesel. Before I came out, I had an agreement with him that today's action was just to prevent him from going too far. What nonsense are you spouting with your eyes wide open? Your companion has already been eliminated by me, not a breath left. The vaccine man sneered. Just turn your head and see. Flicking the booger off his finger, Saitama displayed no air of superiority. His trick to deceive is too. How could this be? Impossible? The vaccine man had intended to say more, but upon hearing a sound behind it, it turned its head back toward the area where Wang had vanished. In the area where Wang's figure had disappeared, a significant amount of the vaccine man's energy residuals lingered in the air. The enormous radiation caused birds several kilometers away to sense danger and change their direction. However, in the center of the explosion, a translucent light sphere surrounded a human figure, proudly gazing down at the monster on the ground. As if the astonished expression on the monster provided enough pleasure, the human inside the light sphere finally retracted his mocking expression. The wavelength is probably between 70 and 80. The energy fusion within me has also adapted. It seems this blue energy is even more suitable for me. Let's convert it directly. After the man in the light sphere finished muttering to himself, the originally translucent light sphere surrounded by red lightning began to absorb the blue energy, dissipating in the surrounding air. Then, the red lightning completely disappeared, and the externally purple-red halo gradually transformed into blue. When a man's blue eyes flashed, the surrounding air returned to its pristine state, revealing a confident smile before the vaccine man. Impossible. Just a mere pathogen. How could you be a match for my Earth vaccine? The vaccine man could not accept the fact that its power was being absorbed by the enemy. It concentrated the energy within its body and then bombarded its opponent with various forms of attacks, such as beams and energy balls. However, the enemy being attacked seemed to stroll leisurely, absorbing the vaccine man's energy while smiling and walking through the air. This is why you monsters lack culture. A certain vaccine lacks resistance to a specific pathogen. This is quite common in the medical field. As if devouring a supplement, Wang casually walked toward the vaccine man, effortlessly absorbing all of its attacks. When he finally reached the vaccine man, this creature, already exhausted and gasping for breath, swung a punch toward him. Useless. After a dull thud, Wang who caught all the force with just his left palm, spoke again. My fighting skills are top tier. As soon as the words fell, Wang slightly turned his left wrist. A force several times greater than the vaccine man's massive punch was transmitted through its arm. The vaccine man felt a whirlwind-like, dark energy swiftly moving within its gigantic arm. In an instant, the area traversed by the dark energy was completely shredded, tearing apart flesh and bone. Then, in the final moment, with an unstoppable momentum, it erupted from the back of its shoulder. With a loud bang, a severed giant arm fell to the ground, and a line of flesh and blood appeared behind the vaccine man. What surprised the vaccine man the most was that throughout this process, it felt not a hint of pain. I also have a profession as a doctor, so it's not strange that you don't feel pain. Wang could guess what the other party was thinking. You monster. A large mouth full of fangs lunged at Wang Ku. The vaccine man did not admit defeat just yet. However, its opponent, after absorbing and transforming its energy, could now wield its own power with ease. Thus, the vaccine man's strike had no effect. In the blink of an eye, after more than 10 slashes, the dragon-level monster that once took it upon itself to eliminate all humans had become a toothless, cowering figure. Its fallen teeth were neatly arranged on the side, as if waiting to be stored and collected at any moment. You're lucky. If you were defeated by someone else, you'd most likely lose your life. I, however, am different. Collecting living materials is one of my great hobbies. Wang Ku's overwhelming strength eclipsed the vaccine man, which was already evident. However, to end the battle so effortlessly was beyond his previous expectations. Originally, he was worried about controlling the tremendous power of his newly modified body, fearing it would cause damage, which was why he had asked Saitama to step in as a supplement. But after absorbing the vaccine man's energy, it felt like he had received a boost, achieving stable control over the power within him. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Wang Ku, so he was even more determined to capture this dragon-level monster for further research. Damn it, I will not yield. Finally recognizing reality, the vaccine man no longer intended to eliminate Wang Ku. After a muffled groan, the entire body began to writhe wildly, and the wound from the severed arm started to emit yellow-green smoke. Having seen many strange individuals make a last-ditch effort to resist capture, Wang Ku acted quickly. He extended a few needle-like bone spurs from one hand and swiftly inserted them into the increasingly swollen body of the vaccine person. He first injected some special agents into the vaccine person's body, then began to frantically absorb the energy and flesh within. When the vaccine person finally lost consciousness, it gradually transformed back into the humanoid state it had been before. At this moment, Wang Ku seemed to swell up like an overinflated balloon, making it difficult for him to even walk. Hey, Diesel, are you really okay like this? Saitama, who had initially thought he was out of the situation, looked at his friend in shock, fearing that Diesel might explode like a balloon if he lost focus. It seems a bit troublesome. It looks like others are rushing here. With this little time, I can't handle everything on my own, so I need to borrow your power. Seeing Diesel's expression of having messed up, Saitama sighed helplessly. Then you say it. As long as it's not too troublesome, I'll help you again. I'll adjust these impurities in my body and then release all the toxic substances at once. But this won't be good for ordinary people. Please use your power to blow them into the sky, and then I'll burn them with energy blasts. If that's the case, you really have become a disaster this time. Saitama had already taken his stance. On the way to City A, I ran all the way here. In a way, that was already a disaster. Wang Ku's self-deprecating comment was indeed true. His reckless advance had damaged many public facilities due to his inability to control his strength. If it weren't for Saitama's help, it might have even resulted in casualties. All right, you human disaster, hurry up and finish this. I want to go home early. Thank you for your trouble. Then, the Hero Association headquarters suddenly detected a yellow-green toxic gas covering several kilometers in the suburbs of City A. But less than a second later, a force exceeding the measurement limits of the reaction radar blew all the gas directly into space. Then, the S-Class Hero King briefly appeared near that area for some unknown reason before quickly disappearing. Wang Ku, who had intended to burn the toxic gas, could only stare in shock and exclaim that Saitama was a bug. Another participant in the incident kept lamenting afterward that Diesel was a master at farting. Synopsis: suddenly transported into the world of One Punch Man, without any system or golden finger, not becoming a powerful hero, nor a lucky person with a heavenly halo. Instead, he became a test subject of the EvolutionHouse, transformed into a non-human being. Even more frustratingly, he turned out to be a failed product, soon abandoned for treatment. Although he doesn't even have basic control over his non-human body, Wang at least possesses a genius brain.